Oven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Waika.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Oven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukro Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Good morning and welcome to another lovely day here at the Bali Major. We are live from the Ayana Estate and so far day 2 of the playoffs, and that means yesterday was a very nice day. Upper bracket matches, everybody gets to play again, some teams lock themselves in for TI. It was a good day. Today, we're gonna have some bloodshed. We are filled with elimination series today. 4 series in that lower bracket, and I've got the perfect Grim Reapers to guide you through the bloodbath that is about to happen. I'm joined by Aurora, Jack, and Resolution. Good morning, my fellow, what do you call them? Gravekeepers, Rezo?
Good morning. Yeah, I mean, kinda. Yeah, today's gonna be an exciting day of elimination matches and a lot on the line because TSM is destined, I believe, is dependent on these matches as well, right,
Yup.
Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you trying to make a point
I
here?
mean, you wanna say something about
All
it?
I know is it's an exciting day. We are in visual range of the airport, and some teams today will be headed there. If not directly, they'll still get to enjoy the rest of Bali. But
Yeah. They get a holiday out of it. That's not bad either, Aurora.
I mean, usually I feel really sad for the first 2 rounds of lower bracket. I feel like they made it this far through the group stage, and then they're 3 games away, possibly 2 games away. So it's really sad because imagine, you played 16 games or 18 games just to be eliminated in 1 round.
Yeah, I can imagine. I've been there. It
There
sucks.
could be worse place.
Well, you're not playing now, so it's alright. No expectations.
There could be worse places to get eliminated rather than a lovely, holiday resort, basically. So, there's silver linings. I call them silver linings. For some teams also, of course, some teams already know that they're going to go to the international. Some teams are indeed, as Jack says, I mean, we're going to see a lot of things decided today, not just for the teams here, but also for TSM, who's watching from the sidelines. And yesterday was a fantastic day as well. And if you missed anything of yesterday's games and yesterday's happenings, I believe Snare is here for you to get you up to speed with In a Nutshell.
Hello, everyone. This is Sir Action Slacks, not hired for the Bali Major. But we're going to do some Bali Major content here. I'm here with Lizard.
Hi, I'm not tired, so I can't really talk.
And here with Sheepstick.
I'm also not hired.
Yeah, they didn't hire any of us, but at least we'll do the content unlike the other freaking talent. So here we are. Prediction for the upper bracket finals. Holy cow.
I think the upper bracket final is probably going to be Team Liquid versus Quest Esports. And lower bracket final, I'm going to go ahead and go with Game and Gladiators versus Shopify Rebellion. Grand finals team, that's an easy Quest for sure. In the upper bracket, going against Game and Gladiators.
My upper bracket final team will be Bad Boom against Quest. Lower bracket finals will be LGD against Gaming, and grand finals will be Gaming against Quest.
Wait, I feel like, is that wrong?
Wait.
Doesn't one of the upper bracket finals have to be one of the lower bracket final teams also? We're choosing 4 different teams. No matter what, one of the, it's impossible to have.
Play the upper bracket final. Saying you're hedging by choosing different teams in case you're lower.
What you're saying is correct.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I get it. Then I'm choosing 4 different teams to hedge. Maximum hedgery. Say, let me simulate this bracket. Let's say Bet Boom Aster, because no one picked that one for upper bracket finals. Lower bracket finals, let's go Azure Ray 9 Pandas. And grand finals, I'll choose 2 more teams to make it even more impossible. Shopify LGD. No, wait, that's impossible. It's my Shopify Quest, because I wanted 6 different teams. One of them is bound to be right.
I don't know if I'm supposed to go with the real prediction or, make it interesting like Neil, but I'm just going to go with what I think is going to happen, which is Team Liquid versus Game and Gladiators in the upper bracket final, and then they're going to play against, it's going to be Quest versus Team Liquid, because they can never beat Game and Gladiators, and then Quest will beat Liquid, so then it'll be Quest versus Game and Gladiators, and then we're going to have Game and Gladiators win the finals again, because, this isn't a movie, this is just real life.
I love Dota, and his prediction's wrong.
He's fucking living in his own fairy tale.
But he said life isn't like a movie. He gave a very realistic, depressing outcome. Game and Gladiators win because they're always winning because they're good at Dota.
You can never keep winning.
You can never keep winning. Remember that at home, kids. You can never keep winning.
Eventually you'll be a loser.
You're gonna lose. I'll be there to watch.
I don't know the difference between an upper bracket final and grand final. It doesn't matter. Gaming Gladiators, they're gonna...
No Gaming Gladiators.
All right, who's gonna be there?
I don't care, just no GG.
It'll be a Liquid Bet Boom.
Liquid Bet Boom. Wow, that's really interesting. Wrong though. Gaming Gladiators is gonna be up there with some other team that they'll beat. I think Bet Boom. Bet Boomers? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. You want me to do lower bracket too? No one gives a shit.
I don't know what the bracket's like to even predict the lower bracket.
Yeah.
LGD and Aster. Give China.
God damn, what the hell? Nobody from C. That's who's in the lower bracket. Married to Pride. Or NA.
Shopify still in?
Shopify Rebellion?
They're still in.
Yeah, are they NA?
Yes.
I stopped paying attention after the whole EG debacle. None of it means anything to me anymore. Grand finals, 2 teams.
Bet Boom. Team Liquid.
It's Bet Boom, Team Liquid.
Bet Boom and Team Liquid.
Bet Boom, Team Liquid. Gaming Gladiators. For someone, doesn't really matter. Gaming Gladiators win again. Thank you guys for watching. Hope our predictions are there. This is the predictions from the people that weren't worth hiring. Well, that's all, folks. Let's watch the highlights from yesteryear. Keep an eye out there, sports fan. Here it comes. Outro.
It just came up literally 1 second here, so they technically have a fight, but the base is dying.
Dice just going straight in, putting his body on the line. The team is just going to go for the throw. They cannot put the damage out to stop Liquid. They will take game 1. Panic, staking. He dies for it. That's going to be back to
picks up the rapier.
Their heroes
The shred.
running in.
The shred.
Trying to get it off. BK, he's going
He needs to do it.
Going for the throw.
Oh.
Dyrachio play.
He gets tossed back. Into the avalanche, pulverized as well. The wall's going to be dropped down as well as the 3-man vacuum and turn. They're in on a Stinger. Stinger's out as well for good. As Gaming Gladiators, they're going to get even more. Jump forward, the blast off over towards Darmago, who kept off the shield with the agony. 5 seconds into this bracket, it's 5 seconds too long. GG is called as Gaming Gladiators take game 3. And with that, this best of 3, it's theirs.
They come in and they're like, all right, you got us at once. We're going to do our IO Lesh, and they make it.
If you want to catch more of Sir Action Slacks and Lizard, they are the official hosts of the Monkey Business Show, and I'm sure Sheep will make an appearance as well, like she did yesterday. It's always live after the broadcast is done here, so it's a lot of fun. You should definitely tune in if it's not like 4 a.m. And even if it's 4 a.m. for you, you should definitely tune in anyway. You would be missing out if you don't. Just like we might have missed out on some of the games yesterday. We had some fantastic results though. Jack, we got ourselves the teams decided in the top 6 in the upper bracket. What was the most surprising result for you?
Surprising result. I think. I mean, when you say we got some cool results, obviously the most emotionally crazy game was the Beppo one, where they qualified for TI in style. Because we've seen, I think we were just talking about this. Like last year, there was also like a series. I think it was VP and someone else. They played directly for a TI spot, and then they got home and like it was like the decimals or numbers or something. When they landed, they realized they hadn't qualified. So hopefully there won't be anything crazy and heartbreaking like that this year. It's a little bit more clear, but yeah, I don't think there was anything too shocking out of yesterday's outcomes. Maybe BetBoom beating Tundra, but then again, Tundra is still playing with the stand-in, and while that may have some surprise value early on, I think eventually, as the competition gets tougher, that starts to be a tougher road for them. So.
Yep, we had Liquid beating PSG.LGD, so PSG.LGD drops to the lower bracket. Tundra dropped to the lower bracket as well, together with Beastcoast and Aster. And Beastcoast and Aster and PSG.LGD, the 3 teams that dropped there, they all 3 really need to win today to secure points to go to TI, because that is literally their only chance to make it based on points as to, not get eliminated. And again, TSM is watching from the sidelines and hope that they don't get any points. This is the schedule of today. Aurora, which one stands out to you most? Which one are you definitely going to be watching?
I mean, I think Spirit and LGD is my pick, because we've grown with these 2 titles for quite a few years, right? Especially LGD, so many years. And I feel sad that one of them is going to go after this. So, I mean, it's going to be very emotional, but still, I'd be happy that at least one of them is still going to, proceed.
That is true. That is true. How about you, Rezo?
Yeah, I feel the same, and especially like when I consider these teams are at this point are pretty equal to each other because they're like both struggling in some ways, but also like not doing so super poorly. So they're kind of like in the middle, and that's why they're here, pretty much fighting for elimination and staying in the tournament. Keep staying. Are any of these teams are like still fighting for points?
I think every series but the last one, right? 'Cause Azure
Every
and
series
Tundra-
but the second one.
The second one, sorry, yeah. Because Azure and Tundra, Azure cannot possibly make it, and Tundra cannot possibly not make it.
Yep.
And so Beastcoast need to win the series. Aster need to win, and LGD do. And obviously, Spirit LGD, I think I would agree with you, Aurora, that's like the headliner. Spirit denied LGD that Aegis, of course, in such brutal fashion a few years ago. Now they have a chance to deny them even a shot at another Aegis without going through the extremely crowded Chinese TI qualifier, which LGD and Aster are probably both looking to avoid in this tournament. And we're both oh so close yesterday as well against some strong European teams. I was watching the Aster series at night. Game 3, they had a pretty big lead, and it took some bad fights, and Quest with the offlane of Mars Stark managed to pull it out. And then yesterday we watched the LGD and Liquid series, again a very closely contested series.
Not the third game though.
Not the third game. Yeah, and it was, again, they were that close to punching the tickets to TI, and so they've got to try to finish that job today at least.
Yeah, yesterday we knew for a fact that we'll have 4 Eastern European teams competing at the international. I believe that's going to be the first time, Rezo, that 4 teams make it out of the region.
It is the first time, yeah. It's
Isn't
quite
that higher?
surprising. Yeah, it's like it's very good to see that, you know, Eastern, Western European teams are like so good at Dota nowadays. But I also like feel a little bit sad for the other regions because like, you know, the competing power is like decreasing, it seems like.
Yeah, it is indeed. Here's the current updated standings. As we can see, as per yesterday, we have BetBoom making it up to 5th place now. TSM is in 10th with 900 points. The Dota 2 logo behind the teams indicates that the teams are still competing at the Bali Major. Azure Ray is the only team that has not got a chance to make it to TI based on points. And it is mostly the most unlikely team to still make it based on points is Quest. They have to come at least top 3 and potentially higher depending on what some of the other teams are doing, as their max amount of points that they can have is 832, and they are on the right track. I will say that. They're in the upper bracket final, so they have started their Cinderella run. We'll see how far they make it. Of course, we'll see also today with Aster playing against 9 Pandas. If Aster win that match, they get 300 points, which would put them high enough, because they would get 908 points total, and they would make it to TI on points. So there's a lot of exciting things.
Yeah.
I mean, again, every team apart from every series, rather apart from the Azure Ray Tundra series, will be that hype, because there's TI on the line. And Team Spirit PSG.LGD, that's going to be the first series that we are going to focus on. In Lima, these 2 teams met at exactly the same spot in the playoff bracket, and that time Team Spirit was victorious and therefore already denying PSG.LGD extra points. And Team Spirit is the team that already is secured for TI based on points. Let's see if PSG.LGD has a little bit more luck this time around. Without further ado, let's get this match started.
Like the river that cuts through, our momentum is unstoppable. Team Spirit is flowing in like the tides beyond.
我们有统治 DOTA 的能力，虽然还没被加冕，但我们依然坚强如山。这一次，冠军将是我们的。PSG.LGD is coming.
It's of course a little bit of a different squad, this PSG.LGD versus the one that Team Spirit faced at the International 11-10. 10, yes, math, great. But the history there is still, I mean, everybody knows that the vibes are still there for the magic, still there for it as well. These two teams, when they go head to head, they tend to make it long series. They have actually faced pretty recently, still in Dream League in a best of 2 and in a best of 3. The 2-game series, they tied. The 3-game series, they went 2-1 in favor of PSG.LGD. The question is, can they do it when it counts for TI points as well? The pressure is what I want to start talking about, because for this game, no pressure on Team Spirit, Reso. So the pressure coming down to PSG.LGD, how do you feel they'll deal?
Yeah, but also the LGD has like a really big motivation where Spirit don't have as much, right, on this round, because they already secured their TI invite. And I do believe, like, when it comes to the pressure, yesterday was like very showing that in the third game, LGD, they're like kind of like out-thought themselves.
Yeah.
In a way that they were outdrafted themselves in that third game against Liquid. So I'm pretty excited how it's going to turn out today for them, like whether they can deal with these emotions and this pressure and just make a solid lineup and just, you know, close out the Team Spirit. And also want to talk about that, you know, dominating and being uncrowned. I feel that pain, bro. I've been there a few times.
You have a special bond with LGD based on those
Yeah, two TIs, two.
Wait, how many? They were
places.
also 2 second places.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
We are pretty similar in that regard.
I'm sorry, my friend. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I saw the intro and I was like, you know, people always ask if you like mountains or beaches. That's basically what that was, right? You had Spirit in the water and LGD in the mountains. So we'll see how that goes. I was expecting maybe because of yesterday. Oh, there's a clockwork pick. I was going to say, like, that Primal looked exposed early on, just like with this clock pick, so they didn't immediately first phase that in this draft for LGD, but it looks like that's something that's still on Spirit's mind. It's a hero that they've had more success with. But I think for this series, I feel like this is a better matchup. Let's take the Primal line. It's a better matchup for LGD. I feel like, again, the Western European teams are an especially bad matchup for them because they'll exploit you in lanes and then try to tempo you out. But I feel like Spirit still has this sort of more traditional old school playstyle, if you will, more of a 4 protect 1, like often like to pick Collapse's hero later. I feel like that's better suited for LGD because they like to counter pick your lineup overall from a big picture standpoint, and they execute team fights very well.
But they still are monsters on the laning though, Team Spirit. I mean, the Silencer in this draft is very highly contested here because both teams really like it. And I like the Team Spirit approach where they already like preemptively, you know, think that Primal is gonna come, they need to deal with it. So Laurel always, you know, they usually get his hero in the first phase, and the Ember is one of those picks that they can pick blindly. And probably knowing that Nothing to Say doesn't play really Huskar, they can just pick it freely like this.
10 seconds I think LGD still took the Primal base against the Clover because technically you only really can't do anything if you lane against a Clover, right? And as a mid, you always have this advantage of having more levels where you can kind of overthrow the other team because you have more levels, so technically their counters are not as strong at that point. But it's still gonna be very risky because I think nowadays in the patch, heroes that can somewhat stop BKB targets from doing their thing are really scary. And we already have 3 here, so Silencer, Primal Beast, and Clockwork. I'm sure they also thought the same, and it's kind of difficult for carries to actually carry the game now, because back then, you feel invincible with a BKB, right? But now you kind of need your 3 and 2 to drag the game a little bit more so that you can buy more damage items. But yeah, this Primal Beast is just gonna be a huge obstacle for those kind of heroes, because he's just gonna keep running at you, and he doesn't even need that much to run at you. And I don't think right now Team Spirit have the actual heroes to stop whoever that's gonna get run down by this Primal Beast from dying. Sure, you have the Clockwork, but there's also a global over there, so it's not that simple.
It's definitely not that simple. And I also want to like a little bit ask about this Ember pick. Like, why people not trying to punish him in the lane? Like, some teams are doing that. Like, for example, Gaming Gladiators, they would pick Huskar into that. But there's like other heroes that can punish him a lot on the lane, which was like, you know, back in the days. But nobody seems to be doing that. Like, they're just kind of like give him a free lane. Like, yo, have your free lane. We're gonna pick our hero, and we're just gonna like do the same thing from our side.
I think because at least Ember, he can always leave a random behind and then push out the lane, right? So you feel very annoyed that there's always one lane pushing in, and you don't want to go and kill him because he's the one that you won the lane against. You kind of just want to ignore him and punish his team. But because he is like pushing the lane, they have the info that if you're not dealing with this lane, you are on the other side of the map. And it's just very annoying because even though you lost your lane as an Ember, but you are still doing such annoying things. And if they don't stop you, you're gonna scale, you know. And a scale Ember is definitely very scary, especially for the supports, you know, like ching ching, press one spell and 30% HP gone.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the nothing to say Ember struggling against Huskar in the other game, and he was not doing a very good job of pushing those lanes out.
Yeah. So, I mean, some teams, it's also like if they're picking for that, then they have a more coordinated plan to punish it, right? Because that game we watched, there was just no gameplay after that. Some teams, we even saw, I think, I don't remember if it was Beastcoast, I think, they flexed. Yeah, they flexed the Ember to like the safe lane, and he also had a rough lane, but he ended up scaling and getting back into it. And we do see some games where like Nisha gets like sacked, and he can still come back into the game. So I feel like some teams think if you commit too many resources to slow down the Ember, it still doesn't make that big of a difference. But I think we saw this very first phase against LGD yesterday, the Clockwork Ember Spirit. So we saw the Clockwork roaming early on to get some kills early onto the Primal Beast and really ruin his game. I think he went 0-5 yesterday, and the Ember was like, you know, still doing Ember things despite the lane. So that'll be interesting. I think this series, like the Nothing to Say versus Laurel matchup, is going to be especially interesting because I feel like a lot of games where Spirit struggles, it looks like Laurel's a little out of sync with what the rest of his team wants to do.
Yeah.
And so if that happens again this series, like I think it's going to be pretty tough for them.
But I think for this major, they actually changed the way they approach the mid lane. They, like before, they would just leave him on the island and like, Laurel, do your own thing. But this tournament, they actually started rotating towards him and they're trying to make him plays around him too. And I remember a game where, who was it, Abbott, Ember, that he was playing against a Monkey, and he actually won the matchup because like supports rotated towards him, and on the Monkey side there was no support, so it's really matters like whoever comes first on the support side in these matchups as well.
I like that LGD are repeating basically almost an identical draft that they used yesterday against Liquid. You see like the Mars and the Phoenix, and of course the Silencer pairing with the strong frontline initiator. So what they were doing in that game yesterday against Liquid, the Primal Beast would go in, jump on Leshrac or any target, and the Phoenix would immediately egg on top of it, or there would be silence, so you can't do anything about that. And then they have the sort of team fight initiation to like help back that up. So I like that they're going for that. Like they looked really good winning that game yesterday, and you know, if it works, like why mess with it?
That's our first Magnus on the board, by the way. It's banned, but against Team Spirit you got to do it against Collapse. But Magnus so far has been ignored. We're looking for some team fight, I believe, on the side of Team Spirit. On the side of PSG.LGD, what does the carry need to be able to do to be able to work with the lineup that they have so far?
I think he needs to have a better matchup in the Bloodseeker, and he needs to scale well for them. Because right now there's like they have this huge team fight, but they need some scaling from the carry, which might be some of the Illusion heroes as well. I know they have Ember, but Naga might still be alright in this scenario. There's the Clinks that they like. I think Clinks is an amazing matchup against Bloodseeker. So they don't really care about getting ruptured.
Yeah, I think in general they just want a carry hero that can stand there and hit.
Yeah.
Because Bloodseeker is very, you know, like he wants to run at you, but before he touch you and you already do some damage on him, he kind of feels really bad. And he's not a great hero to farm all those right-clicking items either. He's always, you know, like buying Maelstrom and then BKB, and then you want to make it into the Mjolnir because you don't really get your attack speed until you have your Thirst, and that's why at that point of the game you need it. You need to compensate. You can't just always wait for your passive to work.
I feel like they have so much frontline on LGD side, so they can afford to pick him in Clinks here, which requires somebody to stay in front of him to be able to do damage.
The only downside is Team Spirit still can counterpick the lane with their offlaner.
Yeah, that's true. Which can be some, you know, Slaughter or Riki or Bounty Hunter even. It's very annoying to play against as a Clinks.
Yeah, maybe they still think about an Illusion hero here, but like you said, the counter pick. I do like that they took the Mars though. Like if you look at their bans, like in that second phase, they take some of these classic teamfight heroes that Spirit really excels with.
Marcy.
We heard Fear wanting to see the Shiro Marcy carry yesterday, but he gets it today.
He gets it today for sure.
I mean, I feel her Aghanim is definitely going to destroy the lineup on Spirit right now, because you kind of want to go on one hero and then everyone just follow up, right? But having this Marcy just disrupts all of that because you have your silence on your Aghanims, and as an Ember, it's actually really, really difficult to play into a Marcy that has early agonies.
Yeah. I get a feeling that the way Xiaowei thinks is that Team Spirit is a very highly teamfight team, so they just want to have the same team fight or even better against them, and to make sure that they can fight at all times in the game.
That's what Xiaowei loves, and that's what he's very good at. Like, teams draft against him, and you just feel like, wow, he knew what we were. Like, he made the fights really hard for us for the draft. And I like this Marcy pick against Bloodseeker. Like, this is a hero that is just, you want a hero against Bloodseeker that's not afraid to sort of just go toe-to-toe, right, and just go ham. And Marcy is a perfect example of that. Just loves to get on one target and hit them, and has her own sustain as well.
How does she do against Darkseer in the lane, though?
I mean, she has a sustain with a sidekick to help him, fight the Iron Shells, but I love the Team Spirit lineup with the Darkseer pick. I feel like it's a mistake leaving it out there because they have such a good, shell lineup, which, you can put shells on Ember, you can put shells on Clockwork. They have Disruptor. It's like classic CIS lineup, to be honest. Like, you have this massive team fight, you have Disruptor to bring heroes back, and it's just very cool. It looks very solid.
I think with this Darkseer pick, it's even more apparent that LGD has to be super careful with their egg usage, because right now only Bloodseeker can hit the egg, but if you don't place it in a position where the Marcy can defend the egg and the Mask can, defend the other heroes, I think you're just gonna straight up lose the fight, because I don't think they have an answer for Darkseer.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what happens in this offlane is going to be really important. As you mentioned, there's a really good partner for the Darkseer and the Clockwork as well, so they can potentially make things difficult mid too, and just make this whole mid game very hard to play for LGD.
Yeah, I love both lineups, but I think Team Spirit has a little bit more advantage.
Let's find out, though. Who's gonna win the first game of this best of 3 series? The two voices that will take us through it, Cap and SVG.
Currently, there is no Chinese team invited to TI. Coming from a region that was one of the most dominant regions in Dota 2, this is a bit of fall from grace, but this is an opportunity for PSG.LGD, just like so many times in the past, Avery, to carry the torch once again.
Pressure's on. The responsibility, some might say. The legacy. How does this game affect Xiaowei's legacy?
That's a good point, yeah. I mean, there was a lot of talk about Zhao 8 as a coach and as a drafter and where he fits into it. You're obviously a big fan, having studied Zhao 8's game when you were a player.
I mean, we were discussing, right? I think there were some people giving Zhao 8 some flack, and he's an overrated drafter. I only have one thing to say to those people: you can go fuck yourself. And let's get into this game one that I'm very excited to see, because it is a team fight oriented game. I love those types of games. There's massive AoE on both sides. There's combos. There's vacuum into disruptor ultis, vacuums into cogs, chain into the shells going in with the Clockwork, and the Bloodseeker getting surged up even more MS for the Flayed Twins here. Spirit's lineup is indeed a classic CIS lineup here. It's got everything you want. I feel like I'm watching VP from 10 years ago. And on LGD, it's like they're styled the Chinese team fight, which is big ultimates on the supports that are comboed up by some frontliners in the cores that go in, stun people, lock them down, and let the damage rain through with kind of a niche carry pick to give you the objective taking later on. This is a very interesting clash of styles. I feel like these two lineups are so indicative of the regions they come from.
What do you think it is about the choice in carry for Shiro all the time? That it is always a niche, or very often a niche pickup. Do you think it's playing to his strength, or do you feel like it offers PSG.LGD a strategic advantage?
I think it's him as a player to some degree. Like, I don't think you can necessarily force these types of picks on a carry player, especially if they're not super comfortable with them. So I think Shiro is definitely comfortable playing this style. I think it's something LGD is maybe experimenting with to give some more like breathing room in the draft, maybe. If they feel like he can play like some of these first pick broods that turn out to be his hero, right?
Yeah.
Then it frees up some picking for the other heroes, which if you look at this LGD, it's kind of been you who's playing the most constricted hero pool. But I don't know if it's been his hero always first phase. It's kind of mixed. So it ends up being a very peculiar drafting order. Of course, NTS has played Primal Beast, it feels like half the games at this tournament as well. So something I think LGD does have to figure out is, where does the hero flexibility come in, and who are you using it for? Because if it is for Shiro with these later niche picks, then a lot of their earlier picks for new and NTS make more sense.
Right.
But if he also ends up playing a constricted hero pool, then like you just become too predictable as a team.
I feel like some of his picks are just to try and throw some curveballs in there.
Early blood grenades being used to try and battle away at this, what is, I would say, a kind of difficult lane. Silencer is not going to play well into Clockwork with an Ion Shell. And Marcy does have sustain. That is the big hope here, that Shiro will be able to, through the lifesteal, stay alive against all these Ion Shells, but I still think it's going to be a rough one.
I think the level 3 is where you're very worried. Lock Darkseer level 3 is almost a guaranteed kill. It's like the Nyx Darkseer. If you step out, you're just done. You get vacuumed in, you're cogged, you're absolutely gone. So level 1 is where they can punish this lane and try and get some good trades going, especially with Curse landing on multiple heroes. And Team Spirit are really playing this lane aggressive.
Yeah, they are.
They are getting a lot of early trades, and they have the salve, so they're kind of setting up for this kill later. Honestly, I'm not sure you have to trade this aggressively early on. I think the way Shiro's playing is pretty decent. If you keep everybody low on this lane, I think you are happier as LGD. As long as you don't feed first blood, you die later, you don't mind too much.
Sure. Well, I mean, at the same time, maybe they're doing it so aggressively so Yotaro has a better lane as well, right? They're burning through all those tangos from PSG.LGD, but then there's also Yotaro, who is really benefiting off of it with his thirst stacks.
Definitely helps, especially as he gets higher levels into that thirst, and you have Glimpse to force the trades up here.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of damage on him. Gon's Rebuke pushed them back. They're going to keep going? Yeah, I think they're just going to try and keep chasing him down. The blood right, not even needed. Maposhka is the one to pick up the first blood, thanks to the blood grenade.
Man, where was Planet?
Good question. Was he sniping couriers or what?
I have no idea. He had like a range creep go back to his tower he had to deal with, but then he just ran to camps. Very awkward exchange for New. He's going to glimpse top as well. Just a lot of free trades going on the safe lane for Team Spirit. And of course, it's a Bloodseeker lane for the Disruptor with a crap ton of regen. So Team Spirit are happy to take these trades every single time.
Collapse, Shiro. Ooh, another safe lane that almost manages to get the kill, but Shiro opts not to overcommit there, especially into the Ion Shell that's on all these creeps. Got to be careful with that. But yeah, we're going to see a lot of consumable gold spent early on here with all of these trades, all this regen that's required in lane, the blood grenades coming out constantly.
Both these teams want to win some of the early skirmishes, so you set that mid game up better for yourself, especially Team Spirit, since I think you play these like Disruptor, Clock, Darkseer lineups, you pretty much are going to run at the enemy. It's guaranteed. You don't have a choice in what your heroes do. So you need to weaken LGD so that when you start running into them, they're in a position where they get routed and you can glimpse them back, you can run them down with the Cog shells. Team Spirit really want to be ahead, at least in the support levels.
See, I was going to say the opposite, because I look at, we've got Mars and Primal Beast. I feel like those are killer heroes that if you don't get kills in the mid game, you just fall off.
Well, that's the interesting dynamic here. Primal kind of wants to do the same thing. I think Mars can play either style. Like, Mars can sometimes play these games where you run into him, and he just plays off of bracers and, like, early tank ability. But in general, I do feel like LGD, they're going to be pushed here because they also have been the weaker laning team. So I kind of expect them not to be the hyper aggressors in this match, but maybe let Spirit go into them and overextend so they don't end up in a bad position.
Sure.
That said, I mean, it is NTS on Primal. He has been very aggressive with his hero, as you are supposed to. And he's going to get some damage on Mira. Might be a kill?
Yeah, he's going to be able to run him down. So an early pickup for Nothing to Say, punishing Mira for trying to secure water runes and such. Does leave Collapse alone in lane, but I think he's happy to take the solo experience.
That was a pretty damn good start for NTS here. He is pulling ahead in mid, CS-wise a little bit, and region-wise as well.
That was you cannot afford to miss spears like that one, you.
No. This is still a strong lane at the level 3 for LGD. Level 2 Fire Spirits is no joke up here. Disruptor is going to get outmatched during this period, and you can't aggressively go on you anymore because those spirits are dissuading your Bloodseeker from putting in the damage. So these side lanes for LGD are honestly going pretty well, I think. Especially their safe lane. They played the early waves down there really well and set themselves up nicely. And now they're kind of just cruising through this lane because Mira has fallen behind on levels. He's still level 2.
Yeah.
Did not go for the Cog. We've seen this more and more, but the downside is your kill threat's a little lower, and Shiro's just fighting you. Like, he is just straight up killing
them
you
together,
right now.
Gets the two-man stun as well. Blood grenade on the two of them as well. Boy, that was a nice synchronization of abilities
close to
there.
kicking out.
Yeah, Collapse is definitely going to die here, I think. Y actually turns around last second.
I don't think he would have gotten that hit in.
Really? Okay.
Decent amount of regen here with the ring, the mango, extra wand, but still, it's LGD winning these trades, right? And it's putting Shiro in a very strong spot. He actually caught Collapse Can't make anything of it, though. And we're back to a familiar sight, Cap.
A pause game?
Oh, boy.
We've seen a couple of these in our time.
Oh, boy, did I read so much lore for... I'm kidding.
He was grinding. He's been reading up. He stayed up all night to study the lore just for you guys.
Just a quick pause here.
Oh, got away just before the vacuum. He gets pulled back down from that jump. Then maybe they actually die, but instead Collapse is going to be taking that damage over time once again. And at this point in time, I almost feel like Collapse wants to die, man.
This is miserable, yeah. This is not the position you want your Darkseer clock in during the clock's prime on the lane, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, his combo can do a lot in the early to mid transition for sure. Like, you can just run around the map. It's one of the fastest combos. But this just feels bad in terms of laning because Collapse is losing so much time. His net worth is just falling behind the rest of the pack here as he has to walk back to base. Lowest on the CS as well. And LGD really played this safe lane well. I liked the early trades they did because the level 1, they're definitely stronger. So they got a lot of value out of that. And I can't help but feel like Team Spirit almost overtraded during that period.
Sure.
I don't think they had to push and pressure that as much as they did. I would have just played for like the level 3, abuse the big camp pull, bring the silencer out of the lane, and kill him up there in the open area. That's just like a guaranteed way to make this lane miserable for Y. Instead, kind of just got to sit under his tower, get value trades, open up the small
Nice
camp.
glimpse back. That's going to be pretty big. Shiro is going to be able to get a little bit of hop, but the Surge is going to help chase him down. The kinetic field blocking it as well. They're going to be able to toss Mira away, vacuumed back in, but he's going to fight the clock where he gets that kill, and now Panic comes in, slowing down all the attack speed. Shiro's going to be fine. In fact, they're going to pick up all 3 of these kills. PSG.LGD. Oh. All right, they know he's around here somewhere. He couldn't have gone far. Moposhka, nice little juke. But
someone's faster here.
I mean, he does have glimpse in kinetic field.
Oh, the chains.
Yeah, the chains. He's dead. He's going to get glimpse back, and that is the kill. Moposhka lives and gets the kill on the carry, but Yatoro dies to the rotation from nothing to say. First one of the mid laners, and that's a kill apiece.
That's definitely an overall good exchange for LG because they get the Bloodseeker top. Poshka gets so much XP out of killing Shiro there, and Shiro definitely sad about it, but he was pretty low anyway, so I think he's okay with the trip to base there.
Sure.
More importantly for LG, you're shutting down Collapse on this Darkseer, and that is huge because it is a Darkseer lineup, right? It's a last pick Darkseer. The Darkseer's here to enable everybody else here.
Three melee heroes he's playing with. Yeah.
It's not just you're shutting down the Darkseer. You're shutting down the Clock combo. You're shutting down the Disruptor back combo. You're shutting down the Bloodseeker Ember with extra damage. It's going to be catch-up duty for Collapse, which means a much slower game for Team Spirit than they might have liked here. And all 3 cores for LGD taking prime position. Hammer already done for you as well. Kind of an old-school Mars build.
Yeah, I think the Hammer build kind of implies what you were talking about earlier. You can play a slower game on Mars. I feel like the Hammer does kind of reflect that build rather than trying to go for these faster Blink Daggers and such.
Yeah, I don't really like the Blink Rush, but I don't know what else you can go. Shiro's going to have to fight his way out of here.
Yeah, they made heavy rotations to top lane. Now they're going to try and rotate back. The Spear's going to come through, doesn't latch onto Laurel, gets the kill on Mira instead. And I don't think they'll be able to get anything else out of this, as Laurel should have a Remnant up and ready to go.
Did NTS not see him there?
Yeah, I was just wondering.
That was a kill if you saw him. There's no mana left on this Ember.
Might just been a nighttime advantage sort of thing.
Yeah, I think he was just in the fog. That is a fortuitous Remnant placement.
Running into Moposhka should be an easy kill. Pulverizes him down to the ground. Gives him a short little bump. And nothing to say. Off to a pretty good start on his. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. That is all 4 heroes from Team Spirit with a Rupture on top of it. It's not the funnest game to play this hero against Bloodseeker, but you're going to get some additional shutdown.
Disruptor, Blockwork, Ember Chains. It is a very tough Primal Beast game on paper. So the faster NTS can get BKB in this game, the happier he's going to be. Now, his BKB is very strong. That is one problem with some of these old school Darkseer lineups. They're very magic damage oriented. So there's pretty much only Rupture for BKB control and not a lot of damage to put into it. It means Yatoro is going to have to get big in this game to deal with those timings from LGD. Because you're eventually going to have probably 3 BKB cores later on in this game. Maybe New doesn't get one, but the other 2 for sure at a certain point.
Right.
I mean, you're just probably going to go Battle Fury into BKB here for Shiro. There will be that farming item for the Marcy.
Nice last hit there from Yatoro, taking the deny away from you. So that'll slow down the Blink Dagger timing a little bit, but the Meteor Hammer is already coming into effect.
He's getting rich up here. And again, I don't think LGD have a lot of inclination to just head-on rush into Team Spirit. I think they're kind of happy to play a little bit of a slower game, get their support holds up, play all 3 lanes with their cores, and kind of react to what Team Spirit wants to do. Like, they're going to sit Shiro bottom. Shiro, he went Treads, he has Bracer, he has extra stats from Pigpole. This is a tanky Marcy. If Team Spirit want to go on him here, I expect LGD to make this turnaround play.
Shiro gonna go for it, but the Surge gets him away from the stun. Play the distance against Shiro, slow him down with the wall, kite him out.
Yeah, but look, LG insta TP3 to counteract this play, and they smoke 2 up the lane.
You run out, Yu's gonna catch you, barely gets collapsed inside the arena, but does indeed get the kill.
I think LGD have the right read of this game. They pretty much know Team Spirit, they're only gonna be able to make plays into this Marcy lane. And as long as you're ready to counterplay it, I don't think Marcy can get bursted fast enough before the response comes in, and then you're happy to take that fight. Now you have Egg back up as well. I don't know if they needed everybody down here for that, but I guess they can also sit Mars here and let Shiro farm jungle.
Yeah.
Still, it is crushing the momentum for Collapse in this game. He's 0-2. He's not found much. Hero also hasn't been able to do much on the map because Darkseer got gimped, and now doesn't necessarily have a partner to play with as Collapse is just going to have to farm up some more items.
Means you're going to be more and more reliant on Laurel, who's definitely had a lot of eyes on him as the newcomer to the TI champs, and a lot of criticism lobbied his way. And in particular, the panel talked about his matchup against Nothing to Say and how these mid laners will go toe-to-toe. Very likely will determine the outcome of this series.
Definitely a big question of how much Team Spirit have dedicated to Laurel in terms of resources in a lot of these games. Like putting him on the island versus not putting him on the island. Some games they are willing to play through him, but I don't feel like it's often. In a lot of these games, it feels like he's the one who almost has to step up to salvage it. I don't think this game is in a salvage point, but he is their highest level hero, level 10 on the Ember, highest in the game. If I'm expecting someone to kind of drag Spirit into this mid game, it's got to be the Ember. Haste Rune on top of it. Level 3 in chains. He can set a lot up for the team right now and be a nuisance for LGD. The issue is, again, do you want to just run into LGD here if they're set up? Because you have to go into this global now. That is very obnoxious.
Yeah, it makes the reactive plays of LGD even stronger, right?
Yes.
You jump on some core and all of a sudden there's a supernova that's responding to you, or a global silence stopping your combo.
That's where I think it's up to the clock and disruptor. That's kind of how this lineup functions. You want to go in with the clock hook, and then your global doesn't really matter because the damage is already done. Someone's already locked in cogs with a shell, getting batteried.
Right.
So what? Same with the disruptor. If you glimpse somebody back, sure you can global, but it doesn't necessarily bail them out. And if you ever go on Y first, that's really nice.
Managed to get the hook shot onto Y. Perfect. Just what you wanted. He used the global silence, but you still have the kill. Still have the kill. Uh-oh. Okay, he does run him down underneath the tower. Still going to be caught inside the arena. Static Storm comes a little bit too late, though. Should be able to get one off of this. The spear. Oh, looks like he's already used it. No, he throws it out now, but doesn't hit Mira.
Thank you.
Not enough for the kill. Laurel is going to play around the blood rights, and they'll play the distance. Get the kill. And take maybe the tower even. PSG.LGD.
Looking for more. They have another glimpse here.
Yeah, they're staggering into this lane one by one, and Team Spirit certainly taking advantage of that fact.
This is the pre-BKB duration where Team Spirit can just run LGD down if they ever catch him off guard, and that is basically the perfect fight for Spirit. You get a hook shot on the silencer of all heroes. That's where the global just doesn't do anything for you. And that's the situation that Team Spirit want to create. Now they have it down for 80 seconds still. They can keep poking with these glimpse plays. Get poked back a bit, but should be fine.
Pulverized. The silence is going to hit him soon. With all that damage over time, yeah, he might take out here. It's a little bit close, but he's okay.
25 damage there. Eighth the bottle through it. That was way closer than I thought, actually. It's the 3-0-2 build for Y, so he's actually just maxing the nukes here. Downside is you don't get the insta-steal. You know, there's some memes.
True, but at the same time, I mean, yeah, it's actually done the most damage on his team so far. Nothing to say. Rupture is always going to be really annoying for him, but if he can just sit there thanks to, in part, the Sunray is actually going to be super helpful for that.
Yes. Sunray on these two beefy cores in the front line that have super high strength gains. Like, you're looking at two of the highest strength gains in the game, right? Outside of Tiny, 4.3 and 3.7. These are going to be some chonky boys. The Sunray is going to be very valuable. You're just going to be able to sit there and fight him back. You also have tag team, or not tag team, sidekick. Apologies, that can be thrown on the Mars, thrown on the Primal. Yeah, and then you're getting some extra lifesteal in there. Like, all these little things add up. It makes you live through a rupture, or it just makes it harder for Team Spirit to commit in, especially a Toro. Then you're in a good position if you're LGD. They really want to just take these defensive static fights, sit there, create a brick wall, and wait out the rupture. Then you're good to go.
Gonna go for the Clockwork. I think they would have much rather have the Darkseer, but he was out of sight. Keep their tower up. That's gonna be the first reveal of Mew's Blink Dagger, I believe.
Claps, he did recover here. He's been farming the whole time. He needed to, because he's definitely
Planet's willing to take this one if Mew can hit the spear. Little hard, though, against that Ember Spirit.
I think this is the time for Team Spirit to start picking up the pace in terms of the skirmishing. Again, you want to use the Clock and Darkseer while these BKBs are not out yet for LGD. The Blink Daggers are up for LGD, so they're looking to get aggressive themselves, but use your time to just run at heroes and punish them.
Got him on the Rupture right before he onslaughts. That's perfect. TP away. Global Silence covers him. He's out. Nice coverage there from PSG.LGD. Better job than they did last series we watched that.
That's true. He learned his lesson.
Yeah.
Instant TP there. They sync it up. No delay. Okay, this is, again, I was talking about the punish coming through earlier. Now you have to abuse the fact that Global's on cooldown for 100 seconds.
Right.
You're a much faster lineup. You have way lower CDs. You're a lineup that wants to kind of constantly be fighting with the Darkseer and the Clockwork. And yeah, it'll be a 3-man smoke from Team Spirit.
They still have this really potent zone control combo, though. Probably one of the strongest in the game. The Reba plus Supernova.
It's tough to run into, but you have to find these small openings with the supports. Then you don't have to commit in the whole team. Just shell this Clock in, let him find something. Even if he finds the Primal, you're happy with that, because NTS is going to be stuck in there.
Just force a reaction, see what they do.
Looks like LG are just going to give up this tower. Really not wanting to take a fight without the Global, I guess.
Very surprised by that.
Maybe just super confident in their scaling here with the Marcy versus the Bloodseeker. This is a pretty hard hero for Bloodseeker to man fight in the late game.
I have not seen this matchup since Bloodmist was introduced. So I am curious to, like, late game, how much the Bloodseeker, how much better you're able to fight the Marcy because of that.
I mean, my personal belief is that nobody fights Marcy in the ultra late.
Yeah.
I don't know. The only hero I've ever seen come close to fighting 5 or 6 slotted Marcy in a fair fight, you know, we're in a one-on-one gunslinger battle, is the Ursa. And we've seen the Ursa even lose that.
Yeah, the Ursa actually lost that one in a number of duels.
So I refuse to believe that in a vacuum one-on-one Bloodseeker just straight up beats Marcy.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, a lot of other things come into play, and stuns and chain stun and buffs and all that, but in theory, this is a solid matchup where Marcy just sits there with sidekick unleash ready and says, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Or it jumps you and deletes you. Because Marcy with Basher, Daedalus is still incredibly scary on the initiation.
Sure. Yeah, I actually feel like the first situation is probably the way Team Spirit maybe wins a lot of these fights. Just rupturing the Marcy and then going on everybody else. Let her just stand there. Global Sound is going to be able to cover it. PSG.LGD, if they go all through this portal, they would end up behind Team Spirit, pretty nicely positioned, but they didn't pull the trigger on that.
Very split on the map right now. It's another global that countered a Team Spirit initiation, but there's the low cooldown one. However, it's not on the hero that Hero wants to find.
Yeah, plus the creep wave is coming in, so it gave an easy hop away to Marcy.
Team Spirit are doing fine in terms of playing the map, but they are not finding these skirmish connections that I think their lineup really thrives. Now they're going to rupture new. He's just going to stand here.
Stand the Static Storm. Sunray is going to help him,
okay,
but not enough.
Toro's
beginning to delete heroes a little bit. They're going to chase after Planet. Probably get him too. With the Icarus dive not being enough, they'll get the glimpse back. He doesn't want to use the Supernova. It's pretty clear. He'll just die.
Yeah, LG have no TP to help this.
Yeah.
So the Clockwork hook top that didn't yield anything on the Marcy did get some TPs, and it's going to open up this plate bottom. And this is what Team Spirit are looking for, dragging LGD around, getting their teleports on cooldown and abusing numbers advantage. And I mean, there's no bulwark up for the Mars yet. That's another reason he just gets deleted there.
Yeah.
Defensive capabilities not online for Mew. This is a very aggressive Mars build, the 440 Blink Hammer. You're pretty much just all in on the nukes and the initiation if you can find it.
Yeah, and I feel like a build like that does want... I'm not down with the fact that PSG.LGD just gave up all tempo in this game. I know they're trying to get those BKBs, but I feel like you're maybe giving too much away to Team Spirit, reacting too much.
It does feel very defensive. They haven't really been playing through NTS. I mean, again, their BKB timing is going to be very strong, so I understand playing for that. But they are giving up a decent amount of net worth here. And this Bloodseeker, he's going to have some buffs. He's going to scale decently. He's going to have his timing to shine.
All right, well, that BKB is going to be coming in for Nothing to Say and Shiro, like, very, very soon. So they've reached that timing. They've given a 5,000 net worth lead to Team Spirit and pretty decent map control. But we'll see how much they're able to wrestle back with that big power spike.
Double BKB is going to be huge, especially with Max Sunray behind it. It is another thing to be picking off these heroes in 2 or 3 clumps. It's another thing for Team Spirit to run into LGD as 5. That is a different beast.
Right.
Yeah, BKB done for NTS, BKB done for Shiro. They are flying out.
And a pickoff, too. Mew going to be able to get the Meteor on Miposhka. Now, by itself, it may not be enough damage. A little bit of Sunray, and Nothing to Say actually comes in. That's going to be enough. TP away attempted, but, oh, dive forward from Planet. Maybe not what he wanted, but the Supernova will protect him. And Mira is very, very stuck. So the first use of Supernova, I think, and first use of the BKB doesn't actually win them the fight. They're going to be backing back in. Nothing to Say. He's going to be left behind here. Shiro just could not get here in time.
Couldn't get the blink.
Couldn't get the blink, flight damage, still get a hit in before, and mega kill streak. Toro picking up some major steam now.
Yeah, 5-1, and didn't even have to use BKB for that. Mjolnir completed. Bloodseeker is definitely pulling ahead of the rest of the pack, and it's just off of the constant skirmishing from Team Spirit, not allowing LGD to set up a proper fight with those BKB timings and wasting the first one from the Primal.
Yeah.
Egg down now as well. You only have Global if you want to take a real fight. Though Collapse is out of mana here. Is going to limit the resources and the power from Team Spirit. Oakland's for Planet, but Surge the Laurel does not care. Maybe he does care.
TP's coming in. Shiro, once again, Team Spirit able to poke and get away, forcing reactions out of LGD, but never getting caught in it. Mew and Nothing to Say really got to be able to start reading this. Catch him out a little bit better. Shiro, they're going to try and get a BKB out of him. He's just going to pop the ultimate, sit in the Sunray, and dare Team Spirit to keep going.
Really is a game of cat and mouse with these BKBs.
It's getting lower and lower. He really wants the heal. Shiro jumped over with the rebound to try and get some heal. Arena goes out from Mew after he gets gone on, trying to get through that one. Nothing to Say. Now comes in with his BKB, but the damage, it's not looking that great. Meanwhile, Yatoro is easily able to threaten the supports. Glimpse back, and the BKB fades away. Great timing from Miposhka.
Is that bad a fight for LG? Like, Shiro just abandoned it instantly.
Yeah.
He has BKB up. This is kind of your time to fight with Marcy.
Certainly.
I'm surprised he did not commit, because that's a 3-man arena with Global going down on top of it. You don't have the egg, but if you can only fight with everything up this game, that feels pretty bad for LGD as well, because I think it's pretty rare you're going to have it all.
I mean, part of it was the fact that he rebounded up to, I think, lifesteal off the creep wave right as...
I guess he just didn't have the initiation, yeah.
Yeah, the initiation went out from Mira, so I think it was just bad timing.
And LGD just not on the same page.
Yeah. It's funny that PSG.LGD maybe have fixed some of their laning phase issues and really like powered up a little bit in that regard, but simultaneously have seemed to lost some of their team fight prowess.
To be fair, this is kind of a hard game to execute their team fight. Team Spirit are not giving them clear openings. They're kind of abusing the fact that 1 or 2 ults are on cooldown. And I feel like Marcy as a carry is a very high execution-based carry. Like, you have to get to the lane, you have to get this battle hurry, you have to farm, you have to get your items, and even then, you still have to use your spells perfectly in a fight to have the impact you want. And it's a very short interval. In general, it's not a Medusa, you just walk in there and A-click the throne.
I think they wanted that hook shot to land. Because there was 4 heroes smoked behind, Nothing to Say. They would love for Team Spirit to overcommit on a BKB hero.
I mean, LGD's having issues starting the fights that they want to start.
Yeah.
That's another 5-man smoke that yields nothing. With wasted spells by Team Spirit, they still can't find the opening, and it's just on the Mars. Go back to farming.
Well, you still have the late game for PSG.LGD, right?
You do, as long
well,
as
you have the
staying-
carry-to-carry matchup late game. Do you feel like they have the overall team fight late game?
Kind of.
Okay.
I think there are supports spell scale harder.
Yeah.
But I think the Team Spirit supports will farm a lot more. So, like, you have a real possibility of getting to an Ags on the Disruptor. You have a possibility of getting to 3-4 items on the clock because you can shell them, you can shove waves. Team Spirit are controlling a lot more on the map. So in that sense, it's not that skewed. Like, Maposhka is pretty damn far in this game on Disruptor. He has a full solar point booster working towards his Ags. That is a very good Ags for Team Spirit because you have a hook shot to lead it. So you can hook shot somebody, cog them back into a Static Storm Ags. No chance to BKB that.
Yeah.
And that's just an easy fight for Team Spirit if you ever get to that point.
And then you rupture somebody else, and that's like 2 heroes out of the fight instantly.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess that if the support impact could make the difference in, you know, the carry-to-carry matchup isn't everything in the late game.
No, and LG are having issues getting there right now. And like I said, I think the Marcy is just a way more difficult hero to get that impact out of than Bloodseeker.
Sure.
Bloodseekers, Team Spirit are just going to go in, Yatoro's going to be big.
Heroes low, go fast.
Yeah, you just right-click him right. Marcy, you got to finesse your way in with a rebound. You got to kind of pseudo-stun somebody, sidekick somebody else to get max value. Then you got to punch somebody. I mean, it looks great when it comes together, but in competitive Dota, it's easier said than done.
Sure, you try and rebound on top of somebody, that person gets force-staffed away. It's like,
yeah, then what?
You
Then
executed it, but they countered you.
The ultimate counter.
Meanwhile, how do you counter hero go fast?
Punch him in the face, and then use his momentum against him. Ags done for Yatoro. He is big. He's really big. This is a fast timing to have BKB Mjolnir and Ags done. Aegis to boot.
Hookshot in deep. Boy, Team Spirit's really trying to force this one. Global Silence and Arena all going to be used. And Mira does not die easily in these initiations, man. They have to use so much to get this one single kill. And now Shiro's hopped outside of the base thinking they could go for more. But is it going to be able to find it? Pops BKB, pops his ultimate, starts leading into some heroes. That damage is intense. He is doing a lot during this BKB time, but they are kiting him out. Now the BKB is gone. Can
what a charge.
Nothing to say.
Didn't get it.
Outside of vision. No, he couldn't grab him in time. The Pulverize was up, but he knocked him out of sight.
Got bumped behind the tree, I think.
That was so unfortunate for nothing to say. That was just nothing but pure bad luck. And he almost gets hit by the slide.
He's gonna blink.
He blink away, blink away.
What's the wave? This is so...
Wait, what? Does he know that he's being charged at?
I don't understand.
A blink is up. Oh no, he got glimpsed. Now he's dead.
That was bizarre. Maybe he just didn't see him. He's right on the range, but NTS ends up going down with another BKB usage down to the 6 seconds. Does not get the connection on Laurel. That just feels bad. I mean, yeah, the damage from Shiro, it's there. He finally gets some connections. But again, your spells are on cooldown. Team Spirit are just going to run at you here.
Spear, not going to land. That's okay. I think Yatoro probably would have gotten that kill either way.
Blink dodge on the hook. Lucky to get out of there. So Mew does have his BKB now. Team Spirit are just using this Aegis period really well.
This constant vision from the flare into the glimpse back when you're ahead like this.
It's a nice combo.
It's picking apart PSG.LGD. They're struggling to get some composure in this game. Shiro, though, oh, okay, there's something real to work with. That's going to get him his nullifier. Now these heroes are going to have a much harder time being able to run away from Shiro and kite him out.
Now, he took 2,200 damage in about 3 seconds there through a Greaves. That is a lot of burst. That is what the Marcy can give you. And nullifier done for Shiro. That's a big item in this game. You're removing support utility from the Azure side, but also all of the Darkseer spells, right?
Yeah.
That's a big deal here.
It does, but it leaves him unable to... I mean, I think he can fight the Bloodseeker, but I don't think he can kill the Bloodseeker most of the time, right? Because he needs Basher to be able to do that.
Not if BKB is up. If Yatoro's BKB is out and he gets caught in an arena, yeah, he's going to die. But this nullifier will be the signal for LGD to try and find another 5-on-5. This has not worked out for them so far in this game.
And if they go the right direction,
well, they're going to run right into
it
Toro.
might be perfect.
Can they stun
The
him before
scan
BKB,
from the
though?
Radiant, I don't think it blinked red at all. I think they somehow barely missed Yutoro, but they're still heading this direction.
They know he's here? Oh, this is so close to being
See any blood right animation? Why? Oh, New blinks forward, but they needed
Good
a
attempt.
clean jump.
Yeah, it can't be him leading. Spear is just way too slow. That is why he has Hex queued up. That Hex is a huge item if LGD can eventually get to it here. Question is, can Team Spirit continue their momentum in this game, get another Roshan, and potentially end the game with that? As everybody on their team continues to find farm, we are pushing towards this Disruptor Axe. It is not too far away here. You're looking at 700 gold left. That's it.
That's dangerous.
This is a fast 5 Disruptor Axe, really fast. But Poshka's prioritized some farm. And he's just damn tanky.
He might still find Yutoro. Once again, it requires nothing to say to be able to get the blink pulverize and then chain stun off of that. Very hard to do that if you're not smoked, especially during daytime.
They're trying to look for this ward that's up in the upper triangle. They force somebody on there. It's a very good obs to get some sort of jump on. Team Spirit run down instead of up, and that is foiled. And Basher done for Yutoro on top of Elven Tunic. That's going to help him man fight the Marcy as he gears his own 1v1 tools up. 1,000 barrier online as well. That's some extra HP to cut through. These fights might just come down to who stuns who first.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. If you can find the opening, I feel like his ability to find the opening is way more difficult than it is for Team Spirit to find a hook shot or a glimpse on somebody, though, for sure. At least so far in this game. LG just don't have a vision mechanism either. That's a big factor in these fights that are oriented around a jump. Like, you have this rocket flare, you have shells that can push in waves. You have a Ember Spirit that can go in very aggressively versus no real reliable instant stun.
Yeah, not yet anyway.
Really helps set your team fight up here, whereas New just has to, I mean, close his eyes and throw out a prayer. Hope the spear lands.
Like Shiro's idea that the best crowd control is just killing them. It's just damage.
Yeah, just Daedalus.
Just Daedalus.
I mean, Daedalus is
no Basher.
Probably the best item on this hero. It's just insane what it does.
Spot New. A smoke during daytime might give Team Spirit, oh yeah, they're going to have way more information now. PSG.LGD know this is coming. They have an idea of it. But what do they want to do? They're going to actually try and get in there. New going straight up into the high ground. Bold as hell.
Very bold.
He's going to jump forward. The Pulverize is going to be able to grab him. They're pounding into the Bloodseeker, but he's out healing all this damage. The Blood Mist too powerful. And now this initiation, this fight may be over for PSG.LGD. They're going to get guided around inside the static
really
storm.
rough.
Shiro fighting for his life, but the slams can only do so much for you. They get one kill and lose so much for it. Maybe a second kill, actually. Nice pickup on Collapse, but it's going to be 4 down, maybe a 5th if Maposhka had Glimpse, but no.
Just such a heads-up read by Yutoro to get out of that arena before his BKB is down. That's very close. If he's stuck in that arena and he decides to just man-fight them there, he might lose that battle. Because all of a sudden the Marcy is able to stick on you. But the fact he resets his fight, waits for the BKBs to go down on everybody, and lets Static Storm plus Evac do the work, makes all the difference here. That's 3 golden BKBs down for LGD, and suddenly you're stuck in a silence. Marcy can do nothing. The Cog back on top of it, and Blood Mist is just going to go to town.
Yeah, they really believed in the burst damage. I guess the idea there is you're going to get Bloodseeker to use his BKB, Pulverize stuns him during that period, and Shiro is supposed to kill him in that window. But they were way off on their estimations of like what kind of damage Shiro could pump out versus the tankiness of Yutoro.
And a huge factor there is that is the first BKB pop for Yutoro this game. That's a 9-second Bloodseeker BKB.
Yeah.
That makes a huge difference in that fight compared to these lower BKBs for LGD. You have NTS at 6 seconds. That was his first, but his is not as impactful here as the Bloodseeker versus the Marcy's duration.
He also has the neutral item for more evasion.
Yep, Elven Tunic also helped, and now he's almost level 25. With another Aegis, this is a good period for Team Spirit to try and end this game, get a final fight. Abuse the fact that this Bloodseeker is way out ahead right now. An Abyssal done. It's going to help this man fight versus the Marcy even more. LGD need to find a way to wear out this Bloodseeker BKB and re-engage. If they can do that, they might be happy in the 5-on-5. But for now, with Aegis, no way you're going to get that out of him. And Team Spirit are just hunting.
Nice catch.
Is a free-for-all. They'll take anybody they can grab.
Certainly.
Even Shiro in trouble. Yatoro.
Oh, Yatoro,
cleans
he's
him
going to
up.
this fight. He does. Easily. Rod of Atos locks him in with the Sunray over the top, doing some decent damage. Not that Yatoro's afraid. There are so many heroes dead on the side of PSG.LGD. No fear of reprisal here.
Just got ruptured on a rebound, took a crap ton of damage, and then silenced forever. I don't think he got sidekick off there. Even if he did, it did not make a difference. Yatoro is just too damn big in this game. 11-1. And this is his time to claim throne. There is not much to stop him right now. LGD continue to look for answers in terms of how do they start the fight on their terms when Team Spirit are just running at you on the map. It was a slow start, but they ramped it up, and that Ags is done from Aposhka, by the way. So you have even more anti-BKB technology unlocked from this disruptor that is going to cause LGD big problems because they need to fight during these BKB durations. That hook shot just got a lot scarier.
Oh, yeah.
That is a free racks. Don't mind if I do.
And they still have 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis, so Team Spirit really can push for more if they want to. Take the tier 2 top and then start another siege of the high ground. And I feel like the fight isn't that much different for PSG.LGD on their high ground. I mean, I guess the initiation is easier.
Maybe get a clutch spear back or something.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest move they can make.
But honestly, I don't know if you can win the fight into the Bloodseeker Aegis. I think you have to wait it out. I think your one hope is bursting Yatoro down with the Marcy, with some crits, and just after his BKB is out, Aegis makes that impossible.
Yeah.
Not to mention, there's a crap ton of other team fight problems for you in this game, but that is step one. If Bloodseeker's alive, you're not winning the fight. It's as simple as that.
Mindbreaker for the 2 carries. So even more damage amp.
Now, something big in this game that LGD never got to was his Primal Beast Ags for the break.
Oh, yeah.
That is a significant factor here versus the Thirst. I mean, of course, it doesn't help during this BKB of Yatoro, which has been the main issue, but NTS opted for the Halberd over that. Now he's going back. He might not ever get there, but that is something that can help this Bloodseeker matchup. At least from the Primal Beast side. I mean, I don't know if there's anything helping this matchup in terms of where Yatoro is right now, but you can try.
Yeah, especially when he's about to be level 25. Soon he's going to be able to rupture both Nothing to Say and Shiro.
Huge talent.
Searching for an opening here. Gonna go for New. Blink and Abyssal Blade, kill him off.
And that's level 25. I feel like Yatoro almost wanted that kill just for the talent rather than the kill.
Yeah.
Like, I need some XP, guys. Oh, I'll take this dude. Aegis up for 50 seconds here.
Yeah, might as well just barrel into the high ground.
Push another lane, set the fight up. Now, there is buyback on you. LGD want to try something, but he's also their initiation in a way.
Yeah, there's no way to start the fight, buy back, and successfully catch heroes.
I guess you can just blink in and pulverize somebody.
Yeah, that's hard though. I'm not sure if that would even last long enough.
And they're still trying to wait out this Aegis. Still 15 seconds left. That is what Yatoro was hitting there for, and he'll back off. Play it disciplined here. Give LGD nothing off another smoke that will not even get them to fight.
Does show that PSG.LGD, like, they put everything together. It's possible for them to win a fight. They win that one fight, that's going to be, you know, 5, 8, 10,000 gold swing that they're going to be able to get off hero kills and farming up and stuff. And that could give them some very specific items like you're talking about, like the Aghanim Scepter, like Shiro getting more damage in general with the Daedalus pickup. And yeah, look at that kill streak that is available on Yatoro.
It's a big one.
That kill's going to be worth like 2,000 gold by itself.
I mean, if they win a fight, it's going to be a 10 or 11k swing.
Yeah.
That's easier said than done, though. It's very difficult to win this fight right now, especially if Team Spirit just opt to wait for another Aegis here. If you're LGD, I don't think you can give up another Roshan. I think it's just a death sentence. Aegis on Yatoro has proved impossible to counteract here. So then you're going to put LGD in a position where they have to smoke into you. You're even happy if you're Team Spirit in that scenario. You can abuse buybacks. You can abuse the Darkseer back counter initiation.
I think that talent says a lot. The 20 talent from Shiro, where he opted for the stun duration over the movement speed. I think he knows that, like, once Team Spirit start kiting him out, there's not much he could do to stop it. Like, he needs the 100-0 burst on heroes.
Which means you need to land some stuns.
Yeah.
You need to chain him up. Because there's going to be glimpses, there's going to be hook shots, vacuums, a lot that can counteract some of these initiations from LGD. You just got to commit and commit hard, I think. Throw everything on Yatoro.
Rupture, used on Shiro. Shiro's going to run through it all. TP out. Laurel, hook shot in. They're going to try and stop this one. And they go in deep for Shiro, but he's fighting back. The heals. Not going to be good enough. He got Cogs pushed away in the Rupture.
That back.
And now the vacuum
into the storm.
And Yatoro's
See you later.
Slice and dice them up one by one. Go through the heroes. Glimpse away to keep them at bay as the buybacks come out. Team Spirit do a great job of retreating and not getting caught.
4 buybacks here for LGD, and they get a clock. And not even with the buys, they just got him earlier. I mean, Sunray looks great in these fights. But the initiation, the reset, and the rego from Team Spirit is just way too disciplined right now. LGD do not have the lockdown to deal with it. The lack of BKB disable is really being taken advantage of here by Team Spirit.
Yeah, Team Spirit's looking good right now, execution-wise.
That's just such a damn clean fight. So clean. I don't know if Shiro understood that you can't, like, somebody either needs to take that hook shot or you can't just run the Rupture off like that. That was a very poor setup to that fight. Like a base defense fight situation, he lived for a decent amount of time on 200 HP. That's not an easy go to just go in on the Marcy with Sunray behind, but kill yourself.
Why? He's like, I'll help you, brother. Picks up a Martyr's plate. I'll help you, Shiro. I'll help you deal with the damage.
I mean, I don't know if reflecting it onto a silencer here is going to last very long.
Give me 20% of your load, brother.
He probably just wants it for the magic resist, honestly. I don't know if he's going to activate it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, honestly, every little bit, like, Shiro was pretty close to, well, maybe not surviving, but
he can stand his ground
a little longer.
The issue is once the BKB is out, he's pretty much dead there 100%. So that, you know, standing his ground looks great until the second afterwards. You get a Shivas for Planet, which is, I mean, I'm surprised he got there. It is a big item in this game. And Daedalus for Shiro. About as good as it's going to get for LGD, down 35k. I don't know if Team Spirit need to wait for this next Roshan. They have Swift Blink on Yatoro. You shell him, you surge him, he's going to be a fast boy.
He is so damn quick.
And of course that Blink Ags on Mapochka, ready to follow up on pretty much any hookshot back initiation. If LGD do not instantly press BKBs, there's a large world where Team Spirit just leverage that into a sealed teamfight victory, especially with no buybacks here. You can get really aggressive.
Smoke wrap around as the creep wave pushes in.
Planet's in a weird spot right now.
Yeah, Planet wanted to be able to stop the wave and get out, but now they spotted him. Oh, it's really awkward now. He pops the dive with the Shivas, get some vision.
They might find Yatoro.
Yatoro finds them. He
got the
forward.
stun.
They do manage to get the stun, the pulverize, the damage, but the hookshot comes in, and a missile way to stop him, and Yatoro now starts retreating, and Shiro is just running himself to death now. Force staff rebound, trying to get forward onto Yatoro, but it's just not going to work for him. The rest of the team without their carry will now fall apart, and GG is called. One last desperate attempt by PSG.LGD to bring this game one back, but it fails, and Team Spirit will take the lead.
Maybe if they had found that opening 20 minutes ago,
yeah,
this would look a bit different, but Team Spirit just never gave them anything to take advantage of in that game and just played those fights immaculately. This is a very strong team fight team. They understand how to play their lineup. Yatoro knows when he needs to go in, when he needs to back out. Very impressive game from him. Of course, 16-1 on the Bloodseeker, but Laurel was also a problem for LGD. We didn't talk about him a lot in that game, but this Ember never died. 7-0 and 17 for Laurel, bringing up pretty big damage numbers. It just felt like the biggest problem for LGD here is the lockdown.
Yeah.
Where are the stuns? And I go back to this Mars. This is a hero we're seeing coming back in the meta a bit. This hero has looked very difficult.
Yeah, a lot of hit or miss performances by people. A lot more misses, I think, than hits.
It feels like, you know, we saw that 9 Mars from yesterday where he played at mid, and it felt like similar issues. It's it's just so hard to land these spears as an initiation tool. Maybe if you get to the late game with like Refresher and Hex, I believe in this hero. Like then he becomes way more reliable. It's so much lockdown and damage, it's hard to deal with in a team fight. But this hero is not looking like the Tide Hunters or even some of these easier initiation tools like the Clock in this game. It's just so simple and straightforward for Team Spirit. I don't know, this Mars is going down on my priority, but Team Spirit execute an old CIS lineup to perfection, and it looks pretty damn good.
Repeat of the TI-10 finals will continue going into Game 2 soon, but first we're going to head back to the panel for a recap of this first game.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. First game, 2 Team Spirit. We'll find out if PSG.LGD can force out a third game, and with that, keep their hopes of making it to TI based on points. Dream Alive. We're here together with Rezo, with Jack, with Aurora, and we're gonna break this game down. I want to start by talking about Team Spirit's vision, Aurora, because it felt like they had control over the entire map the whole time.
Yes, I mean, the old me would have just blamed LGD supports, be like, how, why don't you have vision over there are bad supports? And then I remembered, it's not just the supports that are responsible with warding, it's also the core's job to guard the wards. So the Mars was there, the Phoenix was there. I think they feel they are strong enough to counter-initiate a fight at the bottom tower, but then the Marcy didn't think the same, so she wasn't there at all, and I don't think she has TP. And I think Nothing to Say was kind of like around there, like he can connect, but he's not really there yet. But the most important thing is they have global, so I feel like it's just miscommunication, and they didn't really communicate to the Marcy that, hey, we can take a fight because we have global, and we have to take a fight as early as possible, because once they all have BKB, this Mars can literally do nothing to them, and I think the Marcy just didn't feel the same.
I think part of the vision issues is just kind of the tools available to each team. So between the Clockwork, obviously, who occasionally provides vision, the Darkseer and Ember that can more quickly and efficiently push out waves, and then still get to control other parts of the map, that provides a vision and tempo advantage for Spirit, and that's really what they took advantage of this game. I think if you look at how LGD wants to play, they want to start a fight and then have this big team fight back up into it so Spirit can't respond. But what Spirit did is they consistently took good skirmishes. That's kind of the advantage of these heroes that they have. Like they're not ult dependent to start fights. These small pairs, small combinations, rule of thirds even, if you will. With like 2 or 3 heroes they can get things done. But LGD, it felt like every single fight they would at least need 3 or more heroes to have both enough damage and control. And you saw some of that in those fights when they're going on Clockwork and they're committing 2 ults, the Clockwork barely dies, and then they can't fight afterwards. Yeah. So I think Spirit, Roman, because you mentioned this before, like they did a really good job of like abusing the sort of faster tempo that they can get from these fights. And by the time LGD finally got their BKBs, finally was able to take 5-on-5s, it felt like it was too late because they'd bled from so many small skirmishes.
Yeah, very, very good point, Jack. I really like what you said. And on top of that, I want to mention that 2 supports in Team Spirit, they have like such an easier time making a plays compared to the LGD supports, because like Phoenix and Silencer, they can't really like initiate something, you know. They're like so reliant on their cores having a good game and like starting the fights for them, while in Team Spirit all the cores can like safely farm and push out the waves, while, you know, Mepushka and Mira, they're just running around setting up these little kills, and there's like so much pressure. And I feel in this current meta it's so important for your supports to be able to make plays and not have like this very static and you know, core dependent supports like LGD had this game.
Like this game, it's one of those, like, if they go on you, you feel really bad, right? Like none of your supports want to get gone on. You don't really want your cores to get gone on either because they're so important to your initiation. Yeah. And so even though I think this last pick, Marcy, was like pretty good, like we were talking about this, Aurora, like in the lane, like it felt pretty good. Like you have something that can disengage and sustain against the Darkseer, right? And they had, I think the cores on LGD had top 3 networks coming out of the laning phase, but they just had no way of using this. And then this type of lineup, obviously you big ult, if you fall behind, then it kind of doesn't matter because they don't have to expend that many resources to kill any of your cores, and that's basically how this game went.
And that's even though like Silencer did such a good job of preventing Team Spirit early on going on the heroes. He saved 2 or 3 times, Nothing to Say from like falling down. And even though he did all of that, it still was like a very one-sided game.
I mean, I think there was this point where they counter-initiated very early on before the Mars even had dagger at the bottom lane. They killed the Darkseer, and I feel like that was the kind of that fight they needed when the Mars didn't have BKB yet. And I feel like they should keep pulling it off as long as they have global, because the opponents also need BKB to be able to fight against your Mars, right? And if you have global and they don't have BKB yet, so technically they don't have answer for that. But yeah, I just feel like the Marcy is kind of very feeling more comfortable in the triangle area because she has Fury, so she wants to farm the agents to buff up, right? But I think they should definitely take this game as a 5-man game. They don't really need to farm so much on the massive since she already did so well in the laning phase. She already survived that.
Yeah. But the other point I wanted to bring it up is to the two cores on LGD side, they went for the Blink Daggers and none of them like scaled really. So they could just like buy BKB straight up on the Primal Beast and one Blink Dagger on Mars, or like the other way around. So they could just like, you know, have this balance in terms of scaling as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to work on for PSG.LGD after the first game of the series. Team Spirit was definitely in the driver's seat the whole way through. Can PSG.LGD force their way back to a third game? We're finding out after a break. 884 points. It could be enough to make it to the international based on points, potentially, but that depends on the results of other teams later today. But if PSG.LGD want to guarantee TI 12 attendance based on points, they need to win 2 games in a row here because they are 1 game down against Team Spirit here at the Bali Major. Elimination on the line. And we're going to find out if we will have that 3rd game of this series or if this will be a 2-0. Game number 1, Team Spirit definitely looked incredibly dominant and they seem to maybe outclass PSG.LGD a little bit, but perhaps all of that was based on the draft, and that's what we're here to find out as we are getting ready for game number 2 here. I'm joined by Resolution, Jack and Aurora. How much of that, Aurora, was based on the draft, you think?
I don't think it was that much based on the draft, but I do agree with Resolution's point where, you know, you don't really like 2 supports to just stay behind and not being able to initiate.
Yeah.
But I feel like because they already survived that phase, so they can kind of still take fights even if the 2 supports can only follow up. It's just, I think they just were not on the same page, and Team Spirit definitely had a better job at doing that. And they were even being like very nonchalant either when they have won the map over the game. They were being very careful, like LGD bought all on their course and they went back to reset. They didn't, you know, like, oh, it's alright, we have so much lead and they're like just gonna run them down. But they didn't do any of that in the game.
Very controlled. Let's find out what's going to happen. Team Spirit will be on the Radiant side this time around with first pick, PSG.LGD getting second pick, Dire, and they have already banned out the Storm and the Morphling, where Team Spirit removed Broodmother and the Timbersaw, leaving Medusa still in the pool compared to previous draft. Team Spirit instantly opens Rezo
I
with
can't
the
believe
Ember
people
Spirit.
are doing that. Like, there's no way you can pick Ember like this in the first pick. This hero can be punished and should be punished, but people are like just getting away.
I know Laurel didn't die at all previous game on his Ember Spirit, right? But based on last hits, it did seem like Nothing to Say was kind of winning the lane.
I mean,
Yeah.
that might just be
They want 3
because
lanes.
You got to click on the
LGD want 3
primal in the
lanes.
lane, and it's annoying, right? So it's hard to even click on the creeps because he's just
Yeah.
so big and fat and standing in the way.
That's true.
I think that LGD does have they have a draft issue, not in that their drafts are just outright bad or unplayable. I just think that they recognize that the laning has been such an issue for them, and they kind of have to commit more draft capital, draft resources to keeping the side lanes from just combusting, and consequently, I think that's why this Nothing to Say being on Primal Beast has become something that's high priority for them, because they don't feel like they have to help him as much, and he still does his job no matter what, even if he dies a little bit. And that's making, like, there's just too many holes to plug. I mean, we've talked about this. Like, a Dota team is like kind of like a ship in the water, right? There's always different holes popping up, and you got to keep like plugging the holes and bailing out water, and whoever has the less holes makes it to the finish line. And LGD, as with most teams, has like a lot of holes right now, and they're also playing against teams that are really good at exploiting this. We've talked about these Western European teams. If you have those sorts of holes in your like early game tempo, like, you won't make it to a playable mid or late game.
For sure. And there's a reason why Laurel didn't die last game, because LGD lineup wasn't like particularly good at killing him either. Like, they had this Primal Beast and Mars to do all the job of catching Ember. It was like, it's kind of hard to be able like to provide that disable and that damage to be able to stop him. And also Team Spirit supports were also always there to prevent that from happening. Miposhka and Mira were like playing around mid lane like too much. And I don't know, Miposhka last game, it was like incredible performance by him either. He had like this such an early Aghanims time, which gave him another win condition on top of like what they had already, with the Bloodseeker being like twice net worth than the other course. And he was just huge. He was just making correct plays, good position as well, never died in the fights. Amazing.
Yeah, let's run it back on the side of Team Spirit. Opening with 2 cores though, it seems a little can I call it cocky? Or is it just confidence, Aurora?
I would say they are allowed to be a bit cocky, because the last game I saw Yatora's placement of his Blood Ritual, the second spell on Bloodseeker, he didn't really, like just press it. He thought of how to place it, and there were a lot of fights where this Phoenix can't go in because the Blood Ritual was right there. And I mentioned about how LGD had to take the fight very carefully with the egg usage, and it's just almost impossible for the Phoenix to do anything in the fight because of Yatora's, like careful placements of his spells.
I mean, I wouldn't mind 2 cores in that slot, but I would rather prefer having the Dusa there on the 8th instead of Bloodseeker. But I think like it's just the preparation of Vitora. He wants to be more of a hero that can do stuff in the game, and this team, like, they require a lot of Vitora having a good game and sometimes like closing the game out by starting its fights first for the team. So I understand the reason why they chose to go for Bloodseeker instead of Dusa.
There's a more active hero that can skirmish that it doesn't want to be hitting jungle creeps for 20 minutes. I think against some teams this would be very punishable in first phase, but I think they know that it's unlikely that LGD will be picking to like crush the lanes, and so for them it's just like we have heroes that we want to do their job in the game, and like LGD is going to try to outscale us, so we can deal with that later. And this also plays into their hands draft-wise, because I feel like this team has had a lot of success, as we saw last game, when they can last pick or like pick up Collapse's hero late so that he can help be that playmaker and facilitator. And we saw that work out like throughout this tournament multiple times. I think it's been very comfortable for them.
As long as he's not having some Visage or Broodmother, they're fine. They tried to experiment in this tournament with like extending the Collapse hero pool, but when he does that, there's like a lot of pressure on Laurel to make sure they have like initiation potential, and he's usually playing this like Ember type of heroes, which don't really have that strong initiation power. So that's why it's not really working well for them.
10 seconds remaining.
Might be setting up for another Darkseer game, to be honest. Disruptor is still in the pool. Xiao 8 does not respect and push Disruptor as much as he probably needs.
It seemed so strong. I mean, that was basically the reason that PSG.LGD could not find any fights, because they wanted to be with their whole squad, but every time one of them either was dead or had his spells on cooldown or had his BKB on cooldown, and you just can't make any moves purely due to one hero.
I also love the combination of Clockwork and Disruptor, having that extra vision for the glimpse after the fight. It gave so much extra kills for the Team Spirit lineup in that particular game.
Well, PSG has found a different strategy. They're like, well, these heroes are strong in the meta, so we're going to pick all of them. We do have another Clockwork coming out for Team Spirit. Yeah, I would again not be surprised to see Team Spirit try to run it back.
Yeah, I mean,
surprising.
Why not, right? They
Why
lost
not?
3 lanes and they still managed to close the game super easy.
Like, we're just gonna pick the same heroes in a different order this game.
Yeah.
I mean,
if anything changes.
they've already showed the 2 supports on LG side, so ooh. I thought they were gonna just straight up pick the Darkseer because they can't dispel it. So
I would love to see the Darkseer or Disruptor on that pick, but Oracle, I'm not really a big fan of Oracle, to be honest. I don't really see the big reasoning for that, other than I kind of countering the Doom, but not so much. Like before, they had such an easy time of like making aggressive plays, but with Oracle, it's more like you're gonna go on us and we're gonna defend ourselves.
Well, Oracle's been played 2 times so far this entire major, 100% win rate.
Well, you see it both against the Doom, and also I think it kind of forces LGD to. It's an answer to the Darkseer as well, even though the other team would.
There we go.
Here we
Finally.
go.
Okay.
Finally. I'm so happy to see that, actually.
So, what are the options for Team Spirit? Do you think they're just gonna put the Ember against the Huskar, or is there any kind of swap possible? Considering Bloodseeker could potentially be off lane, and then you can put the Ember safe, or you can put something tanky in the mid lane against the Huskar that might be able to do a little better.
Oh, you mean like that?
Yeah.
You can dodge the
that's
lane.
cool.
You can dodge the lane. I think there. So if you dodge the lane, like what? Let's see. And then it could make the lineup a little bit awkward, right? So if you pick some like Nina, Viper, or something like that, you maybe don't have the traditional either collapse hero or sort of offlane balance that you would.
Yeah, their draft is gonna become imbalanced for sure.
But I love to see this from LGD. This would be the game in the Quinn answer, and I love to see that, because they're just like, okay, this is just like a slap in the face if you're gonna do, all right, if this is how you're gonna do it, then we're gonna try to punish that.
I love that. Probably Xiao 8 taking initiative here. He's like, yo, nothing to do. you're gonna play it, bro.
I feel like Spirit is probably gonna try and take the Magnus if LGD doesn't ban it, but there's no way that they don't ban it, right? Because Magnus is so good with the 2 cores they already have. They can empower and actually catch back or scale against like Doom and Huskar. Oh, they didn't ban it.
I mean, I think the Magnus is gonna be so greedy for them
Yeah.
that it might not matter what they have, because LGD are gonna be like too big and they're gonna hit such a powerful timing for their lineup.
Yeah, that's
But
what
at
they're
the same
banning out
time-
here, right? With the Luna Clinks, they're afraid of this sort of like quick high ground timing, where they also don't
Yeah.
have no way to really like clear waves that well.
Yeah.
So
5 seconds.
Yeah, but there's still a Lycan in the pool if they want to go that route.
Team
might
Spirit
be-
actually.
or LGD?
For LGD?
Yeah. I mean, Lycan is not amazing against Bloodseeker, but against all the other heroes, it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So why not? Could be good.
PSG.LGD.
Oh, Razor.
Who's the Razor? I mean, Team Spirit requires like they rely on Clockwork so much for setting up everything in this game, and I'm not sure the Mira is gonna handle that pressure. Like their lineup is so passive. It
10
seems.
seconds remaining.
it's very imbalanced looking, right? It's just
Yeah.
such a weird. You have,
Three
seconds
cores,
remaining.
farming waves.
Mm-hmm. Alright, what are we gonna have? They got a long time to think about the final piece of the puzzle. Which boxes does it need to tick? It needs to be able to have a high tempo, fall in line with the Huskar, right?
Yeah, I think some playmaking potential for the early game would be nice, like some Void Spirit. No, Void Spirit is bad against Bloodseeker either. Like something that can be active in the early.
You may now
Well, that
select
cannot be active in the early game.
Or that.
Okay, what do you make of that?
I mean, I understand the reason for that. They just want to push the lanes out, delay the game. Huskar is gonna have, they're gonna win few lanes with it. I think 2 or 3 lanes are gonna be in the LGD favor, and they're gonna they can just scale against Team Spirit lineup because they don't have much of a illusion clear. They have only a Laurel hero for that. But I'm not sure. I'd rather prefer them to go for the early lineup to put the pressure on them with the Huskar timings.
I think actually having this Naga just means now the win condition is the Doom. Like, yeah, sure, you have Oracle to press your R on a hero, and they can't really die immediately from the Doom, but this Doom can also get Aghanim, right? And he can just keep following the Ember, and your Ember is kind of useless in the team fight anyway, so I'm not too sure what this Naga is for. Like you said, sure, Spirits heroes are not good at dealing with illusions, but you kind of want a hero that can go along with the Huskar's tempo, and Naga is pretty slow, I would assume.
Even considering this, I still like LGD lineup way more, just because Team Spirit is kind of wonky.
I do. Naga lets them play the map a little bit better, obviously, with the pushing out waves and the illusions. It gives them a fight reset. I think it scales pretty well this game. I mean, you like that against Bloodseeker and stuff, right? Even and Razor, even if not against Ember. I do think that LGD is much more likely to get to their scale this game, and yeah, I like LGD's draft this game as well. I think Spirit's cores are frankly very awkward together.
Yeah.
Alright, so we believe in a game 3.
We sure do.
We sure do. Okay, heard it here from the panel. Let's see if PSG.LGD can keep their tournaments alive for now. We're heading over to Cap and SPG.
Oh, I would love a game 3, and it seems our panel wants that to happen too. They believe that's going to happen. Avery, you're always a pessimist, realist. You're a realist. Are we going to see a game 3?
Sure, I'll accept it.
Would you say you're an optimist?
I think I'm a human.
Such a cop-out answer.
Do I think I would see game 3? Yeah, probably. I don't know. This looks like a tough game for Spirit because I think the Naga pick is just there. All right, you have Huskar. He's going to delete Ember mid.
Yeah.
The one downside of Huskar is you picked it into the Bloodseeker, which is something we saw Gaming do. And remember after that game, Quinn said that matchup is basically the most miserable matchup for Huskar.
Yeah.
So you pick Naga. So basically, when Huskar goes in and he gets ruptured, Bloodseeker wants to fight him, you just sleep.
Then he BKBs.
Yeah, but then you have an isolated Bloodseeker.
They also have Tombstone save.
Yes, they also have Tombstone
That
save.
is actually pretty massive. That combo of saves is pretty nasty when Bloodseeker's whole job is just, I'm going to just take out the Huskar boys.
And then I feel like the Naga can help deal with the Razor. Because this matchup's pretty sad for Razor. So, I think in theory, the team fight should be pretty hard for Spirit. Because once that happens, I don't really know what you're doing. Like, Huskar's just sitting there. He has Soulwork behind him. He has a Tombstone. He has potentially Doom Auras. And then you just can't do anything with him. So, Team Spirit kind of need to man up in that BK reiteration. I think LG should have some answers to it. The one thing is Team Spirit's lanes can be very good, and
That's about to get even better with the first blood for Yatoro.
Yeah, Yatoro might just pop off and carry again.
Yeah.
I could definitely see it. I mean, he's always going to have super high thirst because of the Huskar. That's why this matchup is so bad. It's not just about their interactions. It's that Huskar makes the game terrible for his team because Bloodseeker is always pumped. That part I think Team Spirit can abuse here.
Wow, look at that. Get first blood, get first ward. Look at them. Look at their experience. They're all going to get level 2 before their opposition.
Yeah, this is super nice. Absolutely the dream start here for Spirit, and they won it in this game because you are going to have that Ember Huskar mid matchup, which is just awful. There is no way to outplay it.
Can you fix it with rotations in this game?
Seems unlikely. I mean, Oracle Clock are not the best at ganking the Huskar mid from the Dire side. It's pretty weird. I don't think NTS should get ganked too easily here.
Yeah.
And I think you're in a situation where the second you bring supports off the lanes, LG are going to start to punish your cores. Like, you have techies on 9. In theory, 2 very strong laning supports that, if you're not playing the straight up 2v2, I don't see Yatoro and Collapse being too happy to just be sitting there getting hit by techies or hit by decays. That sounds miserable.
Yeah, I actually think PSG.LGD are more likely to make a rotation from a support successful because it's techies on Dire side, right? So you get up on that high ground behind the Ember Spirit, who's already in a losing matchup. You know, all of a sudden blast off from the high ground. That's
very
pretty
real possibility, especially if New can get a fast Vanguard or a good creep and he can sit down here for the 1v2.
Once he's self-sufficient, things will get a lot more dangerous for Laurel. So, once again, a lot of attention is going to be on Laurel. Well, actually, maybe game 1 there was way more attention on Yutoro, but Laurel still had a very good game 1. Didn't die a single time. Now, he's going to have a similarly strong performance, but in a much worse situation. Like, he's going to have to do a lot with very little.
I mean, he's not going to have that performance. I'll tell you that much. There's no way. This man goes 7-0 and 17 again. Just give him a ring. Like, there's no way he should pop off that hard in this game. He's going to be the sacrificial one here for Spirit. Just going to have to make up for it with the others. And, like, at the start, but I think over time it's just not that happy of a matchup in the game. So I think Collapse will find farm here, but I'm curious what he chooses to itemize here and how much he wants to scale. Because you do have a Midas option on the Razor. If you really want to push this to like refresher territory with Eyes of the Storm and stuff. It just depends on what timing Team Spirit are playing for here. That's a big deal. If they can keep this Bloodseeker low, it helps because he is going to have the Thirst coming in. So if you keep him low, then Yu's in a better position. The trades aren't as good for Team Spirit. Maybe you can get some camps up for the Doom. They're currently... Team Spirit not really able to convert on these trades much.
Clockwork versus Naga in lane sounds pretty honestly.
It's not great. Build. NTS has 13.
Hot, right?
Yeah, you can't divide by 0, so I think that is the Huskar Ember matchup. Indivisible.
Well,
he's almost dead here. Right?
Yeah.
This is where it just gets impossible. Laurel, you did your best. I commend you. But you are screwed.
Seeker running around, collapsed, taking a lot of damage. Now Mira also going to be similarly in trouble. Kills the Tombstone though, and I think that will allow him to escape successfully.
Yeah, but this is a Razor lane that's getting pushed in and pressured, right?
Yeah, awkward.
This does not feel good for the Razor, especially in lane. This is where you kind of want that hero to at least be untouchable in a way. He gets what he wants. NTS denies the water rune. Says, I do not need this filthy regen.
He wants the greater attack speed. He wants to be low.
Pretty funny.
Yeah.
He's still a level ahead, so this is where you can start to gank the Ember if LG want to commit the resources for it. It's up to Planet. His call. Does he want to leave Neo alone? There's a Heartbeat creep in the camp too. Oh, Yatoro will kill it.
That was close. That difference. Ah, he knew.
And I honestly think Planet might have... He should have maybe just pulled the aggro off or something. And less offensive. They'll find Y up top at Plasma Field. Walk towards top for a gank.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Team Spirit versus PSG.LGD Game 2. Apologies, we had some technical difficulties, but we're back now and in full swing of things here. 13 minutes. We've got Team Spirit to just a quick little recap of maybe you lost track of the game, maybe you're just now joining us. We had a Huskar matchup against Ember Spirit, which is one of the most one-sided laning matchups in the game, but Team Spirit is kind of making it work. Laurel didn't actually die in the 1v1 against Huskar, though he was extremely underleveled. And now he's been kind of roaming around, getting some kills. No doubt that the Huskar is going to be big and bad, and there is still some matchup problems, right, Avery?
There's absolutely some problems in this game. And the double kill mid for NTS plus that Razor kill top for Shiro has pushed LGD into the position they wanted to be in this game, which is all three cores finding farm. Might is done for New, and their team fight coming online with 2 supports that are both level 8 now. It's a lot more firepower to back up the pushes when the BKB comes out for NTS. Downside of this Huskar Bloodseeker matchup is that it can also be hard to force the Roshans without getting contested there. Way more difficult when they see you and they can just run in there and have a hyped up carry. So that's going to be another issue for LGD to play around is when do they try and do these Roshans? How early do they want to do them? It's not going to be the casual solo Huskar Roshan that we've seen from gaming that Quinn likes to pull off.
Right.
Might make this game a little slower for them, but I think they're also happy farming up the Naga and the Doom besides NTS here and just scaling into this game. A game where too much of it might fall down to Yatoro to carry.
Now, I've actually been really impressed with some of the Huskars going late game with this, like, Aghanims, Heaven's Halberds, even like the Octarine builds where you're just like perma-disarming people over and over and over again in a fight. I think this is maybe the perfect situation for a Huskar in some ways. Like, where you can win your lane and stuff, but you don't have to, like, keep the pressure on and, like, be on a timeline. Because I still feel like this hero can, like, scale pretty well as long as he's got another carry to back him up. Why You Smile is going to be caught here by Mira, trying to get away from the Razor, but Collapse will be able to run him down. Mira is going to be a bit low after this, but there's enough Team Spirit heroes to make sure he stays alive.
And Team Spirit just wants this top tier 1. They want to start getting as much extra team gold as they can, help the Ember catch up, and help the Yatoro push farther ahead. And I agree, the Huskar build this game could be very interesting. I wouldn't mind seeing this Aghs, Octarine, Halberd, maybe even the Blink Dagger, to just get in the fight, start chaining these disarms up. They become very obnoxious. And it is 3 right-click cores for Team Spirit technically.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The scale is not that bad for NTS, despite being in a Bloodseeker matchup, if you can get there, especially with the sustain and potential auras behind them that we talked about. Just a matter of how fast you get there and how fast do Team Spirit counteract that and how much Laurel can catch up in the game. NTS is going to go for a tier 1 of his own. Crimson already done for New. That's going to be a nice item in this game. Again, the 3 right-click cores from Team Spirit. You don't have much magic damage to throw through this physical block.
Yeah, especially if Laurel, who's probably the one who gives you the most magic damage, is in such a tough matchup. You could see his net worth well below any of the other cores in this game. That's just, again, the nature of the matchup, not necessarily Laurel's fault.
He's going to be a hero, though. He has Maelstrom done. He's going bot, so he can split the map and catch up for later.
Right.
Team Spirit probably are going to play for this to go pretty late here. They're not going to tempo this game out. They're going to need the Ember to come online. And it's just going to come down to some late-game team fights and some brawls, maybe particularly around that Roche pit. They're looking for NTS down here. This is a hard target to go on. He has
BKB. There's no way you're killing him, surely.
This is tough.
They're going to activate the Blood Right. He pops BKB. They're going to go for it, committing Yatoro with his own BKB, but they can't get through the Crimson Guard. You're right. They're
all dead.
Eating nothing to say. Now Collapse is going to come in.
Dead too.
I mean, Collapse is dead. Nothing to say. He's going to stay alive. No way. Armlet toggle plus the Soul Repeal. Ultra kill for nothing to say. And all that talk about, like, well, this game may end up going late. That may not happen at all now because that was a team wipe at 17.5 minutes in.
You even found Oracle at the end with the Doom, by the way.
Yeah.
You took that save out of the fight. That's just a full team fight into Roche out of nowhere. That is not a go for Team Spirit. Okay, maybe you hook him here, but the second you see he has BKB, you get the hell out. BKB plus Crimson. You are not messing with that, and that is a value pickup for you, a game-winning pickup, right? You get this Crimson, immediately put it to that use. Team Spirit do not have an answer for that item in this game. They really do not. They do not have heroes that are going to chunk you for more damage right now. They don't have a Desobuyer. They don't have a Nullifier. It's way too early for these items to come online. Amazing pickup here. A game-winning pickup as it puts LGD in a very formidable position now.
Yeah,
they can essentially just run away with this Huskar game.
This went from an acceptable laning phase considering the, I don't know, outdraft, but definitely at least a laning phase outdraft, to now just the game's been blown wide open again and LGD are in full control.
And this Huskar is going to be unstoppable for a long time. He's just way too high level too, man. He's level 15, almost 16. It's just ridiculous how much NTS has gotten out of this game. I guess maybe not ridiculous considering he had a free lane, but still, Team Spirit have not found the answers. The Razor is not shutting this hero down with the buffs behind him, and he's about to have a halberd on top of everything else. Sometimes the best move is to make no move and just sit there.
Yeah, just let your opponent make the error.
That was definitely an error. There's no way you're fighting NTS there.
Nice Hurricane back. Laurel does have a Remnant to be able to jump to, a second one to get away, but he is slowed. It's going to be hard. If they see this Remnant and chase after the Remnant, he might have a hard time. No, he gets out. And nice song usage. Looks like, oh, never mind. Great hook shot. Shiro still has a chance to be able to get a little bit away if the TPs come in, but they're not going to come in fast enough. The rest of Team Spirit will be here in time, and Shiro will be knocked out by the Purifying Flames.
He actually almost lived there.
Yeah, it was a close call.
Surprised he got that far.
Yeah, it was
hook shot cancel.
It was actually because of the ward they had on the high ground there that I think Shiro dies. Oh no, they had blood vision.
Yeah, they had thirst. There's gonna be Ags first for Mira in this game. Interesting choice. Maybe just wants rocket flares or some extra damage to be able to pump into this Naga if he finds the hook shot.
It's also extra lane push, right? If you combine the Ember Spirit with Boots of Travel, split pushing the map, and then you constantly have these rockets going out. Another good way to stall out the game.
I mean, it also does increase your stun duration. I don't know if that changes too much in this Huskar matchup, but maybe it does. Like, it might guarantee a better hook cog back into Blood Rate Rupture or something.
Sure.
I don't know. It's an interesting choice. I would have thought they maybe go for more utility on the supports this game instead of greedy items because you have 3 carries basically.
Yeah.
That's why I think the Ags on clock and the Eco lens from Aposhka these are some greedy items. And I think Yatoro is dead again.
They are going to get off the false promise, and he's going to TP away. If they can stop him, he's good. Yeah, I think that Fountain Heal will easily outdo the damage dealt, but they will still trade off supports. And it's another BKB on cooldown.
All right, Maposhka bails him out, wasting this Aegis timer from LGD, or at least trying to as the Ember split pushes the waves to catch up. Just hard to catch up in this game because while you're stalling for Ember to recover, the Doom is pulling ahead. You know, these are the types
Doom
of
is
games.
pulling ahead. The Naga Siren is getting to a point where you can't deal with the illusions anymore.
He already has an Orchid as well. It's just more pain waiting for Laurel when he enters that fight. These are the types of games that generally Doombringer wins because the game is very stalled out, and if you don't tempo him before the greed pays off, it's just going to get too big.
Whoa, look at that play. I mean, Maposhka might still die for it. Actually, they're going to jump on Yatoro instead. Any Tombstone? Tombstone goes out now, but they don't really have the vision for Yatoro. Really great move there. Fortune's End on himself, knowing the Orchid was going to come out from Shiro. Just like you would do with the Global Silence play. Really great heads-up move by Maposhka. Yeah, he's good. He is good.
Yeah, I think this guy might win the
Maybe. I don't know. He keeps at it. Keeps his nose to the grindstone. Hook shot over the side here on you. Very good pickoff. He has Doom. He's actually trying to get it off with a Hurricane. Pushes himself close to tier 2. The Crimson Guard is helping out a lot. Y can give him a small little bumper in heals, but it's not nearly enough. The never-ending damage from the Razor.
Nice attempt with the Hurricane. I was wondering what he was doing with that Doom, but he actually almost got out of there. 26-10.
Thank you.
Says Laurel.
Yep, that will be the time that Roshan is back up.
NTS says thank you. Appreciate that. Nice little info share. Well, you're going to push towards Blood Mist and probably try and win that fight for the second Roche here if you're Team Spirit. Seems like your best opportunity back in this game. Ag's done for Mira, so you have overclocking, some extra rocket flares and some damage in the cogs. Might help you eventually kill this Huskar if it gets to it. Don't really have like any Vessel Buyer or anti-healing though. That part kind of sucks for Team Spirit in this game. And it will be the Blink for NTS. So very aggressive Huskar build here with the Blink Halberd. Robo with some extra range, just going AC. He just wants to win the physical man fight here. That's going to be a lot of minus armor between the AC, the Riptides coming through. Even have Toughness Aura right now on you. So LGD kind of gearing up for the physical armor battle here a bit.
Yeah.
Recognizing that is pretty much the only way Team Spirit are going to kill their heroes, by punching them in the face.
How much longer until, oh, I guess our Aegis is expired, huh? Didn't really get a ton of value out of that, I think.
They got some decent farm. But yeah, it's not like this is not going to be some early high ground game for LGD.
Sure.
I just don't think it's the type of fight they want to take.
Yeah, maybe once they have hard on Shiro, they'll be a little bit more on the offensive.
That'll definitely ramp it up. He is closing in on it very fast here, 300 gold.
Making a move. Now a collapse. Moves down here. He is going to run into ward vision. LGD might be too far away to catch him, though, yeah. Unless he spends some time here farming ancients, but he will not.
You're going to have to think about the BKB control for LGD this game, too. You have a Doom, but outside of that...
Yeah, at some point, do you think you want Ags on Naga Siren?
That's all I'm thinking. I think the Ags on Naga is really good late game here. The Taunt for Huskar is also another mechanism you can get in there and at least just start the initiation with Blink Taunt. Might be another nice tool for LGD. You can also get the... Or they already have the grab ally off the Tombstone Shard. So that's another way to stall the BKB duration, right? If Razor goes in BKB blinking someone and you throw him in the Tombstone, does he still drain damage? He probably does, but he's not dealing damage, I assume.
Yeah. And I bet that automatic attack doesn't go off on the Tombstone or anything. They also have the reactive taser for the techies. So both their supports are actually really good at stopping the single target right-click damage of Team Spirit. Man, there are so many problems for them, even if they manage to push this late. I mean, Laurel is thinking about Lincoln's Radiance as a build.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I mean,
attack.
I get the idea, but there's no way this is an inventory that like wins you this game. I refuse to believe Lincoln's Radiance.
I mean, it's a build that will get you to go
not gonna do any
further
damage.
late game.
You're just gonna run around and burn them for a minute and win the fight?
And get some miss percentage off on the Huskar.
This feels
I
like
mean, they don't go MKB. You got to give them that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sure.
The miss percent is value in that regard.
But this build is absolutely awful at helping you contest that second Roche or defend your base.
They're going to try and do the Tormentor right as PSG.LGD went for the gank. They're going to run into Maposhka first, so that's pretty decent. Nothing to say, almost dying here, but they do have the heals, and he still has the BKBs. So.
Maposhka keep getting out of these.
Good positioning.
Dire's middle tower is
I
under
think Mira's trying to snipe him when he armlet toggles, but he's healthy enough. They see him TPing away.
Yeah, but it's a solo clock. You want to hook into this? Good luck.
Go get him. Get him, Mira.
They do know NTS left. I don't think they can do anything about it. LG pushing towards this next Roshan. Get an Aegis on the Huskar with Ags, and then maybe you can go high ground.
Yep.
You have a lot of auras and sustain being built up. Solar Crest for Y. Force and Mech for Planet going into Lotus here. He is very farmed. So there's so much utility they're going to be able to throw on this Huskar for the high ground push. And you're going to have Song to bail him out too. I mean, at some point you can also get the Naga Shard here for some extra heal. That's where I feel like the Song counter to the Rupture is nice.
Oh,
Even if the Bloodseeker's BKB, you're still healing the Huskar.
Oh, Lincoln's. Gotcha.
I did get him.
First reveal to Lincoln's does work. Though I don't think Team Spirit can take advantage of this ability being on cooldown. That's the sad part. Maybe they can. Shiro. Song goes off. TP out. Bye.
Yato's gonna farm them illusions though. Pretty hope.
He will try.
Gonna link the illusion too. God damn. You're getting some value out of this.
Really looking on the silver linings.
I mean, you gotta take what you can get in this game.
Yeah.
It's an uphill battle from the draft.
Well, the Aghanim Scepter is almost done for the Bloodseeker, so maybe that's a turnaround point, especially with his matchup against the Naga Siren specifically.
They're getting there. Like, they are getting to a position where maybe they can contest this Roche. It's going to be very close, though, because it is spawned. LGD, they're not running there. They should be soon, because that is Ags done for your Huskar, and he is hasting top. NTS is ready to slay here. Anybody he sees, he's going in. That is a very scary Ags for Team Spirit to deal with. These taunts are going to be brutal in the fight.
Yeah, it just makes that Lincoln's usage all the more important for Laurel.
But Yatoro does get to his own, so Blood Mist online. In theory, Team Spirit can contest this Roche, especially with Mira's position right now.
Yeah, Mira, what do you...
I mean, they know. They should know he's up there.
Wait a minute.
Guys.
Where'd that rocket come from?
Yeah, do the geometry here.
Yeah, you do a little bit of triangulation. Oh, they got him. Ah, he spotted him, got the con on him, and he'll die.
Now, yeah, I think that's one of those rockets you throw, and you're like, wait a minute.
He buys back immediately. They're going to try and defend this.
Yeah, this is... I guess he stalled it up. The thing is, he has no TP because he tried to TP out, so he has to walk. But this Roche is getting stalled. It will give Spirit the fight that they want to try and get back in this game.
Oh, that slide is so annoying. Broke a lot of the smoke there.
It's a nullifier.
Yeah, and the rocket's going to spot him now. The smoke is gone.
Get a decent position here, though. The thing is, LGD can just send Naga Illusions in and drop a Tombstone for vision.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to be in the pit.
Yeah, just going to cut the trees and find the Oracle.
Yeah,
that is the
the
best.
Tombstone, kill the Oracle, best kill you can have. The Blood Right's going to go down, but he still has the BKB. They actually put him inside the Tombstone, and they use... Okay, they hop out, put the Doom inside. Now Nothing to Say will pop out and fight Yatoro
Literally
instead.
whack-a-mole.
This is a nice little musical chairs. He goes on Nothing to Say, committing. He will die for it, but is the damage too much? He may be enough to be able to kill Calamity, slowed down by the Nullifier. They have to deal with Laurel, but he's got the Doom on him now, so he's definitely dead. Nothing to Say, gave up his life so that New could survive. As long as the Rocket Flare doesn't kill him, he blinked away just in time.
Nice toggling on this grab ally.
That was sick.
I don't know who did it, but it definitely worked out well as they threw NTS in first, then they threw New in after the Rupture comes out, and yeah, NTS will go down, so it's going to stall up this Roche a bit more here for LGD, but I think Shiro can probably commit if he wants anyway.
Sure.
And you're going to bring Huskar back in to pick up the Aegis. Still a very solid fight for LGD and a very difficult one for Team Spirit to take, especially when your Oracle gets jumped first.
Yeah, Oracle dying first is the worst case scenario for them.
Blood Mist doing some work here. Yo, bro, let me in, dog. I don't want to be out here.
Let me in.
NTS, fine. I'll fight your battles. Yatoro, he is dealing some damage, and that's that song interaction as well. It just stops the team from helping him out.
Mira going for the big plays right now. Refresh, shot goes in. Oh, the Undying, maybe he can get that. Maybe he can get the Aegis. He gets neither. Why? Ducks inside of his Tombstone. Not that it was needed.
He even got the cheese on the Undying there.
Yeah.
But LGD giving up nothing. That hook shot. That was a valiant attempt, but in vain. And now the high ground. It's open for LGD. Unfortunately, they didn't get the Aegis on the Huskar here, which makes that high ground a little more difficult unless Shiro feels confident enough to go up there himself, which I guess would be possible.
Yeah, I feel like there's no problem with him doing that.
No, I don't think it's out of the question for sure. Team Spirit do have some hope, though. Like, you have Blood Rights, you have Plasma Field, you have Slight coming through. I don't know how fast this Naga siege is going to be. Maybe LG just don't want to siege all. Maybe they just want to kill you on the map. If they catch you.
That's a big if when it comes to Laurel's Ember Spirit anyway, but the others are probably a lot easier to catch.
I mean, next big item for Team Spirit is going to be MKB for Yatoro and a Refresher for Collapse, but these are very far away, and LGD know it.
The will they, won't they question being answered. PSG.LGD at least going to have an early poke.
He setting up. He wants to catch this Ember.
Yeah, he is.
Pretty good ward that saw Yatoro go up here. Oh, it's not the Ember, it's the Bloodseeker. You should get him here.
That is going to be a sick catch. As soon as he spots him, hit the Centaur Stun, got the Doom off on him.
That's super nice.
Now he just needs more TP rotation.
No,
In fact, no, he 1v1s him.
Infernal Blade, way too deadly here if you don't get that BKB off. And that is a very good observer for LGD, going to pay off and allow the high ground to go to work.
That Lotus Orb may have done more harm than good. Collapse takes the double ultimate hit from Nothing to Say. Dropped very low, but the false promise bailed him out. PSG.LGD will take the space.
Yeah, keep in mind, they gave that cheese to NTS, so he didn't get Aegis off Roche, but he got something well, not that good on Huskar, but in theory, it'll still be a lot of HP for Team Spirit to get through.
For sure. And, you know, he'll come back eventually. He's like, you know what, I did my job, guys. I'm going to do a little shopping, pick up a Shiva's. See you guys in a little while.
I can help, too.
I'm a building hitter, too. Shiro is getting a little bit low. Again, second life here. Song actually going to be used. Set up the mines. They get the stun. They break through the Lincolns. Any stun from the blast off
that was
possible?
close.
Oh, he almost came back from the slide into it, but he jumped away to the remnant. Meanwhile, Nothing to Say did hop in, got hit by the hook shot from behind. Nothing to Say turning around, fighting Cheese goes off. Yotaro had to fight through that and then go back to the fountain for a refiller here. Nothing to Say will get the pick off on Mira, but now he's kind of stuck in the trees.
I mean, Team Spirit has to take this window because Tombstone's about to go down. You got through the cheese. There's no Song right now.
Yeah, this is your best opportunity to kill Nothing
commit.
to Say. Yotaro, he's committing. Collapse is committing. Laurel's committing, but they all realize he's too far away. They have to back up. Yotaro with the false promise and the blood mist is actually going to get a lot of heal off of this one. Let's see if it's enough to outdo the damage.
Oh, it's more than enough.
Oh, more than enough. And Shiro's going to be silenced almost immediately. Nothing to Say. He hits him with the top, but Team Spirit are fighting back big time.
The buyback from Yotaro, way too much for LG to go through here, and they just throw their bodies at that wall. Do not even get that much out of this. They got a melee racks, and I mean Yotaro buyback. Not too. Burned. That fight did not feel too convincing for LGD. I mean, I can see how they can lose these fights, right? And a lot of that was also based on New finding the Bloodseeker up top, which was forcing Yotaro to buy back there. So I guess you didn't have Doom for that, but I don't know. I actually would have expected LGD to be able to stand their ground better.
I think the sleep usage was really weird.
It was very aggressive. They wanted it for the heals, and I think they had an idea they can set up on the Ember out of it. But that's hard. You have to hit Hoof Stomp frame perfect.
Yeah, there was no other single target ability to break through Lincolns that's instant.
No, you can throw the net and get rid of the Lincolns.
Yeah.
But then how do you stun him out of that sleep? That is a much tougher task here.
Well, that's this is gonna make this game a bit more interesting for sure.
I mean, it gives Spirit a chance to get the next set of items, particularly the Refresher finished for Collapse. He also has that level 20 Eye of the Storm talent. This is where Razor becomes pretty spooky.
Yeah.
Like these double Eye of the Storms that are just going ham. They can be devastating.
It's possible for him to shred the Huskar. What the Interfire Shard, doesn't that like reduce heal or HP regen? There's like a couple different things that he does, right?
Radiant are
It heals him.
Oh, never mind then. He's gonna go AC next to try and deal with all this physical damage. Was there an older version of Interfire that did something like that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe I'm high.
Yeah.
Level 20 talents coming in soon. Tier 4 items. So just a general big buff that we're going to be seeing in all these heroes for the next team fight. We'll see who ends up being the stronger, though, for it.
Also keep in mind the Lotuses that Team Spirit have built here. They have Lincolns on Laurel, but they have a Lotus on Mira and a Lotus on Collapse. There's a lot of single target reflection here that can mess with the Dooms, the Nets, the Orchids. You kind of have to sync up this Nullifier from Shiro on top of who you want to focus here. And you have to think about these buybacks. Unless New wants to go for Ags on this Doom, which I think at some point you want, but kind of have to decide when and where that is as he's thinking about Refresher first. Next, Roshan could decide this game, and I mean, Team Spirit, they gave themselves a chance of contesting it here. AC finished for Nothing to Say, so more physical mitigation has been the name of the game the whole time for LGD. Not able to close this one out, though, and we are approaching 40 minutes. Oh, Bloodthorn for Shiro. Okay, that's going to help his single target man up here versus the Razor versus the Bloodseeker.
At the same time, we got a MKB complete, so that evasion not going to be nearly as effective for the Huskar.
Smoke on smoke. Does Collapse just want to run in?
Caught on the low ground. Awkward position to be in. I think what they really need to avoid on the side of PSG.LGD is that overcommitment onto the Blood Mist, False Promise, Bloodseeker.
He's going to heal.
Yeah, it's way too much heal. It's a guaranteed he outlives all of the damage you put into him, I think.
I mean, honestly, I feel like they want to get Collapse out first. I think Collapse is the biggest threat in the fight right now. He's also the tankiest, though. That's the problem. I mean, he has a Trickster Cloak on top of Halberd. There's a lot of evasion here. TPing bottom. They're all TPing bottom.
Max TPing to try and pick off the Doom.
This is a reverse of last time.
They're going to be able to get some pretty decent ideas here. Almost spotted him. Oh, he blinked away at the sight of the rocket flares.
If that flare had hit,
yeah,
you're going to be looking at a dead Doom here.
Yeah, it would have disabled his Blink Dagger, and Team Spirit would have pounced to beat.
Again in 5 seconds. LGD, they probably be down here.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change.
Like that guy.
Welcome back to the Bali Major. Apologies for the delay, of course. We are getting ready to get stuff underway here again as we are soon to begin our third game between Team Spirit and PSG.LGD, as LGD was able to take game number 2.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Bali Major. Apologies for all the hiccups, but we are getting ready to continue our first series of the day. We have got PSG.LGD. They won game number 2 against Team Spirit, and therefore they keep their tournament lives alive and their TI dreams based on points alive as we head to a third game very, very soon. Before that, though, I have a special announcement as the tournament administration has ruled per rulebook that BetBoom has received a def loss in their series yesterday against Tundra, leaving with the following scenarios. We have got Tundra taking on Team Liquid in the upper bracket semi-finals on a further date. Today, our upcoming series, instead of Azure versus Tundra, we will have Azure versus BetBoom, but that won't happen until the third series of the day, and that means Shopify Rebellion versus Beastcoast will be coming up after our Team Spirit PSG.LGD series. For more information on that, you can check out social media channels as there will be an update on that soon as well. But first, let's continue on with Team Spirit PSG.LGD Game 3 coming at you very, very soon. I'm joined by Resolution, by Jack, by Aurora. And Aurora, the fact that we are here, game number 3, it doesn't come as much of a surprise after we saw how game 2 played itself out, especially not after how it started.
I mean, I thought they wouldn't really do that well with the Huskar pick because I've never seen Nothing to Say play that hero that much. And not to mention, picking Huskar doesn't just mean you have to win your lane and that's it. You have to have your team to be able to understand when is this hero strong, what objective are you going to take, and it seems like they didn't really struggle with it at all. I'm kind of impressed that they have a Naga carry and then a Doom off lane and then Huskar mid. Like, you know, those three heroes, they don't really help each other that much, but they seem to make it work. And yeah, I'm thinking they really want to at least take a game off Spirit and, you know, like fight for game 3.
Yeah, maybe it was also a big confidence boost that maybe they definitely needed Jack going into this third game, because it seemed like they were kind of searching for their style. Also the games that we saw of them yesterday, especially the third game that they had against Team Liquid, it kind of felt like they weren't confident anymore in their game plans, but winning here in the second game, game 3, very hopeful all of a sudden.
Yeah, we went over to talk to, well, not specifically to, but we saw Xiao and their manager in the other room that we were watching, and they were pretty happy with the draft, let's say, to say the least. They're like, look, you know, like early, mid, late, like we're pretty happy with what we got. We want to make sure we put on nothing to say on something that has his own sort of tempo, if not the lane, because he really is like the pace setter for us. And sometimes the offline does it, but sometimes they consider it a bit unreliable. Like this last game, for instance, on the Mars, they weren't happy with how that went. So this game, I guess news rules a lot more straightforward. Just get farmed, nothing to say. It's got a great lane matchup. And then from what we saw, there was a clear turning point in the game where there was a fight bottom near Roche where nothing to say sort of just held his ground, and he just basically killed the whole all
the
of
true
Spirit by
Huskar
himself.
way.
Yeah.
That's definitely a turning point of that game.
That pretty much, I feel like that pretty much like won the game for them, because it just took Roche and whatever, it was just basically over from there. So
yeah, but what Aurora mentioned, that they managed to pull this greedy lineup off, it's just because like in this particular game, Team Spirit lineup doesn't really have that much ability to pressure. Since Ember is like stopped from the laning, he was like very underfarmed and he tried to catch up the whole game. And other than that, like they had Razor and Bloodseeker really coarse, and it was like up to Clockwork to make any moves in that game. So that's why LGD we're kind of like happy farming and delaying the game until the Doom comes online, until Naga comes online. They can take that particular fight in the bottom for the Roshan. And I mean, it was a miracle in a way, because like one guy, Yatoro, comes to Huskar, tried to kill him, didn't work. Then Ember comes, didn't work. Then Razor comes in, like a third one, didn't work again. Ultra kill, nothing to say. And from that point on, they completely had the game.
Help your body syndrome gone wrong.
Yeah,
that was a very pubby what happens when Huskar goes wrong type of situation. I think I'm happiest for LGD's chances from that because of the draft, because it was starting to get a little disrespectful, we felt, with how the Ember was going. And maybe the Bloodseeker was intended to dissuade the Huskar pick a little bit, but LGD finally went and picked it, even though this is not exactly a nothing to say specialty. And they were like, all right, you know.
I think he played amazing that game, to be honest.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm glad they did that, because that means that Spirit has to, at least on some level, respect LGD's willingness to go for these punish type of picks more. And then I think that really imbalanced Spirit's draft, right? Because it felt like they had to scramble to find something else that dealt with the Huskar. And it just made it very wonky sort of core combination.
For sure. There's something new. Timber is out of the bans, and now LGD are taking it with the Batrider. I think people consider Batrider is one of the best answers for the Undying, but to me, I would personally prefer something like ENG on that lane to make sure that Timber has a good lane.
Yeah, I don't think Batrider can necessarily fight for the Timber, as the Timber is trying to pull the wave for trying to CS, you know. Undying, I think he's just too strong now, where especially you're a universal hero too, so you kind of feel like your damage, you know, will get taken off because he sucks the strength out of you. So
I mean, I think Timber can be mid lane as well, right?
Yeah.
Nothing to say. That's why it's a good play for them. That's why they drafted first two. Oh.
Early Queen of Pain pickup.
That's an interesting one.
What could be the thought process behind that?
I think they're guessing that this Timber is going mid lane, and Timber is suffering as Queen, I think.
Yeah, it's sort of it really ruins any sort of flex value, I would say, for LGD, because just in case you try to flex the bat mid, it's a really bad matchup against the Quap, and I think Quap feels pretty good against Timbersaw for a while as well. So I think they figured if they didn't pick that in the first phase, it might get banned out anyway. But it is a very different opener than we're used to. There's Pugna still in the pool, Medusa still in the pool. A lot of threats that we're used to seeing being gone at this point remain in the pool.
I honestly don't
10
think
seconds
Timber
remaining.
suffers that much against Queen of Pain because Queen of Pain, she has this
5 seconds remaining.
very obvious weakness where she needs a lot of mana to spam her spells, and to the point she is actually threatening the other hero. So that's why even if she's winning her lane, right, but when you look at the graph, she's always almost the same net worth as the other mid hero. But you can tell that she is winning because she has more experience, technically faster to get 6 and like have that potential to gank other lanes compared to the other mid. But I will say Timber is actually fine against Queen of Pain. I think what they may be thinking here is they don't want to pick last heroes and kind of just suffer the same fate as last game again. Because if you pick Spirits here, right, and Spirits don't necessarily do that well against Timber or Barrier later in the game, and you kind of pick it blind, Undying also don't really help you with that. So it's kind of just checkmate for yourself. I think having this Queen, at least they are saying, I can't die. So no matter which hero you send mid, I can't die, and I can kind of just scale. It's not as bad as, you know, like Ember versus Huskar, that kind of matchup.
PSG.LGD's
Yeah, it continues the trend of them first phasing Laurel's hero. It's like that's the Spirits often have that situation where it's like you can get something, you're gonna get something out of the lane, you're gonna have some impact in the game, and they can just take that out of the first phase and then have better core matchups later.
Yeah, but it requires then Collapse to be playing on initiating heroes like Mars tanking or something else that would set up the fights for them, because Laurel's hero is not gonna do any of that.
Yeah, Queen is pretty greedy for the patch now.
Yeah, and usually we see like a lot of Ember Spirits, Storm Spirits from the mid lane, and Queen is not that type of hero.
Yep.
Is there another hero that PSG.LGD should consider banning out to protect their opening? We already have the Bloodseeker and the Faceless Void removed, of course.
No, I think the way they drafted it, they picked Batrider already. That's good against Timber. So, it's Dragonite mid. I love that. That's a very good pickup against Queen.
Why?
It's just like a very good sustain. Queen cannot pressure the Dragonite. He has a lot of regen, and he's gonna like eventually kick her out of the lane and push her tower. And with no rotations, or like if his supports are coming towards him, there's no way, you know, this Queen can do anything to Dragonite.
Yep. You kind of feed free magic wand charges to the DK too. None of your nukes would do anything to DK because he is going to get the armor and he will get the brief fire. So technically, you can't do anything to towards him, magical or physical.
Yeah, that's why it's hard to pick your hero 8th and assume that you already know where this Timber is gonna go, and try to find a good lane for him, because this Queen is getting countered right now. It's not like Soul Crush or anything like that, but it's gonna be annoying to play into the key.
Got a Rubik coming out for Team Spirit, also gets some nice disable on their side.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
Rubik is one of the better supports against Timber, just because you can steal all of his spells, and they're very good against him, because they're pure type of damage.
Even Dragonite's spells are nice to steal.
Yeah. So it's a good game for Rubik for sure.
I honestly wouldn't mind an underlord here, because you can kind of slow down the tempo from LGD side, and the Queen can then be the one. Alright.
Yeah, I think that they'll go for Beastmaster, as they're one of go-tos for Collapse in this tournament. I'm just not sure how good this hero is gonna be for them in this particular game.
I thought they needed something that deals better with these like really beefy heroes, right? But then I thought they might just pick a carry there.
I think they should have, yes, just because they already see the lane, they already see the Timbersaw, and I mean, they're not gonna see the carry anyways, because this is like a very last pick for LGD anyways. So Beastmaster is gonna be banned, and if they ban like Beastmaster and Mars, like what is their other hero they can pick that's gonna be solid on the lane?
I mean, I still think there is some possibility. That makes it less likely. But there was some possibility maybe of DK being played carry. I know we've seen some teams do that in this tournament. So
yeah, and they suffered majorly.
So PSG.LGD play Klinks as a carry, right?
Yeah. On Shiro.
They do both.
They do both. So it's still a flex pick for now, because of course we can't really tell just yet. Other than that, that is the support.
But I think it's probably carry. I don't see like this being played by Planet while Y plays Bat. That's a little
I'm just curious, could you pick Necro on Team Spirit side now? I know that it's not the absolute last pick, but it seems pretty good against Timbersaw and DK for sure, and it's good for their tempo with the Beastmaster. Because I think LGD side, they don't really have burst, so to say.
10 seconds
I just feel like the Necro is going to be really strong.
Maybe, I think it would be an awkward, another awkward sort of core combination again.
Yeah, because Necro Queen are not particularly good together with each other, and Necro, I mean, I think he can get countered on lane. Like, I mean, maybe they're not playing it, but some Arc Warden would just like be so good against it on the lane. And they needed some sort of initiation in the front line that they got from the Beastmaster, so it was hard to get a Necro on that pick.
Abaddon?
For
Sucks
carry?
against Timber though.
Yeah, it does.
Do we feel Klinks is enough to be a Tombstone
10
killer?
seconds
Do we
remaining.
feel like that's something that a support that PSG.LGD gets should still
5 seconds remaining.
like should still solve?
No, I think they need just some hero that can secure the lane for the Beastmaster, for the Klinks against the Beastmaster and Rubik. And either that or they will find another carry and put the Betrider position 5, but I doubt they're gonna do that.
Well, Beastmaster Rubik, which support could keep a Klink safe? That's a very powerful lane coming out from Team Spirit.
I could maybe just see them just grabbing a Lich or something like that. I feel like this lineup, when they pick this Klinks, they want it to be a very tempo-y type of game, which again is usually not what LGD goes for, but I think, yeah, like you said, it's something that gets them out of the lane. There is still the ENG in the pool, so I think they have some options here.
That's an unusual pick, especially into Timber. But they did ban 6 carry heroes from LGD, so it was not an easy, decision to make.
10
that slot.
seconds remaining.
I mean, I understand the
5
reason for it.
seconds
Their
remaining.
supports, or like, as for right now, it's hard to deal with Naga illusions on the lanes. And the Beastmaster as well. They have like some sick timings in their lineup on Team Spirit.
I think Naga is also very good now because I think she is the only hero that can farm the camp behind your tier 1 tower. If you can get to that sweet spot where you drag the creep wave under your tower, you can just farm with your hero for the normal creeps and then send your illusions to kill the camp behind you. So effectively you're getting 2 waves of EXP. So maybe it's not that bad against Timber.
We also have, speaking of supports, the Techie still in the pool, though he normally also gets played as a +5, could potentially keep Kling safe in the lane.
Yeah, it's a good one. Maybe they're considering Lion for now
But
again.
I'm just getting flashbacks of a Rubik against the Techies, so I don't know if you want to do that.
Let's
They go for
go.
Shadow Demon here.
I was thinking either they get Shadow Demon or Grimshow and buy the Agony and copy this Naga, because I don't think Spirit's heroes are having enough damage to kill their very own Naga illusion, and as long as they have one of them, I think they're fine. And SC is really, really good against Beastmaster, I would say, later in the game, because you raw and he press Q, that's all.
Yeah, I love the Shadow Demon pick as well, just because they have like such a huge burst potential with the Roar and Rubik on Team Spirit, but it just kind of denies all of that. So I'm kind of like leaning towards LGD lineup in this game.
Yeah, like that. It's the save. It helps against the illusions. It's a bunch of different tools. I think LGD. Maybe this is not their ideal style, but I feel like they have the tools to play this game pretty fast, secure those early Roches, put some pressure even coming out of lanes. I like LGD's draft in this game too.
Yeah, I see the potential of winning 3 lanes for the LGD in this game.
I just think they don't really have an answer for the Timber and Barrier lane.
This is an incredibly important game. Of course, Team Spirit is already guaranteed to go to TI based on points, and that's lovely. And they would like to continue their run here at the Bali Major, understandably so, and that's lovely. But on the other side, PSG.LGD, they don't just have their tournament lives on the line, they also, with a victory here, could secure their attendance at TI-12. So a lot riding on this one. Let's find out who is going to keep their lives up here in Game 3 together with Cap and SVG.
I still remember watching the TI-10 finals from my hotel room, and there was definitely some chills moments, and I'm happy we'd be able to get to see a Game 3 between these two teams. Hopefully we'll be able to see all of it. Avery, how you feeling?
Pretty good. Yeah, I just got out of the server room in the basement.
Yeah.
There's a lot of wires down there, man. I don't know, like, I don't know if I got the right ones, but hopefully, you know, we're back on course right here. We got Game 3 going. It's going pretty smooth.
You know, I didn't know you did IT work.
I don't. That might have been the reason. You know, you never know. You take some, you win some, you lose some. But hey, I was plugging them in.
All right,
that counts for something.
We're moving full steam ahead right now. Anyway, so we got Game 3 draft-wise. How do you feel about it?
A very interesting draft. Anytime Clinks comes out,
yeah,
the
Clinks, right?
Knows what's going to happen. This hero either looks like a god or he looks like a dog, and not much in between. We'll see what Shiro can do with it. I think the Quap versus Timber trade is also pretty interesting because it ended up making LGD lean towards this offlane Timber and counterpicking the Quap. And of course, the Quap also has some value versus the Bat Rider in the game, so you kind of counter 2 birds with 1 Shadow Strike. And then it's just a pretty good scaling hero. I think one Laurel's very comfortable with too. So I kind of respect that Spirit went for this trade, giving away the Timber, believing in something that is maybe a little more unorthodox or lower power level on average, but can pop off if they get to that late game team fighting, which so far in the series has been their strength. Like the 30-minute plus team fights for Spirit have looked really good, even when they were behind. I think the Queen of Pain fits that. They have Naga this time to deal with the Clinks, but otherwise it's kind of rough matchups for them. Shadow Demon, DK, and Timber all do pretty well versus Naga in the late game. So I don't think this is a game where Yatoro straight up carries it like he was trying to do with the Bloodseeker. Okay. This is a game where Team Spirit, they really just want to scale into the late game off of the Laurel Queen of Pain. That's going to be the real X factor.
But similarly, PSG.LGD don't have the draft win like they did in Game 2, right?
No. There's no like auto 1 lane here.
Right.
And I mean, the DK can also be a huge scaling factor. Like,
yeah,
Black Dragon in this game looks pretty terrifying. There's not a lot that's going to burst through him. You have great matchup versus Naga, and the Queen of Pain one, you can sometimes get kited out, but it can also go both ways. So both these mids, they have a lot of early game they can contribute, but also pushing towards that late game skill are going to help their carries get there. It's just a question of who gets more farmed out of the lanes and maybe who can play through their tempo faster between the Beastmaster and the Timber, 2 heroes that want to shove these carries out of the lane and take the tower.
Do you think the mid laner's performance is the most important performance of all the cores right now?
30 seconds to
because we keep on focusing on the mid lane, saying this matchup is going to be important. It's going to determine like the tempo of the game and so on and so forth.
I don't want to say that because it's going to inflate all these mid players' egos.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say no.
Okay. But really, you want to say yes.
I mean, my mind's telling me no,
but my body.
You know how it is. So that I mean, mid performance. If you just crush mid lane, you're probably going to win. Because then the mid lane can be leading the other lane. But I genuinely think the patch is so much determined by the 2 side lane cores too. Like I feel like off laners, you look at these teams that are winning the lands right now, and it's the off laners that know what they want to do and the heroes they want to do it with and are confidently playing like that are pushing their teams ahead. So I feel like...
So you're thinking of Quest?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great example, right? Amar is playing a different hero pool than a lot of the other off-laners at this tournament, but he's so confident on it and knows what he wants to do with it that their team just has so much structure built around it. I feel like that's just such a big advantage before the lanes even start. So I feel like it's off-lane in this patch, but in terms of maybe like first 10 minutes, it is a lot of around what happens on mid, but that is also like the supports impact. It's not just the mid matchup. It's are you getting ganked? Are you getting power runes? Are you getting wisdom runes? And then your supports have ults. And then that guy with an ult comes mid and kills the enemy mid. There's a lot of little things like that that affect mid, which is why I'm hesitant to say the mid player alone is the biggest determining factor.
Well, it sounds like Dota has evolved to a game that is very even when it comes to everybody's performance.
True. Anybody can win you a game nowadays. And that is a good spot to be in.
Yeah. Well, not if you're a position 6 old school type player.
Well, none of those play the game anymore. So.
That is true.
NTS getting beat up on this early wave.
Yeah, Laurel is really taking it to him without the dagger, which is a little bit surprising to me. I know, like, sometimes they're the Quaps. I think this matchup is one of those where it's like, are you going to go level 2 of the dagger and kill the Dragonite, shut him out of lane? before he gets Dragon's Blood timing, or are you just going to give up on that and just focus more so on the CS?
I think you just take Scream.
Yeah.
I don't think the Dagger ever ends up winning this matchup, so there's like no point. May as well just get as much CS as you can and not get denied on. And NTS not going for the early Dragon Tail, so there's going to be less denies for Laurel in this lane. I think Laurel's pretty happy with this early outcome. Biggest factor is just the DK eventually gets 6, and then what do you do to deal with that tower pressure? Can Team Spirit rotate to help that? Maybe a little bit, but honestly not too much. I feel like NTS should have a pretty free game here once he pushes past this level 3. Gets regen back up.
And gets a water rune. No bottle with it though.
Landed on bottom, gonna man up here with level 2.
Yeah, he's going for it with the flame break, bump back. New does have his level 2 as well, but he does not feel particularly healthy. Maybe he's just trying to create a little bit of space for New to regen back up without an Undying sitting in his face all the time.
Yeah, he's got a salve right now, and costing him a lot of regen down here. New does not have a lot of CS on these little waves.
This lane is going way better than I would have expected against a Timbersaw, but I guess if you ever beat a Timbersaw, it's in the first 2 levels, right?
It's Undying.
Yeah.
That is the Undying factor. Oh, big Courier Snipe if he gets it.
Gets his regen out of it, but Courier does die.
This should get better for New over time. I think the 1 and 2 are the hardest, especially since you have a Bat support. Bat generally wants the level 3 to really go for the all-in kills. They did wear Maposhka out of resources here, so this will create some space for New. He is going the armor as well, just to stay on the lane. Kind of like that.
I mean, I feel like if you... Granted, he got Timber Chain in part because of the bounty runes and stuff like that, but I feel like Timbersaw versus Undying, the way you win it is 1-0-1, right? And just anytime the Undying comes up to hit you, you Whirling Death him back. Your support then takes advantage of him being low.
Maybe he just wanted Chain so he didn't get all in with Tombstone level 2 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, now he's 1-1-1. We'll see if this pans out long term. I think it will.
Oh yeah, like now the lane should be kind of fine, though. They are going to lose the Bat Rider, I think, with the Tombstone out. New's just going to leave him behind.
It's way too far up under the tower, not respecting the fact that Nagas these days are taking that net point.
Yep. With the combined Tombstone, that's actually pretty nice. And just, you know, your decay, you take a lot. You take a lot of damage. Right click for Zero. Shiro trying to get away with the Blood Grenade, and the final hit will be able to bring him down. Mira did die first, though, so at least Shiro got to be part of that experience.
Yeah, completes his Falcon Blade here. Not the worst outcome for him, but a lot of soul XP for Collapse.
Yeah.
Pushing this lane in and going for the pull. He's very happy with this. Nice heads-up play from LGD to block the Ancients on the triangle, though, before the start of the game.
Yeah.
That was what that smoke did. It gave him an opportunity to block that as well as potentially look for the first blood. So at least Collapse is going to be missing some potential Ancient stacks here if Mira wants to go for those later.
Yeah, I do feel like that's most impactful, though, if you actually win the lane against Beastmaster, right? Because that's very often his recovery farm. A Beastmaster who's already won the lane probably just takes other neutrals.
I mean, it's good either way, right? He has a Boar on triangle.
Yeah.
Boar is going to have nothing to hit. Stack a big camp, but not what the Beast wants to have going here. Another disruption, trying to get some more damage out. What a strange lane up here.
Yeah, seriously, a lot of spell spamming. So Stick getting full value for both sides, that's for sure.
The early game might just come down to how much NTS gets done. Because level 3 Dragon's Blood is up. Laurel's out of mana, and that DK form is coming soon.
It is really annoying, right, to play one of those mid laner rotating type heroes against Dragonite, because he just punishes you. You leave lane, he takes your tower.
Where does Laurel even rotate to this game? I mean, in theory, Sidelink should be pretty high HP.
In theory, but Timbersaw is having a rougher lane than I think you would expect.
This
so.
is a kill potential down here if he wants to keep, but he's level 5, and then you give up so much on this mid tower. I don't think you can afford it this game.
Yeah.
And in this case, he's going to start to pull ahead naturally anyway. NTS opened up a pretty decent gap on Laurel. The inevitability of this matchup. So if you TP and you fail one of those rotations on the Queen, then you're really screwed.
Oh, yeah.
This does not feel great either, though. And this is where you need supports to come and help you. 6-minute power rune. They're going to fight for it.
They can even get some good damage on Nothing to Say, perhaps. But the rune is bottom. Shield rune. So not particularly the most impactful early on.
NTS just told Planet to take it because he wants to push us in with the catapult.
Yeah, he says, come take the tower with me.
Yeah, he does not need a shield rune here. He is the shield rune. And this is going to be a good tower push from LGD. Not easy to respond here for Team Spirit because their supports are just so bad at leaving these lanes.
Forcing Laurel to be able to blink away. That means a lot more damage on the tower.
this just dead?
I think it is. Without the rotations from Spirit, I mean, you said this is where you need your supports to be able to help you out. They didn't stick around after the power rune. The Rubik didn't. And Miposhka, he's playing for a Wisdom Rune play right now, which is kind of an interesting trade-off if they get it. Tower is going to die. That's it. See if they get back to the Wisdom Rune in time.
And it's huge. For NTS here, yeah, a Wisdom Rune.
Flame Break, if he does it right, should be fine. Pumps him away. Nicely done by Planet.
Yeah, even wasted a Tombstone on that.
Yeah.
Extra value here is that is a spell that his DK and Timber do not need to worry about for another minute here. Wonka.
Man, there surely had to be a play where Miposhka could hold mid with Tombstone and Decay, right?
There is a world where you bring both supports and Tombstone and you go on DK, but didn't have Quappled. I don't think you had the damage, honestly. He has full wand. He's 1400 HP. It's a very high committal play, and you're guaranteed going to give these cores on side lane solo XP for LGD. I don't know. It's tough. Maybe if you had Sonic Wave, you can go for that, but I think the lane just went too bad for Laurel, and that play is just over.
I mean, even just holding the tower, not even necessarily killing, nothing to say. Because they didn't shut down. They didn't, like, do anything to the Clinks in this period of time.
That's true. I guess you could have just sacrificed Tombstone to defend this first catapult push. Might have been worth it. Doesn't really change the Laurel's game, but you keep the tier 1 up.
And I guess all of this really just, it depends on what Nothing to Say does with this, right? Like, he took the tower in his very first dragon form. What does he do with his second dragon form? What does he do with the gold that he's gotten as a result? Does he go a fast hand of Midas? If so, that could be super impactful. If he gets a fast blink dagger, does he successfully get the rotations? There's a lot of ifs.
I almost always prefer the DK Midas. I've been kind of sold on it over time.
Yeah.
I also think it doesn't have a lot of people to play with this game with a fast blink.
Yeah, there is no like arrow combo or some high damage backline support that'll really help you get a kill.
And I think the biggest target he can threaten off that is the Queen of Pain, but I don't see the Queen of Pain dying to DK Blink unless like Shadow Demon or that. I don't know. I feel like you just farm up your LG.
Sure.
And I think both these supports are happy farming too. Bat and Shadow Demon are pretty good scaling.
Yeah,
they can also farm stacks and waves pretty decently here. Like if I'm LGD, I don't mind playing this game a little slow, even with my lead.
Bat's enjoying a little bit of farm right now, too. Took part in that hard camp that Team Spirit cleared through.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only stack they got, by the way, because those Ancients were blocked forever.
Miposhka is actually maybe a little lucky to still be alive here. Nothing to say. Popped the dragon form, went straight for the tower, not for the hero.
This is when you want to defend. You're going to have to bring everybody for this. As both these cores are pretty damn tanky. Vanguard already up on you.
Looks like Nothing to Say had a pretty good read of the rotations coming in.
Yeah, he just do. This is 3 cores on bottom lane for Team Spirit. You can go through the gate here, but it's a lot of time being lost.
Yeah.
I mean, Laurel's hitting overs right now. This feels pretty terrible.
And they're still getting things done, the two of them, right? He just farmed the hard camp. They just got the Lotus.
Yeah, it wasn't that inefficient of a ult usage for NTS, especially since they're giving mid to a support right now. Planet's just shoving in your mid wave.
Yeah, he's in deep. Jeez. Dust to slow down Shiro. But now that Dust is going to wear out and this rotation back in is going to be really out.
LGD have a really good read on this early game right now.
They do.
And they're pulling ahead in all these little small ways, especially up that mid matchup, and not giving much up here. Very slow game in terms of kills, which is rough for the Rubik team usually, I feel. I think Rubik's one of those supports you actually just want people dying. So you get the XP somehow.
This is the most dangerous game right here. Miposhka, Undying's trying to hold against a Timber side. You know you're gonna die. It's just a matter of when. How long can you hold out?
I don't even know if he held anything here. He just took it for the team. And they're still looking for their ults on Team Spirit's side as LG are closing in on theirs. Been pretty efficient with their supports time, pulling ahead of just by a little bit. All these little margins going LG's way. Nothing crazy, but you know, that Ancients block, the DK lane, the Batrider shoving in mid. They're accruing little advantages that are adding up. Might make a difference in the coming team fight that decides a lot of the tempo for this game.
Well, it's already made a 3K net worth difference.
That's decent at 10 minutes. Nothing to scoff at.
Disruption into, not level 6 yet on the Shadow Demon, so. That kill potential not really there just yet. I have a really hard time reading Clinkz as a carry. Maybe I just haven't watched enough replays of it, but I feel like a lot of times when I watch this hero, especially Shiro playing it very often, is that I oftentimes feel like the game is won or lost without him. And, you know, if the game is won by his teammates, sure, like he ends up looking good. But in a losing game, it just looks like the Clinkz can't do anything.
God or dog.
Yeah? Well, I mean, can you give me a little bit more depth to the hero?
I mean, he's very dependent on how his lane goes, because he needs to be ahead in terms of damage to tankiness relative to the enemy team. So if you get fast Deso here, which is what Shiro's going for, then you can start running around and picking off supports or even threatening the cores, and then you just get farther ahead. But a lot of those things are dependent on the first 10 to 15 minutes. So these Clinkzes that never end up doing anything, the lane is just too bad, and then you can't out-damage this hero. And then you have to keep farming, but you don't farm that.
This is that damage problem we were talking about. You go for a kill, they barely get it, and they've already traded off one support. Fortunately, Wyu Smile is going to be joining in, so Laurel is not going to be able to threaten. Nothing to say. Not yet anyway. Yatoro and Miro are cutting over. Fadebolt doesn't bounce over to the Dragon Knight. Not that it would have killed him anyway.
And NTS did finish that Midas. Already put it to use, so he gets a kill, a tombstone. Midas usage already online. He is going to get very farmed here. And this is what feels great. Like, when you get the Midas and you can still get a cheeky support kill or something, because now he's just doing it all. Right?
Yeah.
He's going to have this blink in probably 2 minutes flat. He didn't lose much here, and Deso's going to be completed for Shiro very soon. So if you get this Deso online, you get DK blink there, and if Mew is willing to join some of these fights, all 3 of LGD's cores are going to be ready to jump on you. And while you're still trying to recover the Queen of Pain, I don't know if Team Spirit are going to have much breathing room left in this game. That is why Yatoro has been cutting waves top, trying to stall out the map movement from LGD and create some space for his other carry and collapse to take one of his ancient camps.
Since you have such tanky heroes, you can probably do an early Roshan, right? For LGD with the Deso?
Yes, if they get a fight out of it. I don't think they want to force it straight up, but if you get a good core kill or you're near the pit after a fight, for sure.
And it would probably help if, especially if it ends up being on Dire side, if they want to do it that 15 to 20 minute window, if they take that all-flame tower first.
Both teams have been very efficient with the ancient camps this game. That is just good Dota, because those things are worth the most on the map, outside of a hero kill.
Planet cutting across again. Planet going for the kill on Maposhka. This time no flesh golem, so it is going to be a easier kill to get. And no rotations from Team Spirit to try and respond. So the pressure can come in. He can aggressively push in mid if he wants, while top is going to take a bit of damage. Good pulling, though, from the Shatter Demon, trying to redirect some of this damage.
Just good flanking maneuvers from Planet around this mid lane.
Yeah.
He's even solo smoked here. Trying to do here. Sure.
Oh, he's going for the Wisdom.
Oh, 14 minutes, yeah. Deep ward as well. That's a value smoke. He was just waiting for Yatoro to get the hell out of there.
I mean, that is so punishing with the enemy supports are already so underleveled. He's even going to try and take one of your Ancients here.
This is just mad efficiency.
Yeah.
His blink is done. He found a lot of farm around that mid lane, plus these like cheeky Undying kills. They add up fast. He'll get the Ancients, he'll get the Wisdom Rune, he'll get the Ward, he'll get his Blink.
Blink
level
Dagger,
9.
EK, Blink Dagger, Bat Rider.
Initiation is unlocked for LGD, and I mean, what are Spirit getting done? They're still dying top.
Absolutely nothing. Shiro's gonna die here, and you challenges them. You got no Rubik. You think you have the damage to be able to burst through a Timber Saw? Team Spirit, of course, say no. And will back away. And they'll also be spotted because Planet, with that smoke, not only did he take the Wizard Moon, he took an Ancient, he also got a really deep ward between the Tier 1 and Tier 2. So, just really cool stuff all around.
Instantly smoke back to that area.
Yeah.
Game of push to top, but also probably this deep obs, they can find a big core on it.
You don't get a kill, you probably at least guarantee a tower.
His tower looks like it's already dead off this move alone.
Yeah. Jump forward, catch him, burst him down. Super easy.
Oh, they found Yatoro in the river.
Okay.
Yatoro does not know this.
Yeah, he's going to go and he's going to play on the enemy jungle, of course, and his illusions are going to die.
Which one's real?
Start spotting out. Throw the damage out. Okay, they know which one is real. Yatoro should be fine to use Song and TP. In fact, he's just going to TP. There's
a ward.
Oh no, he also didn't have Song. That's why he didn't use it. He's level 10. No Song up yet.
Why even purge the illusion? You got a little debated there, but it does not matter. No Song, high ground ward. LGD find a tier 1 during all of that. Costs them almost nothing, except the Bat Rider death. They're just getting everything out of the map right now.
Yeah, LGD are breaking away here.
Plus Deso charges. You got that Deso, you're already up to 4 on Shiro. These add up quickly for a burst-oriented hero. Just makes the support's lives even harder, man. And you're looking for this Beastmaster Axe the whole time.
Yeah, does he have it yet? How much?
No, he is still looking. I think he's he's almost there. So 200.
200.
He'll have it. But he just didn't have huge ancient stacks or ancient priorities. Yotaro needed to take some of it too.
Oposhka. Undying versus Timbersaw is never fun after the first, like, 3 minutes of the game. A pretty interesting steal here. Wait, how does that work?
Wait, why does he get both?
Yes. Why does he have 2 spells?
Wait, this has to be a bug, right?
Yeah, this is something.
I was trying to think,
really
like, wait a
bug.
minute, is Death Pact connected to Skeleton? No, it's not. These are just 2 separate spells. What the hell is this?
Is it
Planet's dead.
because did he steal Death Pact first and use it, and then for some reason using it kept?
Oh, but he's still gaining the Death Pact charges, so like both spells are active right now.
Yeah, this is really weird.
This is just a straight up bug, I think. I do not know why this would be intentional. I mean, he's just Clinks.
Definitely not intentional.
I mean, this tells you how much Valve cares about Clinks. Whatever. I'm sure these spells work. Nobody plays this hero anyway except Crit. We don't have to fix this.
That is true. Crit and Shiro. Well, now Mira is playing his own version of Clinks.
This isn't a visual bug, right?
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to use the other
Could
build.
be a visual bug for us.
That
He
is-
hasn't used it yet.
Yeah. And
That's a very strange visual bug if it's a visual bug, though. Starting to feel like it.
yeah, especially since you would like to be... Okay, yep, it all went away. Okay, just a visual bug. Everything's fine, everybody. Nobody worry about it.
It's probably because he has the Dark Pact buff.
I think it also might be the charges. Maybe impacting
It did not look like he was using
that.
that spell, though, so...
Yeah.
All right. Not too bad here.
Shiro. Ooh, that was scary. If they had more catch, more vision, Shiro might have just been bursted there. Primal Roar, Sonic Wave, they just throw the whole book at him. He falls.
And they had the Beastmaster Axe to give him some extra damage. That's the type of gank that Team Spirit are looking for to get some opening in this game that has still been very quiet for them. And now you're just kind of falling back on the Naga Beastmaster playing the map as Yotaro is once again in a very deep cutting position.
Yeah, he has to
Dangerous.
take some risks like this, I think.
I mean, it is very good if he gets back here and goes uncaught. Very good. It draws LGD away from where they want to play, splits up their team fight. The pickoff's not as synced. Still, I just wonder how comfortable Team Spirit are in a game like this in terms of them going late game. Like how much they believe in the Queen of Pain here, how much they believe in the Naga.
Yeah.
These are not easy Naga matchups. We've seen a lot of carry Dragon Knights picked into the Naga, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get Shivas, he's going to get Aghanim Scepter at some point. He's got tons of AoE. I do question how good the Clinks is going to be. Because you do have Burning Barrage you can get at some point in time, but this is also a Clinks that didn't go, like, Gleipnir build.
I mean, Clinks pretty bad versus Naga, but the upside of Clinks is you can just kill other people.
Sure.
Because you can just start the fight on your terms. Like, if Shiro goes in and takes a Rubik out of the fight at the start, I feel like that's good enough for LGD to win a team fight.
And if Yotaro can't kill anybody back, right? Like, how do you get through this Dragon Knight? How do you get through this Timbersaw?
Gonna find Mira.
He's going to be spotted. Ooh.
There's Dust, son.
Glimmer Cake, no Dust. He's going to try and help his team with the rest of the fight. Meanwhile, Mira does steal that Invis Skeleton Walk once again. And there's the bug again.
Oh, she died. Lucky to get out of there.
Yeah, seriously.
1900 HP disappeared in a second. Oh, it's some decent tower damage here too.
No, he used it.
He did use it.
Yeah.
It's just bugged. It's just straight broken.
Well, that's fun. Mira's like, this game is great. Rubik versus Clinks. Every time.
Is it great?
No, he goes to his. Oh no, he lost
There was
it.
a random sentry.
Random sentry. Oh.
Is this game great for him? I don't know if it's that great for him.
Yeah.
He's struggling here.
Larl's going to go the Aghanim Scepter build up now. I was wondering if he was going to go, like, do you build defensive when you already have damage items, right? Because obviously Lincoln's would be pretty nice for him to stop this initiation, but if you do that, you may never have the damage to get a kill again.
I think you need to go damage here. Yeah. You can't afford defensive items on this Queen of Pain. Your job is to deal DPS. I mean, he's thinking about it, but I feel like I think you can either go Ags or you can go BKB. I don't even know if BKB is the best here. You're going to probably need it at some point, but
yeah, he already bought 2 items in the Ags.
I think this is correct. You got to just play for the damage and hope you win the fight. You going in with a defensive item is not going to turn this game around. Versus LGD, Flame Road, Sean Aegis for Shiro with that newly minted Lincoln Spear.
Yeah, look at Yutaro though. He is making the most of this situation.
Definitely. This is exactly where you want your Naga illusions to be.
Toro is going to have to put the whole of Team Spirit on his back, because I don't think it's going to be like him and Collapse against the world.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They get to late game.
Dire's top
The Queen will come back.
Radiant's bottom
I have
tower
faith.
is under attack.
They found the real Yutaro once again. Now they need a clean jump on this. Let's see if they know which one is real. All the illusions go for the last one. They got the lasso, and yeah, now he's going to be dragon-tailed easily. Caught and killed. And that, every Naga Siren death is worth its weight in gold. PSG.LGD will be able to get so much more map control back.
Deso charge, levels for the Clinks, and I guess that's where the Clinks Naga interaction is really nice. If you have other heroes to scale and deal with the illusions, you can always just scout them out.
Yeah.
Remove Yatoro from the map. A second death for him. But it will be a very impactful one as the lead is going to grow here for LGD. They get to invade enemy triangle, jump the lanes back in, push towards nothing to say's ads, which he's just going to be such a fast Black Dragon in this game. Shiva's already done for New as well. By the time you have this Quap Ags, the tank ability is already going to be there for LGD. Are you going to be able to punch through this? The armor? The raw HP?
Well,
what?
I would say no, but then that would kind of take out the suspense of this game.
If they get a single target focus situation with no disruption save, probably the optimal here. You have the Beastmaster drum whale on some guy getting riptided with an Undying Amp. The Undying Amp does help. You throw a Sonic Wave on top for some pure damage burst.
They don't have like a pure save, but they do have like disruption. So if somebody gets roared, you can disrupt, but maybe they could still play around that area through like Tombstone and stuff like that. Throw back in the Dragonite. Nothing to say is like, yeah, go ahead, guys. I've got my whole team coming down to meet me here, and Collapse is going to receive a rather rude invitation. PSG.LGD now 12 kills on the board, 10,000 net worth lead.
You know, the other nice thing about this Midas on DK is it gives you extra levels. So if you get really far and you get a fast Ags like NTS did here, he's already level 18. So he's not stuck on Frost Dragon. He is the Black Dragon at 24 minutes here. Nice. And that just feels amazing. This could even be a high ground push. You have Deso, you have DK. Yeah, you just canceled a CP. The call was made like, yo, bro, where are you going? You can hit base. You got a Shivas.
Yeah, how do they stop this?
How
do they stop this?
There's one flag bearer creep coming in. What is this creep, dude?
I think he just survived through the illusion. Like an illusion timed out in the flag bearer creep.
I'm coming, boys. I'm coming.
He is literally the flag bearer in the 2 towers, man. He's coming. He's coming to storm the base. Oh, Team Spirit.
They gave up.
Yeah, they LGD gave up on it. Got a decent amount of damage with the Dragon form. Took a tier 3. And
they don't want to leave Yatoro cutting all these waves.
Yeah, clean up their lanes a little bit. Ooh,
actually, they feel like fights. I mean, DK form is out though.
Even if you kill these guys, like, what are you gonna get out of it?
Yeah, that's the issue right now. That's a very awkward go for LGD. I think it is wise to call it off there. You're in like a 3-on-5 with no DK form, and you have no lanes in anyway. If Y goes down.
He most definitely will, and it looks like they're going to get the Bat Rider as well. So Orchid doesn't quite kill him. Flame Break pushes it back, but the DK. The Decay gets the kill.
Has been denied.
Didn't get Force Staff off.
Dire's bottom tower
Oh, did he still have that?
I think he actually could have lived there. Either way, all of that punish is a setup from Yatoro getting on the backside of the map and bringing LGD back.
Yeah.
And that has been their saving grace this game. He's creating a lot of room, a lot of pressure, a lot of space.
He's going to get hard. Klinks is going for a butterfly. I almost think, do you need to worry about any defense in this game? I just feel like more and more damage helps you beat Yatoro.
What is that, just straight NKB or something?
Yeah, I think so, because you know he's going to get butterfly eventually, right? Is that crazy? I mean, butterfly is still damaged, so...
I think there's an argument to go MKB here on Shiro. The butterfly is still a lot of damage on this hero. It is magic.
Nice part about MKB is it's magic damage, right? Against the high armor Naga, but...
I think either would be acceptable. This does make him tankier if he gets gone on. He just cleans up here on the side lane. Cannot run from the saw.
Dire's bottom tower.
LGD slowly get the lanes back in, and Yatoro goes back in to their side of the map to cut.
Hey, he keeps on finding a way to be able to get there without going through LGD's vision.
Well, why do that? It's orderly defended. He's gonna die anyway though, but they found a similar target on Maposhka, so both fives going down in mid. But Yatoro's gonna have to song. He does not have teleport here. You knows this.
Yeah, just keep chasing after him.
Oh, he got flown in.
He did. He got it off the courier. Meanwhile, nothing to say, and Shiro did poke at the high ground again, so this is going to be another tier 3 that might die before backdoor protection's up. Yeah, they get it.
And they got a glyph before that.
Yeah.
Maximum value inflicted. Their siege is formidable. That's something else the butterfly helps. So it does help the Klinks go high ground a bit. Because he can stand there in front line. The physical burst is not as severe. All these cores from LG are scary in their own way. Spirit still looking for answers in the fights at least. They have them on the map. They'll get a grab ally shard. That's a pretty good one here.
Yeah, that'll help maybe against the Dragon Tail initiation or the Shadow Demon Purge.
I just think this Tombstone can die pretty fast too.
Yeah, that's true.
This DK is going to have Mjolnir. You have Klink's Butterfly with an extra attack speed. There's a chance you put someone in the Tombstone, and then the Tombstone just disappears instantly.
Do their own Tormentor on the side of PSG.LGD. I think both teams are just kind of setting up for Roshan, which will very likely be where PSG.LGD tries to permanently cripple Team Spirit, if not outright kill them. And that Roshan will also be a chance for Team Spirit to put Yatoro to the test and see if they can contest LGD's lead. And actually have a chance to be able to control the game outside of ratting it.
I feel like Yatoro needs his Butterfly for the next fight. He needs the damage, he needs the survivability, because he needs to stick in the fight and actually start right-clicking these cores down.
Which means the Roshan time could be very important. If it's a later Roshan, you might have a chance to get to that Butterfly.
It's just so far away.
Yeah.
LGD are just already smoking there to set up for it.
Dire's middle tower is under
You have to imagine if it's not here, they're going to be willing to go to bottom. Also very close to level 20 talents. In fact, NTS got his for the extra attack range, and Shiro level 19. You to level 19. A couple big ones approaching. If you give them a couple pickoffs, they're going to get those online. Makes the team fight even harder here.
All right, play for Radiant side Roshan. Spawn time is going to be late, 2.5 minutes. It's a real possibility he can get to that Butterfly. But maybe they just meet their end in a bad team fight before that as PSG.LGD are set up as Team Spirit approach the pit. Smoke breaks, Planet jumps forward, got Orchided. Couldn't get the initiation off. A disruption goes in, telekinesis throwback to Batrider, see if they can get the kill and get out nicely. The Tombstone is going to be taken down though, so both are losing a little bit of team fight. Look at you, just going straight into it. Gets the kill on Maposhka before the sleep.
Are you going to fight? Are you going to TP out? You better make the call.
They're going to TP out. And they get away just in time. Nothing to say. Not quite there. And the supports both manage to TP away.
After that Tombstone goes down, it's a way different fight for Team Spirit. Because they don't have the save. They don't have the long duration slow that's going to maybe kite some of these melee cores out. I don't want to say trading Batrider for a Tombstone is even there, but it almost felt like
I
it.
feel like it kind of is.
Yeah.
When your initiation is ruined. It's like, well, he's not probably going to do that much more for us after that.
They did get Planet's buyback out of that.
Yeah, they did.
So there's some economic damage, and Yatoro, he's number 1 on the chart.
He's got
Butterfly
Butterfly.
completed. Gonna put it to the test.
Yeah.
Did not pass the test.
No. He got a D on that.
I mean, it's still solid damage, though. If they have like a Roar or an extra Rubik spell there, you is killable.
Yeah, everybody's killable. The Shiro, though.
Collapse wants to turn.
Collapse, he does want to turn. Turns around. Oh, Roar. Immediate disruption. Great reaction from YU Smile. And the Sonic Wave isn't nearly enough. A little bit of bump up with heal. And PSG.LGD look healthy enough to catch more. Immediate buyback, though, will repulse them. They're out.
So they trade, so 4 buybacks in the end. Link's catching them on the backside. If you can get multiple rounds of this dagger off, that's where some of the damage can come from for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
This Axe Queen is going to scale in that regard if you can just keep throwing spells, playing on the outside of the fight, poke with some Rubik lifts and Fade Bolts. It's just the raw committal from LGD is the scary part here. And yeah, this disruption is just always going to be sitting there waiting for Roar. Collapse needs to think about it. Cannot just throw it out idly. Multiple times they've thrown someone in this Tombstone, and the Tombstone just melts. So that's not a guarantee either. Lincoln's done
Magic
for Laurel.
resistance now for New. He is damn near untouchable.
He's really tanky.
The best part is in this matchup, you actually have more builds you can go. The Strength Blink is nice AoE damage. You can also get the Aghanim Scepter later on. So this Naga Siren is going to have to contend with a lot, but Yutoro, TI winner, Collapse is going to be able to find the opening. Shadow Demon does the kill they needed, but gets off the BKB a little bit late and takes too much damage as a result. He dies. The song allowing Team Spirit to set up a good Tombstone with double dagger. That's going to feel pretty good. Can the Tombstone stay alive? Can they get the damage out fast enough? Yutoro's trying to clear through them. The AoE gets him down to about half. Shiro's fighting for it. The Tombstone finally falls. Nothing to say. They do manage to bring down Yutoro, but Shiro is left without a Dragon form, stuck by the skeleton. He's going to have to hold it himself. Maposhka trying to get away from this man in the machine. Goes for the Maposhka kill.
He's out of mana.
Him, but he's out of mana now.
Can you kill him?
He's got a heart. He is not easy when it comes to just right clicks.
This man is invincible right now.
He's got a Timber Chain up, but he's Orchided now. TP out. Sonic Wave goes for it, but the heal inside the fountain is going to be enough.
What a heads-up play. They get the net, and he's gone. He's like, that's your only stun, boys, and I'm coming back.
Is he going to come back fast enough?
This is a fast Roche. You have a lot of the minus armor here.
Go, 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 New. Go, go, go.
He's running. He is absolutely booking it. I don't think he's going to get here
fast enough, yeah.
This is Yatoro's buyback. He wants Aegis and Cheese to make up for it.
They got the scan on him. They know how far away they are. The Team Spirit say, commit. We've got it. Aegis and Cheese.
Okay, they know Yatoro has no TP.
Aegis, Cheese, but not out yet.
Yeah, you want a piece of him.
Go through the portal. Okay, that's a move, but they can chase you through that. Oh, and you're going straight to the outpost where they have control. They can TP in here.
Click the wrong way.
Oh, played it with the wrong direction. He had a chance there to set it up for his teammates to go through the portal, but guessed wrong. 50-50 goes awry. And Team Spirit proved they're still in this thing.
It cost them some heavy buybacks, though. That is a Radiant side Roche. They have buyback advantage, and they use 3 and 2 big ones between Naga and the Beastmaster, Yutoro and Collapse. Collapse diebacks there. So you're killing the Beastmaster's economy. You trade Aegis for the Naga net worth. I mean, this is probably an okay outcome for Spirit, because if you give up that Roshan to LGD, you're probably just looking at the game.
Yeah.
So you'll take this for sure.
The options were hard game or lost game.
Yes, you'll take the hard game. But damn, if that doesn't feel bad for Collapse, man. He's not going to find another item for a long time now.
Yeah, and these cores of PSG.LGD are getting so much. I mean, we saw the damage that was being output by Nothing to Say. I feel like part of the only reason that Team Spirit was able to get that in the first place is Dragon Form died in those last few seconds. Otherwise, Nothing to Say gets a lot more damage out.
And they ended up super clumped. They were getting like 3-man dagger riptided with Tombstone still up.
Right.
That song ended up working. But Mew, he's the real carry in this game. You're looking at the damage. It's the Timber Saw. He has become the biggest problem. Strength Blink completed. And I was about to say, if you get that Timber kill, maybe you feel a bit better about it. Mew is 8-0 this game. He is level 24. You get to 25 on this Timbersaw with the amount of tankability he has with a second Chakram.
Legitimately, your only hope of neutralizing him is taking away his mana.
Yes,
Because he will have all the damage. He will have all the HP.
You have to just absorb his mana pool into your HP until it disappears. You have to do it the hard way.
He's an unstoppable monster.
5,000 HP with extra magic resist from the talent and a Cloak of Flames.
Okay, speaking of level 25, a Wisdom Rune will get you awfully close.
Is a good rune to find if you're new here. Putting this game on his back, says I'll show you how it's done.
Yeah, you said the performance of the offlaners are
he's showing
very
up.
important in this meta.
He's absolutely showing up.
And Mira trying to check for a Wisdom Rune on Team Spirit side. Doesn't find it. Maposhka will be the one to die instead, though. As, maybe not. Uses a stolen dragon tail to stun Nothing to Say and give up his own life.
What a G. What a best friend right there.
That really was.
Only
Don't think it was worth it, but
I've never played with a support who would have done that. Not to me.
I'm thinking about the supports you played with, and they definitely would not do that for you.
No way in hell.
MSS would say, sorry, bud. You're on your own. I'm trying to become a fourth core here.
Clutch sleep by Yatoro.
Yeah, good read.
Saves that Aegis for a rainy day. 2 minutes still left on the timer. Bloodthorn completed. So single target burst with that Bloodthorn has gone up. He also has that level 20 talent with the bonus illusion here. So the Naga single target DPS has gone up considerably since that last fight. Maybe gives him a chance of bursting his core.
Actually, try and jump Shiro.
He's got Satanic.
That's not an easy go. They're going to try it with the Primal Roar. Sonic Wave gets him down to 3/4. So he still has a way to go. Disruption did get off. So why you smile? He'll probably get, nice headband. The Psychic Headband. It's not going to beat out the drum. Drums did manage to finish him off. Collapse is going to go for a TP away, seeing no stuns, but Nothing to Say is here. And they have the Yule Scepter. So they're going to be able to stop that, kill him, and nothing Team Spirit can do. Once they fail to get the initial pick off on Planks, it's all over.
I still have Aegis for 1 minute here. This is not how you
slowed down by the Shivas. This is looking very bad. Their carry is going to die once. Will he die a second time? He's out of mana.
I mean, he killed so many. He killed so much HP. He's out of mana. Man needs help. He needs arcane boots or something.
Yeah.
I almost want to go with Diffusal on Naga.
Yeah, seriously. That is actually not a bad idea.
Chip him down. I mean, Klinks can have mana problems too here.
Yeah.
I'm going to think about Hex for Yatoro. That Psychic Headband looks so cool, though. I almost wish it had worked. It was just so stylish. He got him on the Ogre Seal Totem in.
Yeah. Oh, Arcane Rune for Nothing to Say, so he's down to use a Dragon form. Watch that one again. I mean, Shiro did not get even close.
I mean, it's Satanic. He just pops Satanic very early, and then this Disruption still gets off thanks to the cast range. And at this point, boop. Yeah, you're kind of screwed. It's just, this is not going to be a fight that goes your way. He gets pulled away from the Tombstone. Collapse is way too deep. Yeah, Stolen Breathe Fire.
Right, slow down the damage a bit. Look at that. Yatoro is out on the enemy side of the map once again.
Downside. Yeah, he's going to try and make some space. I mean,
gets a lot of space with that.
Played this game pretty damn well given their position.
Yeah, it just feels like a game that he can't win solo, right?
No. And I mean, because of this guy. And he's 25 now, so he just got maybe one of the strongest 25s in the game.
Yeah.
On one of the tankiest heroes in the game, who has been unkillable this game.
And he knows he's got mana problems, so once he solves that, he's back in the clear.
Bloodstone will do that, right? You trade Soul Ring out for Bloodstone here, you're going to have it pretty damn fast, and then this hero just, I mean, he's going to 1v5. Trying to go on Nothing to Say. Actually, I don't know who's going on who here.
BKB got off before the song, so he can slow him down to a crawl for so long here. Yatoro, they're going to chase after him. He's dead. He's dead with no buyback, too. Oh, yeah, well, this is PSG.LGD taking over the game. This is their chance to end it right here.
Yeah, you got to gem off that. I think you go throne. 100 seconds, no Naga. I mean, you're not going to get a much better opportunity. Why wait for Roshan here? You have double Strength Blink on your cores. Almost 25 on the DK as well. The 3 carries from LGE feel all untouchable right here. Even with 2 spells on Mira, I don't know if either of them is doing much in this game.
Let's not forget what PSG.LGD is riding towards right now. A secured spot at TI. a chance for China to have more than just one team representing.
Radiant's middle
All right, they're gonna get the glyph out and a dying buyback. Do you go back for throne here? Little mana on you.
I think you absolutely go for it. Naga
Yeah,
Siren
this is
still
melting.
10 seconds till that buyback is back up. Yatoro, let's see if they can do it in time. Lasso's going to be able to pull it back in. The damage is overwhelming. These towers are dying so damn quickly. Yatoro's going to come back to a throne that is at half health.
Just got by.
Primal War goes out. They win for the Clinks. Disruption goes out. So instead,
mini dragon.
force nothing to
It's
say.
gone.
They go for the Clinks now. He's organic, but look at him out healing all of this when he's staying at half health. They can't do the damage fast enough. Yatoro now calls quits. Song goes out. They get the buybacks coming in. Collapses back for round 2. They're going to go for Shiro, but the stun instantly comes out from nothing to say, locking down Yatoro. The Naga Siren is dead, and so is your game. LGD will win the series 2-1, and they have secured themselves a spot at TI-12.
Yeah, that's a really clutch game to win here for LGD. I mean, it just feels good for the TI qualifier, but it's a very important hurdle for them and for Chinese Dota this whole year to not get eliminated in this lower bracket, especially going up against the Eastern European and Western European teams that have been their bane the entire season.
Yeah.
That's like some mini revenge right here, right? It's got to feel damn good, especially with this team going down from that upper bracket in what was a close series as well. Finding some momentum here, and for Team Spirit, it's another underwhelming finish, right?
Yeah.
I think expectations for this team are always high because of the names on the roster, and I mean, they're TI winners. Yatoro, Collapse have performed really well. Laurel's gotten some flack. I feel like this series, Laurel got thrown to the wolves a little bit, right? He's put into an Ember Huskar matchup. Honestly, he didn't die. He did pretty decent in my opinion, but that's just an impossible draft scenario. And this game 3, it's a first phase Queen of Pain that you then get lane dodge with the Timber. It's probably going to happen, and then you're put in a DK matchup, and there's no support help. So again, he's thrown on an island. He has to play from behind. He loses his tower. I feel like that has just been the weakness for Team Spirit this whole year. You have incredible side laners, but your mid is struggling, and it's not on Laurel. It's where the team is deciding to put the resources into, and this, in my opinion, is still a very tough meta to throw your mid laner to the wolves. Like, when that happens, it just feels like it's an uphill battle the whole game, no matter what the matchups are, because so much of the game's tempo momentum is based around mid lane, the power runes, and who has that level advantage.
Yeah.
And I mean, shout out to Neil. 14-0 here on the Timbersaw.
Monster performance for the newcomer of PSG.LGD, and again secures themselves a spot at the next TI.
Yeah, congratulations to PSG.LGD. They make it not only further on in the tournament, this being now their first top 8 finish guaranteed for all the majors that they have attended this year, but also, of course, as our commentary team already said, guaranteed TI-12 attendance. And they're not the only ones being happy about that. I saw Jack watching this game, and he was very invested. A little bit of a love-hate relationship there. You seem more like a disgruntled father, like, push faster.
Oh, yeah.
Go for the throne.
Yeah,
Do that.
well, watching this game, it was I mean, you can kind of tell that LGD is not really used to this sort of tempo style. I think they, like, it was a kind of a weird draft from Spirit. They all basically almost ignored this Timbersaw throughout the draft, and we felt like LGD had such good tempo to the point where they were encouraged to go for it with the Clinks. And it felt like at some point they might not get there because it felt like they were like a little bit slow in like getting the waves dealt with and actually taking towers. But ultimately, I still think it was a little bit too much momentum for them. There's that big fight bottom. Again, New had like a pretty much a free game on Timbersaw, like especially if you're gonna first pick a Timbersaw and have a game like that. But I still think that it comes back to NTS. Like, as the meme goes, in times of crisis, there's only responsibility. And this was with TI on the line. I think he made some pretty, again, usually you don't praise a DK too much because it's a DK, right? It's like fairly straightforward. Yeah. But that last fight in the jungle when he pre-popped his BKB before the song to ensure that Yatoro went down again, that basically set up the game-winning push. I think he did a great job this game taking towers, and that's his job within the team. LGD still feel, despite some good performances from New, that they need NTS to be their strong tempo point. That's why they pick him the heroes that they do. And he went around, he took the towers he needed to, he started the fights he needed to. I still think that he was the key to the series. As we talked about before, the Laurel versus NTS matchup coming in.
Yeah, this is the fight right here that could have been the turning point for Team Spirit. For a little while it looked at that, but then Neo made sure that, and he got away with his life, miraculously, and he still took a couple of lives to boot there as well. Aurora, strong performance from PSG.LGD.
That was not reactive armor, that was plot armor. I mean, I would say I agree that they kind of have a free game for the Timber, and I would say DK kind of have free game too, because early on Spirit's draft don't have damage to threaten these two heroes at all. But I would say the freer the game is, the more that you have to be on your toes. You have to be really careful to not lose any sort of advantage you got with your strength of your heroes. And I would say they were really just playing really careful, you know. They didn't really give Spirit any chance to turn back. I would say the Naga actually tried so hard to bring this game back towards his team's favor, but their draft is just not making it. I just think they needed so many items on this Naga, on this Pop, to make their draft work, and it's just impossible because DK and Timber is just terrorizing the map.
Yeah, I felt like it's a no draft completely, like watching this game as well. Like the lanes went very smooth for the LGD. They applied this pressure on the mid tower like super early on, the 6th minute. I think it was the point where it was falling. And yeah, like picking Laurels here this early, twice in a row. Like we kind of thought them going away from that strategy and in the middle of the group stages, but they came back to, you know, leaving him on the line, and it doesn't really work in this meta. So they had really low chances of winning this game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Spirit, they of course, I mean, they make it to TI, which is obviously, there's a little bit of comfort to be found in that, but I think that this is a team that doesn't just want to make it to TI, they want to have at least good chances there. And I think Rezo, I mean, okay, they came top 8 in Lima, but they end the same place now as they did in Berlin, and in terms of improvement, it's not really clear that there is any.
Yeah, I mean, this team is very ambitious, I would say, especially like Yotoro. He wants to win more than they already won, and they seem to be struggling to find that maybe even like hero pool for both of their cores. I wouldn't say it's only like on the Laurel as well. I think Collapse is struggling to find his identity in this patch too, because from what I've seen, they've been inventing with the Broodmother and Visage for him, but it didn't really work out very well. So they need to find that balance between their cores to, you know, to make sure they're confident going to the TI.
Final thoughts on Team Spirit then, as we close the book on them, Jack?
Yeah, I think that's been when they look their strongest, right? Everyone feels in sync. Collapse gets a playmaker usually that fits the rest of their draft, and when they don't, it just looks a lot out of sorts. Like if you have to pick this Beastmaster, I'm not really sure what his purpose was even in this game. There are like other cores that he can't really gank, and then his lane matchup, the Clinks, like not only isn't really worried about him, but the Clinks is going to be the one running around looking for kills, so you're not going to find him just farming.
They needed damage to kill the DK and the Timberstone, but Beastmaster doesn't provide you any damage. He provides you control, but not, you know, very big damage.
They've got to figure it out. They have to figure it out what to do with Laurel, like what makes sense. Maybe the patch will, I'm sure, like, you know, patch and stuff will change and maybe it becomes their patch again. But it feels like this team, more than some of the other top teams maybe we've seen, is kind of a patch team in a lot of ways. So
Ban the Timber.
Ban the Timber. That's the lesson learned out of this major. Maybe against PSG.LGD, definitely with New performing the way he did, that might be a smart move. We're moving forward with more elimination matches on the horizon. As per our previous comment, we have got a different series coming your way, as you might have expected. We have Shopify Rebellion versus Beastcoast as our upcoming series. Later on, we'll still see Azure Ray taking on Bedboom, and our final series of the day is 9 Pandas versus Aster. But first, Beastcoast versus Shopify coming your way after a break. Welcome back. You are watching the Bali Major, and we are about ready to head into our second series of the day. We got for you a Shopify Rebellion taking on Beastcoast. It's another series with elimination on the line, as we are in the lower bracket at the moment. And for Shopify, they are already guaranteed to go to TI based on points. However, for Beastcoast, this game could secure their tickets to TI 12. Let's find out what's going to happen. I'm joined by Aurora, Jack, and Winter. Welcome to the panel, Winter. How are you doing?
I am good. Can't wait for the NA showdown.
It's NASA showdown.
NASA showdown.
Or you can call it the Americas showdown, Jack.
That's right, Battle of the Americas. There is some other history between these teams that's interesting. I don't remember what exactly it was, but I think last year it was like, I forget who obviously Shopify used to be EG, and there was like, they could help,
Yes.
No, it was the other way around, right? So first Beastcoast, I think, helped EG secure.
It was Thunder Awaken at that point.
Right, and then at I think it was at TI or at the Major, EG returned the favor. It's both. Okay, so EG returned the favor. I remember seeing the meme poster like saving Private Arturito, all that stuff, right? And then now, once again, it's in Shopify's court to potentially, Beastcoast can get to TI through this. So we'll see if they remember.
We'll see how it goes. We are very close to starting the draft of Game 1 of the series, so let's start it up.
Water and rebellion comes together.
A merging of flow and flexibility.
The storm comes through. Watch out. It's Shopify Rebellion.
Las olas son despiadadas.
Victoria o derrota, nos adaptamos al momento.
Disco viene como la marea alta, así que ten cuidado.
Yeah, Beastcoast versus Shopify Rebellion. Of course, they're familiar with each other. And maybe Shopify is a little bit more familiar with Beastcoast right about now, because yesterday Shopify had the day off while we saw Beastcoast struggling against Gaming Gladiators, Aurora. That was a tough one.
I mean, of course, it's Gaming Gladiators. What else do you expect?
It was a tough one too. They did lose to the Beatles.
Yeah, I mean, the first game, Gaming Gladiators kind of, like, fooled around a little bit, and then they got back up on their toes. I would say it's been quite a while to see a good mid laner from the SAs. I'm just saying, but I'm really happy with how Dark Mako has come so far. I definitely saw a lot of his 1v1 matchups against Quinn back then, and he has really improved a lot, and he is one of the strongest, I would say, most stable player from his lineup right now. I mean, you definitely need that because there's so many, like titans in the mid lane now, right? And for a team like Beastcoast, I would say having a stable mid laner really enables all the other doors that you need open.
How do we feel about the mid lane, Dark Mago versus Abed, Winter?
Well, I think Abed hasn't been playing his best right now, so he's gonna have to rely on his supports to maybe help him out a little bit. And the contrasting play styles of the team, one team is always wanting to play like a game with a lot of chaos, which is Beastcoast, whereas if you look at the Shopify games, they are mostly very methodical. They are slower, but they tend to just draft a lineup that balls together, and they just try to group up early. So very, very different kind of play styles where you guys already mentioned where Shopify should understand how they have to do to beat Beastcoast.
The mid matchups are interesting. Again, I'm sure Quinn loved this yesterday, but he calls Dark Mago the Magoober, and it's one of his favorite mids, especially SA mids, because he plays like just a very unique hero pool. It used to be more like Kunkka, Tiny. You've seen some of this tournament. Those are kind of his signature heroes. Even now, the heroes that he plays are going to be a little bit different from Abed. Abed is more likely to play a Wind Ranger. Obviously, they both play Spirits, whereas he's more likely to play a Timbersaw. He's played some Storm and Ember as well, but or back to his signatures. And then the other thing of this Beastcoast team is Parker is, they've had to flex sometimes on what heroes they play. Parker, I think, is more likely to play this TA we've seen a lot, maybe more of a scaling hero, and they switch lanes if need be, but that can look a little rocky at times. So that'll be something to look out for as well if they have to do that, because we've seen them do that successfully, where they opened, I think it was Clockwork, Shadow Fiend against Timbersaw, and that worked out really well for them. So, but that can also result in Dark Magoo going to a side lane that he isn't as familiar with playing and having trouble there. So that will be something to watch in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you actually brought that up. We were also talking about it the other day during the panel, where it's nice to have that flexibility with your carry. Like, especially, I think they only do it for two heroes, SF or TA. So when you do that, it's nice some of the games, but because you're not exactly a natural mid player, which is Jim Park, so some of the games where you're expected to win the matchup, you don't actually win, you know, because you're not really playing mid all the time. So it can be a bad thing to actually swap the lanes all the time.
Yeah, I will say for Beastcoast, the shining star has been Jim Park or Parker, who has been the most recent addition. We saw K1 at first stepping aside for other reasons, and then the swap happened officially, putting Parker on the position 1 slot. And throughout this year, Beastcoast hasn't looked entirely great. They've not made it further into the playoffs. That's the position where they're in now in Lima. They also made it 9-12th, and they didn't even come out of the group stages in Berlin. So that was a rough one for sure. Going into this series, I feel like it's fair to ask, Aurora, who do you have as a favorite?
I honestly want to say Shopify Rebellion, but like Winter mentioned, they haven't been looking good because Abe is not on his top form. I would say Beastcoast is my pick because I really like how they played their games recently, and the fact that they didn't, you know, like hesitate in their first game versus Gaming Gladiators shows that they have the potential to be one of the best teams.
Do you agree with that, Jack?
Yeah, I think so. I think, I mean, Shopify, again, since the start of the season, they've still been trying to figure out how to best incorporate Saberlight. As I've said before, he was on Quincy for a little bit, and we thought that he wasn't the best laner, but he was a good teamfight spellcaster. And so I think, again, Shopify started the season strong. I think they came in top 4 at Lima, but since then, I don't think they've come in anywhere near close. And some games, Saberlight just looks a little bit off from like the tempo of the rest of the team, especially if his lane doesn't go well. Like Shopify, when they look good, they want to pressure you through the lanes and hit their timings, and you don't have much counterplay. If Saberlight deviates from that, or they can't find a hero that fits him for that purpose, it's pretty hard for him to do it. And I think part of the reason is they wanted to give Abed better games this year. They didn't want Abed to be a sacrificial, so they figured Saberlight is this guy. He goes in, even if his lane gets dumpstered, he's on some Darkseer, Pango, he hit his spells really well. But yeah, that hasn't always worked out for them, especially in the later half of the year, so they have to figure that out soon.
Is that where their main struggles lie then, you think, Winter, on that offlane? And how much of that is, obviously we talk a lot about Saberlight because he's the new guy in the team, but how much of that is responsibility of Crit as well as a position 4 to guide the offlaner?
I think Jack was spot on there. I feel like the issue with Saberlight is like his itemization has to work with RTD, and sometimes I feel like he's going for the team items, but Arthur doesn't really want to fight, he wants to farm. So they both have items that doesn't work for the game. Maybe if everybody gets on the same page, the whole thing will be a totally different game. So I feel like maybe the team's direction isn't entirely on the same page, and some of the games I feel like he's doing the right build, but some games he's not really sure on Saberlight. Like some games he needs to go for the team builds, some games he needs to play for his own game,
Well, if we can, come to the conclusion that that's the weak point at the moment for Shopify Rebellion, Aurora, it seems like Beastcoast could make the same deduction and maybe exploit that somehow, maybe in the draft?
I need to remind everyone though, make sure to not give Abed Snapfire, because I don't think he understands those type of heroes. He's better on spirits or like heroes that are elusive, mobile, and I just want them to be on, like, I wouldn't say top form because you can't be top form whenever you want, right? But like the best you can, and I want to see how are they gonna do against Beastcoast. But I would say from the past games, Beastcoast is really having it. They have a better momentum than Shopify.
And is that because of Parker or other players stepping up there too?
I think Parker's addition definitely helped the team sort of figure out what kind of play style they want to play, because I haven't seen Beastcoast being this coordinated ever since, Jim Park joined the team. So, but then Jim Park kind of have those moments where he's kind of playing the game alone. So I hope he's not staying in his own world, try to connect with the team a little bit more, and yeah, they'll have a better chance.
Yeah, let's focus a little bit more on Beastcoast, because they did have to, well, adapt their play style a little bit, Jack, because Jim Park is just a very different player compared to K1.
Yeah, I think a lot of that change was basically Hector didn't see eye to eye with the rest of the team and how they wanted to play, and he's a very, I should say, he's a very definitive type of player, and like he always seems to be top net worth. He finds his farm, and you kind of have to play around what he wants to do. So I think Parker gives them a little bit more flexibility, not just with like the lane, but also like I feel like his hero pool is different. I mean, he played Meepo yesterday. It made me think of because Abed, I think, first came to fame as like a Meepo player. This was like an early TI when he knocked out, I think it was Complexity out of the wild card. So, but we haven't seen him on any sort of like hero like that in a long time. So that's a nice addition to their team. They can, I feel like they can play much faster if they want to with Parker. It changes things. There's always obviously like a honeymoon period when you bring in a new player, when the communications are good, when everything seems fresh. So they have to get through that, try to get some good results, and then sustain it obviously in this most important stretch of the year, which includes TI that they have to try to get to. But the other thing is this team, a lot of this group of players, they've consistently been pretty successful against this Shopify group. I think it was at this last TI that Shopify upper bracket lost to 2 SA teams, which ended up conglomerating into the squad to get knocked out of the tournament. So I feel like they've had sort of Shopify. It's hard not to call them EG just because they were for so long. I feel like they've kind of had Shopify's number. I feel like they play at this, as Winter said, this chaotic, quick pace that often can throw Shopify off guard if they're playing for their timings.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, how many times can you cheese, you know? I feel like the issue that Beastcoast I see is like whenever they are forced to play a normal game of Dota where everything is predictable, you know what's coming, they won't win the game, or they have a lower chance of winning the game. And that's when I feel like you need to be able to win those games, you know, because how many games of Meepo, how many games of Haska can you actually pull out and win? At
Keep
the end
them guessing.
Yeah, you have to. Sure, it's nice to keep them guessing, but eventually you're going to be forced to play a normal Dota game, and you have to be able to have what it takes to win those games.
And would you still say, Winter, that Shopify is still a team that, when they were called EG, this was a team that was always praised for their laning stage, and early game was always spotless. Is that still the same?
Yeah, I think they, based on just draws, they really focus on the lanes a lot. They play a lot on like the hero synergy in the lane, like how much they can offer with the spells on the laning phase. I do feel like they are still the same in that regard. They like to win the lanes and have a very sharp timing. They kill Roshan and they push and end the game. They don't really like to play like very late game Dota. And eventually when the games get to that stage, they usually don't win those games because they don't have as good decision making as the other teams.
And how does Beastcoast compare in their laning stage?
I think Beastcoast is also very good at the lanes, but I would give Shopify the edge there because Beastcoast, their lineup, it's more about they are drafting heroes that are comfortable. And so sometimes the comfortable heroes are not the best heroes in the laning phase.
I want to talk a little bit more about the support duos because I do feel like there's a big difference between Schofield and Stinger and Crit and Fly, Jack. We have, I will say, Crit does not have the best record with techies, for example. I feel like both of the support duos are playing a little bit outside of the meta in terms of heroes. Would it be fair to say that?
I think that might be a bit of a difference between the teams too. I feel like Crit kind of excels. Like this meta, you're seeing a lot of these kind of like ranged fours, like you mentioned, like the techies and stuff. I feel like Crit, when you think of Crit, you think of like an Earth Spirits kind of roamer. This is something that Beastcoast does actually, or at least during the group stage, did pick as well. They're like more likely than a lot of teams to even pick like a Tusk or like a Clockwork or something like that. That's like kind of the Schofield signature. Like he loves to make plays on these roaming heroes. I think between Stinger and Fly, I think of Fly traditionally as more of like, he's pretty good as like a team fight support. Like I think of like Phoenix, stuff like that. Stinger is, I guess this tournament is more likely to pick like a Venomancer or something like that. And I feel like they sometimes both pick aggressive supports like roam around with. I think you're more likely to see that out of Beastcoast than Shopify. And that's where some games they get really aggressive and they really just, you know, like try to put their foot on the gas and just make you keep taking bad fights, or take fights that some teams would think are just insane. Like how are there 4 people here right now? What's going on?
Yeah, so it'll be like a battle of the enchanters. You know, I think it'll be important for the teams to prioritize the heroes, so you can pressure early, play really aggressive, and it just makes it so that it's easy to pick your call in the lane. You know, because when you always have the strongest support, you don't have to worry about, oh crap, you know, I can't pick this hero because my support can't really offer me too much, and I have to pick a stronger laner.
What do you think about the support duos, Aurora?
I mean, I definitely do think that when it comes from SA, their highlights are the support players, because Panda, Matthew, Schofield, Stinger, right? But I would say, like, I do feel a bit of what Winter said. They kind of have a way of playing Dota where it's not normal, it's not the stable draft. But I wonder how long can it go though, because at one point they're gonna ban all your comfortable support heroes and you're gonna have to play normal Dota. And I just don't think, like, they are, from their past games, I just don't think they're gonna, you know, like, do well, because they really need that niche pick. They really need, like, to catch the enemy team off guard for them to be able to be in their zone, so to say.
Yeah, and Shopify Rebellion seems like I feel like it's a very bad matchup for Beastcoast in that regard, because they are very weak when they lose their lanes, and Shopify really focus on winning their lanes and playing very methodical Dota. So both, when you think about both styles, I'll definitely give Shopify the edge.
There's one, well, actually lane matchup that we haven't even talked about, Jack, because we covered Saberlight and Parker and the supports and the mids. But there's another lane which, well, the other offlane and carry combo, Sacred versus Arteezy. We are used to seeing Sacred dominate lately over the last, well, this season, I'd say, over the last couple of majors. Arteezy has been stable, but not peaking as high as he has done earlier this year.
I feel like the difference here is, like, Sacred, I feel like probably excels on these killer type heroes. So I would love to see, again, like a Snapfire or something like that. I'd love to see him on a hero where it's like I have a lane partner that I can apply direct kill pressure into the lane and start to connect with my teammates, versus some of these offlaners are more about, let's say it's more of a map control-y type of hero. And maybe it's like a Brood, like, I think that's one of the heroes of this series that's going to be heavily contested. The Lycan, that, again, that Shopify, I feel like is more likely to play than Beastcoast. So I think those are like two heroes between them. But Arteezy has always been, when we like had to deal with him for years, he's always just been a really good laner. Like, finds a little sort of micro advantages. Obviously, like, a really mechanically skilled player. So if you lane against Shopify, like, a lot of times you better be on your game, and you better study and practice laning and all these little combinations, because if not, you can very easily just find yourself just blown out of the game very early on.
Yeah, you need to get get past the early game, survive the early game, and hopefully you get to the midpoint without too big of a disadvantage, because I feel like that's going to be the point where the game should start to turn around for Beastcoast, because when they always go to the late game at Shopify, they tend to not just have the correct items. Sometimes you see Arteezy buying very, very weird ass items, or the team is just playing very, very weird. They're over aggressive and they're not on the same page, and they just feed, you know.
Yeah, I want to take a step back between the two teams, as we're still waiting for the draft to be coming up on our screens. Just a couple of minutes more, I promise. Well, can I promise? I hope that I can promise just a couple of minutes more. But I want to take a step back, because these two teams meeting once again in a lower bracket. Like Jake mentioned, the same as last time, or last year, I should say, not this year. But this year, the teams have struggled a little bit. Both teams are expected to do better, especially since, of course, at TI, we saw Beastcoast and Thunder Awaken both be top 6, or at least one of the two come top 6, the other one top 8. Very good performance. Shopify Rebellion, we expect the world of them as well, purely by, well, can I say heritage a little bit, with still the EG flair they're going, of course, as well. Meeting here in a lower bracket, regardless of who advances here, Aurora, would you say that it's a disappointment here to be in this very spot? Or is competition just too strong right now?
I mean, I guess it might be the same for the other series, right? Because we just went through Spirit and LGD. I think this major is somewhat like a climax for the movie, you know, because you see all the teams that shouldn't be fighting against each other because they get eliminated so early on. And yeah, I would say I'll be sad if either of the team goes, because I am very happy with how Beastcoast has come so far, and I don't really want to see them go like this soon. Well, Shopify Rebellion, because I have seen the better version of them, and if they don't do as well, I wouldn't be that surprised, but I would still be very sad, because Abed, man, Abed.
Also, we know that Evil Geniuses is already qualified, and I actually do mean Evil Geniuses this time, not Shopify. We know that Evil Geniuses is confirmed for the international. Beastcoast has 800 points, not 100% confirmed, depends and on their result here, of course. They have it in their own hands, but they could also still make it based on points, based on some other results here at the major. But we also know, Jack, they get 2 slots in the qualifiers, so we might have 4 SA teams if Beastcoast win here. That would be momentous.
Yeah, that'd be great for the region. I think one of the I guess, small goals, if you will, when this DPC format first started. There's a time when SA teams often didn't get slots. They didn't even get. They had to go through like a combined Americas qualifier. They didn't get spots or invited to things. And we're now in a year, like you said, where there could very well be 4 SA teams at TI, and they've throughout this year and last year they've consistently set these sort of milestones for performance. Like I think the last major was the first time that we had in one of these large team majors an SA team crack the top 4, right?
Yeah.
And I think they broke new ground at the last TI. So it's been nice to see this region grow. I remember just being part of an NA team, we would be like, hey, you know, we're like, it's hard for us to play Europe unless we're on the East Coast, but there are more and more South American players and teams that are pretty good, if they could take scrim seriously, that is. But that's nice. It's been nice to see the region grow. And yeah, again, with Beastcoast, if you're making such a roster change, like with Hector, especially to such an important sort of team identity defining player, then you're happy to be still alive at this phase of the tournament and still have a chance to fight and secure your TI spot.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're seeing not just Beastcoast versus Shopify, but also finally maybe settle a debate this year. Who is the better region, SA or NA? We're finding out as the draft is on our screens. We got Beastcoast on Radiant side. They are getting first pick this game. They banned out Morphling and Pugna. Shopify Rebellion banned out the Timbersaw and the Templar Assassin. They get second pick, therefore also overall last pick. Winter, anything left in the pool that you're keeping your eye out on? Earlier you mentioned Enchantress, still in the pool, as is Undying and Medusa, by the way.
Yeah, they'll probably do a trade between Enchantress and Undying, and if you're Beastcoast, if you're going for Enchantress, you're going to have to expect the Undying +1 after that, and whether you have a response at number 8 for... I guess Naga could be a good response against the Undying, so you pick Enchantress. If they pick Undying plus something else, and they leave the Naga, I think it would be good for them to snag the Naga right away to have a counter towards the Tombstone. You have to sleep to kill it in the team fights. That would be great for them.
Well, there is indeed the Enchantress. No surprises there, but it does seem like Shopify is not entirely sure, or at least using all their time to decide what they want to go for. Ooh, well, I forgot about the Spider. Spider was in, Spider was picked. Got Broodmother as the opening pick for Shopify. Let's see if they'll still go for the Undying. Oh, the Rubik.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Yeah, I mean, they did this opening, it was yesterday, in one of the games where they had Brood offlane, which he built all the aura items, the pipe and the Crimson Guard. I think it was a draft where they had Lycan, so they pushed really early on. They applied a lot of pressure on the map.
I mean, I really like this Mars pick though, because among of the heroes that make Brood's game like very hard, make her very crippled. Like, sure, we mentioned like Naga, all these heroes, all the carry heroes, right? But actually, Mars is one of the safest heroes that you can pick early, but it's also really, really good against Broodmother, because Broodmother wants to play aggressive, right? She wants to play around your towers when she is of her temple. But having a Mars in the draft in your team, it just means this Broodmother is, you know, like risking her temple, because you can always just TP and counter this Broodmother. She can't run away, she needs BKB. But I've seen a lot of teams that haven't been able to, you know, like bring up the tempo of the Mars against the Broodmother, because they kind of want to do something else and, you know, like not deal with the Broodmother. And then once the Broodmother gets too far ahead, she has BKB and she's buying, you know, like items that can help her scale, help her play a bit better in the fights, like Manta, Nullifier, all this, then Mars is really kind of redundant for the pick. So I really hope that Beastcoast know what they are doing and they can show us what Mars is about when it's against Brood.
I think this is an interesting second. I think they felt they had to pick this Mars because the offlaners were going to start that are good against Brood were going to start getting banned. Not specifically because of the Brood matchup or flex value, but I think what Shopify are going for is they have second pick, right? So on 18 and 24, they get counter picks to the lanes that they see. And so I think like these like tides, like those types of heroes would start to get banned out that are good against the Brood if they wait too long. And on the other side, I like that they're kind of targeting these either scarier, like they saw the Meeple yesterday. This TA is like a major flex for Beastcoast. They're like very targeted bans for them right now.
Yeah, but on the other hand, when you're playing against Brood, you're gonna need like heroes that can catch him, like Spirit Breaker, Storm Spirit. You want to have those heroes to deal with.
Storm Spirit, you say?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, this time on the side of
yeah, it's definitely
Shopify.
not something that you see Beastcoast do a lot. Sometimes they do have the Mars on the mid lane, but overall you need heroes that can catch the brute. Like the Mars is a good tool with the arena, but it'll be nice to also have additional tools to deal with the brute in the laning phase, so she doesn't get that very annoying early lane control where she just takes your tower early, she occupies your jungle. You don't have the right heroes to kick her out, or you need too many heroes to kick her out, so that when you kick her out, you're going to lose control of the other side of the map.
Yeah, I agree. Because you want the Mars to be able to choose whether to play aggressive or defensive, right? You don't want him to always be on the clock trying to defend against his Brood Mother. Because otherwise, like you said, this Brood Mother's teammates, they're just going to farm, they're going to scale, and this Mars will feel very horrible later on in the game.
5 seconds remaining.
It's interesting that they banned the Medusa though, because I thought one of the best heroes against Medusa is actually the Mars, because by having that hero, this Medusa actually has to buy too many items to be able to deal damage at all, and those items are actually not that great for Medusa, so to say, because Silver Edge, you don't really need it as Medusa because you're going to stand in front anyway, you're going to bring along the quick wave, you're going to hit Roche, like this item does not really help you. And you also have to buy the liquidity because otherwise you can't hit anyone in the arena.
I think they're just kind of worried about like Shopify picking the hero early, and in the next phase, right, if they pick it right away, what are you going to pick? You have to pick anti-mage, and maybe they don't feel comfortable to play that hero because there's like really no other carry matchups that are really good. Yesterday we saw the Bloodseeker against the Medusa. It was really good in the early game, but eventually the Bloodseeker just ran out of steam, couldn't really do much against the Dusa. So the other option is to pick Shadow Demon. Those are like the options that it's okay, but it's not that great. I feel like Dusa just doesn't really have any natural counters in the game, or her natural counters have too many weaknesses.
Yeah, probably you mentioned they don't want to pick Shadow Demon here. It was also because there's a Brute here, right? And we don't want two supports that can't deal with Brute and is afraid of walking into Brute in the jungle. That would be really sad.
Beastcoast's turn to kick. Disruptor.
Well, they get themselves a disruptor.
I mean, he's the kind of like the Spirit Breaker. You need the catch, but weaker though. I don't really like it so much. I mean, I know they like the hero, but Disruptor, like if you don't really get a decent enough start, you're gonna be really low level, and you're not really exactly a very reliable catch against the Brood Mother. And I like, and also it's maybe because of the Clockwork pick that dissuaded the Spirit Breaker, because Clockwork, right now you can actually block the charge with the cogs, and the barrier assault is very annoying against the Spirit Breaker throughout the game.
Do we like the Leshrac pickup? Comes a little bit as a surprise, potentially. For me, anyway.
Now what I think is they kind of lack a very stable or guaranteed stun to set up for their disruptor, because Leshrac stun is like delayed, so you can't really rely on that, and Leshrac against Rubik is actually
against
very
Rubik Clockwork though, like Clockwork and Rubik are both very good against Lash.
Yeah, just imagine him trying to get his stun out and the battery assault's constantly interrupting him, then Rubik comes along, steals it, and gets it instantly without any cast point time.
And you're not even that good against Brood Mother. Like, sure, you have a lot of AoE damage spells, but like, why the Brood Mother would just send the spiders to you, right? She can just move them away and still hit you, and she is not universal, so she doesn't really lack the damage to actually force you back. As a Lash, you have two major problems. You don't have health points and you don't have armor. And Brood Mother is really good against heroes like that, so I'm not very sure about this Leshrac pick. Oh.
Aurora?
Your
You
favorite,
didn't
your
want
favorite?
the Snapfire.
For the benefit of doubt, I believe in Abed. A
That's
player of his caliber should be able to figure out what he did wrong previously, and like it's been quite a few
I mean,
days.
his game plan is very simple. This game, like he just needs to play around with the Clockwork hookshot. Like whenever the Lash and the Mars they're coming to threaten the towers, they're gonna take a fight. Your damage is just basically waiting for the Clockwork to hook in, and you're just gonna kill the hero immediately. That doesn't have force stuff. I think that's his first job in the game. After that, he has to just scale. You know, like depending on how the game goes, he has to scale. It's pretty hard to mess that up, this game, I would say.
Yeah, in spite of what you guys said about the other Lesh matchups, I think like this hero is bad against, doesn't like heroes that have this kind of like range burst, right?
Yeah.
Snapfire eventually scales into that, and before Snapfire has like the items or levels to make that happen. Obviously, like you said, a couple of natural pairings where you provide a ton of range damage that can threaten basically anybody, like bring down a Lesh 100 to 0 potentially with a good initiation. So I like that pick. I think it very likely would have been banned or even taken if. Actually, no, I don't know if they would take it, but it probably would have been banned.
Yeah, right now they have to find a gym park hero. You need a hero that can. I mean, yesterday we saw like one game, gaming they actually drafted Lifestealer with Lash. Okay, never mind. They are actually banning it themselves. Like I feel like the carry has to play with the Lash because whenever you have a Lash in the game kind of revolves around the Lash. So you don't want a carry that's way too greedy. You want a carry that can rotate and help and play with the Lash.
They're banning out the Phantom Lancer on the side of Shopify. Does that maybe
that hero is
Terror Blade for themselves?
I mean, that hero is also good against the Clock and the Rubik. Those heroes, those supports can't really deal with the illusion carries, you know, like especially Clockwork.
Yeah, they're afraid of illusion options right now, especially because the Lesh, which isn't quite as good against illusion heroes as it was before, is also like kind of like a natural counter. So if that's both on the side of Beastcoast, then illusion carry gets a little bit scarier.
Yeah, I feel like Beastcoast could. They need something like a slug that can fight, you know, and you can protect the Lash in the team fight. So they're gonna ban out the PA as well, which Beastcoast picked during the tiebreakers. I'm not really a very big fan of the hero because I feel like the hero has a lot of weaknesses, especially carries that need to buy better for you now. You just feel really bad in the lane because you can't buy the ring. It affects your laning phase a lot.
And especially as PA, you're not even strong in lane, so there's no way you can guarantee that you can get to that first item fast enough.
Yeah, but it does look like a pretty good PA game, right? At least with like the 4 heroes that you see. I think no one really, like you can move around or you can kill anyone pretty fast, including like jump on the Snapfire before she has the items to be able to respond.
I think it's alright, but I wouldn't pick it here alongside the Leshrac, because like Winter mentioned, Leshrac is actually very heavy farmed, and like you need the team to play around you. So having Leshrac and PA is actually gonna be very bad for your team.
Okay, that's a very nice pick for the lane. For the game, sometimes I feel like Sven can be greedy, but he also can be very useful at helping the team. I think this game, the shard will be very useful for the Lash, because like you mentioned that the Lash is very weak against the Brute because you don't have armor. So the Sven can actually deal with that and help the Lash actually in the team fights a lot.
I think it's a good hero in like mid game to late game, but in the lane not necessarily that good against Brute, because I have seen this matchup play out and you just need to take the polar on Brute, and this Sven cannot really advance forward. So it's definitely alright because you can just farm, right? And as a pos 1 hero, most of the time if you can just farm, it's already good enough. But now seeing this Razor, I think this Razor just destroys a lot of heroes on Beastcoast side. And we have seen the Razor from Tundra 9s. Like, you kind of make this Lash feel difficult to advance, right? Because Lash is already afraid of physical damage, and you're just gonna lick over him. Sure, he doesn't need his physical damage to, as in like his right click to do damage, but still having a Razor, it's just really hard to land your stuns now. And ooh, I don't know how are they gonna kill this Razor actually.
They're gonna need the ENG to have a very good start, so that the ENG wins the lane. And you have to help the Lash control the rune. I think those are the 2 things that needs to happen for this Lash. The Lash has to snowball really hard. You get the runes, you get the towers early enough, and you can rotate and kick the Razor out of the lane.
Yeah.
If that doesn't happen, I think the game is really hard for Beastcoast to actually play, you know. And Shopify is going to have a very easy mid game, and they're just going to control the map.
That's 2 for Shopify, Jack.
I like Beastcoast's team fight this game. I think that difference is between the Mars and the Brood. I feel like if they can consistently get the engagements that they want by closing people into the arena, then they can do a pretty good job this game. Again, a lot of it's going to come down to lanes, as these matchups usually do. But
hey, a split panel. I enjoy that. I enjoy that for sure. What I also enjoy is listening to the voices of Cap and SVG for the first game.
Hey, that's us. We're going to be taking you through Shopify versus Beastcoast.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, yo. It'll give him the intro.
We're going to see it, Archie.
Give him the intro.
You stop ruining the intro. Every time. Arteezy is playing Razor.
Yay!
Is that good?
I don't know. Is it good?
I don't know.
Somebody.
It's out. It's my memory. It is actually my favorite Arteezy hero. Screws Terrorblade, screws Medusa, screw whatever the hell else. Razor. Active run around here. I remember a performance by Arteezy where he was all over the map. He was controlling the entire tempo of the game. He was a wild man running around. None of this, oh, we're going to win lanes and then farm for 30 minutes and beat you late.
Sounds like a dream.
I want to see a Shopify that moves around, is aggressive, isn't reliant on just winning lanes, interacts with some other heroes.
You're talking about the right team, dude?
That's my question.
Like Beastcoast.
Yeah. It does feel like I'm talking about Beastcoast.
I think you're talking about the wrong team, bro.
I don't know about you, but I favor Beastcoast coming into this, but I do like Shopify's draft more in this game.
I mean, this Razor pick is pretty nasty.
It is a nasty Razor pick.
You counter the Sven pretty much the entire game. You have a good lane versus the Mars. I mean, okay, Mars can spear you out of the link, but generally Razor's going to free run there. And you're even decent versus the Lesh because you're a double BKB with like BKB refresher, right? So it's a pretty good Razor pick. And we've seen this hero come back in popularity. He still seems strong if you can get to the items. I don't know if he's like an early phase hero because you kind of want to see a lot, but when you see a lot, you can get him last hero. Why not? Plus you have that sick cosmetic for you.
That is pretty nice. And they're going to use the Plasma Field to help secure First Blood, which is going to be going to Saberlight. So the Broodmother is already off to a great start, and they should be able to still filter out and get bounty runes, no problem.
You know how fast Beastcoast can up this game tempo, because their three cores can, in theory, play pretty fast together in the mid-game. Especially if they can go with the Lesh with the Sven armor, help them out, Enchantress can roam, Disruptor can help the Lesh run at heroes and guarantee the kills, especially before BKB comes out on the Razor and maybe the Brood, depending on what Saberlight wants to go. He might just go like pipe into auras here. I can see a world where they rely on the Razor Snapfire for full scale.
Horrible. The Turtle Courier.
It is adorable. What the hell even courier is this?
I don't know.
It's just a turtle.
It's a turtle with the prettiest eyes I've ever seen a turtle have.
Okay.
Look at him go. Oh, he's such a good boy. All right, who else is a good boy is Mortimer, who Abed is going to be playing. The Granny and Mortimer here on Snapfire against Mago's Leshrac. This is a good matchup. I feel like Leshrac probably free farms, right?
Lesh can do okay here. I think the new Lightning helps, but I do think Snapfire... I mean, Snapfire is just hard to beat. I don't know. I always have faith Snapfire can win a lane, even if it's kind of not optimal for the hero.
Yeah.
The hero's just damn strong. He has good stats. Good trade with the Scatter Blast. You get some extra right clicks in with the slow. It should be pretty free farm for both, I think.
Yeah. I mean, Leshrac's getting... Mago's getting in some good damage with the extra range that he has over the Snapfire.
A little of a decent trade, getting out denied, but so far so good. The real lane I'm curious in is this Sven Brood, because on paper Sven is good for Brood, but I think in actuality, kind of just get dunked on. I actually have no faith in Sven to stand for Brood over the long term. I'm not even sure the early waves are good.
Yeah, I feel like you actually lose pre-level 6 because Intoxicating Bite is a pretty powerful trade tool, and then you're not going to be strong enough to kill the spiders early. So he probably wins that part of the matchup. And yeah, late game, like, sure, okay, you're going to AoE stun and kill all the spiders in one swing. That sounds great, but I feel like you lose against the Broodmother until then.
Yeah, maybe in the 4 or 5 slotted Sven, you can just stun Brood and kill her, but otherwise, I feel like this lane is actually miserable. The Silken Bolo with Mischance is pretty rough for you. It lasts very long now. It's a 120 damage nuke for 70 mana, whereas your Stormhammer is a 80 damage nuke for 110 mana. That's just not fair.
No, that's not a fair trade-off. Mana to damage ratio is pretty whack there.
I am also still waiting for an explanation as to why Stormhammer deals 80 damage level 1 for the mana cost.
Because it's an AoE stun.
Is it though? It's a 1 second stun duration. Is that a stun? That's like I hit a boulder and tripped for a second. Oh, let me go back to killing you. This spell is terrible. Okay, I'm just gonna... There's a reason Sven we don't see him a lot. This hero has a lot of problems. Well, one of them is his laning has just been nerfed to garbage for some unknown reason. Probably because there's like 2 Ancients on the map now, so they were worried about this hero getting out of control with that, but
yeah, that makes
I don't know, it feels a little overkill.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be taking advantage of the double Ancients, then surely you don't really care that much about your Stormbolt, right? You're just going to go 1-4-1.
Yeah, for sure. What about all these support Sven players?
Who?
Exactly. Me. I like playing support Sven, but now I can't.
That sounds like a you problem. You're trying to get really aggressive here between Fly and Arteezy.
This wave so big.
Yeah, I don't know how this wave like doubled up like this one, but really good read by Shopify to just dive the tower. Just make it so they can't get any of the CS.
Sacred got nothing off that. Did you get the XP? There's another wave coming. What the hell happened up here?
I'm not sure, but he's going to miss that full wave. At least the way it's looking.
Absolutely terrible. He's dead, I think.
Yeah, he's going to be battery assaulted. Is Arteezy going to brave this tier 2 tower damage? It's going to be a little bit.
Oh, got
a double for it.
Why are you still here?
God, he came back to glimpse him and he just fed him an extra kill.
This is an absolute train wreck of a lane.
This is probably one of the worst lanes we've seen this entire tournament.
I mean, it's not. The net worth does not reflect it, but this is just...
The experience is going to reflect it.
This is a massacre up here, and Artur is going to be able to drag this wave back and reset the equilibrium as well. That's just insult to injury. I don't know how they got like a quad wave on them. That should not happen. How does Schofield still have dire melee creeps on him that are stuck at the gate?
Yeah, what happened? Oh, they're trying to go through the gate. They can't go.
But how did these even end up? I don't know,
because they chased the Mars for so long.
Whatever happened on his lane is unacceptable, and they should think about it.
They should think about it.
When they rewatch this replay. Study that for a couple hours.
Want a positive game for them?
Maybe, yeah. They need to bring their coach in here like AUI was. Give them some pointers. Jim Park in trouble.
Got him both inside the cogs. Now, that probably means Saberlight might be in trouble or Fly. Somebody's going to die to this tower. Somebody has to take the damage, and they're trading it between the 2 supports. It's going to be Crit, who ends up getting glimpsed back to his doom. But otherwise, they do manage to get that Sven kill. Pretty good trade-off.
It's looking like some good old-fashioned Shopify strong early laning phase, right?
Yeah, kind of is, yeah.
The only thing that's missing is Abed maybe snowballing on a Spirit Hero, as he'll be stuck on the Snapfire, which has not done too well for Shopify this tournament. Maybe that's something Beastcoast can fall back on here, but not if these side lanes are going like they are. Right now, it is all Shopify Rebellion here. As they take it to the Mars, they take it to the Sven, and the 2 melee laners for Beastcoast not finding much.
Oh, they're going to try and snowball the mid lane. Maybe it's not off of a Spirit, but he's winning the CS war right now, and Crit...
6, 1 creep.
Stinger's on the high ground. I'm not sure if they spotted Crit from that high ground position or not because it's nighttime. Tried to go for a surprise cookie. Failed. Now they're going to telekinesis him back into the kisses here, and there's just not enough of them landing.
Those were just bad, weren't they?
Yeah, that was pretty bad execution,
what was that?
I think, all around by Shopify, but the worst was probably the kisses.
And then Crit's just dead? Dude, if I'm Crit, I'm so mad. What were those kisses?
I don't know.
Those are terrible. He didn't predict any movement.
And he missed the cookie, too. Is he going to die for that one?
Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
What is happening?
Both these teams are throwing.
This is just a good old-fashioned shitfest.
Yeah. Good old North America, South America. We're back home.
It really does take me back. These are big spells to miss. Suddenly, Dark Mago just got gifted 400 or 500 gold off that and didn't die to the Snapfire 6 ahead of his.
Blip. Blip.
I don't know. Was Abed thinking like he's just going to try and juke me back or something? But you get the slow. I feel like those kisses were just, I don't know. They felt lagged or something.
Yeah, he didn't lead it at all.
I know we've been having some lag at the Bali Major. Not that bad.
A little bit of brain lag.
That's a big kill to miss for Shopify, especially for Crit, who wanted a lot of that XP, right?
Yes.
Because now those Wisdom Runes are going to get split here, but now you're only level 4 on the Rubik after the Wisdom Rune. You could have been 5. Feels a little bad, especially with what was happening on the side lanes here. That evened the game out.
Oh, Arteezy sees an opportunity to turn on him. This is a great opportunity. In fact, he's going to kill Schofield, and Mago can't stand toe-to-toe against this Razor, not this early on. In fact, probably never. That's part of the matchup right there. Just better single target damage. Sacred set as well. All right, we go back to action in the top laner, and he's just getting fed again.
That was an optimistic gank that does not work at all. And they pay a heavy price, losing 2 cores into the Razor, who was chilling up here. 1,000 gold for Arteezy. Just like that. Why not? Is it time to go Midas? If I know my boy Arteezy, he's thinking about it.
He does have 1,300 gold
He's
viewed up.
discussing it right now. He's like, hey guys, what do you think about me thinking about Midas with all that gold?
Nabed said, I don't think that's a good idea. Arturi said, shut up, feeder. Maybe land your kisses next time. You can have the decision in my items. Sorry, it had a brain lag. Same thing as Abed had earlier.
Okay. Maybe if Abed was playing Storm, he'd consider it. But he will go treads here, so conservative. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded the Midas here. I think the levels on Razor are pretty nice.
They're going to go for the kill onto the Sven. Once again, the cookie is going to be a little bit too early, a little bit off the mark. The kisses are landing, though, and inside of the cogs, he's definitely dead.
You just can't stay down here with Sven this late. This hero does not do anything in these skirmishes. He doesn't provide you any damage. Just a body.
And no support wants to be here because it's a Broodmother, so you're going to be alone.
And some more Spiderlings for Saberlight as Abed puts that double damage to work. Nice rotation from him back on top here. In the early game, Snowball continues from Shopify. Honestly, I don't even understand how they're only up 1K.
It's because they fed Mago all those kills earlier.
Yeah, but he's not ahead of any of these Shopify cores.
Yeah, but I think it killed the momentum the supports had in the game.
I guess they're up 2K now. Well, nice moves nonetheless. This game just feels wide open for Shopify. I don't know where the pressure's coming from this Beastcoast lineup. Their heroes don't have that good of early game synergy. Like, you have a Mars who can throw out an arena, but the 2 supports don't have damage to put into it. You have a Lesh who can run around, but he doesn't really have the best follow-up. You have a Glimpse for setup, that's kind of it. And then you have a Sven. Sven, his synergy is with Ancient Camps. But I don't know, these little combinations for Beastcoast, I feel like they're just lacking a lot of damage here. They probably need Static Storm, and that is so far away for Schofield here.
Another rotation from the Leshrac. Grid is going to be the one caught in this one, not Arteezy, so in that regard, Shopify's probably fine with it, but then again, Leshrac didn't have to commit too much for a pretty decent amount of golden experience.
He's going Jules too.
And he got a refill on the bottle too.
And it's a haste.
And it's a haste.
That's probably the best rune you can hope for here, because that'll guarantee some sort of rundown, potentially on the Brood if they can get it. That would be huge. As Parker has been relegated to pretty low-value jungle camps down here, and there are no stacks waiting for him.
Bye.
Bye.
Got his bottle back, though, on Abed, so.
Nice little position for Fly.
Yeah. Try and punish Schofield. The kinetic field, well placed, though. So as soon as he gets around the cogs.
Yeah, you gotta be careful of the Brood flank coming through.
Yeah.
Classic Saberlight move here. He's just gonna take the tower. There's nothing that stops this.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Beastcoast still searching for some kills in this game. I mean, I guess it's just gonna be the Lesh Yules that's gonna give him the extra setup here.
Yeah, they do need like some sort of catch because it's gonna be a bit until Sacred has a blink dagger.
This hurts your scale though. Like, not having this fast Bloodstone, you don't have heroes to enable it, but are you just gonna run around and Yules kill people until your Sven's ready to fight with no ancient stacks?
But are you gonna out heal the damage, the single target damage of Broodmother and Razor anyway?
Maybe in the late game.
Yeah. There goes that haste rune, and there goes a hook shot. Bit off the mark, but the kiss lands. Maybe the slow's gonna be enough. Parade is gonna try and get him with a Fate Bolt, but it's not up yet, so I'll have to give that one. Fly, glimpse back into Mago. Another little bit of slip up here from the North American squad.
Yeah, some sweat on the keyboard. Too humid here. Oh, I saw Fly in the pool earlier. Gotta dry off, man. Now it's a slipper.
We literally went straight from the pool to the computer.
I don't know, maybe. You never know.
Radavetos, but no kisses, so this is not the easiest kill, but nice telekinesis into the cookie. That's much better synergy between the two of them. Grit actually stealing kinetic field, giving up the Leshrac ultimate there to try and get another kill, and he's probably going to die to Jim Park now, who shows up. Big boost of damage from God Strength.
That's efficient for him, straight back into the Ancients with his God Strength going.
Yeah.
So nice little extra pickup of gold for him. Anytime you can get that on Sven, you're really happy. Shield Rune Purge enables that kill. And East Coast, I mean, they're staying in it more than I think a lot of other scenarios could have happened for them.
Yeah.
In terms of just getting run over in this game. Of course, the big bad Arteezy has still been free farming during this whole period. And is closing in on that a very fast BKB here. that there is no answer to. I mean, there's absolutely nothing that's going to touch BKB Razor in this game until ultra late game with like a 5 or 6 slotted Sven jumping him first. Then it gets weird. You can also Lotus Link return with the Sven, which also gets very strange. But right now, I don't know if these Beastcoast supports are going to get Lotuses, let alone much in this game, as they're getting continually picked off, and the Brood is occupying so much space down here.
Does feel like Shopify have like a much easier time of setting, like their 2 supports playing with Snapfire, it's really easy to find kills together. And I think it's harder for Beastcoast to do the same around the Lush Rack. Ato's kisses. Every time, that's going to be a kill on somebody. As long as he land it, and he does.
Really nice pick up there. Taking away some of this ancient stacking time as well. Even might take the big golem. No, they're going to leave the big golem. Ato's is definitely paid off for Abed. Helps his supports set up. Stolen Stormbolt for crit. That's a pretty nice one. And 14-minute Wisdom.
Is really cool. They get so much off of it. If he gets the Wisdom Rune as well. The cogs, maybe he hook shots for it.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's worth it.
Won't be able to get out, but that is worth the second rune here. And you're getting such a big reaction out of Beastcoast to the corner of the map. It's a lot of space for your other cores. This is a game where I feel like Beastcoast need the support utility too. When you're playing versus this Razor, who is going to have to carry the game for Shopify, unless Snapfire hits the very later levels, you really want 4 staffs. You want the Lotus Orbs. That's the old school way to deal with the Lightning God here.
Yeah,
it's just so damn far away. If you can get there, I can see a world where Beastcoast kite out this Razor during BKB and like reset the link and then go back in, you know?
Sure.
You just need those support items. So that is what Beastcoast are racing towards here. They have the Yules on Dark Mago, and they have a Blink on Sacred. So a lot more setup just came in for Beastcoast.
Yeah, we saw the heat map earlier between the 2 offlaners, and they pretty much haven't interacted, haven't been on the same side of the maps this entire time. Expected for a Broodmother, but now with a Blink Dagger on this Mars, you would expect a little bit more interaction because, well, Sacred's going to be moving around the map, but also Blink Arena is a good way to catch the Broodmother.
Find a free Enchantress in the river. Placing an Obs. Another 3-man smoke for Shopify. They have really stuck to this 1-3-1 pattern that we've seen be very successful for a lot of teams. Snapfire is definitely one of the better mids to play around during this period. Gives you basically infinite damage for these early game pickoffs. Yeah. BKB done for RTZ.
Yeah, they're going for some very early BKB timings. What do you think about that over like the Gleipnir, Snapfire? I think when you're ahead, I feel like you get the damage first and the BKB later.
I just think the BKBs are just way too good. It's like impossible to turn down. They're good versus all 5 of Beastcoast pretty much. Outside of the Sven right-clicking you, which, whatever, right? Sure. But the Mars and Lesh damage is just going to disappear. And Shopify, if they feel confident that they can latch the fight during those BKB durations, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this.
Okay. Smoke up from Beastcoast right before these BKB timings start.
Yeah, Blink Yules for Dark Mago, not just that Yules. He is really looking to start these fights on the track, but he is squishy if he goes in. So you have to think about how deep do you go, who do you jump on, and what's the follow-up there? It's a static storm. That's okay. But you really need the Sven to join these attempts, because I think you need the extra damage to bring down the big cores.
Spiders all over the map. As soon as the smoke breaks, they're going to get vision. See what the reaction is. They blink in, go for the arena, but they don't get the fast kill that Fear got. Now he got clipped up. Oh, this is awkward. A self-Yules does a little bit more damage when he comes back down. Ortiz will easily kill him. The kisses come in. They get Schofield as well. Stinger's very likely to die as he gives up his life to kill an opposing support. A 2-for-3 exchange off of a failed initiation from Beastcoast.
Fear misses, and that is all she wrote. It just takes you way longer to bring these supports down, and Arteezy doesn't even have to pop BKB, and he is probably laughing because for once he gets to hit the enemy on the cliff.
Oh God!
Look who's the fool now. It's not me for once. And damn, does it feel good as he extracts another 1,000 gold out of this fight and continues his farming spree. 6-0 for this last pick Razor. No solution in sight for Beastcoast, and that's that aggressive Dark Mago Leshrac build. Not getting the payoff he was looking for as he just jumps into everybody. You find one hero, you're happy. You find 4 or 5.
Sacred, he's going to find a whole lot more heroes again. Not happy at all. Instantly killed, but Mago actually went for it. Blinked onto this one, hit the split earth onto Abed. Yeah, he is insane. He's going to die for it.
He's actually insane. Okay.
Insane in the membrane.
Truly. That was an interesting play. He really wanted that Rubik.
I mean, he almost landed a two-man stun.
Yeah, but no one's even closer.
Yeah.
Well, Beastcoast still searching for answers in this game one. And the BKB is done for Saberlight. The BKB is done for Abed. That is 3 BKBs online for Shopify, and they haven't had to use one a single time, so 9 seconds for all those. This next fight is looking very difficult unless Parker can just clean up with the God Strength damage.
Which again means you have to get the initiation. You have to pick somebody, one of these cores off before it gets off the BKB. That's reliant on Sacred to land a Blink Spear.
Yeah, but then we're back in the Mars area. This hero has not been able to find Blink Spears this entire tournament. It has felt very difficult. So my faith is low.
Mine is too.
Glad we're on the same team. What's your backup plan? Sven?
Sven farm.
I'll be honest.
Farm hit Kripa.
If your backup plan is Sven, I don't think it's going to end well. I don't think Sven's a backup plan. I don't know if he's a plan. He's something, but he's surely not a backup plan. This hero does not tend to function well from behind. If he had like Lotuses and War Stabs and stuff, I could maybe believe in it.
Yeah.
Because Lotus Link is pretty bad if it happens. All of a sudden, the Razor starts getting hit. Use that God Strength against him. And it's Blink done for Parker. This is about as good as it's going to get. 5-man smoke down mid lane. They're looking for a core, and they'll get him with the stun. Can they chain it? They can.
Oh, easily. Easily. Snapfire's dead. Now, Shopify, they know about the Blink Dagger. They shouldn't get caught like that again, but some of the damage is already done. Beastcoast off of that kill, take the mid tower. They find a double damage rune, too.
A huge gold. That was an 8K streak. That's a 1,500 gold kill.
What?
8x streak.
Oh, okay, yeah. It was a monster kill?
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought it was 8-0, so all of those kills that had been snowballing for Shopify get turned around into gold for Beastcoast here. That's the downside of not having any of your cores die in this game. That's about as good as a Blink reveal you're going to get on this Sven. Picks up a DD and gets bottled as well as Dark Mago passes that over to his friend. You're going to have that for the next fight too. Pretty big deal here.
You get another one like that, you might be able to, like if it's near the Roshan pit, you could take Rosh for yourself.
Yeah, that's probably what Beastcoast are looking for here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Abed just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Not respecting 5 heroes off the map. So Shopify, they're going to try and do Rosh before that God Strength comes back up. This is probably the right idea here. No way Beastcoast can test this, and then you're not risking anything going forward on in this game.
Who's going to hit the high ground for Shopify?
The Razor.
But my problem with that is that I actually feel like Beastcoast in some ways want to go on the Razor first. Right, if you're actually able to like chain stun down the Razor, that's going to feel really good in the fight. You don't let him get that buildup of damage and minus armor that he does to you.
I mean, it has to be the Razor, there's nobody else. There's another smoke by Beastcoast. They might still take this even into the Aegis because they have that DD Sven.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Better make use of it now. While Shopify are unaware of what your intentions are.
Don't think you can go on Razor though. Even if you kill him once, the BKB respawn is too much to fight through here. You're looking for the backline, you're looking for Rubik. Ideally the Snapfire, if you can find him here. With the Brute,
they hit a courier.
Out. There's the golden Roshan of Artor drop.
We're gonna try and get back up to the high ground here before Shopify gets there. Shopify. They're going to chase after Beastcoast, and Beastcoast will give away this ground.
Really wanted to use that double damage. Just nothing to hit it with. Nice positioning from Shopify. As they'll get a tier 2 out of that. An outpost open for the taking.
Yeah, a lot of these. It's going to be tier 2 after tier 2, I feel.
The one thing that's interesting about this game is the net worth lead has not grown.
No, it hasn't.
which means Beastcoast are doing a decent job still finding items in this game. Particularly, they got a full halberd done on Sacred, a lot more than I thought he might have gotten in this game. That's a decent item in this game as well, in terms of disarming the Razor for the extra duration, the Snapfire, even evasion chance versus 3 cores that all want to deal physical here for Shopify. Any sort of physical mitigation is going to go a long way for Beastcoast, including that Sven shard if you eventually get it off a Tormentor or Parker's willing to buy it for his team. Warcry is a good spell in this game. It cannot be underestimated. It's going to keep people alive for a long time, especially if you can get the 4 stabs out on these supports.
Yeah, that's true.
Glimmer for Stinger done and 4 stab for Schofield. This Razor connection is not guaranteed anymore. It can be split up in the fight. You can stall it out.
And it's harder and harder to do that when you get closer to Beast Coast high ground.
True. They will find Dark Mago.
Jim Park's going to turn this around, starts going for Abed. Abed hops inside the cogs trying to get away, but Jim Park will chase him down. Both mid laners dying here. Jim Park TP will complete his BKB last long enough.
Shopify all going up there. Honestly, I think you'll take that if your Beast goes. It costs you a Sven BKB, which kind of sucks here, but I mean, what else are you getting in this game? And you brought all Shopify top. This is wasting their Aegis period. Only 2.5 minutes left. They did not go high ground with it.
Schofield's been quite the nuisance to RTZ.
And, you know, some of the consideration here is Saberlight, he went the right-click items on Brood this game.
Yeah.
It's going to help them feel more confident scaling. It does hurt that early high ground with the Roshans when they were in such a dominant position. So I think the auras would have been pretty useful here if you wanted to poke the high ground. At the same time, they might feel that the Razor doesn't actually want to go high ground.
Yeah, and the Nullifier is going to feel really good when it's put into use here, but RTZ got sent away with the glimpse. Saberlight's forced to use his BKB. Again, approaching that high ground is dangerous. Dark Mago jumping down into the low ground here. They're going to chase after him, hit the hook shot. RTZ now inside the arena with Saberlight trying to protect his spider. Stinger, he's going to go for this kill underneath the Static Storm. Oh, that impetus isn't quite enough damage.
Mago's back.
Mago's back into it.
Stun.
Gets a 2-man stun with the spear off that one as well, but it didn't latch into the cliff. RTZ now trying to break for it. They have lost this fight now off of the buybacks, and RTZ knows it too, and he's going to lose both of his lives. He's going to come back into an instant spear, split earth, chain stun, Beast Ghost. What a turnaround.
That's about as good as it's going to get here. You have to use 2 buybacks, but it's only 1 core buyback on Dark Mago. And honestly, Dark Mago, he went this aggressive fight-starting build anyway. So it's not like he's hard scaling in this game. It's all about the Sven, and the Sven gets to reap the reward. An overcommittal by Shopify on this Glimmer Enchantress is what starts it all. They used a Link, they used a BKB on Razor. That just gives way too large an opening for Beast Coast to come in and leverage that window and get a lot out of it here. You have to be thinking about these links if you're RTZ. You cannot just throw them out on random supports. I think it opens up too much for the Sven to come in and have a free fight.
Yeah, shout out to Dark Mago for that play. I mean, we called him crazy earlier for his outrageously aggressive plays, but that was just a perfect kind of aggression.
Yes, that's where this build shines. Like, it's more sacrificial. He's going to use a buyback. He's going to throw some lives away. It pays off for his Sven, however, and that's pretty nice. If you're just going to have faith in the Sven to carry this game, Silver Edge Online, he has accumulated a lot of gold in the last 6 or 7 minutes here, and he's in a decent position to contest this next Roshan and maybe win the game off that if you keep snowballing. And honestly, Dark Mago's net worth is not even too bad considering he had to buy.
Yeah, he's not that far behind. Oh, look at this pick off on RTZ. On the spear! Sacred! Oh, that was a crucial miss, and RTZ is now going to kite backwards. Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter. With the TPs, yeah, they're still going to be able to glimpse back, and he will die. Beast Coast stick around a little bit longer, but Shopify do not actually have a response for that.
Parker is feeling himself right now. I thought that was a gem, but it was just detection. Still, they'll find the clockwork. +1 for the Sven to cleave down.
Now it's their turn to take objectives. They can take the tier 2 and top.
That is a rough place to die. Because now you're giving up objectives, you're giving up lane pressure, and Dark Mago gets to finish his BKB. Artur in the wrong place at the wrong time. 2 deaths now that have killed a lot of his momentum and thrown it directly into the Sven. That's the bad part here for Shopify. Maybe you're okay losing the Razor if the Sven goes down with him, but not in this type of scenario. Yeah. You're powering up one and draining the other. The drain's supposed to be the other way, not on his net worth.
Saberlight is now trying to pick up some of that slack. building into the nullifier. He's trying to become a second carry. This is awkward. I mean, Shopify will, all three of them, scale pretty decently. We've seen the craziness that is Snapfire late game. But it just, it feels like Shopify in a cleaner game could have basically already won it.
I agree. They had a chance to close this map out and just completely snowball it, and it faltered here. And now you're down. You are the ones down 5K.
Yeah, it feels like Beastcoast can get this next Roshan, and they might be able to, like, put some serious... I mean, they might be able to just kind of, like, casually win the game on that second Roshan.
They get 1 or 2 good jumps. Yeah, that's their window. Because the utility is out on the supports now. You have 4-staff Glimmer on Stinger, and you have a 4-staff Drum on Schofield. These are all items designed to just kite out the fight against these 3 physical cores for Shopify that need to get in close. They need to maintain that structure where they're on top of heroes. That's becoming harder to do. And you're getting to the point where if you reset the Link, if you reset the Brood during the BKB, that fight, it does not look bad for Beastcoast at all. And I'm wondering, where is Sablelight's impact in these exchanges too? I don't know about you, but I have not felt this Brood just killing people while the Razor's getting focused down.
No,
it feels like he's just a non-factor. Some of that, I feel like, has to be the Warcry armor.
And I think some of it is, yeah, that. I think it's also positioning, right? I mean, if we're diving in so deep for some of these kills, Broodmother isn't going to be able to get behind and catch the supports like you want him to.
Also true. I just wonder if this itemization is too overlapping with what the other 2 cores want to do as well. It's just 3 BKB cores that want to get in there and all right-click people. Every item that Beastcoast is buying right now is amazing to counteract that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You know, you're not going to have this Greaves or Pike to bail out the Razor when his BKB is gone. Yeah. You're not going to have a Hex to go in and disable heroes for your Razor to hit if he's getting kited around. This is my concern right now for Shopify lineup. Have they itemized too single target focused and not spread some of the wealth around and just have faith that the Snapfire and the Razor can carry the game with some Brood support? They need that. Do they need the extra Brood right clicks here? I feel like the answer is no, and I think it's hurting them in these fights as they get maybe around.
Amp up RTZ as much as possible.
Yes, I think this is a game where you should play for the Razor to carry the game, and that means helping them.
Well, we'll see whether or not Shopify. I know they have got to feel like something has gone wrong in this game.
Yes,
and I think that is like a good mental test. Like, let's see how much they crumble, you know, as we reach deep into this mid game, or if they're able to bounce back from it.
Man, Parker is getting big. He has a Swift Blink. Oh my God, Swift Blink plus Quiver. He's going to be hitting fast, and those first 2 hits off the Echo are going to chunk you. It's just a matter of who takes it for the team. If they find Arteezy first, the fight's over.
Yeah, I think so too.
There's a shard lift save on Crit, but it might not be fast enough. And they found it.
Go for it. The lift.
Got the lift.
Gets him way out with the cookie as well. Now he's going to turn. Now he's going to start draining the damage with really good cogs. Fly gives up his life to be able to isolate the Sven and let Arteezy go to work. Now he's going to start pumping the damage into Sacred. They're all hitting onto Arteezy right now. See if they can kill the opposing carry in exchange for Jim Park, and they will be able to do it with the Impetus. And Mago actually cleaned up some of the backline too, so Shopify cleanly lose this fight. They are going to lose all 5 of their heroes, and it just cost them 2.
And that went amazing for Shopify off the counter initiation.
Yeah.
That was them saving the Razor from the chain stun with the lift and then resetting it with an absolutely sick cog by Fly. Traps the Sven. He gets nothing out of that and just keeps the Link going. And still, 6,400 damage done by Dark Mago here. The Leshrac goes untouched, and he went straight for the back line. I like this move by Dark Mago. He's zoned by the cogs. He's like, all right, whatever. I'm going to run up the hill, start putting in this damage into Abed. Looking at crit Rubik for the second round. Just chases Abed down. There's no help.
Yep.
And again, I go to the itemization for Shopify. They're all on a different target, right?
Right, yeah.
All 3 of their cores are focusing different targets in this fight with the single target itemization. Generally, you do not win those types of exchanges because utility comes into play, you get stalled out, and then the damage gets too spread.
That last fight does make me wonder, like, what a pipe would look like on that team, right? If Mago is not able to just snowball so many kills.
This Lesh has a free fight once the BKBs are out. Yeah. And these BKBs are getting lower. Every one of these fights you do not win. So you're going to have to just ramp that damage up even more considerably to overcome it or find solutions here.
Yeah, to be clear, like the build that we're talking about is a go back in time sort of. You can't just go back now and go for the pipe, right? You just have to keep going for the damage.
Oh man, these 5v5s are becoming difficult. They're becoming very difficult for Shopify. That was not even a fight where Parker got to do much.
Yeah, exactly. Two different paths, and Shopify might mourn path that could have been, but Beastcoast now set up for a Roshan. Shopify, they really need a clean engagement this time.
They did finish some big items here. Daedalus for Abed. That butterfly for Arteezy.
Is he level 20 yet?
He is.
Okay, so he's actually a damage threat now.
Yes. A lot of damage just came out for Shopify, and maybe that can turn the tide. Now you can start throwing a lot more of that into the Leshrac, and if the Sven dies, that Warcry disappears. That helps you a lot as well.
They can, with the Harpoon, maybe isolate a target if Abed and Saberlight go for the same hero.
At the same time, Bloodstone for Leshrac now, he's a scaling monster. It's like that early game didn't exist.
Yeah. Second on the network chart.
And a Hex for Sacred. These initiations.
Hook shot onto the Disruptor. That's what they want to
They got a Hex on our board.
Yes, he did. Hex. No, he got off the BKB before the spear. Now he's going to start leading into the Leshrac. The Leshrac is in good fighting shape, though.
He's stuck.
He didn't take any damage. Now he's pushed up against the cliff with Jim Park closing in like a shark, able to bring him down. Abed TP's out. Saberlight's going to get the kill, but he's not going to get it. A self-use blink away by Mago. What a turnaround from Beastcoast this game has been.
I thought they were going to get snowballed out here, but they have just showed up and turned this into what is looking like a convincing victory at this point, as the 5v5 just seems impossible. I mean, what are you doing in these engagements? That was quite a camera shot. Perhaps the look of Shopify's coach right now wonders how it went so wrong.
I mean, like two of the panel members
did it go so wrong?
Thought that Shopify had the better draft. You kind of agree. It looked like a great Razor game with the start they had. It felt like Shopify should at least still be in control of the game, but no. Beastcoast, I think, proving, at least in this game one, to be the better team. And looking like there's no stopping them now. 17,000 net worth with a Sven about to hit level 25.
I mean, that's the terrifying part in this game. The Sven is not even the biggest issue for Shopify.
Yeah.
That was what I thought was going to be necessary to carry the game. Parker did his job. He brought his team back. It's the Leshrac and the Mars who are becoming issues. They're too tanky for Arteezy to bring down. And
that's with Sacred missing half his spears.
Yes. None of these stuns are even landing for Beastcoast. It's a failed initiation that they get a team wipe out of. Lineup has looked terrifying in the late game, especially with this Warcry just going on everybody. It is one of the greatest Warcry games I've seen in a long time. Parker, he's just going to hold for some buildings here.
Telekinesis with the kisses. Forstaff will hit him down, though. Mago jumps for it. Lightning, Scythe, trying to get a good back.
Cog.
Wasn't actually good. Really good cogs, yeah. The damage by Abed trying to be pumped in. Arteezy,
work, man.
not sure where he's going to go. Oh, man, he gets in close range to Jim Park, and half of his health is gone in an instant. Meanwhile, they've lost Saberlight, and Abed, he's out of gas. Arteezy, he's going to die. Jim Park cleaves onto him, and he cleaves through the Rubik next. GG is called at an instant disconnect from Arteezy.
A true classic indeed, as they just get routed completely in that game out of nowhere. Like one or two Sven blinks on big core targets, and then that game was just out of reach. The buyback from Dark Mago on that hill during that Aegis fight was a huge turning point in this game. His aggressive build pays off. The supports finally get the utility, and at that point, the team fight just seems impossible. I don't know. Looking back on this game, I do think Shopify had to itemize differently and play for something else. I'm not even sure what it was. This lineup ended up looking very strange in terms of how the team fights actually come together, because I don't feel like they played those team fights necessarily bad. They had some really good cogs, some like full duration links. They're just dying. The Warcry is just pumping all these heroes up. They're running in through 3 physical cores that can't do anything to them. And what's your answer? Apparently none. Back to the drafting board, I guess.
There wasn't really one fight where I felt like Arteezy's damage was like quickly killing heroes.
No, it felt very slow and very underwhelming here. Maybe that goes to the Sven pick. Bulwark was also a big problem. There's nobody breaking the Mars in this game, which has traditionally been an answer to this hero. And finally, that Mars is looking great. The Spear initiation's still terrible. I have no faith in that. But he's just standing there and bulwarking the Razor hits, the Brood hits. This Brood build had no impact on this game because he's hitting a Bulwark Mars and a Warcry Leshrac the entire time.
That's going to be a rough game for Shopify if they can bounce back at all. Meanwhile, Beastcoast just one game away from being able to secure yet another slot at the International. Let's head back to the panel.
Oh, I'm sure that they can smell victory here. This first game was definitely seeming like they were outclassing Shopify. As my panel said, the draft didn't look bad for Shopify at all. It's just Beastcoast coming out ahead because they knew exactly what to do in this game. I'm joined by Aurora, Jack, and Winter, and I know that we want to talk about this game. There's a lot to be said about that game, and I think the first point, Aurora, you were pretty vocal about Abed's Snapfire, and after it was picked, you said, okay, you know what, I'm giving another chance to him.
And he didn't take it.
He did not take it.
I mean, okay, he definitely played a little bit better considering he know how to move with his team now. But seeing all those spells missing just tells me that he really didn't try and play this hero at all, even in pubs, because there's no way that the hero is so straightforward. Like Winter mentioned, you just use your cookie or you just hit your Mortimer kisses. Like that's literally all you need to do. But still, he was missing so many spells, and like it was a lot of crucial kills that he missed.
Yeah, and for Mortimer's, for the Snapfire, it's like in the early game you're like so strong, like during that part of the game. Like missing those kills actually hurts your mid game a lot. And after that I feel like, okay fine, you know, he missed like a couple of kills here and there, but Shopify, they were still kind of doing really well across the board. They were doing well in the Razor lane. He completely dumpstered the Mars in the lane. That was kind of expected. Brood also had a really good start. They controlled the map, and I felt like at that point of the time, during around 15 to 20 minutes, Beastcoast kind of didn't really know what was going on. They had a Lash with Blink heals running around the map trying to fight, when I felt like they should actually be farming because the Sven wasn't really ready to fight. And they took a couple of bad fights, they lost the Rosh, and then when they lost the Rosh, this happened, you know, the Razor was like, okay, I have Aegis, I'm running in, I'm going in, boys, let's go. My Brood doesn't care, you know, like he goes in with him. Like I feel like if you were to do this move in this timing, you need the Brood to maybe have a Crimson or a Pipe. Like I feel like that would make a lot more sense that you're pressuring. But if the Brood is planning to go on a more late game scaling build, you kind of need to maybe take a step back, just pressure the tower, and be happy with maybe not getting the tower, and you force the enemy to defend and you go back to farm, you know, so you continue scaling.
Yeah, I think early game, those missed kills on the Leshrac with the Snapfire, definitely, it was possible to snowball this game even more off that, I would say. And then we saw the turning point in the game just now. Like, one of the things of Mark Magoo is this guy makes this kind of next level play, right? It looks insane, it looks nuts sometimes, but he went in and felt like he very much baited Shopify into taking this fight. Then he had that buyback for the cleanup. I think, to Winter's point about itemization, I think that was probably one of the big mistakes this game, and I mentioned this sort of at the start with being worried about the Mars versus Broodmother difference in lineup synergy. If you're this Broodmother and you are building right-click items, I think it kind of doesn't work with like the tempo of this game. Like I think if you have a little more damage mitigation in these fights, you mentioned the Crimson, even like a Halberd, like a Hex or something like that, so you have a bit more lockdown since you don't really have regular initiation as the Brood. And I think these fights or these attempts to choke off the map and stop the Sven and Beastcoast from farming it all just work a lot better. But instead he goes for this kind of right-click build, which made the initiations awkward, which it felt like didn't really do anything in most of the fights. And then all of a sudden you lose a fight or two, and then, you know, Sven gets to this point where he doesn't care that much about the Razor anymore, and then all of a sudden it's like impossible and the game just rolls over for them. So I think that's kind of another issue there. I think these kinds of heroes, one, they aren't Saberlight's forte. Number two, the itemization is a team skill because it's what it enables your team to do as a unit, and I think that's something that was just kind of missing there. It just felt really awkward after a certain point, despite their large lead after the lanes.
Yeah, maybe they could have still made it work if during that point when they got the Aegis, they're going to be just happy sieging. Like, you don't try to initiate, you just hit the tower with the Aegis and you just wait for them to come to you, because you still have the clockwork to counter initiate the Rubik, you know. You just wait for them to come to you, and it could have been like a different fight, you know, because maybe Beastcoast will feel like, oh, do we actually go in? Because if we go in, we have to commit a lot of heroes, and it's the Aegis, they might still not defend the tower and give up the tower, you know. So that a lot of things could be different if they didn't make that move, you know. And not only that, you know, when they went in, if maybe the Clockwork actually decided to go in at the same time, maybe it could have worked, you know. Because I felt like Arteezy was the only one that decided, oh, I'm going in, you know. Everyone else was like, oh, wait, are we actually going in? Oh, my carry's in, okay, let's go, but it's too late.
Especially if you look at how the fights progress in this game, it's like, so we talked about like Pipe as well, like they count on a Mars Spear to just burst the target, right? So something that helps your teammates survive through that, and then all of a sudden, like, Lesh runs out of HP and mana, he dies. Then you have a Sven who's kind of like isolated by himself, feels like he has to do damage to kill 3 or 4 heroes, which, again, anything that delays that, your Halberds, your Lynx, anything that makes that slower, then all of a sudden, Beastcoast runs out of gas and they can't take the fight anymore. And I think that that's what they had to play for, and they had such a window to do that because they had a pretty large lead coming out of the laning phase, and that just, it didn't come together. And I think that's been, you know, to be maybe a bit more harsh or critical, that's been a consistent theme for this team at sometimes. Artur had a great lane, absolutely destroyed his lane. One of his strengths as a player, he's a good team fighter, but then there's also situations where Artur maybe gets caught out or dies randomly, or doesn't use his net worth to help pressure the map with his team as much as he would like. And then these windows suddenly exist where, you know, a Dark Magoo can make some crazy play and create a window for his team.
Yeah, or it did seem like Beastcoast was definitely on the same page where Shopify might not have been.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Winter and Jack say about the item build, you know. Either you build to go in together, or you want to farm. So the Broodmother wants to play right click, right? It's alright, but I think everyone has to understand that we're not gonna end the game right now. We're gonna like drag it a little bit and, you know, make our players feel more comfortable before we go in. So you can actually still build the right click Broodmother, but you just have to not like bait fights like Winter mentioned. Just have not to bait fights. You can bait TPs, but not bait fights. That's really all you need to do.
Yeah, be on board with the game plan.
Yes.
If you want to build DPS on the Brood, you can, but everybody needs to be aware that it's not going to be a team fight type of game. And that, you know, it was felt that the difference of opinion might have been there. We're going to find out, of course, if a second game will change the result for Shopify Rebellion, or maybe Beastcoast will punch their ticket to TI12. Find out after the break. Beastcoast is a 1-0 up against Shopify Rebellion. And if Shopify wants to continue their run here at the Bali Major, well, they better step it up because they did not show enough in that first game. Beastcoast, of course, looking hungry as they just want to get those 300 points. And with that, their TI-12 invitation. Shopify already has their TI-12 invitation, don't worry. But of course, they want more than just 9th to 12th, which is where you'll be left behind if you lose this series. Let's see if we have a third game to this one. I'm joined by Winter, I'm joined by Jack and Aurora, and we should have the draft of game number 2 coming your way very, very soon. And we need some changes coming out from Shopify. Now, we know, Jack, that Shopify is one of the teams that is pretty good at adjustment mid-series. This is part of what allows them to climb in tournaments even when things don't look as great as we know they could be. We already have the opening picks right here. We got Morphling Enchantress on the side of Shopify. Beastcoast gets the Mars again, this time very early on together with the Silencer. And yeah, which opening do you like more?
It's not so much about the opening though in this series. I feel like it's more about like the execution, like which kind of Shopify team is gonna show up in the series. Are they gonna be able to be on the same page with the itemizations and win with the lead they built in the early game, or will they just fumble it over again? Like that's like the main question. Obviously, you can maybe adjust the draft to kind of minimize that. You kind of have like a draft where it's not so timing based. It gives you more late game, but then again, do they want to go late game against Beastcoast? That is like the question.
That is the question. I mean, with the Morphling, they definitely seem to be gearing up for being able to go late game toe-to-toe, but if we want to see them go for a more early game tempo, we will need to see some different heroes, different style of heroes coming off of them. For Beastcoast, though, I think Aurora, we're pretty happy with this opening for them. The Mars is always strong, whether it's Sacred or Dark Mago that has it.
Yeah, but however, I'm not very sure about this Silencer pick though, because whenever I think the spot to pick Silencer, it's to kind of stop the combo coming from the other side. And they only show Morphling, which Silencer arguably is not the best hero against. And I don't know what are they preparing, because I know Silencer can be really good in the lanes and all, but still he is not that great compared to maybe like Techies or Clockwork, which Beastcoast used to prioritize a lot on Schofield. So I'm not very sure like what this pick is for.
I think they might be thinking they secure a bit of team fight and like some synergy out of the first phase on second pick, and again, like you get counter picks if you want on 18 and 24. So it's kind of, I mean, it's sort of like what Shopify did last game, right? Like they show and pick their off lane, and then they have counter picks later in the draft. So like it just, there's like a certain floor of their draft that's kind of already met, and they don't have to go too much more into team fight. They can pay a little bit more attention to the lanes like after that as well. But yeah, we've seen this hero, it's a hero that they like. It's a hero the SA teams in general like. They play very aggressively in the lane, gives you a little bit of just basic team fight follow-up for any kind of initiation. So we've seen this hero, I think, also grow in priority a little bit over the tournament, even though it's not really like a WoW type of hero. So.
Yeah, but it's easily, I feel like easily abusable, and I don't like really blind picking the Silencer without really countering anything. Like in the current meta, I feel like if I were to want to play Silencer, it's mostly against like all the safe heroes, like the Shadow Demon, like the Pugna. For example, those are the two heroes that would make me want to play Silencer in a particular game. Otherwise, I wouldn't really feel that comfortable. Maybe that's just me. Like, I feel like if I show Silencer early, there's always a very high chance that I get abused in the lane a lot.
You're gonna get Zoot, which Shopify is pulling out right now. I think Beastcoast heroes for now are really bad against Micro. Okay, they have the Storm, at least so, okay. When you think about Zoo heroes, right, sure, your heroes can't really clear their units, clear their illusions, but if you have a hero that can get on top of those heroes, as soon as you get like, you know, levels and everything, it's actually alright, because you can kind of sway the tempo to your way before, you know, like they hit this timing with the, what do you call it, Overlord something. Helm
of the Overlord?
Yeah, Helm of the Overlord. Sorry, I don't play micro heroes and I don't really play offlane.
That's all good.
But yeah, it's like you need these heroes to be able to disrupt their tempo. Otherwise, you're just gonna, you know, like just suffer like lane issues, map issues, and then lose eventually because you can't ever get to the point where you can get a safe zone in the Roche pit, and Roche is it's all about Roche now in this meta. So yeah, you really need to stop their tempo.
Yeah, they're going to be playing up against a Beastmaster, which I feel like this is probably the game that I might strongly consider getting the helm over the Vanguard into Aghanim's Rush. I feel like if I get a really good snowbally start against the clock and the silencer with the helm, I can take the map. And probably it will make it very easy for the Morphling to play around. It just feels like I can pressure the silencer a lot if I get a good start.
Yeah, maybe you don't worry too much about the scale of this game, right? You have like the auras, you help take some towers, and then you can trust that Ember and Morph to be able to scale through the game. I think for Beastcoast here, I wonder if they're looking... I mean, there aren't too many Illusion heroes left, but I feel like something like that has been used a lot against Morphling. There is still an anti-mage in the pool that looks maybe a little bit too slow or risky here against the Shopify lineup, but I feel that, well, there's the Naga's already been banned out, so I don't know if they go the Illusion route here. I don't know if they could get away with like a Drow or something here as last pick to deal with this Morphling. What do you guys think about this last phase here for both teams?
I don't mind the Drow, honestly, against this Morphling. I feel like this hero is kind of underrated in this patch when especially you need a lot of answers for Morphling. But I would think she kind of don't do well against heroes that can get vision in the jungle especially. So Enchantress and Beastmaster, they have the units, they have the Hawk. It's actually really easy to spot where the Drow is gonna head towards. And Beastcoast lineup isn't like exactly that good for a Drow to appear because like Winter and I think Silencer is a hero that you need to secure your lanes, and then basically later you can be of use using your global. But Drow is already a hero that needs you to be helping her secure the lane.
I want the Shadow Fiend for Gym Park, please, and thank you. Continue the conversation. That's all I wanted to say.
Honestly, I don't think it's a bad pick here because SF is quite good against Morphling in terms of tempo, and like your spells are really useful against him. Like you will force him to buy BKB too early, and as a Morphling, you kind of don't really want to buy BKB that early because you want to scale, right? And SF is also really good against Beastmaster, Enchantress, and Ember. It's just a really good hero. Like the way you kill people, you use your race in the early. So these heroes are actually very vulnerable to him. But the thing is, what I don't like about SF against Beastmaster is you always have the raw. So even if you have BKB, he can stop you from hitting people, and you kind of need your team to.
Ooh, so we get something else entirely. The Alchemist coming out. We also had the Skywrath for crit. Winter, do you like that one? It's a lot of pick-off potential and a lot of damage coming from 4.
I like the Skywrath for 2 reasons. The pick-off potential, like you mentioned, to follow up with either the Searing Chains or the Raw, and the Silence against the Storm, which would force the Storm to get an early BKB to deal with you. And the last pick, Alchemist, I think this is a hero that you kind of want to go to when you have a position 5 silencer. You want a hero that can go in, have a stun, help you secure the lane. You don't want to be babysitting like some Terrorblade, for example, where you feel like really useless on the silencer. And I feel like the Alchemist can kind of also deal with the push from the Beastmaster with the acid spray. So this might actually make the Beastmaster think maybe I should actually go for a Vanguard and scale with Aghanims instead of going all in the auras to play for the early game.
What are we thinking, Jack? Is this going to be a 2-0?
No, I don't think so. I think this is like kind of like a textbook Shopify got what they wanted sort of draft. I like this last pick, Skywrath. I think Abed is going to have a really good game this time in contrast with the other one, and I like Shopify in this game.
I mean, I think the Hawk is just massive here because I don't think they have any answers for that. And sure, you have Clockwork, but still, Hawk is way easier to execute with the lineup. And I think with the Hawk, Morphling is just going to free farm.
The vision.
Yes.
The vision. It's always about the vision. We're going to find out, though. More Dota is what we like to hear and to see, of course. But we'll have to see what's happening. Beastcoast, will they get the 2-0 and secure their TI invite, or will Shopify Rebellion force out that third game of the series? We're heading over to Cap and SVG to find out.
Great question, Cheever. Well, I'm fortunately here with the man who has all of the answers. So, Avery, answer Cheever's questions.
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
You didn't listen to her, did you?
I was singing a song. I got caught up.
Oh.
I was talking to production. You can't blame me for that.
I
one.
wasn't talking to production.
I
It
was.
a one-sided
I was.
conversation.
I
They
needed help.
They probably muted him.
That's not that.
He spends the entire draft just clogging up the comms and production. I have no doubt.
That's not true. Unconfirmed. Unconfirmed rumors.
Unconfirmed.
I mean, not the whole draft. Only like the second half. That's how I get my energy up.
Yeah, you feeling energetic? You
I am
feeling ready to go for this game?
So
two,
energetic.
Beastcoast versus
You know why?
Shopify.
You know why? Ken?
Why?
Because I heckin' love watching RTZ play. And he's in a heckin' hell of a Morphling game right here. So I expect great things.
You like watching Shopify lose?
Didn't say. I said I like watching him play Dota. Don't put
well,
words
I
in my
mean,
mouth.
they're doing a lot of losing lately, so I feel like 1 +
day.
1 = 2.
One day, Arthur will bring that Aegis home.
Well, it's not going to be today because this is not TI.
All right, real question.
Yeah.
If Shopify lose, how does that affect Xiaowe's legacy?
That is a great question.
That's
I don't think
the
that
real
it
question
influences
here, I
it
think.
at all.
What happens to Xiaowe's legacy if Shopify lose today? That's what we're here to figure out. We'll see if they can pull it back game 2. And it's going to be against a Parker Alchemist. A very interesting and unique pick. I did not see this one coming out because traditionally this hero is terrible versus Morphling. I mean, you can out-tempo him, you can outpace him, but theoretically Al can do that versus anybody. But this Morphling? This Morphling?
What is this Morphling?
It's an Arteezy Morphling.
Is
Number
that
one.
special?
And it's a Prime Morphling patch number 2.
That part is definitely true. Is Arteezy Morphling? I feel like Arteezy Morphling is not the best Morphling in the world. Probably wouldn't list him in my top 3. Am I wrong in that?
Well, who's your top 3 Morphling players? Well, now he's faltering.
Yatoro?
Yeah, you did. I mean, yeah, Yatoro's pretty good Morphling.
23 Savage?
Okay, I'll give that one to you. That's
I almost threw out a meme answer that would have been kind of mean.
Okay,
I won't say that one.
Oh, I know who you were going to say. Yeah, that would have been over the line. Let's stop this segment as I figured out who number 3 was, and I'm sure chat has figured it out too. Nice list, Cap. You really did him a good one there.
Listen, that player's doing really well.
He is one of the
Maybe
best
just
in the
not a
world.
Morphling.
Absolutely one of the best in the world. And Shopify looked to win lanes again, though. This one's going to be a bit harder, I think. However, Abed is back on a Spirit Hero. And that is, I think, a way more comfortable position for him and Shopify over that Snapfire, which has not worked out for them. At least in this tournament, right? I think they're kind of done trying that experiment. It did not work out. I don't think Abed looked top tier on it either. Something about that hero has just not worked for them. So he's back on the Ember. Prime Abed territory. They get Saberlight, a Beastmaster, his level 30 Grandmaster, super mega tier hero. An Enchantress for Fly. Sky. I mean, these are all like signature heroes.
They are. It is a bunch of Siggies all around.
The lowest level is Platinum for crit on Sky, and he's a Skyrath spammer.
I mean, if you're going to go out of a tournament, might as well do it in Comfort, right?
It almost feels like they just picked the Comfort, yeah. I go back. This is just, hey, what does everybody want to play? They're all really good heroes.
Schofield is dead.
Is he, though?
Cogs, pushback? Okay. No, that's not fair. You're like a second ahead of me.
That's not true. I just know Schofield never dies. Just an ultimate baiter.
He is,
yeah, look, now you have no man on crit. See, I told you, the biggest mistake you can do is try and kill Schofield.
that is the #1 rule. Don't try and kill Schofield.
Yeah,
it's always a bait.
You know how you win the lane for Schofield? You ignore him. You literally ignore him. You pretend he's not there, and you just go on Sacred over and over. And Schofield sits there and stares at you, and he doesn't know what to do, because he's like, no, go on me.
He gives you the puppy eyes. Like, why not?
I've laned versus Sky probably more than any other 4 in the world, and I perfected it over time. Shopify, they fall for the Schofield bait, and it's going to cost Crit some mana. Built their farming okay down here.
Why did they put the matchups of the way they put them? Why not put the Skyrath Mage into the Alchemist lane and try and harass him out?
They are dodging the Skyrath Silencer matchup.
Oh, okay. Well, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Oh! What? How did that spear not land?
Divine Intervention.
Oh.
Good to have spirits on your side. I also think Shopify
places. Okay,
Shopify 100 bazillion% view Enchantress as one of the best lane counters to Silencer.
Okay.
Which is kind of true. Like, his Silencer is pretty damn miserable.
Yeah.
And so they wanted to force that matchup as well. Which is understandable. It's an absolutely free matchup for Enchantress. Pretty much a guaranteed lane win for Saberlight up here, which is pretty much how it's panned out. Maybe also a factor that they can exert more pressure on Parker in the lane on this Alchemist and keep the lane equilibrium with extra creeps in their favor. So far, it's doing pretty decent. Abed
pops the Fairy Fire, gets low. He does. Oh, wow, that was enough damage.
Oh, Dark Mago. Teaching him how to play Storm over here. I guess you should have first based it.
No. Schofield is going to die here.
Oh, no.
This
I
time.
couldn't resist that joke.
Somebody's very mad at you somewhere.
I mean, I understand why, but I keep telling you can't put me on these Shopify games. I know why they keep doing it, but it's brutal.
Jim Park is taking a lot of damage. This pressure from the Enchantress is mounting up.
I don't know if you wanted it both.
Too, but you don't actually want all those heroes with you.
This is the level 3 Enchantress timing. You have a really strong keep.
Man, this Hurricane is getting some serious value out of it, man. Schofield almost dies again.
Jim Park.
Oh, no, we got... Okay, he got off the Unstable Concoction. It's fine. It was a close call, though.
Yeah, that was... He almost hit himself in confusion. Bring out the old Parker Stupid nickname.
Just to be clear, that was his actual name. For those of you guys who aren't aware of the South American players. Well, we've said it once or twice,
yeah,
but
that was his in-game name. For
that's literally his name.
Yeah,
was
I'm not
Parker
calling him
Stupid.
That's how everybody knows him.
Yeah.
But now he's ascended.
Now he's Jim Park. He's gone professional.
And Jim Park looks like a hell of a carry player in this tournament so far.
Yeah.
He has done very well for himself in his short stint, replacing a prolific farmer in Hector. Big shoes to fill.
Yeah, let's actually make that comparison. Like, how do you feel Jim Park has done in comparison to Hector, and what do you feel like he's added to Beastcoast that Hector maybe didn't? Hold up, wait for this kill. Maybe
that's a good timing, level 6 advantage.
Flame Guard is going to go off. That's going to block some of the magic damage. Abed with a stick charge as well. Getting back. Stinger committed underneath the tower, but he's not going to have enough damage. A slight repels him. Beastcoast won't lose anybody for that attempt, but Abed is going to be able to get back up to full.
Even if that silence was level 3, they tried to get this level 6 Storm versus level 5 Ember. Can't blame him. That solo kill from Dark Mago set it all up.
Yeah, Crit simultaneously probably rotating around the 6-minute rune. Wants to be able
mana
to
for the rune.
It's going to be top.
For it.
Yeah, they're going to go for Mago. He's going to have one last little zip. How far is that going to take him? Not far enough. Abed's going to be able to chase him down with the Remnants, and Stinger, who went for the power rune, ran into Fly with the creep out and will also die there.
Level 4 on both the Shopify supports in that 3-man mid that they love to do, and this is where the Enchantress Skywrath shine.
Yeah.
These are some of the best supports in the game at contesting these early runes and abusing the enemy mid with a Spirit Hero. This is classic Shopify gameplay right here, and it's going to propel them to a triple lane win, as Jim Park also went down top earlier. So this Enchantress split putting Fly top has
they
definitely paid off.
They're doing a bunch of damage to the mid tower.
Yeah, this is crumbling right now for Beastcoast. They need to salvage this early game situation, or these supports are going to run over the map.
They use the glyph. The next creep wave comes in, so the Siege Wagon is going to live for a really long time here.
Schofield's fighting for a Wisdom Rune right now. That's where Fly TP'd out to. He dead for it?
Oh yeah, he's dead for it. He goes to Fox. He does not manage to get the Wisdom Rune away from Saberlight, so it was very much not worth it. The mid pressure does ease up. The tower's going to stay alive. Mago goes for the kill on the crit. He'll have it too. So a little bit of an overstep there from Shopify. Getting damage too greedy.
Damage got done. The tower's really low. 120 HP deniable. Beastcoast will definitely try and hold on to it though. I do not think they want to deny this mid. They don't have to. Really good pressure and damage from Shopify. And of course, their 2 side laners super happy with the solo XP here. Gonna try again for Abed. Does get silence.
Remnant back to the tower. He's knocked up for a little while. Slight, not gonna be able to get it off. Crit's gonna try and get a return kill, but look at him. They're juggling the tower aggro. Schofield gets up to the high ground. He's good. Fly, he finds nothing but friendly corpses and one enemy corpse makes his own. Stinger. They'll be able to bring him down, put some damage onto the Storm Spirit on the way out.
Yeah, they're gonna force him off the 8-minute rune unless it spawns top, but it'll be bottom. Very good rune.
Well, with those illusions, he should be able to take that mid tower.
That's true. He has Rally going in here too. Yeah, you're gonna have to just give this up. And Schofield's, he's racing to deny it.
Go,
please,
go,
please, my damage. Not like this.
Oh, no, he doesn't get it. Now he's gonna die for it too.
Doesn't get the Wisdom Rune, doesn't get the deny, and feeds on both a very rough early game for him. Dark Mago did get a little gold rune, and now putting the regen to use is going to find Saberlight.
Very nice. Time to shut down this Beastmaster. He's been getting way too much out of the lane. I mean, the Morphling's free farming, but Saberlight, he's probably an easier kill and getting far too much.
He already had Helmet Dominator done. He was about to push Jim Park out and take this tower. And that is the Shopify MO. Go through these tier 1s, open up the space, let the Morphling free farm, and create a situation where Beastcoast aren't close to contesting him. Dark Mago going to get another bottle refill, the benefit of Schofield dying so much in this early game. Damn, Dark Mago's having a hell of a game. He has really stepped up here in the first 5 minutes. That solo kill, 3, 1, and 2. Skirmishing, getting these Beastos support some XP. Much needed experience as well.
And if like you can have a successful game on the Storm Spirit, he can be somebody to shut down Morphling, right?
Absolutely. It's probably their best answer in this early mid game because he can jump him with the global on top.
Right.
And you might just kill Artor from full, depending on if Manta's up or not. Same with the Ember Spirit here. So the fact that Dark Mago's had as good a game as he's had, considering how many resources Shopify put into mid, is even more impressive, right? Because this was basically a tri-lane mid at a certain point. These are the games where Shopify's usually ahead 3 or 4K off of that advantage.
Right.
Instead, he's at the top. It's just that solo kill propelled him so fast. They were able to exert the pressure back. Put Abed in a lower position than he would have liked to have been in. 10-minute power rune. Will he finally get one? Will Dark Mago get it? He is unlucky again.
Man, that is really adding up.
Damn. Man has no RNG. That's a good one for Abed. Haste instantly prompts the smoke here. They are looking for the Alchemist.
They're going without level 6 on the Skywrath Mage, which is going to be a really powerful combination, right? Slight Chains into Mystic Flare. It's a really nice way to get a kill with very little commitment. So if they get a kill off this smoke, that'll propel Crit to level 6 and generally just feel fantastic, but
out of there.
Jim Park is out of there indeed. It's too bad for Shopify because that was 10 seconds left on the Chemical Rage cooldown. Beastcoast, you're going to be very happy with a little bit extra space, as a bunch of heroes from Shopify are going to show top.
Do have ults up on the East Coast side, so they actually are ahead in support experience here, and they traded tier 1s with the Mars. A surprising tower trade, actually, that Shopify gave this up. I think Morph could have sat down there. I guess maybe you're afraid of the global coming out. You know, like a spear with a storm jump. That is pretty spooky for him to just sit in front of the tower. Still, East Coast finding trades, and of course they have Alchemist, so if you're trading, you're pulling ahead.
Abs up Crit. Great kill to get. Silence is going to last a while, but he's got the hook shot back up now. They're trying to body block him, but he does manage to get it. A little bit of AoE stun is good enough. Schofield will be traded out, but still. Again, I feel like Skywrath Mage, that fast level 6 is so important.
It's eluding him. It is really eluding Crit here as he's 0-3, and Schofield, he found earn charges off that too.
Oh, nice.
So that's pretty nice for him. And it's space for the Alk, who is pushing towards a decently timed Radiance here, considering his lane was pretty rough. They put the Ench up there. Oh, that's a
whoa, how did that one happen?
Little roar into Centaur Stomp. Caught just snoozing.
Saberlight coming up big with that one. Knocks the Storm Spirit down the network chart and takes his spot.
Now Artor getting active.
Trying to land the spear. Makes it a couple times there. Sees an opportunity. Does manage to nail it.
He gets silenced.
Yeah, he's silenced up, so this is going to be a little rough. The arena goes out, the spear, but he's already morphed into strength. So Global's going to be used to cover both Stinger and Sacred, help them get out. Storm Spirit's coming in. Mago's going to try for something, but who does he want out of this one? Fly is not the easiest kill, but probably easier than the rest.
He'll
get
that. Bound him.
Yeah, they do manage to get him with the hook shot. Follow it up. The silence, though, is going to be able to stop the Mars from following it up too much.
He's getting down.
Arteezy, he's running around the golems, hoping to tank up the battery assault. Waveforms over to the side. Schofield can't get the kill by himself. Mago, half his mana ready to go. Not going to chase after the Morphling. Goes for the faster kill and Crit, who is giving up his life to try and kill Stinger. Silence goes out. Mago's got the mana to zip away, and Abed is out of mana as well. So he does have enough just to put out that slight, but can't pursue the Storm Spirit, the bigger kill.
Double damage, MVP of that fight for sure. Abed gets so much done with the rune there. Power runes have gone his way, and he has put him to use finally. Unable to convert on the Morphling kill as well because Stinger got silenced by Crit when he wanted to be the one silencing with the global chain on the Morphling. That's why it got delayed there. That might have been a Morphling death if that global comes out and the Storm TP connects. Instead, very heads up and Ancient Seal by Crit salvages the initial part of that fight, and then this chase just goes too long, and Abed's just right-clicking people down. No mana, no cares. He'll get the job done. Still, East Coast, they have their Alchemist farming, so they're not entirely sad. And Parker did get a Boots of Travel.
But he's about to run into 3 heroes. They have the vision to be able to see him coming. He is dead. Can't see it, but there's Mystic Flare in the mix. So you're going to have a Slight Chains and Primal Roar both setting up Mystic Flare. And Alchemist is a great target for that kind of assault.
And Saberlight has had some nice positioning on the map this game. 2 big core pickoffs set up by just walking in with no boots.
Zip around, instantly silenced. Baiting out Fly a little bit. Maybe this is too much for them to handle, though. Mago's going to go and get that Skywrath Mage kill. Let's see if he can get away from Abed, though. Zip away, long zip, TP out. Abed! Ooh, gets him in the end with the Remnant and the Axes.
This Beastmaster's doing so much for Shopify right now. Saberlight has just dragged the Slow Ember back into this game completely, and now they are clicking on all cylinders as the ball is rolling with this Helm of the Overlord. The summons control from Beastcoast is a weak point for sure.
Yeah.
The Alchemist maybe helps you later on, but right now Parker needs to keep farming. He needs more items in this game, and your other 2 cores are falling behind because you're just getting 5v forward. You got to keep that in mind if you're Beastcoast extending into these fights. Your Alchemist is not joining you. There's only so far you can go. Schofield is literally just throwing his body at these summons.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's not the most efficient play in the world, but somebody's going to handle it.
We'll jump to the board.
As the jump onto Arteezy, a big kill, and the silence lasts just long enough.
He was up really far, and that is exactly the combination Beastcoast are looking for. Before that Manta comes out, they find Artur, get that big kill.
Man, that's a massive turnaround because it felt like Shopify was beginning to get away with the game a bit.
Yeah, the Beastmaster momentum was adding up here. That's a bad kill to give away. There's no way around it. It's just a lot of momentum thrown back Beastcoast's way. Even Parker gets involved. You're losing the farm time on Morph to get to that defensive item. And it's a very quiet game for Arteezy in general off of what was a pretty free lane. I'm still waiting for his involvement here, Cap. 0-1 and 0.
Told me Arteezy Morphling's the best Morphling.
Well, I wouldn't have been in my top 3.
He is working towards the Manta. That'll change a lot, and Shopify are going to do the early Roshan. We've seen them do this a number of times.
Yeah, this is what that Beastmaster always gives you. Objective taking. Blizzard's going to pump up Morphling to it down even faster as you're racing against this Alchemist, who's honestly farmed, but not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even have much of a network lead.
So Parker is going to get to his items here. Boots of Travel speeds it up a little bit. He did not have the best spawns either. So it's going to be a little slow on the Alchemist timings. He's probably going to want to pick it up in terms of joining these fights to be more proactive. Help his cores with the damage, particularly while this global is still effective, because that is not guaranteed forever here, as defensive items are going to come out for Shopify shortly, particularly 1,000 gold for that Manta on the Morphling. And BKB, 1,1700 away for Abed. BKB for Saberlight also queued up here. Those 3 items going to be really strong versus the Beastcoast supports and limiting the damage output of the Beastcoast cores here.
Spirit Vessel for the Clockwork. So that will help against Morphling.
This feels like Beastcoast don't have an answer to the summons push here. They're just summons pushing their way through every objective in this game. And it's keeping the gold lead active against an Alchemist. Generally a very good sign.
Stinger gets a ward down in preparation for a potential fight.
A good ward. They can use it.
Yeah, how are you going to use that information that you're getting right now? They spot the ward now, so the opportunity to maybe get the fast kill on Crit at the start of a fight, now gone. And the tier 2 is now gone.
Another objective you're just giving up for free in exchange for a regen rune. Consolation prize here.
Yeah, not great. They're going to smoke up now, see if they can punish Shopify as they start backing away, perhaps. Oh, the vision being deep-warded. Schofield goes for it, goes straight in for the Beastmaster. Off the global silence, they're going to take out Saberlight first. They do manage to get that kill with Jim Park joining them. They do manage to sort of dismantle this back line. They ignore RTZ for now. After all, he has the Aegis. Sacred, though, being left behind. The impetus just adding up. They're going to go for the kill on Fly with Mago and Jim Park attacking, but Arteezy's going to be in the mix of this.
He got silenced.
He did.
A little annoying for him. He's going to have to fight through this. Anton cooldown still has not found his impact in this fight. Just getting kited out.
Yeah. He gets like the one kill out of this.
What was that?
And that was not a great move.
It looked cool, but it didn't do anything. And that'll be Aegis down. And Shopify do not get what they were looking out of that fight. Not at all. You're going to poke Jim Park here. He's out. Beastcoast might still be lingering around. Crit's going to look for a potential solo pick, but gets silenced anyway.
All right, they got 3 different D-wards in like the last minute.
There was a lot of vision committed for that fight from Beastcoast, and it did get D-warded by Shopify. At the same time, Saberlight going down first, on top of he lost his whole army there.
Yeah, he did.
That's a lot of gold and a lot of momentum that Saberlight was building that gets tossed away during that Aegis push.
It still doesn't change the net worth actually being in the favor of Shopify. A big part of this is they've just taken a lot more objectives. You may have Alchemists, but they've got their own gold stimulus program going on. That's just towers dying.
That's true. I just feel like it could be worse. I'm surprised that initiation went as well as it did. Schofield just going in there, like, okay. I mean, the damage follow-up is swift and decisive here from Beastcoast. They've got that going for them. Now is your BKB Alchemist fight, generally one of his stronger power points. And the Shopify take another tier 2. I mean, you're talking about the net worth difference. Some of that is the Alchemist balancing it out. The other aspect of that is they have all the outer towers on Shopify side. That's a lot of net worth advantage they have over Beastcoast that Beastcoast has yet to push onto Shopify side of the map.
Beastcoast have gotten 0 towers in return.
Ooh, how about that one for a
massive
kill?
1,000 gold for that.
That's just hook shot into Vortex. He's gone.
It's like the last remaining ward, or one of the last remaining wards for Beastcoast. They immediately smoke up, knowing they've got a numbers advantage.
Fight Shopify want to take
They
without
got the
their
global
Ember.
silence. They spotted both Saberlight and that Skywrath Mage, and they are great targets for initiation. Now, unfortunately, the silence did go out on the Storm Spirit. He gets off the Mystic Flare, does a lot of damage, but Mago will eventually get that kill, and they'll finish up Saberlight too. So, no matter what happens, they actually maybe can stop Arteezy. Arteezy maybe get the kill on Mago instead.
And
he doesn't have a TP, so
he's dead for sure. At least he takes out that Morphling and gets something done. That was his first assist or kill, by the way, in this game.
Really?
Yes. Very quiet game from Artur in general. As he pushes towards BKB, another defensive item coming out here for Shopify. They're just going to mass BKBs and Mantas. Dare I say they're going to have damage issues again? I don't know. It feels like it. The problem with the Morphling in this game is he doesn't have great morph targets. Like, who are you stealing here?
You're going up, like, we actually did talk about this in a couple of casts. Just the fact that, like, if you go the Aghanim's Morphling and you're up against strength cores, it doesn't feel that good. And here in this game, he would want to turn into the Alchemist, but stealing status resistance isn't great.
Status resistance and you're throwing out a concoction, it's like, whatever, right? It's not this big impact Ag's Morphling game. I don't even know if RTZ wants it here.
Yeah, Storm Spirit is so based around his ultimate, that doesn't feel good, so it's probably just the Mars.
Abed is sick of getting initiated on. He's going to take the matter into his own hands and start on the Silencer instead. Decent pick off. I think some of this game might come down to how much farm Fly continues to find. He's probably been their highest impact in the fights in terms of damage. It's been a real problem for the Mars in particular. Bulwark not helping you versus Impetus spam. Hurricane Pike already done. He's almost level 12. He's found a decent amount of net worth, especially with all the towers going down. That's going to be the X factor in terms of damage for Shopify. And Crit. I mean, Crit almost killed Dark Mago. They had one stun follow-up or anything. That's a very different fight. So these BKBs that are coming out, one for the Beastmaster right now, the Embers is done, and the Morphlings is very close. Triple BKB for Shopify is going to be designed to get this next Roshan and take over the map with it. Get rid of some of the global silence control, some of the storm damage. Arena initiation's not going to be as easy. You're going to have to cut through these with physical damage now. AC for Jim Park is designed to do that. will it be enough? You have some minus armor stacking with that and acid spray. Not too bad.
So then the damage problem becomes more apparent, right? You can't touch Shopify, but if Shopify can't actually get the kills, then Beastcoast kite you out. That's going to feel really bad. So
you need to make those BKBs count. You need to land your lockdown to sync it up. Another hookshot on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, that's going to feel pretty good with Global Styles, but the BKBs go out. So now you just got a kite. They're going to go for the Skywrath Mage, and they do have the detection to spawn him, despite the Glimmer Cape. Get 1 for 2 out of this, but with the buyback, and now the BKB's now gone, it looks like Beastcoast are feeling really good about this fight. Stinger's going to die for it, of course, but all around, the cores may still trample through this one, and Bago can get out, but he couldn't zip away in time. Spear comes through. They have land a great spears. That chain's done going to be enough, though. Arteezy turning back into the bars, throws his own spear, misses his own, and the Infinite, look at him rain in from Fly.
He is doing so much work on this fight. Parker doesn't want any more of it.
Any chains? Oh, no stuns available. Beastcoast, they didn't lose 4 for that. They lost 5. That was a buyback on Sacred in that fight.
He is gone from the game, man. His item progression has disappeared. Enchantress took it all. Decent damage from Fly, but it was all Arteezy and Abed there. 5k each. The Alchemist can't go through these heroes fast enough to pose a threat. You get on the back line, sure. The BKB's enough to buy time in this engagement for the sustain to add up here between the Ember and the Morphling. Just not enough burst on Parker. He slowly combed through that Beastmaster, but it took a long time.
And I guess another part is like Mago's performance in that game 1 was fantastic when he was down, but in this game 2, right, he won his lane, and unfortunately in these fights, he just hasn't managed to stay alive.
It's hard because you wanted to go aggressive items to support the damage issue Beastcoast is having. At the same time, you're playing into a ball from Shopify that has proven difficult to break, as these heroes are very tanky. You have auras up, you have BKBs up, you have this Enchantress you can't go on anymore. You know, who are you jumping here? So far, it's been jumping the Beastmaster, but there, you jump the Beast, BKBs, and then you're stuck in kind of a weird engagement.
Yeah.
Parker's gonna try and find, ooh, a bit too fast. Just felt it was coming.
Or maybe he had a ward and saw it coming.
That's pure game sense.
Game sense, baby. Little known fact, Abed actually plays like Daredevil. He just puts on a full mask.
I've seen it.
Let's go. Mago dead again.
Yeah, Mago is not doing much better here. He lives. He's dead. He's dead. They got Saberlight, though.
Okay. Well, all that attention, I guess, results in something for Beastcoast. They ping Roshan. They know it's about that time to start playing for the pit.
Yeah, and Scotty for Artor here is going to be the biggest item in this game. This is not a Morphling Izing, but it is a Scotty Morphling game. That is one of the best items on this matchup in the Morphling versus the Alk. He has a Mars too that he can punish with it. It's going to be really strong. You're going to be incredibly tanky, hard to go on, and you're just going to kite this Alchemist to hell and back. And back again.
And back to hell.
That's right. Need more items. You just need more gold on the Alchemist.
Yeah, gold is supposed to solve all issues, but Beastcoast cannot get enough of it. They could get to Abyssal Blade. I mean, that would be a game changer. You would have a little bit more of a damage upgrade, but a lot more just single target lockdown against the Morphling. Maybe you can surprise him with the Global Silence plus Abyssal Blade.
It's pretty hard to surprise this lineup. They have an Enchantress who can frontline. You have Beastmaster Vision and Summons that can also scout, fight. And I think Saberlight, maybe he's not happy if he gets jumped and just all into 0, but I think it's still an okay fight for Shopify. Because you have 2 other high damage cores that are going to be able to make something of it.
Sure, yeah.
And he's tanky. It's going to take a decent committal here for Beastcoast to go on it.
Oh, he went Silver Edge instead on Jim Park.
He was debating between the two, ends up with the Silver Edge. Pretty strong initiation tool. Will also give him some kiting in the fight. Maybe he doesn't have to pop BKB as early. It's also a break for the Enchantress technically if he finds Fly. Maybe you take that impetus damage out for free. The Roshan has been taken out for free, however.
Yeah, they TP'd into it, but they're far too late. Aegis is already going to be picked up. They committed again, vision around this area, but don't actually get a fight from it.
2 obs on either side of the pit.
Or at least they don't get a fight out of it yet. But they're sticking around. They still want to find something here.
Parker wants to go. And Parker says, go, you go. He's going to find Saberlight. That's a good grab.
See if they can burst him down. They throw it out the arena, the spear, the global silence, everything they have. Now it's going to be the Skywrath Mage. But are they going to be able to get this kill quickly? Not as quick, but they do get it in the end. 2 down. Beastcoast.
What do they want next?
Looking for more. They don't want to go for Arteezy. Nice spear landing onto the Emperor, but he already zips away to the remnant before Mago could catch him. Fly, he gets out as well.
Parker just getting kited out by this Enchantress slow.
Yeah.
Really hurt him.
That is annoying.
Ends up stunning himself, not even able to find that kill. That was the best case scenario for Beastcoast. Parker running in with the Silver Edge reveal on a Beastmaster and just 100-0ing him. If they could have gotten more off that, I think they'd feel good about it. Shopify probably okay with that being the Silver Edge reveal with a really good angle, and you get your 2 big cores out with Aegis and Cheese.
Might get some small objectives out of it. Looks like they're going to try and take the Shopify Tormentor.
That's pretty nice. On to Stinger here. Not the worst shard. Starts stealing some in. He has not stolen much in this game, sitting at 2.
No, he has not. But at least you take it away from, like, the Skywrath Mage shard is pretty good.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if Fly has his yet, but
he does not. Skywrath does have a shard. He has some extra armor coming in. Still, it's something to get off of that. Nice find by Parker. He's going to get the Swift Blink here. That's also going to help his burst initiation. It's getting up there. It's becoming enough of a threat that he can stay in the fight, verse these cores, and maybe take that man fight. Once again, Shopify just getting caught off guard. The vision is not doing much for him here in these fights as the initiations are being found by Beastcoast.
But do you feel good about an Alchemist lineup that is just like, oh, they're kind of getting there? You know, I feel like Alchemist has to hit a window, hit it hard, hit it fast, and end the game.
I agree. And it's not feeling great. It's not the smoothest out game I've seen. He's 10K ahead now. I think he'd prefer to be 10K ahead, 5 or 6 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Still, he can scale by pulling some Ags in the Ultralight too. It's an X factor.
Yeah,
and I guess
they got a good.
The thing is, I felt this way about the Sven last game, and Beastcoast surprised me with that one.
Okay.
So my team of, I mean, you know my read of Beastcoast. Every time I think they've lost the game, they win it.
I mean, that's everybody's read of Beastcoast. Yeah. That is just the way this team operates. The worse they do in the first 15 minutes, the harder they're going to bounce back. Absolutely. The better they do in the first 15 minutes, the harder they're going to flounder.
Dark Mago shouldn't have solo killed Abed. That was the worst move Beastcoast has made this game.
It was actually game-losing, yeah.
Now they have been trying to catch up ever since from that game-losing solo kill. He just running out, 2 minutes left. And Scotty should be completed.
It is dangerous to go up into this high ground against Storm.
It's annoying.
And a Mars spear back. At the same time.
Strength Blink instead of the Swift Blink. He just wants more burst jump, maybe some extra slow to help chase people down.
Looks like Jim Park manages to bait Shopify into TPing to the top lane. I think he showed himself for half a second, then TP'd away.
They have some spacing here. Numbers advantage if they can find anybody. Fly is smoked. I don't know if he knows what's coming for him or if it'll find him.
Smoke breaks on each other. Silver Edge, to get the Silver Edge hit and get that fast kill. Hookshot goes in. A little bit too late for that one, though. He's been silenced. Cannot get the Gogs push back. Mago goes in. Global Sound's going to be used as well, but they're not getting anything out of this one. They have to get out. Park actually goes back in for the Enchantress. All this for an enchant they use so much, but they do manage to get that kill. But now it's time for Shopify to be able to fight back. They're going to go for Stinger first. Fighting now. Mago silence up, but he gets a zip away. He is low on mana, though, and Sacred doesn't have any help in this fight. Morphling does manage to spear too. He's going for Abed. Abed is slowed down quite a bit. Jim Park's laying into him. Not quite enough. Shopify do manage to lose the Aegis on the Morphling, but they still have plenty more to go, and Beastcoast have run out.
That is an insane fight to commit to. I think after that initiation's botched, I'm getting the hell out. Of course, it's Beastcoast, so they don't have any cares to give, for lack of a better word here. And just punch it through, hoping they find something. That's still a fight in the Aegis with like 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Why?
Arteezy like intentionally was like, okay, it's time to die now.
I guess so. And like you said, all for an Enchantress. That is how much of a problem Fly has been for them this game. Honestly, this has looked like his best hero the entire tournament. In some ways, it's been Shopify's best hero the entire tournament.
In some ways, it's been one of the best heroes of... the last few months, right? I mean, Celery's done amazing work on Gaming Gladiators with this Enchantress. Great pickoff on Dark Mago, by the way. That'll allow a very easy high ground push for Shopify.
Yeah, nice steal. Get the Vortex turned around, and they're going to find another roar on a support.
Might as well just take the silencer kill if he's going to present himself.
Man, this game has been so much about the Beastmaster and the Enchantress. Controlling the tempo, taking the objectives, opening up the space, starting the fights, taking the initiations. Fly and Saberblade have just done everything here for Shopify. Parker in the back does get dusted. He's going to stun himself. Oh, he went in.
He did go back in.
The absolute madman.
He went for Fly again. Does manage to get that kill. RTZ's going to wait for him through and go for Schofield, while Abed is trying to once again keep away from Jim Park. He's kiting him around. He did it so well last
still alive.
time. But Mago, he's going to chase after him. The Silence does manage
to buy
on the Storm Sphere. He's going to buy immediately. Abed's going to try and help out.
No remnants.
But this is actually no good.
No BKB.
He comes back in with no remnants, and RTZ has already called it quits on this fight. Oh,
what have you done? Abed.
You broke the game. You broke that.
This game is crumbling quite literally under the pressure. It is a double buy for Beastcoast as they're going to pause to reset this gap. I think it was client lag, to be honest. I don't think that was the internet. I think something in the game was lagging. Either way, that's a buyback for the Storm and a buyback for the Silencer for potentially an unnecessary buyback on Abed that just cost him, right? Because he had no remnants, no BKB. What is he doing in this fight? Miscommunication there for Shopify costs them big. As Parker once again just yeets himself into the fight. An absolute madman. 0.1 second left on that stun that almost hits himself. Binds the Ench, bursts down the big impetus damage, and I guess gets the job done. As guess what is coming out now, Cap? You doubted him. You doubted him. But that's an Ag Scepter. And who are you going to give it to here?
I mean, truly the Storm, right?
Dark Mago for sure. That's going to be an AoE Vortex.
AoE Vortex into an unstable concoction could be a team fight winning combination.
This is where the Alk scale becomes scary.
Yeah.
Because the Ag Scepters are good on Beastcoast this game. And the Morphling is not killing Parker in the fights as much as I thought he would. So now this Storm is going to become the real problem. It's similar to game one. That Sven got them through most of that mid and early late game to the point where the Leshrac on Dark Mago became the problem. This game could become similar. This Storm can become a big problem for them in the late game. They don't have the greatest lockdown versus Storm if he gets a Dispel item up here and gets pooled in Ags for some extra tankability.
If you get another Aghanim Scepter, who do you think you give it to? Like, do you like the Mars one in this game? I'm not sure if Sacred's like scaled well enough for it.
Yeah, that Mars one has been nerfed so much over time too.
Yeah, and he's going Sight the Vice next, so he doesn't necessarily.
I mean, Clock Ags is always good for the rocket flares and stuff. Helps you initiate.
It gets more damage on the Enchantress, actually. That's the nice part.
Silence
been so focused on him.
I would say Silencer Ags is okay, but there's so many BKBs on Shopify. There's 4 out, including 1 on Fly now.
Maybe you just get a Moon Shard for yourself and then get another Aghanim Scepter for the Mars after that.
Yeah. I mean, the stats and HP on the Mars are good. It's by no means bad here. I think the Clock one could also be interesting this game. I don't know if it's worth pulling an item off the Alk for it. We'll see. He could technically still go another item here on the Alk. On top of the Moon Shard, he could replace Boots of Travel with something. I think it's more probable you do that with Swift Blink, for example. However, it's still possible if you want to go for back for an Abyssal here or Mjolnir that you get Force Boots later on. That can be a trajectory he aims for here in the ultra late game.
This is very interesting. Shopify just went and poked at the high ground while Roshan was potentially up.
Nice little strategic move, trying to get them back and then smoke straight to the pit.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
It's hard to read.
But if Beastcoast, let's see if they get there in time. I mean, they're so split right now. This is really
Why are they so split? What? This is so weird. And Rocket Flare just finds them. That's their own Rocket Flare. I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, it's so weird because the Rocket Flare went and hit them there.
Now the smoke's going to break on each other. Shopify lying in wait. Schofield immediately backing down. He says, nope.
Is this like some kind of ultimate pincer maneuver?
It's the weirdest pincer maneuver I've ever seen.
Parker is still behind them.
I mean, all the fights have been good off of killing Skywrath Mage and the Beastmaster first. Maybe they're thinking,
Is
If they
he
can get that
actually
vision.
gonna find him here?
He's gonna find him. He's gonna spot him. Is he gonna be able to get off the abilities first?
That
Global
glimmer.
Silence Sacred. He doesn't get it.
That glimmer was so fast.
Oh, Grit with a great reaction. The Force Staff gets him away too. Mago's
He's alive.
Jump around. Sacred is holding this one with the Bulwark. The impetuses will finish him off thanks to that detection. Mago's sticking it onto Arteezy though. Morphing full out on strength though.
And they're back onto the Enchantress of all heroes.
They gotta go for Fly every time, every single time. They're gonna gun for him first,
They
and
just
maybe
cost
it's the
too
only
much.
kill they can get. Mago has no mana, by the way.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He has
Silent.
Gem on him too. Is Parker gonna go back in with no ult?
They
that
knocked away
crazy.
from him. He's gonna be stunned. No, he goes back in.
Dodge
Then
the
on
slow.
Saberlight dodges the bit.
No
Mago
way.
almost kills Arteezy while
What?
Saberlight does die. Mago trying to Bloodstone heal himself alive, but it's not gonna work. Jim Park working without this chemical rage. Pops his BKB, TP's out. He'll be fine, but still, Beast Coast losing 4, a very staggered 4 as there's 100 seconds left on the Storm, 30 on the rest.
So much damage went into the Morphling that just gets healed. The target prioritization was not there for Beast Coast, and a huge roar from Saberlight on the Alk when he blinked in that just bought so much time in that engagement. And Fly, it just takes so much for them to bring this Enchantress down. If they don't, he's killing them. He's the one who finishes off that Mars there.
Yeah.
A very clutch pickoff, especially as he was glimmered and running out of the vision. And all that fight started with an insanely fast Glimmer Cape on Crit. Right, that's the only reason that goes as well as it did.
Yep.
They're going to be back in here from East Coast. They want to contest. And look, Parker has found Abed. He slowed him up.
He is very slow. It really stacks up. Abed's
Can't
not going to
move.
get very far away.
Team.
Global Silence, he's dead, man. This passive, it's just a killer for this Ember Spirit. Now they're going to go for Fly once
They're not
again.
roshing.
And they've got him. They are not roshing. They're hiding around the pits.
What are you hiding for, though?
I
Your
don't
pickoff
know,
is-
but Sacred, like a bloodhound. He's sniffing it out right now. He knows there's got to be some heroes around here somewhere.
There's no
They're
way.
just outside of the vision, man.
Is Artur
Jetpack
gonna
isn't
go
gonna
in
see
this?
him. He's invis. Oh my god.
Way too early.
Maybe he's jumping into it, but way too early. They can stun
he
him.
get
They
it?
can stop him. Maybe he can
Oh
still get
my
a shot.
God,
He
he
got
got it.
Cages. No way. He seals it away from Beast Coast. But are they going to win this fight with it? Of course they are. Now that Saberlight's back in the mix with a Primal Roar, they blow up the Alchemist. He's going to buy back now. He sees his heroes are still up. They still have a fighting chance here. If he can
Parker's
just get
coming.
here to bail him out, he can fight Arteezy with this extra life. He gets in there, gets the stun. Now Arteezy, he's got
There's a Hex waiting.
nothing to get him away immediately. No waveform, no Silver Edge.
Stolen Spear.
Immediately going to be stunned.
Force
Nice
back
Stolen
in.
Spear, but it's too much. It's too much, man.
Get back in there, Parker. You're not done. Push him back in the ring. Oh my god. You were asking what does Parker give over a carry like Hector. I'm not faulting anybody. Parker might be the most psychopathic carry player I've ever watched in my life. Like, his reinitiations in this game, his weird angles, the solo plays, being in odd parts of the map, the re-goes when he has no business going back in. And it is working, man. Beast Coast thrive off the chaos. They thrive off the surprise. Even there, he does not care Artur takes the Aegis because he's just going to insta-buy and run you back down. Refresher Shard, by the way, given over to Sacred. That is what Parker picked up in the midst of all of that. So that is a double Hex, double Arena, double BKB for the Mars. Really nice item pickup for him off that Roshan. At least they got something. And you have to remember, this AoE Vortex is still waiting for you. How aggressive is Parker going to play with no buyback in this game?
Yeah, that is a big question, because they do have buyback on Arteezy. They could surprise Beast Coast here. They're going to smoke up. I think they're going to go for it.
Your tournament's life
Primal
on
Roar,
edge.
Mystic Flare, so
The
much
burst.
damage. He's trying to protect him.
He's alive.
Trying to guard him.
How is he alive?
How is he getting out? That is criminal right there. Saberlight once again tries to initiate and dies almost immediately afterwards. Beast Coast are getting out with their heroes. Now, some of these heroes that get out don't get out, don't have buyback.
They got a Rax, and they got the Alk off, and they got a Morphling buy. What? How does he live? Where was the damage?
I think they had no detection somehow.
I mean, it was also Sacred jumping on top of him, helping him tank the Skywrath.
Yeah, he like drops the arena, jumps on top of him, bulwarks. He's doing everything he can. Captain, my captain.
Oh my. This guy's insane, dude. This guy is criminally insane. The way he plays Dota it's not rational, man. It's just beyond control. He has absolutely no fear.
And maybe that's the perfect matchup in that regard. Shopify, you know, a team that it feels like they're more of a company than, you know, a group of friends. They've looked at Dota probably a much more rational way than Parker is.
You're trying to meet the unexplainable with logic here, and it's kind of working for Beastcoast. 10k gold loot, they still have that refresher shard, and Parker goes back to buy out for that Abyssal Blade. So he has the option available of slotting that in.
The Silver Edge. All that damage, hook shot, covers him,
walks it off. The Morphling TP is too long. You just can't get in there with the right clicks. 2 or 3 right clicks from Morphling, and that Alk is dead, and you feel way better about that exchange. Instead, Parker gets to walk it off and wait 4 minutes for his cooldown to come back up. Will he even play with one? That's another question. I mean, he is playing this game to win it. I'll give him that much, as this looked like another game where Shopify might have just ran it over, right? Especially that Roshan. If they get Rosh there, you can end the game with that. Then they're going to have to settle for a Tormentor and a Shard on the Morphling, of all things. A little extra stats. And he can shift while stunned, which is actually pretty nice this game.
Yeah, considering that a lot of Beastcoast, their entire game plan here is...
And look at this. Alchemist buyback. Who needs it?
Gonna get the vision. Spirit Vessel immediately put outside. Spear onto him. They're getting the stuns out. But Lotus Orb and the Primal Roar goes out. Arteezy met with Abyssal Blade. Lotus Orb bounced back. Arteezy managed to wait for him over the side, but another round of the arena. They're just trying to keep Arteezy locked in a cage right now, and it is working. They're killing some of the other heroes while Arteezy is limited to doing absolutely nothing. Mago's decimating the backlines. He's going for crit right now. Fly, infinite damage. That's not the cogs you wanted, Schofield. That's only going to be able to kite out Jim. Parker is
in trouble.
He can't
His ult's out.
Stop any of these heroes. He has no chemical rage. He has no life, and now he's dead. Beastcoast, they've lost all their heroes with no buybacks.
The initiation that was a dream turns into a nightmare. If they were unable to chain it, the roar on the Mars prevented the chain hex spear coming out, and Shopify take full advantage of it. Satanic for Arteezy, keeps them alive in this fight. The damage numbers are there for Beastcoast, but they can't finish a single hero off.
Yeah, how did Crit live?
The cogs backfired, man. The cogs separated a lot of that. The Alk got stuck in it. Ags for Abed, he's just going ham with the remnants.
And they just dive into the base. They know they can end this. And it's going to be up to Mago to stop it.
That's a dieback on the side. No, he's still at 5.
So Mago has a chance to be able to hold this, but he's got siege wagons coming in. That is the most annoying part right now. He can keep up backdoor protection, but he can't kill the siege wagons, so he has to pull them.
Still, he got the waves off. This is not a game ender for Shopify.
No, not anymore.
They're gonna have to go back. They're gonna have to protect these little catapults.
Look at him. He's just tanking it. He's like, whatever it takes. BKB right before the Primal Roar. Great timing there. The second wave is going to get through now.
I mean, you're still going to have a window.
He could TP back. He could TP back and zip it again.
Wait, where'd the catapults go? Or he pulled them again?
Yeah, he pulled them maybe even deeper, and then he's going to zip out and kill this next wave as it comes through.
Sure, but 40 seconds, still no Alk. Surely this is enough time to get through.
If you can get the backdoor protection back up, catch those siege wagons again, maybe.
No, the creeps are in. The creeps are in. You have a chance. There's still a glyph up. 25 seconds for Parker. You're going to have to put some vortexes to use. You have no buybacks on the Beastcoast side.
Diving in. Is it a bait? Are they going to go on him? They managed to get the vortex onto the two of them. Really good bouncing damage there while Arteezy is controlled by the spear, but they're not getting the damage out fast enough, especially with Mago silenced up.
It's out.
Going for crit. He can't afford these silences any longer.
5 seconds.
He's hitting the throne. Glyph is going out. Arteezy, he's going for it. Meanwhile, Parker's almost back up, but now Parker's back up, but there's nobody else alive.
A sacrifice for an alchemist. Can he do anything with it?
He jumped in. His is all a last-ditch effort by Parker, but he cannot hold it. Shopify will push it to a game 3.
And they were pushed straight to the brink there. Their elimination on the line. They clutched that game out. The Morphling comes alive in the late game just when you thought Parker was going to bamboozle his way to a 2-0. The Morphling says, no, sit down, boy. Show you how it's done.
Whew.
They do not look super happy about that win, but they'll for sure take it here.
Yeah, clutch it. What can you do? I mean, look, when it came to performances, who made the difference in this game too?
I go back to Fly and Saberlight set that whole game up, right?
Yeah,
I don't think
so too.
Shopify are even remotely in this game if the Beastmaster and Enchantress don't get so much done in the first 30 minutes. Then they hand it off to Abed and Arteezy, and they carry it the rest of the way. I think Crit had a really rough one here. Nothing on him. It's just they're jumping the backline every fight.
Yeah,
every fight is
every
a hook shot, an Alk jump, a storm jump. You are the sacrifice here. Sometimes you have to play that role. He had some clutch glimmers as well in those team fights, though. Still did his part. Like, this was a team effort. The supports carried it through the early game. The big two cores for Shopify carried it through in the second half. Got the job done eventually, but man, did Parker put on a show in this one. That is a very tough game to win. Very hard to drag your team through. Still at 1,000 GPM. And this guy's fun to watch.
At a TI
fun to watch.
For Beastcoast, and another series that's going to go the distance. We're going to go to a Game 3 after the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. I mean, it wasn't the cleanest Dota to have ever been played, but that just makes it all the more exciting for us, the viewers. That was quite the battle, and we're gonna get treated to a Game 3 after this one. But first, let's break down what exactly happened in this second game. It was, of course, Shopify that takes it in the end. I'm joined by Winter, Jack, and Aurora. And Winter, this game, it was a little bit of a mess. I think we'll start with that one.
Yeah, a big pile of mess from the early game. I think what Avery said was spot on. Like, the early game was basically carried by the Enchantress and Beastmaster. They did a lot of work. Definitely did not expect Abed to get solo killed by the Storm at level 4. That was, I mean, that was a rough one for them. And after that, the Enchantress basically came over to salvage the lane. They killed the tower at 7 minutes, the first catapult. And basically, they were controlling the game from there. But after that, it was kind of like a very chaotic game. Very, very messy game. A lot of random deaths on the map, some buybacks that weren't necessary. I feel like itemization-wise, I can only say I would have preferred to see still like Aghanims on the Morphling. I still feel like if you're playing against a non-AG core, you should still get the axe. It's just too much value on the hero.
Well, I think probably he was thinking, oh, I am against this Silencer and Mars. Maybe he's just thinking, my Emperor is not having a good time. Maybe I don't have that much of a good time hiding, so I'll lead this BKB to kind of join some fights, right? It's not that bad, but I would say after the BKB, what's really questionable is he's not buying a damage item. He bought BKB and then he bought Manta and then he bought Skadi. So literally he's not doing damage. He's just a tanker. I would say it's kind of on Beastcoast that, you know, like they dropped the ball because they actually had a really good start, but they didn't really deal with this Beastmaster. I guess they don't have the right lineup to deal with him, but there were quite a few fights where they weren't really on the same page, I feel, because they're trying to take fights without all 5, and actually the Alchemist is pretty strong, I feel. He had a Radiance pretty early, and at that time, the Morphling was kind of like nothing. He didn't have anything going on, and it was really, really poor, but the way they took their entry, I guess, in the fights, it's just not very clean.
Well, I will say though, Jack, there for me is there's a big MVP. We talked about it at the start of the series, that of course Saberlight has his ups and downs in the squad, and he has a rough time on the offlane sometimes. But this Beastmaster performance, he's a Grandmaster Beastmaster, and it was noticeable.
Yeah, and I think his itemization was better and just fit the team better this game. This was, I picked Shopify to win this game, but this is not how. Let's just say things got a little wild and weird, which a lot of these Shopify and SA games do get into that territory with just crazy plays being made. I honestly expected Abed to have a better start to this game, and with the support backup that he had on his team, I expected him to be able to kind of take over more of this game. But of course, Dark Magoo played very well early on and destroyed him in the lane, but there was kind of like an ebb and flow for like everybody in this game. Then Dark Magoo had a couple bad deaths, and like his own net worth, his own game felt ruined. And then I guess when he got the Ags, he came back in and made some more clutch plays. This just... There's so many things that are hard to even conceptually talk about because there's so many crazy plays and fights in this game. Like this was one of them.
Like this one?
Yeah, there was like a couple fights where you could see they tried to pinpoint initiate on like, let's say 2 or 3 different targets, and they just barely ran out of damage.
Yeah, they shouldn't be going on the Morphling like in the last couple of fights. I felt like they identified the wrong target they should be focusing on. You know, I feel Morphling probably should be the last person that they go on. They have to take out the rest of the heroes first, especially the Enchantress. She was doing way too much in the fights. And just take it from there, you know, because it took so long to go on the Morphling, and the rest of the heroes just dealt way too much damage in the process.
Yeah, we saw that there was a fight on the the Dire Roshan, where Arteezy was the last one to die, and that fight was one that Beastcoast did execute properly with saving the Morphling until last.
Yeah, they need to realize that, you know, like you took one fight, okay, you didn't go for the Morphling first, you won that fight. And the next fight, okay, you go on the Morphling, you lost the fight, then you have to already realize, okay, that is actually the problem, but they didn't. They did the same thing again in the next fight and they lost the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you really want to kill the Morphling, right, you need to have the Hex on the Storm Spirit, because you already get the free Agonism from your Alchemist, right? And you are the only one that can catch the Morphling off guard, and he doesn't have a Lincoln. So technically, if you go on him, you Hex and the Global comes out, he would die. But like they are not playing towards their the items that they build, you know? So I just think it's safer to just assume, oh, it's a Morphling, he's gonna, you know, like switch up to strength, he's gonna tank out, let's just ignore him for the time being. But I guess they were just too pressured, I would say, by this Beastmaster. They forgot about the Enchantress in the late game that is actually very, she's gonna do a lot of damage if you don't do something to her. Like, an arena is not enough. But yeah, they totally forgot about this hero, and that's why.
We saw Fly chunking out quite some damage at that fight in the Radiant Triangle for sure. That kind of spilled the end for Beastcoast of this game. But the question remains: it was a very back and forth game, and Jack, as you said, there's no way anybody could predict it that the game would go the way that it went. And it leaves me with the question: what do you learn from a game like this? Like, how do you continue in Game 3, knowing what you know now after these two games?
I think maybe for Beastcoast, I don't know if you're happy with the Spirit trade. I feel like if you can get Morph and or the Spirits out of the draft somehow, I feel like you're probably more comfortable taking this, playing against this team. I feel like the Alk kind of running out of gas and like falling off is ultimately what saved Shopify in this game. I feel like this draft was like a bit too easy, if you will, for like, but it was like very straightforward. Like you see how quickly they picked their second phase. Like this is the type of draft that they would have prepped for like many times. So I think you have to kind of flip or change the script a little bit if you're Beastcoast, and then just trust your execution and your coordination, because that was on display this game as well. That's how they even got back into this game. They're like also just very unafraid to make these crazy plays, right?
Yeah.
Like there's like that's what I love about Parker. Like he plays without fear. Like these situations, whether it's a buyback or whether it's like running through the enemy team with his Silver Edge to look to start a fight. Like a lot of safer, more scared carry players wouldn't do that. He just doesn't care. Like this is what he's supposed to do, and the team plays off that. So I think you trust your execution, but don't give them such a straightforward draft.
You make it sound so simple. Just trust yourself. You know, the plan is easy. Just stick to the plan. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen in game number 3, deciding game of this series. But we need to wait a little bit. We're going to go to a break. But when we're back, it's time for more Dota 2 here at the Bali Major. See you in a bit.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sugar Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sugar Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
pakai di oven nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Bali Major, where we are live from the largest integrated resort in Bali, the Ayana Estate. It has beautiful views, beautiful beaches, lush jungle. It has a rock bar, but most importantly, at the moment, it has some top-tier Dota too. And we are ready for game number 3 here between Shopify Rebellion and Beastcoast. We've seen both teams win once so far. It hasn't been the cleanest of Dota, but it definitely has been entertaining, and we're hoping for the same from a third and deciding game. Just a quick reminder though, Shopify Rebellion, they already secured for TI-12, whereas if Beastcoast win this game, they get an extra 300 points, which will lock them in for TI-12 as well. Let's see who takes it. I'm joined by Winter, by Jack, and by Aurora. And going into this third game, Winter, what are you going to look out for most in the openings? Easy to execute?
Normally you would say like easy to execute.
Yeah.
Because like game 3 in the best of 3 series tends to be like both teams are scared of losing, and then everybody gets a stable late game draft, and you see like a long drawn out 70-80 minute game. That's what it's going to come down to, I feel.
Just late game.
Late game.
We're going to have another long one on our hands here.
Yeah, hopefully. Or we will see like maybe Beastcoast like drafting something out of the blue, which we always like to see. And winning the game like in a 20-25 minute game.
We did see them go for Meepo yesterday, but then again, it has also been banned out, Aurora, so I'm not sure if we're going to see that one still here. We got the Morphling again for Shopify, though. Does that make you happy? Oh, I'll take that as a no.
Well, I don't think there's any changes in the drafts I would like to see from either of the teams. I just want both teams to be on the same page. Because in the first game, I can see that Beastcoast didn't really hesitate. It's just the draft it's quite hard to execute. They have Sven, they have Mars, they have Leshrac, all of which kind of need items to execute, and they don't necessarily have the best supports to help them through that way either. But the last game, I can see Dark Mago is kind of sticking to what he thinks is best for the situation. He's not thinking of the game as what items do I need to end this game. He's thinking of what do I need now. So he's thinking, okay, I need to last a fight as long as I could so that my alchemists don't get, you know, like 1v1 by this Morphling.
Okay, are we watching a replay? Just quickly interrupting you. Every ban is exactly the same on Shopify Rebellion. Every pick is exactly the same. Every pick is exactly the same on Beastcoast, and
they banned the
bans.
Beastmaster.
They banned the Beastmaster. Okay, that's the only change so far.
I mean, they did the right thing, because I think the last game, the biggest problem was that they didn't have any answers for this Beastmaster at all. And if they are not prepared to find the answers in this game, then just ban it out. It's fine to not play against a hero that you know you're not, you know, like prepared for, I would say. Even though like we are in Major, right, you should be prepared for everything, but like there's only so much time you can have with your team, so it's not that realistic to expect to be able to prepare for everything. But yeah, like I said, I think Dark Mago should definitely sometimes stop and reset, because it works that if he thinks, oh, I need to buy my items differently to survive the game, because it worked in game 1. He bought Use and Dagger on the Leshrac, which is usually not happening in competitive Dota, but it worked. And in game 2, they actually had the lead. He just didn't think of buying the Hex to shut this Morphling's game down. So I would hope in game 3, he kind of reset when he has the space to, and you know, like not kind of sabotage his team with this item build.
All right, well, in the meantime, Jack, we are almost 4 picks each team in, and you have a thoughtful look on your face. What is confusing you? What makes you so thoughtful at the moment?
I think I said before this game started that I didn't really want them to follow the same sort of draft script, so they must have thought that their only issue last game was, other than maybe the Beast, might have been their like last pick carry against the Morphling. That's what I figure 2 possibilities are there, but they don't really, against Morph, they don't really pick first phase to try to like out-tempo this hero. That's not really how they played last game either. So yeah, I guess like if your conclusion is we played fine, it was just, you know, a slight mistake in the draft or something, then and see why they're going down this route. This is one of the fastest drafts, honestly.
Wait, were these the same 2 teams that did this before, where they drafted exactly the same?
Oh, during the group stage?
Yeah. Oh, actually, it was Shopify still, but it was
Blacklist, right?
Yeah. The wrong team, but yeah, it seems to be happening again. Let's see if Beastcoast wants to go for Storm once again.
I mean, it's a bit unreasonable to think that that game was due to like they lost the game due to small issues. You know, I feel like Dark Mago isn't gonna get the same kind of game where he got the last time, where he totally owned the Ember at the beginning of the game, and he got like so much fun out of it. I mean, they're going back to what they did in the first game, but I didn't really feel like it was the thing. It was the Lash that won them the game. I felt like his item build was it was reasonable based on the scenario, but I don't think that they won because of the Lash. It was more like Shopify throwing the game away when they had control of the game and having wrong itemizations on the heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
And this Lycan seems to be like some sort of a mirror to Beastmaster. Like, okay, fine, you ban our other unit hero, we'll give you another one. And I think it's still good against this Silencer Leshrac, because early on, Leshrac has this problem landing his stuns, right? I mean, I guess you have this Mars and Clockwork, but you don't really want to be applying the pressure on the Lycan, because it doesn't really matter. His like usefulness will come down to using his wolves, his howl, maybe his ulti to kill the Silencer early, but like, I think what matters is stopping this Ember, this ENG, and this Morphling, and I kind of think they prepared for the Beastmaster, but they didn't really prepare for the Lycan, which Saberlight is known for. He's known for playing all the micro heroes, and we know that Brood is not that good here, so they kind of left that hero out.
5 seconds remaining.
And the fact that they don't have any hero that buys like all the team items. Whenever you play against Lycan, you want to have that hero that buys the Crimson, the Solar, the Halberd, all the team items that allow you to survive.
You don't think Mars will change his build, like Sacred will change his build to do that?
You don't want to do that as Mars. You can, but it's not ideal, you know. As Mars, you just want to go for the Blink, the BKB, and maybe you get a Halberd after, you know. And then after that, probably you're going to have a choice of getting either Refresher or some other item. Or a Hex, maybe. So generally, you don't want to go for that kind of aura route on Mars. You know, he's just not the hero to do that.
I think against Lycan, I would actually prefer to have Tide or Underlord just buying the Crimson Guard and the Pipe and be the one defending the pressure for my team, you know, so my team can go and farm and scale. But right now, I just think it's gonna be very, very difficult for Beastcoast to kind of get a tempo against Shopify's lineup, because they already don't have answer for this Enchantress in the early game. And what more if later on this Enchantress just goes and enable this Lycan? It's going to be very, very chaotic for Beastcoast, and I don't think they can even touch the heroes at all.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, one more ban for Beastcoast to try and get themselves an edge over Shopify here. Shopify once again looking for their last hero being 4 crits. Techies gets banned out, still an annoyance to deal with, as crits Rubik, of course, also banned out. We'll see what he ends up playing here.
They're gonna need like a catch, like some kind of disruptor. Like, their heroes right now don't really have very good catch, so
10 seconds
I presume that would actually be what they need with the current draft. And you have the Lycan wolves to give you vision.
remaining.
I like playing disruptor when I have Lycan on my team. I think I'm allowed to do a lot of very nice glimpse because of the vision.
The vision is indeed great.
I don't like Mirana either. There we go.
There it is.
Because it is like classic, right? Ember, Mirana. And I just think aside from that, it's really, really good for the Lycan, because you have this Moonlight, right? And you want to take a fight where you don't want to force yourself into a situation that you kind of walk into this Mars, this Clockwork, and then there's a global already. You kind of want to pick one off and then reset and think about it. How do you approach the fight? Because right now they don't exactly have the best CCs, and when we talk about CCs against Beastcoast, I think Beastcoast definitely have the better lineup. I just think Mirana will help the team to be able to choose their fight, so to say.
Well, whichever carry they end up going for Gym Park, it needs to be able to do a lot of damage or set a high tempo, because I feel like Morphling, Ember, Lycan, Beastcoast is going to have some damage issues where they're going to die before they can kill anybody with Shopify, I feel.
Yeah, there's still the illusion route. I don't know about PA. This game seems like you get run over potentially pretty quickly, but that's something that was banned and that they had picked before. You saw the PL ban because they're concerned about something like that, so...
Bloodseeker, maybe? Bloodseeker against the Lycan.
I don't know why I was thinking of X carry, not gonna lie.
X carry?
Yeah. I mean, I just think these Lycan units are very annoying, right? You need a proper answer, and X always kind of makes Lycan's game pretty difficult.
Well, they have 10 seconds. It's tough nut to crack here.
I just feel like they need like some fighting carry, like some...
There's the Shadow Fiend. Oh, I wanted it. I mean, I am happy to see it purely because I know what I did in the past, but I'm not sure. Is it the right pick here, Winter?
Doesn't feel like it fits the lineup though. I feel like you could run into a lot of problems in the early game against the Enchantress and the Mirana. You could get easily ganked through the twin gates. You're gonna have to rely on the clockwork. I guess I'm not even sure if the clockwork's gonna. I would prefer to have the clockwork in the lane with the Shadow Fiend for that matter. If it's a silencer, I feel like he's gonna just get run over, and he's gonna have a very bad time.
So one of the differences this game, though, with the Lycan, instead of some similarities, but you don't have that hard lockdown that helps burst him, nor the Skywrath last game, and the Shadow Fiend has some pretty good synergies to play with, both the Clockwork and the Mars, and is able to also like help push out waves as well if that's an issue. So I like the Shadow Fiend pick much better this game than when you suggested last game, Shiver.
Okay, there's definitely a level of comfort there as well, Aurora, but is it enough for Beastcoast to not only get a win, but get their ticket to TI-12?
I really want to talk about this Lycan versus SF Tempo and Slash matchup. I would say I've seen this matchup in the mid lane before, where there's a Lycan and then there's a SF on the other side. It's alright for the SF, of course, like because Lycan is a melee hero, right? But all in all, you can't really stop him from doing his wolf stings, his unit stings. And what is worse for a side lane SF is he has this howl, so he is effectively stopping your physical damage. So yeah, I don't think it's good enough.
Well, we're gonna find out. It's game 3 here, deciding game, together with Cap and SVG.
Arteezy Morphling versus Gym Park SF. Shiver was hoping to be able to see it. We got a chance. We're going to be blessed with one more Gym Park SF before the tournament's over. At least
saying they're going to lose?
No, I'm saying just at least one more.
Oh,
there could be 2 more. There could be 3 more.
There could be a lot more.
Yeah. We're going to have at least 1 more.
That is a correct statement. Yes, that's better. Goddamn bias caster.
Well, I came into this saying Beastcoast was the better team.
Heck,
I still stand by that.
Love Arteezy. And heck, love Arteezy Morphling. We're going to get it at round 2, baby. Run it back. If it ain't broke, don't change it. That's Bulba's draft philosophy. If I won with it, I'm going to jam it back. If I lost with it, I'm going to pick Storm and then jam it back. And that's exactly what we got here. We got a run back from Shopify, as they basically have the same lineup, you know. They replaced the Skywrath with Mirana. Another high damage pick-off support. A little more well-rounded for crit, and the Moonlight Shadow is definitely going to be really nice versus this Clockwork Silencer, as well as the initiations that were causing Shopify problems last game. And they switched out the Lycan for the Beastmaster. I think the Beastmaster was very pivotal in those late-game fights with the stun. That's what you're going to be missing here. Like, that last roar on the Mars might have saved that game, right?
Right, yeah.
You're not going to have that stun coming out from the Lycan, but the Lycan can play a little faster, and he's a way better support killer by just sending the hasted summons in on the Silencer and the Clock. Even the Lesh is pretty sad versus Hero. It's only the Mars that is giving you some summons control here. Looking like another fast game from Shopify, and not a lot of objective defense from Beastcoast. They did not learn their lesson, and they're in a similar situation, so I expect them to lose a lot of towers this game, and it's going to be another bend, don't break. The Parker Shadow Fiend waits.
I mean, there is a chance of them being able to roll over the laning phase really early, right? They've got 2 different range versus melee matchups.
That is true. So in theory, the lane should go better this time around than they did last time, and they can maybe abuse that a bit. I just don't know how much you can abuse.
Oh, did Abed? I think Abed stole the bounty rune.
He did.
Damn.
He's a monster. That's 3 for Shopify. Abed's already having a way better game than last time.
But Mago gets the better block. So in the range versus melee matchup, that is pretty important.
And the sentries get traded out here. So Beastcoast know.
Stay alive.
Yeah, they know this ward's here. Shopify also know that ward is there. And it might be a race to get another sentry out here. And Stinger is flying one. They tried to dodge the Silencer and Enchantress matchup. They're going to put it in the off lane. However, Shopify meets them there. And Saberlight,
this is the match.
You did not respect the raises level 1. You did not respect them.
That's why I actually like the SF pick quite a bit. I know the Lycan versus SF, you know, a lot of times you're going to be under pressure from the Lycan, but the laning phase is going to be amazing. Now this SF hero is safe lane.
And the creeps got pulled by Saberlight, so he's going to get 1 dire wave behind his tower. However, Parker got both behind his. This is going to be a massive amount of experience denied from Shopify, so he can just keep this here forever. Someone's going to have to go and take this. Crit's going to have to go and take it. Schofield's going to go on top of Saberlight and get his own in return. This feels bad for Saberlight. His CS is going to be incredibly low off the start on these lanes.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still sitting at 0.
Dude nicely. Look at him, Schofield just refusing to back down here.
All right, Parker actually took it under the tower. Interesting move. Brought that wave away from Crit as well.
Because he has another wave coming in, so he needed to
bounce it.
Start running over. He's going to miss 1 or 2 CS as a result. Tries to get an easy camp pull. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, they do get the pick off on Stinger.
Matchup continues to be miserable for the Silencer. And Shopify have forced it in both games and reaped the benefits both times. Mago look for the D-ward mid and will get it first. So he wins that little battle, but he has to give up a water rune to get it. Which does hurt him a little bit. However, he's winning the lane. So I don't know if he's too sad here.
Yeah,
Mago
maybe he doesn't
again
need the refill on the bottle.
Showing up when his team needs it. Lane's going decent here for Beastcoast, I feel. So Parker CS is a little low. That creep equilibrium kind of got messed up and he did not benefit too much from it in the end. Don't know why it's so low, actually.
Oh, the lightning creep. Harpy is out in force. This is going to be... they already were kind of winning the lane before, but now with this for the next 20 seconds,
it hurts.
Do a lot of damage, burn through all their tangos.
At least it's level 1 enchant here, so it'll time out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Only get 4 or 5 off. And Stinger's looking for a courier in a small camp block. Does not want any more of those Harpies coming through. Very even laning phase. As the Lycan catches up and the Mars falls farther behind. Sacred is not having a fun time down here versus the Morphling, who has 10 denies on him already. Arteezy putting on a laning clinic down here.
Yeah, he knows those other lanes are going to have a hard time, so he needs to win his lane as hard as possible. Nice morph to strength there right before Sacred could catch him with the spear. And he has a Lotus to be able to heal off of, so whenever he wants to, he can full agility, Lotus, and Wand. He'll be back to 100% HP, basically.
And both these offlaners are just getting abused. Nothing they can really do about it either. There's going to be parity in all things as the Shadow Fiend and the Morphling are going to pull ahead here. Parker's caught back up. Those waves come in, and both offlaners still searching for some freedom in these lanes that are just pumping out the harass and the denies.
Yeah, these are nasty situations. But, like, who suffers more in this situation? A Lycan shutdown in lane or a Mars?
It's about when you get to that first item. I think Sacred's having the better time here. Like, I think you'd rather have the sacked Mars than the completely sacked Lycan. If the Lycan could get the Helm, though, he's a lot more secure. Maybe not in the SF matchup, but overall, right? And
yeah, he's going to have a game.
And I don't know what Sacred is really going to itemize here to make this lane better for himself. He's just getting spam denied on, man. Arteezy got no chill. Bro, this guy got to be on Molly or something.
Yeah, he is wild.
I had to throw that out at once.
Of course.
It's customary. Still, Saberlight looking for the Helm. And it's looking for him.
He's being spammed by raises all the time. Had to go for a range drop, but look at this rotation.
This is a nice one.
Ooh, this could be really good.
And this is the downside for this parry is you can gank the Shadow Fiend. You can't really gank the Morphling.
No, you
Shopify,
can't.
they're going to leave the Morph alone and look for Parker. He got in the tree line. What a juke.
Can he try and get away? Double raises plus the blood grenade. It's not going to help. Jim Park.
So
the best
close.
they can hope for is that the battery assault runs down Saberlight. And maybe they can get that thanks to Stinger being here. The Cogs push will get that kill, but they're trading off poorly. It's 1 for 2 so far. And even Stinger may be run down, especially by the Wolves.
Yeah, they're going to body block him here, and he is done.
Get in front of him. Oh no. Stinger.
Is so much XP for Fly. If they get this kill, which they should, he's going to be over level 4.
Turns around, fights. There's nothing else he can do.
Just insanely good rotation. 4 1/4 here. Pushes Crit up to level 4.5. Man, Shopify support's really getting the work done in this early game. 2K gold lead just off that. Sacred continues to suffer. No help in sight, whereas Saberlight is getting bailed out.
Look at mid lane. Abed trying to get aggressive here, fighting for the power rune. And it's there. The invis will be tonight. But he bounced back into the remnant where Schofield was already sitting. Got him inside the cogs, and he's out of remnants. He's dead.
Damn.
Oh, damn. Jim Park, though, in some trouble. Turn around, double raises. Crit had a big old wand, though, and he'll be able to heal up fine enough.
Yeah, these Shopify supports, if they win this game, it is on them. They are just putting so much work in the first 5 minutes alone.
Stinger has given up his life.
It's another one.
Attempt to kill the Mirana. It's not going to be good enough. Schofield tries to create the space for Stinger to get out. Wolves get the kill. I mean, Saberlight is being active with these Wolves. The supports, yeah, but once again, Saberlight is being a big factor as well.
These Wolves hurt in the early game. They really hurt. You can put the Howl on them too. It's helping these supports get the extra right-click damage in. Still, I go back to this Enchantress. 4-0-2 at the 7-minute mark. This is what you want to get done with this hero, and this is why Shopify have been first phasing it.
They're going to catch him. Slow him down with the raises, get him inside the battery assault. Best Fly can do is maybe get this kill. Nice use of the Hurricane.
Where's the last raise?
Oh, that was beautiful, and Jim Park too slow. Fly survives. Well played.
Fly putting the team on his back. This tower's dead, by the way. Gets denied.
So much pressure.
Gone.
Schofield still may end up dying to the Wolves.
Yeah, I think he is dead. Get a Lotus for his trouble.
Ah, I got it. He ate it. He died.
Man, Saberlight has gotten so much off this single Enchantress rotation that just paid off with 4 or 5 kills here. And they're going to smoke both their supports down. Mid-level 5 basically on both of them. Going to go play through Abed now with some arrow off the Enchantress slow. Looking for Dark Mago. Going to counterplay this. Arrow lands.
Let's arrow. Man. Support show up once again to turn the tides of a crucial battle. Double kill for Fly. And he's stuck inside the cogs, but he could be okay here. Yeah, he's perfectly fine.
If you want to learn how to play early game, just watch this replay, man. This is insane efficiency in the early game by Shopify supports. They are a combined 8-0-6 at the 8-minute mark.
Highest amount of kills at 8 minutes on any hero at this tournament.
Insanely impressive here. This is such a large lead in the early game. It's game winning. You straight are probably going to win the game off this if you keep it up, especially. Such a large gap opened up, and there is so little going on for Sacred right now. Who is the real loser out of all this, because all of that attention dragged the support's top, and he just had to sit in this Morphling 101. 30 denies on Arteezy.
Every single time he showed up.
Locking boots.
Yeah. Stinger gonna be able to lock him inside. Abed doesn't care. He's got remnants. And he's got an illusion rune too, so he can really take this tower and get some serious damage done with the help of the Enchantress.
I think Beastcoast are regretting letting this Ench through for game 3 here. Maybe underestimating how influential it was in game 1 because it ended up going late. But I can tell you, it was the Enchantress that set that game up too. It is the Enchantress that is demolishing your buildings, demolishing your heroes, and demolishing your dreams of qualifying to TI Direct right now.
Yeah, when Shopify took the first big Morphling, I immediately thought of the Enchantress, but they got it anyway.
This is how this team likes to play. Early lane abuse into the snowball, into map control. Enable your all 3 cores, and they're going to scale like beasts. East Coast, you got to find an answer soon. Ronald is going to increase the aggression on poor Stinger, man. He is a boot and a mango.
These supports are free. East Coast, Schofield and Stinger can't do anything out on the map together. And that's going to leave Mago alone, really, without anybody to play with too much. Although his flesh rack is not feeling particularly potent.
We'll get insta-popped by Ob. This is not a fair fight you want to take with your East Coast. You got the silence, actually.
Hit it with the split earth, and with Sacred coming through.
How'd they get that?
Crucial timing. Perfect stuff. Fly surrounded by too many heroes. They're not going to get a single kill out of this one.
They might
Great
get all
hog
3.
snatch too. Split earth and his heal isn't going to be able to do enough. What a turn!
I mean, I forgot the #1 rule of East Coast, Cap.
Yep.
The harder you crush them, the greater their chances of winning the game become. And they just turn it around there. A lot of streak gold going their way. All of that Enchantress work added up to a 7x streak that puts 560 gold in Dark Mago's pocket. And now he's the highest net worth in the game.
Once again. I shapeshift, totally useless there from Saberlight. Arteezy trying to go for the kill on Sacreds, but without hitting the waveform, it's certainly not going to happen.
Now, Sacred is still the problem for Beast Coast. Okay, you're going to catch up maybe a little bit on your Lesh. You made a good play. That was a very clutch last word to get Abed on the Remnant there. Otherwise, I think he runs them all down with the DD. Your Mars is still a big liability right now.
Yeah, he's below the Enchantress in net worth, and he's going to die again.
Yeah. Shopify are going to take advantage of the fact that you do not have an offlaner in this game. In fact, he is about to go below their last net worth in the Mirana as another tier 1 gets claimed. All 3 down in 11 minutes. This is looking like game 1.
Oh, we got him! He had been fishing for that kill for so long, and he had been working through raindrop after raindrop, and he finally catches Arteezy slipping.
That is a kill. In the many kills of Dota 2, that is one of them.
There's going to be another one.
Oh,
Park.
Artur.
Nice interception, though, by
Not
Stinger.
like this, man.
Oh, you had been set up for a dream game, RTC. You just gave so much back to Beastcoast.
Oh, you just created like 10 Reddit threads at once, my friend. That's one of the saddest death summaries I've ever seen. It's just nothing, and then 57 magic damage rocket flare. That's it. That was the entire death summary. But you got him.
Gotta be careful on that morphling, man.
And you got him.
Be recklessly morphing.
Beautiful snipe from Schofield here, living up
That's
to
happened
his
2 or
name.
3 times this tournament, too.
It has. He's good with him, man. He's one of the most annoying players ever for a reason. Showing off why. Caught you slipping. Put some gold in his pocket. Gold that Beastcoast desperately need on their bottom 3 here.
No, seriously. He's now level 7. He's going to start beating out on Sacred soon. If he can find some more kills, has working towards a 4-staff.
All right. So the thing about Beastcoast in this game is I don't know if they should be in as good a position they are right now, considering that the top 2 net worth. The problem they're still going to face is this Lycan Helmet Overlord timing and what Shopify can do. And that is going to be an inevitability here. Like, you're going to get to it on Saberlight. Shopify are going to force the Roshan with it. They're going to push. And if you don't contest these objectives, you're going to end up in a similar situation to Game 2, where even if you're keeping up a net worth, the ball is just becoming massive.
Okay, but
can you contest that? Your scale is better this time around.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about Sacred keeping up in this game. Is he going to have space? And if you lose like one team fight out that ball, your base is going to disappear.
But does Sacred really need to keep up that much? If he just blink daggers arenas, he's got both Requiem and a Leshrac who can pump damage into that arena, right?
There is some truth. He does not need to scale nearly as hard this game as last time. The Leshrac and the SF should provide you the damage you need in this game, particularly if you catch the Lycan in the middle of that and you just Requiem him into the wall. So yes, he does not need a crazy amount of items. Still, you're going to need something. And you can't be a walking phase boots out here, you know?
Yeah, that was a pretty cool move. Both Schofield setting up for the Remnant catch, but then Abed going for the double Remnant play. Picks up the shield rune, by the way.
Guy is just too good with runes. Wow.
There's that fast Blink Dagger again, which, if you can get the Blink Dagger off of the Mars, I think will look pretty good. We'll see whether or not the Blink Yules by itself is successful again.
The other big difference in this game is Shopify are going to have ores. The good start for their supports means they're going to have a pipe on the Enchantress, a mech on crit. They're going to be coming out pretty damn fast. Helmet the Overlord on top of that. That's a big difference from this game going back to the game 1 where they had 0 5-man auras.
Yeah.
Now those Mars initiations, you're going into pipe mech. That looks very different, right? It's a lot of barrier to cut through for the SF and the Leshrac. I think they are heroes that can do it. You're just going to have to commit in hard and use that global silence well for Beastcoast. Because again, you cannot lose too many fights in this game if you're Beastcoast. You're in an okay position. The Wolf will be at your door soon with that Helmet of the Overlord. So you have to play the fights well, especially with this Blink Yules Leshrac build. It worked for Dark Mago in that first game. We'll see if he can make it pay off again as he looks for crit and finds him. So instantly putting it to use. The upside of this build is if you can find pickoffs on the map, which it's really good at, then you slow that tempo down. You bring the rest of your team back in the game. Space for Sacred to continue hitting creeps.
And then the kills also like skyrocket you experience and gold wise. You can get high levels and get a bloodstone pretty quickly.
And honestly, this game it's slowed down a bit for Shopify. That first 10 minutes was blistering with the support rotations. Now you're kind of waiting for this Helmet of the Overlord, waiting for your Maelstrom on Ember, Mant on Arteezy, and you're giving some space to these cores, and they're pulling ahead. It's going to be a big Shadow Fiend in this game, level 13, almost 14 for Parker here, as Arteezy just hits 12. This SF is 2 levels ahead just due to the Ancient clearing. That is, and this is a nice hero to have the levels on. Really nice.
Is there any way you would ever consider the Requiem build? Even just like, maybe even just a Blink Dagger, right? If your Leshrac gets the jump onto the Morphling, can't you just Requiem on top of him? Blink Requiem, then the enemy carry's gone?
I think most of the idea now is that, okay, all you in theory need to do that is like Blink BKB. And if you're going to buy those items, you're probably going to buy them anyway. So I don't know, is there anything else in the Requiem build that, you know, like, you rather just have more damage, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
I think if you go damage in a Blink, then you can sometimes go for that play anyway.
Look at that. Shopify are doing an early Roshan based off of their Summons hero.
Nobody could have seen this coming. Yes. Wolf would have buffed up even more.
People like to joke about the script. There certainly are some games that operate on a script.
Their pathway to victory is straightforward here. As long as they execute it, they got a decent chance to get an early high ground in this game that's going to force Beastcoast to fight them, and that's where they can win the game. Not saying they're guaranteed to, but that is what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Pipe already done for the Enchantress. Mech almost done for crit. You have Lizard Aura on top of the Wolf Howl to reduce the armor here. Beastcoast decide now's the time to fight.
Oh, we got him!
That's just a freebie.
Okay, that is going to be life number
You
one.
can Requiem
He can
this.
Requiem off of this one. The arena's blocking everybody else.
Oh, he's gone.
Feared, and he's dead. Oh, and everybody else is caught inside the arena, so they're going to be able to run down more heroes. Arteezy's dead. How many more heroes can they get? They really want to be able to get Saberlight. That would be a massive kill, but a Shapeshift just lasts a little bit too long, and Abed creates enough destruction that they had to battle him, force him away before they keep chasing for more. All they'll get is the Enchantress, but still, a massive win, a massive jump from Sacred, a game-winning one potentially as they turn a little bit of this momentum around on Shopify.
Did they just not expect that fight? I mean, I didn't really expect it. That was very fast still. If you're pushing that tier 3, you have to be ready for it. And I go to a bold question here, Cap. Where was the Manta dodge? From the Manta dodge god.
That's true.
It's not there. And once you're dead once, this looks really bad, right?
Yeah, it's super free. You're going to pop into
guaranteed
an instant fear. There's nothing you can
You can't get Manta off either life. That push backfiring on Shopify, putting a lot of gold into Sacred's bank account here that he needed. And like you said, I guess he doesn't need much in this game to have high impact.
Yeah, just a Blink Dagger. As long as he can get the initiation, which has been the biggest question for Mars all of this tournament. Can you actually hit these Blink Spears? You get that. Well, your other two cores can give you all the follow-up you need.
Arcane Rune on Dark Mago too now. Their 2 damage cores are pulling very far ahead, and Parker is going to have a BKB very soon as the Ancient stacking has continued. That is so much momentum gone from this Lycan lineup. You really want to get at least 1 tier 2, maybe 2 out of that first Aegis. Yeah. They got nothing except a death on their Morphling. Despite all the auras, they cannot bail him out when that arena zones you away from the Spearback. Just super nice gameplay here from Beastcoast. Picked their timing and executed it well and put themselves in a decent position. And it will not be the BKB for Parker. It'll be a Silver Edge as Shadowblade is picked up for the Shadow Fiend. So you might have another surprise factor here. You just invis in, you might get a Requiem pop. Are there sentries down for Shopify? Is there any detection? Spear land.
Spear down. Cliff off of that one with the Requiem. Not Mago's here as well. They've easily got Abed. He's dead, but what about the rest? Saberlight, he's trapped in the cage. He's running around like a dog, but he can't get out.
And the Ancient creep. And they found Artur. The TP cancel with the Yules.
Oh, no way.
They got all
the support
3.
Get out, but they got all 3 cores. He's going to wait for him. He's going to run, but he can't get far enough away.
You can't hide.
Nope.
Straight into the arms of the Fiend who devours your soul, and Parker is dominating with a double kill. That Shadowblade paid off. Another sick initiation from Sacred as he finds a spear on Abed in the trees. I don't even know how he really saw him there. That was a split second and just got the opening. They'll even find Fly on the backside. This game is just out of control for Shopify. The auras have not won them a single 5-on-5, and they're going to start to fall off now as the damage becomes overwhelming. I have no idea. He must have seen him for a split second. And they just chain stun and throw the global on top, and there is no dispel in sight. The defensive core items are not there yet. Another arena catches the wolf at the same time. It is not often you see the arena and the spear being thrown on different heroes and having it work out so well.
Yeah.
And he has just done it twice in a row. Put Beastcoast in an insanely solid position now. as Silver Edge is done for Parker. This is not going to be the same Enchantress in terms of damage impact. In fact, Fly does not even have an ult to break here. Can break the Lycan passive too. And the surprise factor, the extra damage from the built-in Crystallis. Beastcoast in control of this game. Their scale is looking spooky here with how much Parker taking from the map, taking from Shopify's lives. Their back is against the wall for sure. The wind has been taken out of the Lycan sails here. Are you even in a position to get that second Roshan? I almost feel like you're the one who has to contest Beastcoast threatening it now.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Things have gotten awkward. Silver Edge, if he gets to that Satanic,
he's a monster.
You're going to run out of damage, I think.
Yeah, that's... You know, people talk about, like, all right, Morphling is this hero. You have to answer Morphling. You have to deal with Morphling.
Yeah.
What is the Shadow Fiend counter in this game? Who is dealing with the Shadow Fiend? Who actually walks up and kills him? And you're going to land an arrow in this?
You can't you can't Slight Chains arrow him because he's got Manta.
Yeah, I'm posing this question because I don't know if Shopify have an answer. I think it's a super fat Morphling. I guess you can, like, steal his Agi and stats away, right? And throw some raises back his way. I guess that's your answer. The thing is, at the rate Parker is pulling ahead of Artur here, this Ags is going to be mega delayed. He was supposed to get this Ags off of the gold for pushing down towers and objectives, joining the team, whereas Parker's just been doing Ancients the whole game. He has 100 more CS than Arteezy right now, and it shows. Level 18. That is level 3 Requiem online. Even more pain to inflict out of this Silver Edge or off of a spear or hookshot initiation.
Yeah, he's guaranteed to get these off in fights without a BKB, which is so scary.
You need answers if you're Shopify.
Oh, he hit him with the Split Earth after the shapeshift. He might be able to run him down. The hookshot will ensure it. I think he maybe had him anyway, which is...
Yeah, I think he did.
Ooh, that is getting worse and worse. Shopify take their Tormentor. Like, it's like, okay, congrats. But what about your Lycan? What about your tier 2? What about your base?
There's no gold coming in. They're still looking for the Ember BKB. He's far away. They're looking for this Morphling Axe. It's far away. You have about a drum on your Lycan. I mean, sure. It's not changing the team fight. It has been all Beastcoast since that tier 2 top, and they are looking for that second Roshan. If they get an Aegis on the Leshrac or the Shadow Fiend here, that is a extremely tough fight to take.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I guess you're just Morphling and Prey right now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Well, that is kind of what they banked off their whole entire draft, right? First pick Morphling, Morphling and Prey. And and it's worked. For so many other teams,
it has
worked.
It's a powerful hero. It could still turn this game around with the Ags. And, Cap, lest you forget.
Yeah?
What is Arteezy's signature hero?
Has been killed.
Shadow Fiend.
It is the Shadow Fiend. So if he can't play the Shadow Fiend, why not turn into the Shadow Fiend?
Okay.
And then you have the Arteezy Shadow Fiend to make something happen, make the magic happen in the fight.
The Aghanim Scepter isn't...
It's done.
Okay, like but he turns into the SF, but the Aghanims isn't buffing up any ability he can use.
You're stealing the SF stats and attack speed, and you can throw the raises in.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think he needs the shard.
Spell amped. Why does he need the shard? He doesn't need the shard. You get the spell amp off the Ags. These raises are going to do more. They're better raises.
So. I was thinking about the right-click fear.
Oh, yeah.
Because that would actually add a little bit more control, and it's also a lot more damage.
I mean, you kind of have to get some souls, but in theory. It's going to have to be something like that. You're going to need some crazy team fight execution here. It's also going to probably have to be something where you find the silencer with the Lycan summons, which has just not been a factor this game. As Sacred has had Saberlight's number and trapped him in that arena every fight.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, is he going to go BKB? He's not. A Scythe pickup instead. Schofield's going to be spotted here. Chains into Arrow. Oh, nice Force Staff. And Cogs pushing away Abed. Schofield's going to live long enough that Beastcoast...
Beastcoast, they're TPing here.
They're going to get here. Attempted spear, miss.
That's
Wanted to
forward
go
in
for a
arena, though.
Requiem, but they got a...
Oh, into the wall.
Look at that fear. Pushing them all into the wall like that. A decent amount of damage. Mago's not here yet.
Where's the damage?
He does manage to get a little bit of damage on the crit, but the BKB is out from Abed, so he doesn't care. He's going to chase after the clockwork. What about Arteezy, though? He's 1 versus 3 right now.
Trouble.
Trying to push away the Leshrac, trying to get out of here. Saberlight can't help him. Abed can't help him. He's going to have to do it all by himself.
No, wait for him for
Get
5.
some distance. This Yule Scepter going to be there. He got him on the Yules. The Split Earth. It'll land. Now the damage is going to start flowing in. He gets away for him a little bit more distance, but the chase continues. Beastcoast will not give up on this one. A push away, a Manta dodge. Mago blinks on him, and he's dead.
+2. The stats taken away from the Stack God. Is that fight? Honestly, it looks so bad for Shopify, but the auras keep them in that arena, keep them high, and they're able to find 2 off of that.
I think it was mostly just because the Leshrac wasn't there.
Yes,
the Leshrac was
very
there,
late.
everything dies.
Disco Pony late to the party. There's an Arcane Rune on Dark Mago now, so that next fight, he's going to be a beast. Still, what an arena from Sacred. He has done so much with so little in a rough start this game. If only that spear lands, it looks better for Beastcoast, as that would have speared somebody right into Parker.
Yeah, he was hoping for an instant kill on Abed. He hits the spear, they get the Requiem point blank on him.
Yeah, if Dark Mago's in that arena, then Saberlight's dead. You're looking at a much different engagement here. Still, Abed with that BKB, finally able to have some teamfight presence and clean up some of the backside. So some glimmers of hope here for Shopify. The aura is still paying off. And finally, finding some backline connections, which is what their lineup is designed to do. Send the Lycan and the Ember on these supports, make their life miserable, kite out the cores.
They still have not really come close to identifying what to do about the SF, I think. Right? Like,
that's a problem you got to save for later.
Well, it's a problem they're going to need to solve now, I think. They have to stop this second line
Wolf is
on
scouting
Park.
They have full vision of the pit right now.
Yeah, do they not know they didn't kill the wolf? Okay, they spot it now. Moonlight Shadow. Gotta be careful of those bashes, man. That could lead into an arrow. It hits the clockwork instead. Once again, Schofield trying to put himself on the line. Abed in danger, but he does manage to get out thanks to his BKB. Mago right on top of Saberlight inside of the arena time and time again. They just fence off the dog and he can't really do anything about it. Hook shot off that spear. They will get the pick off on the Mirana as well. Another buyback, though, going to be used by Shopify. They have more buybacks than Beastcoast can.
Aghanim's Morphling ult is running on Parker right now. Arteezy, do you want to fight? You want to run? You want to Roche?
Which is trying to stall, I think, for his supports to come back into play after they bought back. It's very odd.
Trying to
Beastcoast
bait them.
really spread around. Mago's still chasing heroes down. He's going to catch Fly eventually, surely. Nope, slide chain.
Another Aegis steal? So tell me.
Can't quite get him. Back inside the pit, a spear away. They deny him. They're not going to get it. The Requiem goes off now. He can't get the extra life. He goes for the TP away. That'll be successful. Meanwhile, Mago still chasing down heroes. Only got Fly for it. But it all works out in the end, I guess, for Beastcoast.
Yeah, they get what they came for, which is Aegis on Parker, Cheese on Dark Mago. As good as an Aegis here, right? Especially on the Leshrac for the mana pool. And it didn't cost them too much. In fact, the buybacks all Shopify's way as they use both supports to try and contest this objective. They felt they need to win this game. Do not get anything out of it. Parker has been untouchable. Despite this Morphling Ag stealing his stats, it just doesn't matter.
Run into Arteezy with his Invis rune.
Dark Mago, he has been beasting this game up. 9-1-8. This Blink Yules build has looked really damn good.
Yeah, we're 2 games in a row. Or 2 games in this series.
Just makes him so much more of a threat in these fights, giving him the extra stun in the setup. And there's not a lot of physical to punish the Leshrac for not having more tank ability.
That's true. In part because Saberlight, we talked about what was it, the Broodmother build. Everybody focusing on their own single target damage. This is not that kind of game for him as the offlaner.
No, they itemized as a team, but the thing is they had to push down the objectives and snowball with the auras to make that valuable. Now you're at a point where you need the damage, and you don't have it.
Now look at this SF.
Butterfly, I mean, good luck. Good luck taking down this guy.
He is wrecking ball.
Is so far out. He is 10,000 net worth ahead of your Morphling here. And your Leshrac is basically the same. Just so much gold. What's your answer? You better start stealing his stats, stealing them soon. You're gonna have to get through this guy twice.
Yeah, that's the scariest part. Manta to dodge the arrow. and keep on trucking. Building after building collapsing for Shopify, a tier 3, a barracks. Finally, they get enough damage out on that SF to push him away.
You got to remember, this is a TI qualification for Beastcoast right now. They can taste it. Been an up and down year for them. They are very familiar with the opponents they face right now. Might make it even sweeter.
Double force staff accidentally pushed him back into the claws, but that's okay. Fly's been caught anyway. Now the blink in from Sacred. Caught Arteezy, the Requiem a little bit too late. And the double BKB heroes are going through the supports, but they have to run away from the cores every time. This SF damage cannot be matched.
Too much, man. You just crit so damn hard. You can't outrun Fate, as the Wolf is not fast enough. And Parker, he wants your buildings. He wants your throne. Morphling ult up at 2. It's going to be a last hurrah here. One more smoke to try and get something done against the 2 lives of the Fiend.
Another blink in, a blink scythe in fact, to be able to go for the Priestess of the Moon. Dead, and Abed got caught in that immediate buyback by him. He needs to be able to help out Arteezy because there's nobody else that'll do it. Arteezy, playing on a sliver of health, will die. A second life for him, but a cheese activated by Mago. Can't get the fast kill on any of these cores. Can't break them apart. They operate as a triangle, playing together constantly, going for the throne, going for the kills. Another big crit. Jim Hart plays into Arteezy, and that's it. GG is called. Beastcoast are going to TI.
And Shopify eliminated by their old foes here. Their story has been intertwined with Beastcoast over so many of these seasons. They meet again, and here Beastcoast reigns supreme with their new carry player to boot. And damn, did he look good. That Shadow Fiend pick worked immaculately. I guess in the question of would you rather have the sacked Lycan or the sacked Mars, you definitely take the sacked Mars after watching this game.
Yeah.
There's just no answer to Shadow Fiend here. The Morphling matchup way too far behind. The Ancient farming was out of control. The tempo was not fast enough from Shopify. That tier 2 push top, that pretty much just sealed the game. Way too hard to come back from that when you sacrifice Morphling twice with your Aegis, Helm of the Overlord push, and get nothing out of it. All of that work from the Enchantress and the Mirana down the drain. A hell of an early game from Shopify. It has been their MO forever, but it yields nothing here. And they come up with another disappointing result at a major land. Can't help but feel like they're just running into a brick wall time and time again. You know, I feel for them.
They need to shake something up. It feels like it,
yes, but you don't have a lot of time to do that going into TI. And congrats to Beastcoast for qualifying, because it has been a rough year for them.
Yeah, they swapped out their carry player.
That's not an easy thing to do, especially a carry like Hector that they were built around.
Yeah, I mean, this is a renowned carry player. Did so much in previous TIs. You had to wonder whether or not it was going to pay out. But what does Parker give you? Shadow Fiend. That's what he gives you.
Oh, and I love it, Shadow Fiend. Very happy we got to see that one in the third game, and very happy that that was the hero he used with him and his team to secure their ticket, because they had 800 points before the series started. Getting top 8 guaranteed, which they now have, gets 300 points, meaning 1,100 points. We did the math, and 1,100 points is enough to be in the top 12, guaranteed. So congratulations to Beastcoast for making it to the International 12. That is incredibly exciting, especially considering that SA has 2 slots via qualifiers. So we're going to have 4 SA teams. That's unheard of. 4 SA teams at TI. Incredibly exciting stuff here, and of course a lot to break down with this third and deciding game. I'm here with Winter, Jack, and Aurora. And Jack, this game, it felt very similar to a lot of Shopify Rebellion's games that we've seen before this one.
Yeah, I would say, well, it felt a little bit similar to game 1, in which you're, instead of picking the Beastmaster last game, you have a Lycan, and there was the Brood the first game. So the lineup integrity, if you want to call it, is a little bit different from this game. There just isn't as much lockdown there, and you kind of see in these later fights, like, it kind of just falls apart a little bit. And I want to say, obviously, congratulations to Beastcoast. I'm almost partially convinced that there's some you scratch my back, I scratch yours arrangement with these Shopify guys. They always seem to come through for each other. But yeah, really well played game. Like, once again, they fell behind in lanes. This game was looking even scarier for the Ember Spirit because you had the Mirana pairing, and like against like Leshrac to be able to like make plays and snowball off that. But I feel like Shopify's consistently kind of struggled to close out games like this. They just could not continue to put their foot on the gas.
They don't understand the timings of, especially like the morphing, you know, when they got the Aegis, I feel like they have to still continue farming, because the morph he's going to need 3 items. Meta, BKB, and the X. you can't go into a fight just with having a Manta and Aegis, you know. I feel like they don't really get that, and they were like constantly trying to play around that timing, and they just kept losing the fights in the early game. Like, I think morphing is just simple, you know. You need to get those 3 items, and then you go to the fight and win the game.
Yeah, but I also don't think it's entirely on this morphing. I think it's also the Lycan's responsibility to say, hey, I only have the Helm of Overlord, I only have the BKB, I can't do damage, you know. He needs to be the one to tell his team, I can't do damage, because he is the actual answer to the SF by having the Howl, but he also needs to run this Leshrac down. Like I mentioned before, this Leshrac, he has 2 weaknesses. 1, no HP, 2, no armor. So this Lycan, sure, in the later game, you don't have to run this Silencer down anymore. He's gonna press his Clover anyway, so it's useless. But like, you are supposed to be the answer to the Leshrac while using your Howl and mitigating damage from this SF. But he's also not doing it. He's also very underfarmed, and in general, I don't think the team even communicated about this at all, because it just seems like, oh, we got the Aegis, oh, we can push now. But then they didn't really think about how are they gonna push and what do they need to push. They just stood up in front of the tower and then get speared, and then it's all over.
Yeah, doing good on the lanes and then falling apart in the mid game seems to be coming a little bit of a trend. Of course, Shopify did come top 4 at the Lima Major, but since then at the Berlin Major, they fell short here at the same time. A 9 and 12th result here. I know that they made it to TI, so perhaps they could be a little bit complacent, but you cannot imagine, Jack, that this is a performance that the team is happy with.
Yeah, I never should be for this team. The expectations have been and should be very high for a long time, so of course not. And then it's also like, it's a tricky situation because we've experienced this in some teams as well, where it's like, if you go into a tournament and you're going to play in the tournament, then you have to have this approach that you're going to try your best, because otherwise it can easily become very toxic, right? You can't have like, oh, half your team doesn't care that much and half your, like, it just doesn't work, because then people will very naturally be like, look, if we don't care about this tournament, why are we even here? Why are we bothering and wasting our time? And so it's just not a good approach to have, and they have to go back to the drawing board, and they have to continue to figure out what has seemingly eluded them for most of the year, some synergy issues. I feel like with their lineup, they have to address that before Riyadh and TI. But as for Beastcoast, speaking of synergy, you know, it's still early, and like this tournament there's still a long way to go, but I feel like Parker has fit this team like a glove. Maybe it's just the honeymoon phase, which happens a lot with newer players, but I feel like his hero pool is different. I feel like the sort of tempos and timings that you can play around him with are also a little bit different. I feel like he gives this team a certain new versatility to work with, and I mean, it's easy to say it's looked good so far, but it's at least looked good enough to get them to TI. So.
Yeah, I think even Winter, it's not just the hero that obviously Jim Parks on his Shadow Fiend and he crushes it, but it's not just the hero, because the moment that the mid game hits, the team does seem to play on the same page, and they seem to all be aware of what needs to happen for them to have a good game.
Yeah, definitely. Like, that's how they win most of their SF and TA games. You know, he just gets the items that he needs to. He understands that these are the items that we need to fight, and they go along with it. And I feel like he also times really well with their offlane items. He doesn't go greedy items, he goes fighting items, early playing, BKB, everything just sync together. They move to the right location, they see a hero, they kill a hero, they take the map.
Yeah, fantastic showing. I can't wait to see more from Beastcoast as well, and we will. We can take a look at the brackets to see what has happened so far today. Eliminations, that's what happened. We have got ourselves Team Spirit and Shopify Rebellion, the first 2 to drop out of this double elimination bracket. But with that, both PSG.LGD and Beastcoast didn't just win and move on in the tournament. Both of them also secured their spot at TI12. So massive congrats to them, as they are still waiting for their opponents. As you can see, those have not yet been decided. But I can't wait to see these 2 teams continue to grow and continue to show us what they've got, as we have definitely seen already a lot of improvement, and it can only grow from here on out. Maybe also a little bit of something to work on is always handy to have, and for Beastcoast it seems to be pretty simple, because the laning stage from Shopify, even if they don't win, the laning stage is still very strong. And with that also, I mean, the laning stage seems very strong, is what I was saying, and we can definitely expect them to learn from stuff like that. On top of that, securing their TI ticket was a great birthday present for Parker, whose birthday it is today. So that is coincides nicely for them. And also, we saw them on the cameras after their win. And they might not have seen like they just have secured themselves a TI ticket. They were sitting and they were comfortable, and that is because they're sitting on the fantastic DX Racers chairs. And if you want to get one of your own, you can. Make sure to check out the website. And if you are a US customer, you get a 5% discount if you use the discount code Bali Major. So there's a lot there for you, and the comfort of sitting like a world-class Dota 2 player is within your reach. Make sure to check that out. Final thoughts though, Aurora, on the series we have just witnessed on Beastcoast Shopify Rebellion.
The SF one. I mean, I just
Yeah.
think Jim Parker came really far, and I have noticed in the previous games that he kind of was just very stuck in his own world, but he was playing much more with his team, and especially on SF, it's very obvious if you're playing with your team or not on this hero, because this hero is not 1v9 hero, but you are a tempo hero and you do fall out later on. So I think the fact that they can secure this game, secure the TI ticket, I just think he's already halfway there, you know, and it's just gonna be better from here on.
Better from here on out, and we might also have more better Dota coming your way. If that was English, it was a little bit English time, but because we're only halfway through the day, 2 more series of Dota 2 in the lower bracket coming your way here at the Bali Major, so stay tuned for more Dota 2.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade Wi-Fi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. perfect your strategy, and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome everyone to the second half of playoff day number 2, where we're getting into our next series. It's Azure versus BetBoom team. Now, if you haven't been paying attention to what's been going on recently, we had an investigation conducted where we were able to confirm that one of the players from BetBoom team, Pure, was doing, what's the proper way to explain this?
He had Nyx's stream open.
A stream was open, and we confirmed that that is obviously not according to the rules, and as a result, Pure is disqualified from not just the series, but for the rest of the event. And as a result, Resolution has been chosen by BetBoom team to be the stand-in for the remainder of the event. Beyond that, we will be continuing the series as expected because Tundra has now been given a win. They will continue moving through the upper bracket, and BetBoom team was given a loss, and they will now have to move through the lower bracket with Resolution as their player. So, as a result, what was our second series of the day has now turned into our third series. So if anyone was expecting Shopify versus Beastcoast, you're one series late, but that's okay. I've got more Dota ahead, and I've got a brand new panel to walk me through it. Welcome, BSJ, Fear, and Winter, as we get into a somewhat unpredictable situation, because Azure is now playing against a BetBoom team in the lower bracket for elimination. And this also currently puts BetBoom team's TI invitation into question, because they are no longer have enough points to directly qualify. But if they win a few more series, then we'll see what the situation is. But for right now, their TI qualification is no longer guaranteed. So we'll see how they do in this lower bracket.
Neil, my hours of prep are in shambles.
Uh-huh.
I woke up this morning thinking I'm going to be paneling Shopify versus Beastcoast with Moo and Rezo, and now Rezo's gone.
Well, you'll still be able to panel with...
There's no Moo.
You'll be able to watch Rezo.
That's true. He's still here in spirit. I've got you two now, though.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I'm happy about it because, well, we get to see Rezo play again, stand-in extraordinaire.
Yeah, and he has experience standing in for this particular team
He
as
does.
well.
He
So
did it in Berlin.
This is why they chose the man. Maybe we'll get to see a picture of him as well.
We know he hasn't played Dota at all since he got here.
Yeah.
So expectations should be tempered for the situation.
No. I expect the best.
Okay,
Resolution.
fine.
He better not disappoint me, or I will
He didn't
be.
play any Dota since Berlin.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe?
2 months.
I'm assuming he's played Dota
Radiant
between now and then. Just maybe not this week.
I'm gonna flame him for every CS that he missed.
Perfect. Meanwhile, their opponent, Azure Ray, this is a team that narrowly made it into the playoffs, but 3 out of the 4 Chinese teams that we brought here to Bali are progressing, and we're going to see how Azure stacks up against BetBoom, as opposed to Tundra, who was originally their opponent, but that's been revised now. So, start things off in the draft. Medusa, Pugna, banned. Undying, Techies, banned. Azure pick up the Bat Rider, and BetBoom follow up with an Enchantress plus.
Look at that man.
He's ready to play.
Everyone's in a jersey, and he's like going on vacation.
It's actually so funny. It's almost like he was ready to panel with us.
Yeah, almost.
He looked like a man that was like having a vacation and got called to a last-minute work.
This is
How
almost
like a superhero.
literally what happened to him when he got called up to Secret also. He was in Bali,
5
and
seconds
then
remaining.
Ice, I guess, got kicked. And then for Riyadh Masters 2022, they were like, yo, Rezo, I got this guy Zayats. He says you're real tight together. And he was like, all right, I'll come back for one last ride.
So as long as this man's in Bali, he gets invited to Tier 1 teams. I'm staying here a little bit longer after this event, guys. I'm canceling my flight back.
Do you want to share
Not
a
a
room?
bad choice.
1 week, share a room.
Okay, let's go. Is that how long it takes? 1 week?
That's how long it takes. Next thing you know, North America's best and brightest are calling you up.
No. Eastern Europe's
best and brightest. Let's get Navi Jr. BSJ.
Hell yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Rezo Morphling already, huh? Wait, he's still a kid.
No, he's
though,
off.
right?
No,
he's off.
Oh, wow.
I'm assuming that he is just transitioning into Pure's role.
Yeah, I mean, he was off lane for Secret last year.
He'll be saying he wants to play Darkseer now against the Naga.
You know, Rezo has always been a stand-in extraordinaire.
That's what I'm, even what Empire
Yeah, the
99?
Empire days. I don't remember which.
I think it's
probably
TI
before
7
that.
or 8.
It may have been 7 or 8, but yeah, I remember. That was a legendary stand-in performance.
Spam's built for it. If you
So
need
they're
a
in-
stand-in, you just call Resolution. You can stay here as long as you want, BSJ, but you don't have the same stand-in flair.
Yeah, I don't have
I'm
the
just gonna break
rapport.
it to you right
I don't
now.
have the rapport that he does. You're right. As we see a pretty standard counter to the Morphling, the Naga Siren in the carry role. A lot of these heroes in the carry role that counter Morphling that are getting picked on the 4th overall pick, they make sense on paper, but they generally just aren't as good as Morphling as a hero, which means their laning stage tends to struggle, and that's my concern immediately. Like you already mentioned, the Darkseer, something like an Underlord. These are all resolution specials that fare quite well against Naga Siren in lane as well as in game, and that's like after they've already banned out 3 heroes. So maybe they pulled up Rezo's Dota buff and saw last month he played those 3 heroes. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
They're also just kind of pure heroes also. So
maybe they think they'll try, even though it's a different player, they'll try to pick similar heroes
Yeah,
to keep it
'cause-
simple because the team's used to it.
Exactly.
I mean,
feel
there's something Naga does that the other carries don't do. Like Naga, you can actually farm the camps behind you. I think that's probably why teams are just picking the heroes so much. You get to farm and get XP from the camp nearest to the tower. So and you stand in the middle, and when you're last hitting, you get the XP from that camp. So you actually accelerate.
So
much
you think it's
faster.
the fact that she has like a more reliable 5 to 10 minute mark than a
Yeah.
lot of other carries?
Yep, correct.
Okay. I'm down for that.
Like she's the only hero that can do that right now.
Yeah, Naga's always been very happy about this new map. My only concern with Naga is that she doesn't really solo carry the game. She always ends up with #1 net worth, but I feel like past 35, 40 minutes, she falls off pretty hard. So it matters really how little help she needs to have that game plan work. Like, I feel like in the games where Naga's countered, I see a lot of heroes invading, and then the rest of Naga's team is called to help her. And then, yeah, Naga ends up getting farmed. Usually she'll live because she's pretty durable, but the rest of the team pays the price. And that's what it's like, how does Azure make sure their other cores have a game?
I think you have to slow down the Morphling. Most Naga games that I see are successful. You pick like maybe a Brood or something, throw it into the offlane, apply the pressure, make Morph have to leave the laning stage. So far I haven't seen Naga really struggle at all as far as like how laning stage goes, and she just accelerates so far ahead that you get to like some butterfly heart timing. You can actually go high ground because you're just 1 item up on the opponent. That's like an ideal Naga game.
I heard you say brew, right?
Yeah, brew.
Brew, yeah.
Brood.
Brew mother.
Brood master. Yeah.
Perfect. Why do you think they picked that? Because
I have no idea.
It's so peculiar. This is so peculiar.
And Chalice has actually not played it at all this tournament. I know it's historically a Chinese favorite, but not for Azure this tournament.
I guess the idea is you just don't have to deal with the Morphling in the team fights. You just toss him in the air and just ignore him. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I just feel like Brew has always been picked against illusion heroes, unless he's like super broken in a given patch. His only place is illusion heroes because of his dispel from the Wind Panda. They do go for the Underlord. That doesn't surprise me at all. I think under Resolution, since he hasn't played too much Dota, he's going to want to pick a natural counter to Naga that also is mechanically straightforward. And Underlord as a hero is about as straightforward as it gets.
I was surprised that he doesn't want to play Darkseer. He's been always talking about how Darkseer is the Naga counter every time on the panel. Oh, Naga, I want to play Darkseer. Darkseer is good here.
It might be
And then Toronto
because of
Tokyo was
the
like, shut
Brewmaster.
up, you're playing Underlord.
It might actually be the Brewmaster because we were talking about Brewmaster being good against illusions. Like, you can just dispel all the wall illusions. That might be why.
That's true.
And the Ion Shell.
Surge Ion Shell, yeah.
You also dispelled the Spearbreaker's Bulldoze, so maybe there's something to do with that as part of the reasoning for the pick.
Still just a really good Underlord game. I don't see a single hero that really threatens Underlord too much. So I do like that pick quite a lot here.
Bat Rider can be like a tad annoying, but I'd say that's more so as a core bat. I don't know about a support bat. which I
Yeah, it's
imagine
still
it is.
open. I think I was watching. I mean, Betboom played it actually against Snaking. He was playing the Bat Rider. He was having all types of troubles trying to get the lasso, getting past the pit.
They've generally been keeping the Bat Rider on support for Azure, though.
Yeah.
So either FY or... How do you pronounce the name, Winter? Is it Tianmin?
Tianming.
Tianming.
It means day and life.
Day and life.
Yeah.
Just another
actually
day in
means
the
your
life.
okay.
Another day in the life.
Okay, means like your fate, like something like your fate.
I like the day in the
Oh,
life.
okay.
interpretation.
Destiny,
That sounded
you know.
more chill.
Destiny is unfolding for Tianming.
No.
Damn.
Let's see how it's going to unfold. As they ban out some mid laners, they take out Primal and Queen. That boom, ban out the Pango and the Storm.
What else is left? I'm looking at Azure Array's like normal picks. They have a lot of Snapfire, which they already banned.
Somnus hero most
A
likely.
lot of the spirits.
Yeah, there's Ember still around.
He played one Zeus game, right?
He
Was
did
it?
play-
Yeah, he has.
Hope he doesn't go Zeus against Spiritbreaker.
But he doesn't know his mid matchup, so
Snapfire.
Snapfire's banned.
Oh, no,
Snap
it's
is
banned.
banned, yeah, Storm's banned, Pango, Ember is in the pool.
Yeah, I'd say Ember's the safest bet.
They go Ember. I want to see a GPK Necrophos. Oh, they go
Whoa.
Dizzle for sure.
Whoa!
This is the Underlord and Morph counter.
Outhouse Devourer
It used
is
to
back.
be, but this hero, I think it was SVG talking on cast with Capo. This hero's just so bad.
Yeah.
Nobody even knows what his spells do. He gets reworked all the time, and I'm not in theory, it makes sense, but can you make it work? And you're blind picking it too. So
Yeah, what's the build? Do you go Hammer now?
I don't know. Nobody knows what to do with this
How
hero
about
anymore.
Alina then for Bet Boom? That seems like a GBK kind of hero for against the
Yeah.
OD. Usually you want to outrange OD in lane, so like the snipers, the Linas. I wouldn't want sniper here, but out of all GBK's heroes, Lina really stands out. Is there anything else that like outranges this?
Sniper.
Yeah.
Okay, I already said that, guys.
No, I think Lina does make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, it works
Could
really
be
well with the charge too. You have a lot of kill threat in the early game. I like it.
Why did they ban Primal if they're gonna pick OD? I feel like that's like a OD's happy to play against all the melee guys. Maybe I'm wrong.
Puck might be okay as well.
Oh yeah, Puck. Puck would be nice. They don't really have the best lockdown for Puck. Maybe the lane would be a bit hard though. I don't think you can outrange OD with that hero.
You can't, but you should never get hammered, at least, if he does go that build.
Apparently the build is no longer Hammer. Looking at Pro Tracker, it seems like most people are doing Treads, sometimes a Witchblade, and then Force Staff or Blink Dagger, and then Hex.
So they're doing the right click OD.
Are they maxing W here?
I imagine it's
no.
414. With that kind of build.
I'm seeing a variety. Some people are maxing Orbs, some people are maxing Astral.
That's just OD. Nobody knows what to do with this hero. Everyone's just experimenting.
I'm sure he has an idea, Somnus. As he probably read the last 12 patch notes to understand the lore behind OD's identity nowadays.
But GBK has no idea what to do. That's for sure. He's like, this hero. It's been a hot minute, and he's gonna go for
yeah, they're pretty
bringing it
standard.
back.
I really like this because when a team throws you a curveball, you have to remember that Dota, like even if it's a new patch, these heroes, the matchups are the same.
Yeah.
You know how you counter OD is the same now as it was 2 years ago, even if you had 4 different abilities. So I really like the Lina pick. Might suffer a bit versus the Batrider, and like if FY gets an earlier blink timing. So I'm actually going to pay a lot of attention to FY this game because he's going to be the one responsible for kind of ruining GPK's game.
I'm just gonna watch Rezo CSing.
Or not.
He will be
CSing,
hearing
rather.
about it in the WhatsApp
group. This is the very first OD pick of the tournament. And I know, Winter, you generally cite there are 2 heroes that have been popping up recently, and you were surprised that OD was never picked as a counter to them.
Yeah,
Morphling was one. Who was the other one?
Timbersaw, I think he said.
Oh yeah, it was Timbersaw.
It was OD against Morph and Timbersaw. I was quite surprised that the hero wasn't even experimented at all. I know the hero is like probably trash, but theoretically it should work against those heroes.
So what's the fundamental that you like OD against Morph?
Pure damage.
Pure damage.
Yeah, you can burst him. And he likes to play with low health, so you can just kill him with Astra and ulti.
Well, they need all the pure damage they can get because Pure's not playing on Bet Boom team. Let's get into game number 1 with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Zinger.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Bet Boom against Azure Ray. And we're getting an OD, an Outworld Destroyer, coming in as the last pick for Azure Ray.
Oh, yeah, that is his name.
It is nowadays. Yeah, changed quite a bit. About Outworld Destroyer.
I thought it was still Devourer, actually.
I did have to look when I was saying his name right there. And had someone in the chat's probably like, these idiot casters, it's Outworld Devourer. No, it is Destroyer, trust me. We're going to see what this hero does or doesn't do.
Well, we can look and understand why they picked it, right? Because in the past, we can get the information of, versus Morphling, versus Underlord. Used to be pretty good. Is it still? Guess we'll find out. Because I don't think anybody really knows. I guess they must know, because Somnus, he does want to play it, of course, and I'm looking forward to see if he maybe buys Aghanims, because I actually just realized that it's a new Aghanims. I've read through patch notes like crazy.
Yeah,
Everybody
I
knows
know.
that.
There's
I legitimately didn't even know
in
this.
Chat, they're like, Ags, that's where you can put 2 people in Astrals, right? No, I'm sorry, chat, it's not.
I actually
anymore. It's basically, long story short, every minute on a minute cooldown, if you drop below 20% HP, you're going to get a shield, a barrier that's equivalent to 50% of your max mana.
Well, I hope we get to see that, but I don't think we will. Either way.
And also, of course, it allows your teammates to move around. Oh, and it actually, no, sorry. It doesn't give you a second astral. It just makes the astral better. You steal more mana, and your teammates can move whilst they're in the astral. If he goes the Ags build, which I don't know if he will. I don't know if that's necessarily the way this hero is played.
Yeah,
but
the shard
who knows?
The shard is the same. The Ags is different, but yeah, I think the overall understanding of the hero really is just Arcane or pure damage to deal with the Underlord. The ult is very good if you catch the Morphling off guard and stuff like that, and you have high damage if you do get to some scaling. And let's see if it does end up working out.
Yeah, I mean, they get a good matchup against it, right, where GPK picks the Lina.
Good Lina game.
This has always been good against the OD.
Yep, Lina or Sniper. I think they were calling for it on the panel as well, too. Does seem really nice. I think Branzo's Underlord pick is also really good. I think that's why they went for this pick for the OD. They're just going to try something out to answer this, because besides that, did feel like they were completely lacking any type of answer for this Underlord, which has you set up for success. And let's see how this one ends up going down. We got this Naga Siren versus the Morphling, and I think that's also why they wanted the OD, right? They have a Naga Siren. So Brian was talking about how he doesn't really like to see always just a Naga Siren solo carry, because you do hit to a point where you're not the strongest hero always. You do have this weird kind of playstyle. So having this secondary core in a way of OD, if it ends up working, maybe is a cool answer. But yeah, who knows? Let's see what we get. No real silences on the form of that. That is one thing that does usually frustrate something like the OD. Yeah, let's see what this hero even does. Let's see if he's actually the same in a style versus these, versus this Morphling and stuff like that as he used to be.
See how much he can get out of the lane against GPK. Could be difficult.
Could be difficult.
GPK should at least with what we know from the heroes, be set up to have a favorable matchup here.
Yeah, and let's see how these other lanes go, because they did pick up Brewmaster, and overall when you looked at it, it's not like, man, it's a godly brew game. There wasn't something like really super specific where it's like he's going to throw them in the air, like versus the Duso. We saw that answer sometimes, I believe, from Berlin. This one, it's just they wanted to play the brew. They saw something else in it, so yeah, definitely interested to see what Chalice decides to go to. Or maybe it's something like a Vessel Carrier along that lines, because I've seen that sometimes from these Brewmasters to deal with morphs, but we'll have to learn.
So overall, would you say there is a lineup you do prefer?
I do like Bat Booms. Yeah. It does look... it's easier to play aggressive overall, I would say, just because Naga Siren, sometimes you just like sit back and you're farming, so... I feel like Bat Boom just has a really comfortable draft. And I've actually really liked Toronto Tokyo playing the Spirit Breaker. I feel like he tends to turn into a fourth core in kind of like every single game that I have seen him play. And yeah, I really... The Underlord pick really seemed like a kind of perfect situation that they did set up with it, and Lina's very good at all stages versus this OD. Looking forward to see GPK's mass spell damage build that we've seen, of course, for these Linas at times.
Yeah, I mean, well, pretty much the only way to play it now.
Yeah,
that's right.
You have to.
You have to do this the magic Lina build.
Yep, Lens, Shard, Dots, blah, Aghanims eventually. He's getting a fair bit of denies. 11 and 7 on GPK versus Omnis already. There's actually that's a ton of denies.
He's going to try and step up. Omnis will be able to hold him back, but yeah, the sort of difference, unlikely to really be closed. I mean, it's just not a hero that you can flash farm on, right, OD?
Not at all.
If you have a slow start in the lane, you're probably going to be kept quite far behind the enemy mid for the majority of the early game.
And there's definitely situations where if he's not careful with like an Astral or something, if there's a charge angle, right, they have easy ways to set up kills early. Charge angle, even creeps. Enchantress creeps are definitely something that OD does not like to play against here, so.
Yeah, quite a few ways to get on top of him early.
The really good thing though for Azure right now is Nightfall is getting kind of nothing bottom. He's 5-1 last hits, and they're actually kind of like applying pressure under the tower onto him there with FY. So really good start down bottom with these two.
Now, I guess means as well that Toronto Tokyo is probably going to have to stick down here by Nightfall's side for quite a bit longer. Not really going to be a situation in which the Morph can be left to their own devices. They need the help.
Looks like we're going to have battle for the Lotuses. Up top, save. Actually has to use the heal. He's got Fairy Fire. Enough.
He's healing up.
He's all right.
He's going to be fine.
Okay. Does mean that they get the healing Lotus on the top lane, and they also got the healing Lotus bottom. So Chalice was able to push the lane forward and get that one versus Nightfall.
GPK in the mid just continues to put on some excellent pressure and pretty much sort of double what he's been able to get out of the lane compared to Somnus in regards to the last hits and denies.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see that Somnus started with a Ring of Regen. I mean, I don't see this hero at all anymore in the mid lane, and yeah, I don't really ever see people buy Ring of Regens in mid. I guess because he's learned it versus Lina and the constant spam, but that still doesn't feel great.
A fair bit of money for the lane that doesn't really give you a whole lot of anything, right?
I mean, Ring of Regen is pretty awful purchase overall. Just the cost value that you get out of it is never really that great.
What's he going to be turning into? Are you running around with Tranquils on this hero?
I would imagine not.
No.
It's probably just casual. That's why it just feels very strange.
It does feel a bit awkward.
Yeah. So they will at least TP mid if why he did go back to base after having reset bottom. We'll be able to take away the water runes at least. So helps out Somnus a little bit versus the spam of GPK. But yeah, help is definitely needed as he is already bottom of the course at the first 4 minutes here.
Do you imagine either team, one of these side lanes, does one of them have to be careful for some kind of early twin gate maneuvers?
Twin gates, I mean, just overall, I would just say top lane has to be a little more careful on the side of Azure Ray. I think this is a lane that either hero can actually die. Even the Naga Siren is not safe up here versus Enchantress and the Underlord. Definitely sneaky plays that can always come out, right? Even versus Morphling. I guess Nightfall maybe slightly has to be the one that's careful just for a CM move, but they should read that. They should be able to see if it's coming. It looks like FY, he's actually going to make the move first, so wants to help out his top lane. I think he's kind of understanding that they're under some pressure here, and Chalice is holding his own down bottom. This is the hero they need to go for the kills, because he's level 3, so does have a lot of damage to kill Resolution. This could actually get them the kill here.
So they chase him down, yeah. The Frostbite, the Flame Break, knockback, back. Resolution looking at a whole lot of trouble. Save's going to try and push him back to safety, but won't be able to get him out of there. Tianming gets first blood.
Another one.
They'll also be able to take down Save. They'll lose FY for the efforts, but getting the first 2 kills to open up the game here.
Very nice rotation. I mean, he did it literally as he hit level 3, so just really peaking on that level 2 Firefly power versus the Underlord. That's the way you can help out that Naga lane that was going to start to struggle a little bit there. Does mean that Nightfall is going to catch right back up, get all these last hits down bottom, but a move well worth it. Slow down that Vanguard timing for Resolution.
I mean, this mid lane as well, Somnus.
He's doing all right. I mean, it's still a ton of denies on GPK, and GPK is 6, but he's doing okay, I guess you could say.
He's catching up.
Just has to be careful how he uses Astral now at this point, since 6 is out for the Lina. Could just be a charge and a Laguna set up. Bottom, again.
Yeah, FY is going to continue to be a nuisance.
You get Nightfall, here comes that Firefly.
Tianming's here as well. They're going to have the Frostbite. FY's in on top of him. Nightfall, it'll start to stack up the strength there with the shift.
He is out.
He's got nothing else to be done here. He's going down. As Azure Ray making sure that these side lanes do not go easily for Bet Boom. He's in the mid. They'll go for the effort onto Somnus. He's already used the Astral, so it's an easy charge in from Toronto Tokyo. They finally follow first, bash backwards into the hands of GPK. They'll take Somnus down.
An instant tip from Rezo. He's a nice bash, my friend. Azure Ray trying to do what they can with the movement. Some nice moves from the supports, but still can feel that lane dominance from Bet Boom. That's what's causing them. They know that they need to make these moves to kind of reestablish the lane. GPK after that kill, he's actually going to drag the mid wave as well, so he's going to get a fair bit of tower damage onto mid. It's actually going to go down to less than, I mean, kind of a third HP already onto this tier 1.
Yeah, it's a lot of early damage.
Yeah, good move from Toronto Tokyo. Wisdom Rune will go 1 for 1. All things are right in the world. Balance in all things.
Tower is under attack.
And now, though, Underlord has got the Vanguard. Very difficult for them to kind of bully him out here, unless they do commit 3 heroes again with the Batrider. But no, it's kind of these small solutions for Azure Ray in the laning phase to try to fix things. But either way, I mean, even though they're getting those kills, you can see immediately after the burnt lanes kind of break, Bet Boom is back into straight position. So yeah, he actually is moving again. They're even bringing Chalice. So they're sending 3 or 4 heroes to top to try to push out Resolution, push out Safe to protect low. Tokyo's going to make the move as well, too. He knows that they're bringing multiple heroes up here.
I mean, Rezo and Save, they'll turn towards Tianming.
Debate.
He's going to be able to put the Fairy Fire, but he will still go down. See if Azure Ray can find kills and return. GPK here with the combo, takes out FY. Save will fall, charge forward on a Chalice, but Chalice he's able to get the split off in time. So if they can get the control here onto Resolution.
He's very tanky.
He's getting back underneath the tier 1 tower. He'll be fine.
They have to be careful that those Bruce could just die there under the tower.
Yeah, they were ready that time around. Bet Boom for the move.
Yeah, quick from GPK. He's having such a good mid lane, it's easy for him to make that rotation, and Rezo is very tanky. So, I mean, everything is brought from Azure, and they don't end up really getting too much out of it. Rezo is very, very big now.
He's doing great. He's top net worth it.
Sure is. Look at that.
Hot start from him. Only got taken down the once, but he's been able to get pretty much free farm. And now, with the Vanguard and...
They're going for him again.
It's a bit of a tough kill. They're going to try for this.
He's got the gate.
He's trying to get out of there. Is he out in time?
The charge!
He's away!
I think the charge might have saved him.
He's going to be able to get through the gate. He's away.
Here comes Somnus.
Should at least get save. Save. Tempting to rely on the Nature's attendance. But inside the Astral, he will be coming back out to imminent death.
GPK will take the mid tower though. So he could have maybe gone back up there toward top, but either way, I think it's a better move for him to just take the tower. So trade. Kill for Somnus, but Bet Boom, definitely the happier ones here.
I'll try this out in the replay again. Rezo.
80 HP or something. Pops that
get
stick.
Out. Yeah, 20 charges on the wand. Vanguard. And it was close. I mean, Chalice probably would have got one more sort of swipe in, but yeah, would have been very, very close. As it was, the Resolution able to escape, returns to the lane and could continue to put the pressure on and just try and draw some of the attention of Azure up towards this top lane.
And he's got a natural build-up for this Underlord. This game, Pipe is so damn valuable since he's playing versus, I mean, majority spell damage until way later on in the game. Sure, there's pure damage from the OD, but it's going to block so much from these supports. Very easy for Rezo to kind of go down that route. And for Chalice, he has to go Vessel, since he's playing versus this Underlord and versus this Morphling. And as first ulti does not really come much of any, doesn't connect really with anything besides him disengaging. Bottom of the core is on Chalice.
So we try and go here for Somnus.
Somnus.
So GPK's Light Strike Array on cooldown for a couple of seconds, so won't manage to find the follow-up onto Somnus. Somnus got the backup now from Tianming and FY. Lau heading over as well.
GPK looks to be in some trouble.
He's going to try and turn with the combo. Won't manage to get a kill on the way out, but he will die indeed. They get the lasso over to Toronto Tokyo as well. Azure, they're bringing the numbers. And has he got any way out of this? He's got charge in a few seconds. Nah, Astral's back up. As Azure will claim both of them.
Okay. And Somnus gets the last hits, and he's got his Midas, if I'm not mistaken. He's the real carry.
Let's see.
Pretty good. I mean,
the carry OD can do anything.
Those kills make a big difference, to be honest with you. He's pretty much completely caught back up with the Lina. I think GPK has a little bit of level advantage, but the Midas is going to start kicking in very early on. So, I mean, for an OD versus Lina matchup, not too shabby. Yes, he lost his tower, but pretty cool rotations coming out from Somnus. We'll just have to see what else he's going to be able to do and what he's going to really itemize. That was kind of the question, is what do you build on this hero? I believe the panel was saying, so let's see his FY.
Yeah, they'll find him here.
The neutral.
They won't find him here. Whoop! The Hellbear Smasher comes in and gets the deny.
Good old little thunderclap. Ooh, save. Might walk into some trouble. Setting up for him here. Not even going to bother, actually.
It's a bit of a tricky kill.
Tokyo. Yeah, they'll settle for the creep.
Rezo, he's considering joining them.
Oh, that was a little weird.
Yeah, doesn't want to go along with that. He'll stick around and just continue to farm top. Doesn't want to ult straight into the triangle of Azure. It's a little too risky.
He was taunting him.
Yeah, forces them to back off at the least, in case they were considering chasing Azure. We'll see the smoke from FY and Chalice. Chalice wants to get something done with the split.
DD rune spawns top. The charge is set up onto Somnus. It's a tumbler off, but still gets connected on.
Tries to turn with the Astral. Strike Array is going to be quite off the mark there.
Oh, very off the mark. Rezo now perhaps in trouble.
Yeah, he's tried to come across to help them around this power rune spawn, but as it was, could not stop Somnus from being able to pick it up himself. Somnus gets the DD, and with the help of FY, they take the kills. They bring down Resolution.
His Midas is up again. Stun connects. GPK, does he have the burst?
Oh!
Get your Midas up.
He did. He might be in trouble. He's getting charged by Toronto Tokyo. One hit will do it. Toronto Tokyo will get the kill.
Nice play from Tokyo. At least Somnus got the Midas up. The chase now. Chalice, can he actually set up onto GPK?
I mean, TP backup's going to be coming in.
21.
GPK turns down, he's grabbing the Light Strike Array, and they've been able to take down Tianming. GPK trying to hide in the trees. Chalice, he's looking for him, and he will get it.
Might pay with his life.
See if save. Can deal with him here with the help of Nightfall. As Toronto Tokyo joining across as well. Should be enough to set up for the kill. See if they can give it to the Morph. They certainly can. More money for Nightfall.
Nightfall soon to have his Lincolns already done, but as you see, A lot of space being made for low. He is actually about to have his Manta style. He's keeping up neck and neck. 8 to 9. Pretty damn even early game here so far. Definitely feeling like BetBoom a little bit happier out of this whole early game, but
I think so.
Azure, they're trying something out here with this OD, and it's not looking horrible so far.
It's not. Yeah, Somnus with them, you know, considering he has the Midas as well, high chance that if things are kind of kept under control, he'll get back up there with the rest of the cores in terms of gold.
Top, Rezo shows himself a bit deep. He's got the Fiend's Gate. Fly does have lasso in about 3 seconds. Rezo could be in trouble.
The flame break knockback. Nothing's going to be coming up here to help him. Lasso comes in, see if they can get the kill to Lau. They certainly can. More money for the Naga Siren.
Nicely done. Chalice with Vessel. FY is crushing this early game, I gotta be honest with you. I feel like he's the only reason that Azure is kind of in this one right now. All these rotations are hitting.
Janming getting a bit of a nasty surprise. Tried to head up for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune, but Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall, they were there waiting for it.
They get both. 2 Wisdom Runes for the side of BetBoom. These supports are going to be, pretty large just off the experience. Level 6 Crystal Maiden, level 8 Enchantress, level 9 Spirit Breaker. Some super high-level supports on BetBoom. FY is keeping up. He actually pretty much has his Blink Dagger done, but CM is starting to fall behind. Yeah, I really feel like FY is doing some, heavy lifting kind of to keep them even inside this early game. If it wasn't for his rotations, I feel like they'd be super far behind right now.
No, for sure, right? Because when you have Somnus on the OD mid, it's not like he's going to be ganking anytime soon. This is a very particular type of mid hero.
Yeah, I feel like Rezo was set up to perhaps have like the super free game up top since there wasn't that much pressure. FY has really stagnated him. 0 and 3 on Rezo. Yeah, Nightfall. He's got his timing already done. Lincoln's is online. And easily now queue up for that Aghanim's next. And they're still in the driver's seat.
Going for the smoke here.
Okay. Blink reveal. That's why it's going to be coming up, but the Lincolns are already done. They seem to know this is happening.
Yeah, Nightfall's already out. A little bit of a pause. Just okay. Some communications issues. We're all good. Back on.
Do they get Tokyo here? Does he get the bulldoze off?
They probably do.
He could just get bulldoze off and get charges off, though.
He's actually going to have Rezo joining him as well. Get the setup with the Astral. Resolution is here to help out, but it's a lot of Azure Array. The whole team's here. As Resolution, he's going to be focused first by Lau and Chalice. They've taken him out. They'll get Toronto, Tokyo as well. There's no fight to be had here for BetBoom.
I don't think
the tier 1, they'll lose 2 heroes.
I don't think they expected all 5. They're like kind of trickling with Rezo. It's like, oh my goodness, everybody's there.
They're going to try and get up here and defend the tier 2 so they can catch BetBoom, but BetBoom, they're already out of the top half of the map.
Another death for Resolution. 0 and 4. Truly is just getting punished and punished and punished from these moves. Chalice, they finish him off.
And he's got Somnus and FY here. Chalice does indeed die, because Somnus and FY find much in return. They'll drop the lasso for save.
Nightfall as well. Rezo's going to come join to help him.
He's going to be able to bring GPK and Toronto, Tokyo over as well. They get a light strike right into the charge. They burst through Somnus. Janming here with the ultimate. It's not enough. Toronto, Tokyo puts it to a stop with his own ult. Janming falls as BetBoom, through the power of Resolution's Fiend's Gate, are able to bring the numbers over and take the team fight.
Azure has to be very careful when they do look to outnumber. I think bottom is a great situation of when they kind of have to bring 5, because now you're playing into boots of travel as well in the Lina. So overall, BetBoom, they have incredible ways to just bring the numbers every single time here. So you have to be prepared on Azure.
I'll see here at the start. Just a bit of an awkward way to start that one. Azure. Chalice getting caught with when his Pyramid Split, of course, completely on cooldown, and just not able to do much beyond this as they get split up. The numbers come in. Somnus, he's left completely on his own. And of course, once these heroes start to get on top of you as an OD, you're in a whole world of pain. Not a lot you can do.
GPK going to continue to get that growth faster and faster. Even though it's their Midas on the OD, the rate that Lina farms with this type of build is just insane. OD level 11, almost level 12, but GPK getting, 13 and a half. You just one-shot creep waves. You farm just way too quick. The Dragon Slave cooldown and everything. I was actually expecting to see a lot more of this in the mid lane at this tournament. Especially because how popular the Morphling and everything was. I really thought we were going to see a lot more Spellcaster Lina. Glad we get to see it here. Jure. Feels like they're pretty reliant on either having massive numbers or just having pretty much every single ult in order to catch BetBoom off guard, it does feel like here. But yeah, have to be careful because they're not fully grouped up. Those numbers, they'll be there for BetBoom every time. Fiends get up in 5 seconds, Azure. They're trying to strike with those numbers. They find Rezo again. Just might. talking about it. They show themselves on the Bat Rider. Can't get the grab.
Yeah, but Boom should be fine here. Very much grouped up themselves now around GPK. Nightfall, 1,000 gold off his Aghanims.
He's very farmed. Low does have Orchid as well as the Manta, so there is some good fighting potential on the side of Azure, right? Even if he wants to get involved early on this Naga Siren. Just has to be careful because he's fairly squishy versus this Lina. He's gonna set up on bottom on Tokyo. Not the net and the Orchid should have this one. Pretty easy.
More money for Lau.
I feel like people forget that you can net during the song now. Oh well. I mean, he doesn't have to in that situation, but.
At the same time, Azure, they were seeing if they could catch more up on this top half of the map, see if they can find any members of Bet Boom, but they won't. They're going to go through the gate to join Lau down on the bottom half.
Okay. Maybe expecting to find someone.
Oh no, they're going to go back up top.
Yeah, I
mean, there's still a tier 1 tower to take up here, so they could look for that, and of course Roche is available.
Bet Boom is just kind of farming the map. I think that's going to be the call. They're looking for this Roshan and Somnus. That is one thing that the OD can kind of help with still. But they should be able to get this one here. Chalice is still level 11. Wow, I'm actually surprised this Brewmaster hasn't hit 12 yet. I feel like it's pretty big timing if they get level 2 split.
Yeah, there's no interest in Bet Boom to go for this one. They'll let it go.
They're playing the scaling for this one. They're probably thinking to themselves, what do we have more faith in? A Morphling Lina core or an OD Naga core?
No, definitely a little less tested. The Naga Siren and OD duo, not something you see every day.
Below, he's getting set up for success. Look at his net worth continuing to just skyrocket. Art, soon gonna be on the menu here. There's gonna be an overwhelming amount of damage, of course, for Bet Boom, and if he does commit for the Heart instead of a Lincoln's, there's gonna be situations where he might regret that versus Nightfall. So we'll see if he does commit for it. I think he did just buy the Reaver. So I feel like Nightfall, once he hits 15 and he's got his morph talent, they might just look to fight on the side of Bet Boom. Just turns into the Naga Siren, steals the stats, and then Low. He's gonna feel kind of weak. Even though he's very, very tanky, his damage is gonna be quite pathetic when he gets all of it stolen away from that morph. We'll see if that Heart choice before Lincoln's ends up hurting at all. Even if he does even go down the route of Lincoln's. I feel like I've always seen the Lincoln's versus the Morphling though now.
Looks like they want to just keep farming it up despite the Aegis here. Azure, right? Somnus to try and work his way towards that Hex after finishing off the Hurricane Pike.
This game feels like it's going to slow down quite a lot here.
I guess, yeah, both teams just confident in what they're going to have down the road.
We'll see if the OD pays off, right? If that late game kind of OD style is going to end up working out for them there.
We've not seen a Sanities yet, have we?
No.
Not been in scenarios where Somnus has felt the need to try and kind of smoke up with the team, look for opportunities to drop that ult, or at least he's never found those.
I feel like I haven't seen or heard Sanities in clips in like a year. As FY does get picked off, GPK and Toronto, Tokyo find him, and they're looking to accelerate things. They want another one. Rezo.
Yeah, Rezo's joining.
Very deep grab. Nice.
He's actually away here, Tianming, with the Glimmer and the Hurricane from Somnus. He steps over to get his CM out of there.
Yeah, look, sometimes, cores can bail out supports as well. I feel like most of the time you just see that support die because the core doesn't want to use it on him. It's a pretty big kill on FY. I think he was, Killing Spree? Yeah, and GPK is able to get that one, so extra gold for him. GPK, level 16. He's got his Dream Talents, both of them online, on his way to the 3rd in that Aghanims. Yeah, Bet Boom, they're just farming the map.
Where are you going?
Both teams, the farm continues. Azure very much choosing to do this so during this whole Aegis timing. They've still got 2 minutes left. The Heart is done.
Maybe this is their timing to push and force stuff a little bit more here. They have 2 minutes of it. How easy is it going to be to deal with Nightfall? Morph Talent is online.
I mean, there's smoke mid, but GPK's playing it safe.
They're still a tier 1. Okay, it's 170 HP, but this does prevent them from kind of getting in a little bit more. So, yeah, Low, he'll take that one out.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Very close game.
Really want to try and find something here with the initiation of FY, but Bet Boom doing a good job of staying far away from any potential positions they could be getting jumped here by Azure Ray's movements.
They seem like they knew this was coming. Look at the way that they're all set up, kind of back in the base, waiting for their Tormentor. themselves. They have a couple good ones. Even if they get the Spirit Breaker one, it's nice. It's gonna go on to save. I mean, the Enchantress one is always really, really good anyway. But the Spirit Breaker one definitely has merits this game versus Batrider. Being able to planar pocket some spells can be dope. And Somnus is going pretty much all aggression. No BKB on the Realm for him. Gonna go straight for that Hex next versus this Morphling. Go. Shadow Blitz finish.
Radiant structures.
I know. Low's gonna do next item, Lincoln. It's alright.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Try with this.
Less than a minute on the Aegis. Could they go for more? Do you imagine Azure is not going to try and force high ground anytime soon?
I don't think so. I think we're in for a
They-
army game.
Okay, they feel that they can play the farm route. I mean, we're only 23 minutes in, but it feels further, honestly, because just how farmed low is. 17k net worth. And yeah, well on the way to having that Lincoln's on top of the heart. Man to Orchid, he's very, very farmed on this Naga Siren.
He's very, very farmed and also very high level, Owen. Like, sometimes you just look at this Naga and it's like, oh, he's level 14, right? And he's that farmed. He's level 18. If you look at Nightfall, he's actually level 16. You usually kind of see these Naga Sirens fall behind in XP, so I'm actually really impressed that he's keeping up so high in levels and gold. Actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess a good early kill involvement. We saw him get some solo kills, right?
True.
Catching up Toronto Tokyo minutes earlier down bottom.
Bat Boom's gonna look to fight though on this timing. Aegis is gone. There's no Lincolns on the Naga Siren too. This is a really good opportunity here for them to get some big catches. I'm wondering, what if Nightfall turns into OD and then he doesn't even know what the Aghanims that he gets does once if he turns into the OD? Whatever, he's gonna be targeting Naga mostly. Let's not set him up for some failure.
Yeah, he's gonna be ignoring Somnus.
Oh, I want to see it though. Oh well, we won't. They're setting. I mean, this is a good wraparound Batboom. They've got information. They're on Somnus.
You're in with the charge. Follow Light Strike Array. They're going to look to burst through him. Jump forward the waveform. They've
He's
got him.
gone already.
Low tries to come across with a song to save him, but he's already gone. They set up on top of GPK. Lasso to follow up here as they surround Alina. They'll take GPK down and return. It's a buyback from Somnus. As Azure Array want to force this fight.
Good buyback. It's going to force all of Batboom out. Do they get more catch?
Let's see if they can get through the portal here. Save. He's going to get out of there. Sanity is his drop. They will catch and kill Resolution.
Wait, what? Save actually got out?
He got through the gate.
Okay. They had to stop Rezos with something. I mean, Somnus has to get something out of that buyback. It's instant for them to try to turn the fight when they get on GPK.
Yeah, I mean, immediate sort of retreat from Nightfall. He knew that fight was not the place to stick around in as he gets out of there.
He's scared of the OD buyback. Like, there was no hesitation from him.
A really good start to the fight there, being able to just blow up the OD low, not able to come in range in time with the song to provide any sort of safety. Back in action there, the push is coming in. It was caught off Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah. It was very close to them also saving him, right? If that last impetus shot doesn't go off, like, they actually might just save the OD and get a full reset fight there. Nice fight. And that was them getting initiated on. But yeah, cost of buyback, so Somnus does have to be careful in these next few moments. And the builds look like they're getting changed a little bit. Multiple Lincolns as
he gets in there, he finishes off FY. They're ready.
See ya.
A strike back here, Batboom. Also be able to pick up a courier on the way.
Oh, he actually finds GPK. GPK's fragile.
Buyback's coming out from both sides low. He's going to be able to get in on top of GPK. GPK needs help. There's going to be no amount of help that can save him there. He's gone for 50 seconds. Now Azure will try and turn for more. They'll look towards save. Chasing down the Enchantress. Yeah, the rest of Batboom, surely they don't want to get involved in this one. They don't. They leave Save behind. As Azure will be able to get the two of them. Somnus picks up the double.
I mean, the buyback, well worth it. He's killed 4 heroes just since that buyback, and he actually has his Lincolns done. So now they'll have protection actually versus Laguna and perhaps versus these morph plays. I think both of them are going to have Lincolns done. Yeah, they actually do. Low already has it.
Yeah, aggressive moves for GPK, no, just sort of going in to finish off FY, but just underestimated the fact that Low, he was very close, very nearby and ready to turn and fight.
He needs his BKB on GPK now at this point. He's got a very, very aggressive build, building the Blink Dagger into the Aghanims. He's kind of putting himself out there to just get gone on. Sure, right, getting some momentum. 3K lead now, and they get themselves all the tier 2s. There was a tier 1 up not too long ago in the mid lane, and now just quick sequences where they're able to just decimate the map. Just off of a couple fights.
Back away from this tier 2 mid for now. Respecting the fact that Batboom all back in the game. GPK indeed staying well away from any sort of danger as he has to try and somehow find this BKB gold.
he has to just, I feel like don't really, you can get pickoffs, but don't really show up to a full engagement now at this point on GPK till he has BKB. And it feels like Azure, they might just try to force things a little bit more here because of that. They know how fragile this Lina is. Save. But up on low.
Catch him outside of the base, Rezo. Tried to hold them back, but the pit save gets the heal off. That's going to be able to bring him pretty low here.
Big quiver hits, not enough.
It's going to be all right. Back to the base, back to the high ground. Save will live this time round.
Controlling the map. Betboom actually the one's trapped inside the base now at this point. Yeah, double Lincoln's finished up. That's going to provide a lot of protection for these two cores of Azure. As we've seen Chalice, feels like he's always going to be able to get these splits off. They're not actually putting the attention onto this Brewmaster. Betboom. Gonna look to catch him off guard. This is without the BKB on GPK. He just has to be very careful with his positioning. Can they get the catch on versus these Lincolns? Really is such a good Lincolns game. It's the Spirit Breaker versus the Lina versus the Morph.
Now they might catch Azure by surprise, and Azure smokes up themselves. They're heading to each other. Who's going to start off the action? They look towards low, but he's able to put the Manta. Pits there, locks down the three of them, but Chalice still able to put the primal split. Sanus' clips drop down. Save. He's falling low. They'll try and focus the Enchantress, but Saves able to put a Hurricane Pike to the side. Chalice continues to chase him down, but Saves living through that initial burst. Toronto Tokyo is caught by the root, but he's still able to step away. The song comes out, but not before Tianmin goes down. Low, trying to get into position.
This is a little weird for Azure. They've got to get better positioning here.
Let's see if they can get Toronto Tokyo with the net and a few hits from right clicks of Somnus. They will. Toronto Tokyo's gone. Betboom's still hanging around though, considering getting back in on this GPK.
The Morph is wearing off on Nightfall now. 20-second cooldown on it. Low gets his stats restored.
GPK's in. Jumps forward, tries for the quick combo, but the Astral's there. They'll be able to protect Chalice from the huge amount of burst GPK tries to throw out.
He's a bit deep.
He steps in, he's feeling strong. Light Striker Ray will not catch him. Low able to step to the side, pops the Manta. They turn back in, take down
Nightfall in trouble.
Thomas. He's hitting pretty hard here. With these right clicks, Nightfall. Waveform back up to the high ground of his base. He's going to be fine. The Resolution buyback here to re-enter into the fight. As Betboom, they're trying to keep this going. GPK steps up, gets the light strike onto Somnus, onto low. Somnus falling low, but the glimmers there. Somnus being kept alive. Resolution trying to get the final few hits in Nightfall, not able to close the gap. Onto Somnus, stops
still alive.
Save goes down, but he has his buyback available. GPK, he's out for a minute. No buyback available for him. Rezo goes down as well.
Nightfall's
also
alone.
Buyback. Nightfall surrounded. He'll put the Manta. He's got a waveform. Anything else here to try and close in upon him?
They've got all 5 heroes.
Only Save left alive as Save tries to cause some sort of a distraction to take the focus away from Nightfall, but it's not going to work as Nightfall silenced, run down by Azure. They get the Morphling.
They didn't lose anything, Owen. What a team fight.
They're going to get Save as well.
Oh, wow. Somnus even securing the last hit there. I mean, that was just incredible kind of dancing around the fight, resetting when they get these buybacks out from Betboom. That was insane.
Yeah, I think
this was some unbelievable real spell casting, dancing around from Nightfall, dodging Lagunas, etc. That was sick from Azure.
And even in positions like this, Low, knowing that he could just kind of head straight in there. Good timing as well to back off. Knows that GPK was trying to set up with the Light Strike Array.
Nightfall even getting a little lucky. He got pushed on the low ground with his Manta there. He could have maybe even died even sooner. A 26,000 gold lead out after that fight. Azure is just completely opened this game up for themselves.
And they're going to go for Roshan once again. Somnus and Chalice into the pit.
Oh, and this OD pick, he was what?
I think he was damaged.
He was like 3 and 4, and then after the buyback, he's gotten 8 kills for himself.
Yeah, no, he was sort of able to keep his position very nicely on the back lines and hit pretty hard. A few hits with this Arcane Orbit. It's nothing to laugh about. It hurts.
He dropped low as well. Like, he was like playing most of the team fight would have felt like on 20% HP. That was some cool spellcasting coming out from Azure. Cool angle of the way they reset that one. As now an Aegis and a Cheese for Somnus too. Level 20 has been acquired. Much tankier now in this OD that they were having troubles taking down. And GPK, he's been farmed, but I feel like he's had the same 3 items now for what feels like 10 minutes.
It's going to get harder to get the damage done. As we'll see,
another catch on
they
Rezo.
get Rezo. FY.
Somnus godlike.
And now they can look to push high ground for sure. Low, it's got the butterfly delivered. Very difficult to hold back this Naga Siren now with how much farm Low has. 27k net worth.
He's even got a shard too, so that Song's gonna get some nice healing for his team. Whittling this tower down. Boom. How do they react? So far, we haven't really seen... I feel like we haven't seen anything really from Nightfall. I feel like he can't get in the fights. Is
GPK, he's able to actually catch FY there from the high ground.
Does get deleted. That's almost his BKB now.
That's a bit of the push taken away, at least a bit of the jump potential from Azure for a good 70 seconds. Might slow things down a little bit. And it will. Azure back off there. Okay. Good little bit of a poke from FY. Sorry for GPK onto FY.
That'll ensure the BKB now for GPK. Some protection that's needed. Yeah, feeling some quietness, it feels like, from Nightfall in particular in this game. It feels like it's just hard for him to get in versus the Illusions. Every time, because the OD is actually surviving most of the fights, I actually feel like he's very cautious to play into this.
Oh, so this is the
There's like 4 misses.
Hits.
He missed like 4 times, if I'm not mistaken, or something. Okay, 1 hit. Sad. I think that might have even been the quiver hit, so it was the only one that was automatically able to hit. Get the push going again.
They've got everyone alive, Pepin, but not in position to get back here. I mean, GPK is still hovering around the tree line, trying to slow them down, but he's doing it on their own because the rest of the team, they wanted to go for the Tormentor. I mean, they get their Tormentor, but that does mean they just concede the bottom racks.
And perhaps the mid one, too.
Okay. 30 seconds until they got Toronto Tokyo back up. Yeah, it's full Hex.
Full Hex coming on the Courier now. And, ooh, GPK actually switches to a Lincoln's. I mean, that'll protect versus them instantly lassoing you, but won't protect when they surround him.
They've got a few single target spells and items to work around that.
Yeah.
And the base.
Sends his Courier to suicide. Save.
They can find it. FY's going to be able to get the jump. He's in with the lasso. They turn with the Hex. They've got the burst to bring him relatively low, not low enough. Nightfall will live. And in fact, it's going to be the 2 supports of Azure that fall first.
But Low's committing. The racks, it's going down.
And they've got to try and do something to get this Naga Siren off the barracks. The melee racks are gone.
There's only one more. It's the range. He's songing. Might just TP himself out here as Somnus just kills Save in the background. Okay. 3 cores still standing strong on Azure.
Just this range racks left alive here for BetBoom.
It's cores versus cores. No supports in this battle.
Yeah, Chalice just popping the split here to finish off the range racks and get the mega creeps.
Wow. GG.
And they'll call it. They don't want to play against megas. GG is called. Azure will take this game 1 and doing it with a very different bit of flair. The OD. OD coming out for Somnus. It goes well and it goes very well. Very well for Low. Low on this Naga Siren in some crazy timings. I think ended up sort of 31k net worth at just 35 minutes in. He had a very good time here.
He had a godly one. And Somnus, I mean, even though, like you said, he got, I think everything after that top fight completely spiraled out of control here for BetBoom. They just continuously won every fight on Azure. Nightfall kind of didn't really get to do the morphling things that sometimes we get to see in this tournament, where he's able to just like turn into the other hero, really decimate what Low is able to do. I feel like Low actually did such a good job of just kind of dancing in the fights, protecting Somnus so that Somnus can actually be the carry, because what do we have?
He did the most damage, yeah. Somnus top damage for the team, 32k hero damage. So Somnus absolutely making the Outworld Destroyer work. A hero that other teams are not playing. They're not even thinking about this hero. But for Azure to have the awareness to bring it in as the last pick and have a good game with it, it's something else added to the repertoire of Azure that I guess you got to be concerned or at least prepared for when you're drafting against them.
Yeah, I think they did a really good balance of like who wants to deal with certain things early, right? I feel FY early game super carried this game in order to shut down Resolution, get the ball kind of rolling. So sets everything. They just roll team fight after team fight after team fight. Yeah, this is a treat to watch. Really from Azure.
Impressive stuff from Azure as they will manage to take game 1 of this best of 3 against BetBoom.
The largest integrated resort here in Bali, and the proud host of the Bali Major. So even if he does get eliminated, he's still chilling on the beach and elsewhere, lounging on the pool. Life's good.
He could be chilling with us.
He could be chilling with us. He was supposed to be chilling with us.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be paneling with us.
I mean, it explains that performance. You know, he may have been chilling a little too much.
How are we supposed to stop a man from his true love? It's clearly Dota. He loves Dota. He tried to get away from it last year. This is what I was saying, that Riyadh Masters 2022, he gets called up, although he had Zayats on that team, and I know that for the longest time they apparently wanted to play together. This time...
Dota always calls you back. You can't escape him.
Did you make an official retirement at any point?
I had 1 year where I didn't play.
But did you like announce?
Yeah, did you announce like, I'm done with competitive Dota?
No, it was like in Dota 1, no one cared, you know.
You retired in Dota 1?
Yeah, for 1 year.
Why did you retire back then?
Yeah.
I just was bored.
Was it like, was there not much money in the game at that point, or?
This is like the Fire and Ice land, and like, this is a very long time ago.
I've never
I
even
don't
heard
know
of
what
this
year
before.
this is. Early 2000s, let's put it that way.
5.84C. Was it?
I don't. Who knows the patch?
Wait, but what brought you back to the game is the question. What brought you out of retirement?
I got bored of not playing Dota.
Oh, there you go.
I got bored of
Classic.
playing Dota, and I was like, I'm gonna do something else with my life. Managed to last the whole year not playing Dota. Then I was like, oh, I'll just queue a game, and then you know what happens. Chain queue, and then.
So, how many years were you professional before this retirement?
We're going so far back that professional is a very loose
Okay, fine.
term, right?
How much?
So
were
how
you
much did I play? I probably
actively
played
competing?
4 years, probably, and then I took a year break.
Okay.
I'd say.
And then
In that one game.
No.
Imagine, you know
I
how.
think I was playing Nyx Assassin too, and I was like,
Ooh.
wow,
The one game you came back.
Yeah, it was very memorable, and I was like, wow, I am so rusty right
Wait,
now.
was it MYM? Was that your team?
Yeah, it was after MYM I retired. Yeah.
I was busy watching Ben playing Beastmaster.
That was the era in which I retired. Yeah.
Do you think the Nyx Assassin game was like step number 1 on your journey to winning TI? Because like without that, you probably wouldn't have won TI.
I mean, I didn't even know TI didn't even exist.
I'm
back
saying like now that you rewind the dial,
Yeah, probably.
the butterfly effect.
I could have been doing something different in my life, but then I was like, wow, I'm not good at anything else. I got to go back and play Dota.
Yeah, I can imagine that's the case. How did you even get the invite to TI1 then? You must have come back after your year of retiring.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
and then you were apparently instantly good again.
I mean, it was easy back then. Everyone sucked. Very
true. Like 12
I mean,
teams at
it's the thing.
TI1.
Like when I was really good at the game, so taking a year break doesn't mean you're just gonna be. You would nowadays be bad, but back then, you get back into it pretty quickly. The game didn't change as much as it changes now. It changes. Patches are like drastic nowadays. Like back then, it was just very subtle changes. We wouldn't get that many patches, I would say. Pretty blessed at how much love the game gets now.
At least Rezo got an opportunity to play on this like Tormentor Lotus Pool Wisdom Rune patch, because that dropped in the middle of Dream League, and then I'm assuming he had some time to prep before Berlin, because we also don't know how long he was playing before Berlin either. Like, he literally may just get like 1 day of prep each time he gets called up.
I assume for Berlin he had a little bit longer of a notice, but that might have also been a last minute issues, I guess, too.
I mean, it's really hard to just like play at this level without having lots of practice. Like, look at all these players. They've been practicing probably 12 hours every single day in anticipation of this event.
Yep.
Just stepping onto a PC. I don't even know if he's using his own gear. Like, for me, that's a deal
That is
breaker.
true.
And normally, I have to have my monitor perfectly set up, my chair fixated, play a couple pubs, lose those, and then I'm ready to go.
I would say the first 4 or 5 games, you're definitely familiarizing yourself with the new atmosphere that you're playing in 100%. And I think what all these 12 hours do for you is that you get so used to pressing the buttons, whether that's CSing, LOL, or whether or not that's like just pressing your buttons in team fights, that you get to actually think about the game, right? You get to think about what your team's doing, like where people are positioned on the map. I notice the first thing that happens to me when I'm gone, when I take like 2 weeks, 3 weeks off, is I'm spending so much time thinking about what my hero's position is and like individual button presses that like suddenly I'm just getting 3-man ganked and I didn't even realize the people were missing. So,
Case in point in this game number 1.
and I argue that only happens.
You also lose your confidence too, right? Because like you don't know if what you're doing is good because you're not playing very much. So you'll start copying other people. Then once you start having a more better understanding of like what you're doing, then you're like, oh, what this guy's doing isn't good. I'm gonna do my own thing. Then you have more confidence. I'm sure Rezo's in a spot right now where he's probably not confident like what's good right now for him, right? And that just comes with playing more Dota.
Yeah, and on top of that, he has to deal with like talking to his teammates, remembering what to do in the game. There's just a lot of things that you have to take note of in the game. It's pretty hard.
Overwhelming situation for him. I don't envy it, but on the bright side, how often do you get this opportunity to play on such a prestigious stage? As we get into the game number 2, draft number 2 of Azure versus a BetBoom team, where we've got Undying and Techies banned out, Medusa and Morphling banned out. Pugna is the first hero selected by Azure, with BetBoom responding with Keeper of the Light and Storm Spirit.
Wait, how does Pugna already have a Glimmer Cape? Or is that a Shadow Amulet?
He's Shadow Amulet.
Oh, okay. Who he's back. There he is,
him.
my fellow man, my fellow sucker.
Yeah, who's he going to be a battery for? Deuce is banned out. Storm Spirit's already taken by BetBoom.
You know, based on Sucro, he's going to suck some nuts. So let's get some Clockwork.
Proud sponsor of this event.
Maybe Hoodwink.
And Koto has a very low win rate in the event right now. Pretty sure it's like around.
Here, I'm going to check that for you.
I know you told me it was like 12%.
It was 1 in 9 at one point.
Yeah.
That's what I remembered.
That doesn't scare these teams.
But the one team that won with it was BetBoom because the Basher.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that is true.
That's the important stuff, guys.
Okay, there's the hero that he's refilling. Leshrac gets selected by Azure, which is not the most common pairing. Anytime Leshrac's been showing up, it's been Io as the secondary hero.
They already picked the Pugna, you know? They're expecting that Storm Spirit, but BetBoom were prepared for it. They were willing to go as far as picking Coddle just to take away the Storm and make their own budget version of Pugna Storm here.
Wow, Coddle has not
now
been
we have
picked since.
a budget version of, you know, Leshrac Io, so it's even.
There you go. It's still 1 in 9 is what I was trying to say.
Brian, while you're investigating win rates, any chance you could pull up GPK's Storm Spirit win rate?
I could. Let me just give me a second here.
I want his
this tournament?
No,
or
all-time win rate.
Well, it's
all time.
All time.
It's only 66% here.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I'll
3
take
games.
that.
I have 49 games of Storm Spirit that he's played on BetBoom, and that's 61%.
Okay, that's actually better than I was expecting. What are his career stats?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know.
Can you go to him as a player?
I will go to GP Keck.
Oh, so GPK, yeah.
Meanwhile, second phase bans start filtering in. Bloodseeker and Anti-Mage taken out. And BetBoom ban the Enigma and the Naga Siren.
I'm curious what direction these teams want to go right now, because they both have like these mid laners that have this battery attached to them here, and their supports. Do they want to make the whole draft completely about these heroes? It feels more times than not this patch, it's more about the carries. And that's a lot to do with the Morphling, Medusa, and the Nagas being so prevalent right now, which are all banned this time around. So now there's going to be a bit of a, I want to say like a meta shift here, because we're not going to see these popular heroes. When's the last time we saw a game that didn't have a Naga, Morph, or a Medusa? I just feel like it's been forever.
Or Timber or Brood, who are also surprisingly not present yet.
I think especially for Lash, you want a carry that can play for the Lash, because Lash itself is like really greedy. And you want to be able to play towards his timing. We saw Gaming that picked the Lifestealer. I know you guys are not really a big fan of it, but I think somewhere down that direction should be a good idea to pair with the Lash.
I mean, it just feels like it's Naga, it's Medusa, it's Morph, and then there's just the rest of the Dota heroes that are all just fine.
So that other Storm Spirit stat must have included like former mids of BetBoom. So I've now got GPK.
Yeah.
He's got 64 games of Storm Spirit, and he's got a 48% win rate. So it's been like a 30-34 or something like that.
I see.
So not great, as opposed to his Ember, which is a 67% win rate in 73 games.
God damn.
So clearly see that those are his 2 most played, by the way, in competitive.
Storm and Ember.
Storm and Ember, and he's got and the next most behind Storm at 64 is Templar at 44. So he's got quite a sizable gap.
Well,
in games played.
At least this tournament, his Storm Spirit's doing well.
Yeah, I gave you the wrong stat for the wrong person. So I give you Somnus, who is 66.
Oh,
but,
what? You're lying to me also?
But he's at 50%.
Okay, fine. Perfectly balanced.
That's better than 48.
It's better than 48.
It's on the way up.
Azure ban out the Broodmother, Bet Boom take out the Bat Rider,
Why?
pick up the Lich. Why?
Why Lich for Slushrack?
Obviously because the Frost Shield is going to be so useful against all this magic damage that Azure have.
It's gonna defend.
Heal, it only
all the-
blocks physical damage.
Oh! Seems like a weird pick then.
Oh.
Doesn't it help against the Edict?
Edict is pure damage.
Edict is pure damage, yeah.
So it actually does nothing.
I will say it is very difficult to push into this team. And Azure with a Pugna and a Leshrac, you would assume that they want to push.
Okay, hear me out. They're going to go Arc Warden and PL. So what's going to happen is Arc Warden off lane and it's PL safe lane for Bet Boom. And the whole idea is to draw out the game as long as possible. Then you have the Arc Warden bubble.
They're Radiant, though. I thought Dire Arc Warden works better with PL because the magic damage is given to your hero.
Wait, I thought they're Dire. Are they...
Oh, I thought you wanted on Azure.
No. You're saying that it's hard to push into Bet Boom. So the strat is to go pipe on Arc Warden on the off lane.
Oh, I got you.
Just to protect your towers from the Pugna.
Brilliant.
What do you think?
Silencer. Surprised you guys know what Arc Warden does.
Well, the only reason I know is because Gunner was nerding out about it yesterday.
I see, yeah.
I enjoy Gunner's nerding out sessions. That guy's a cool little nerd.
So the hero is like an off laner right now? The Arc Warden's an off laner?
No, I mean, I'm just completely...
Arc Warden's not in the game.
Yeah, no, it's just that Arc Warden PL in theory is completely broken because the magic damage from the bubble works on illusions, so PL kills you in like 1 second. But that's not going to happen. So Rezo, hero that he actually plays, might they just go Underlord again? Maybe.
Please don't.
They might.
No.
Maybe they're not going to do any like high execution hero. Like you're not going to get Mars. Maybe a Tide Hunter.
Yeah.
Go Tide Hunter.
Tide Underlord are the simplest heroes right now.
Well, your laning partner is a Caudle. You have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, you know, Coddle, Gush plus.
Yeah, it's okay.
And then you can also farm Ancients if Coddle stacks them for you with Tide.
Yeah.
They may just save him for last pick.
Better though,
because they don't know the carry that they're going to be.
There's no way they save him for last pick.
I mean, you're sending him to the Wolves because he has no idea who he's laning against.
I'd pick carry here, most likely.
Really? Even with the stand-in situation?
I don't think that's an... I don't think Rezo's the type of guy where he's just not confident at all to... Even if he's not confident, you can't show that you're not confident.
I think you also gotta like admit, you know, to your team, hey guys, there's like it's a waste giving me.
What if he's actually sitting there and like the most confident guy in the world, like, yeah, give me last pick, I'll just destroy this.
I'll destroy it.
I'll get you scrubs the TI. I
destroy
guess.
this clown.
They take the Jug, which is a pretty safe pick, seeing as how Jug already knows his laning opponent is going to be Doom.
So it's really hard to kill Jug this game, but it's very hard for Jug to kill people because of Pugna. So my concern is like.
It's just for the lane, right? They're picking Lich Jug.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure it's just for the lane.
Healing Ward is also good this game versus Leshrac and Doom.
I just don't feel like there's anybody on his team to use Healing Ward. Like, Storm doesn't really use it that much.
Himself.
He'd rather run out of mana than health. So now we need an offlaner that uses Healing Ward. Maybe like a Primal Beast. You know, a hero that throws himself to the fray and then
Feels
gets
like
out.
Primal Beast, doesn't he?
I'm pretty sure they're just going to see whatever carry we're giving to low, and he's going to be like, I need this hero to counter that hero.
No.
No. Healing Ward
They
synergy.
banned the
Mars.
Faceless Void, so that means that is a good hero against Primal Beast.
Okay.
So Bet Boom's going to go Primal Beast, and Azure Ray is going to preemptively counter it with... They need a way to kill Jug. They actually just need a reliable physical damage dealer. Is it just like Ursa? Is it just...
Ursa, Slark.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, it's a pretty good Slark game too, I think.
It is a pretty good Slark game. Not the best 9th pick carry. But
Bad in carry.
That a hero doesn't kill Jug. Doesn't die to Jug, though.
Doesn't die to Jug.
True.
It's fine. I mean, the silence is annoying for Jug too.
And Storm. That's true. Are we too focused on taking care of this Jug? Is Storm properly checked between Silencer and Doom?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Ideally, your the hero can also annoy him at some point in the game. And their supports, like, he's going to be able to hunt their supports super easy in a game like this.
There she blows. Speaking of that, maybe it's a Kunk offlane. Pretty good against Slark.
Yeah, now you get to counterpick the Slark.
Viper.
That's not even good.
I wouldn't hate Primal. I don't think Primal's that bad for Slurk.
Legion Commander.
Oh, they go for the...
Resolution.
That's
You
a
know,
pure hero.
We were on panel the other day. I was like, what would you pick here, Rezo? And he's like, Legion Commander. And I'm like,
Yeah, that's right.
why?
What did he say?
He's like, he just
For
said
the
the
lane.
hero's good, the lane's strong,
Just
like
for the lane.
he can get
It's
solo
Koto.
kills. And then he gave me his rationale too of like why Legion Commander is good in some games. If you can kill the supports, he said.
Okay.
But you're playing versus a Pugna, so you kind of have to duel the
This is a
Pugna.
pretty tough Legion game, I think, because not only is he like against a natural save, which means if he duels anybody that's not the Pugna, they're likely to get decrept. You're also dealing with global, which means they're probably going to slam any follow-up that you have. And on top of that, he doesn't really have much follow-up. There's no Skywrath Mage, no Dark Willow supports, Hoodwink, something like this, and mid laner isn't exactly burst, so I think Rezo's got a lot of weight on his shoulders. I think it's going to come a lot down to the lane because you are certainly favored against Slark. But I'm telling you, if I'm rusty, the worst part of my game is the laning phase by far. So I'm
Got
feeling
good
pretty
and
good.
bad
about it.
news here.
Start with the bad news.
Bad news is I think Betboom probably lost.
Okay.
That's
Good
pretty
news
bad.
is Rezo's probably coming back to the panel.
Let's go!
That's good news for us. I don't think that's good news for Rezo. Winter, what's your assessment of game number 2? Which draft do you prefer?
I like the Legion pick. I don't know about
Really?
these guys. I think the Legion's gonna. The game's gonna be simple. You know, I feel like he's gonna be able to play the lane, and after that, he just needs to duel the Pugna. Bully the supports.
Just duel the Pugna?
Yeah. He's gonna get globaled like half the time.
Yeah, then great. You know, they have to global for him.
True. Brilliant.
And the Storm gets to do his thing.
Be the decoy.
Yeah.
See if it works out. It's time for game number 2 with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Neil, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 here, but for Azure against Betboom. Fogged, what do you make of it this time round? Coming in with the last pick this game, it's going to be Rezo getting his hands on the Legion. Potential for this hero, or do you think there could be things that cause some issues?
I think he has to have a good lane. I think it's like all in on the lane. Otherwise, I'm just kind of weirded out because am I wrong about the mechanic? Does Depth Shroud just cancels duel?
Depth Shroud 100%.
It 100% just
cancels.
It instantly cancels.
It just puts
right?
it to an end.
So he has to duel the Pugna, but he also has to duel the Slark. So I feel like the mid game for Rezo could get really difficult. So I'm going to be looking mostly at lane. I feel like he has to apply that pressure, and he does have the possibility for it. He does have a pretty strong lane. This Kato plus Legion Commander, it's something that they have ran before, even with Pure. They do love the Legion Commander, so let's see if it's going to actually have that type of lane, because I do have some worries for it in the mid game, because it's just itemized for it, so definitely some concerns if he's not able to do that. And yeah, there's definitely that. This Pugna, I think this is a hero that's, of course, just absolutely absurd if you're able to have a target to be able to pump up, and he has that target. We saw Somnus actually quite pop off last game as this OD. This time he's playing something even actually more in the meta, Leshrac. So definitely some concerns for Betboom off of that. I think they're very, very in on the lanes though. They picked Jugglitch for one lane, and then they picked Legion Kato on the other one. So I think it's about getting early kills and getting that early advantage.
Talking about early kills. So they've got enough damage to take out Chalice. Another blood grenade.
Do they get the
They're going to get him. First blood for Nightfall.
There you go. Okay, important stuff, right? If you're going to be drafting for lanes, use these early blood grenades, get yourself set up for these early kills, and yeah, that's one.
Yeah, I mean, I think this bottom lane, could be hard for the Slark. Like,
yeah,
it's going to be a lot of spam between this Kotal and Legion combo.
As long as you don't get hit too much as Rezo, should be pretty okay.
No, I think it's hard for the Slark to trade early.
Yeah. Bouncer is annoying. Love to see how this one goes. So how much regen do they actually have down here on the silencer? Okay, they did bring the 6 tangos, so he will be able to pump up Lu. And Rezo's trading a little bit too much at the level 1, I would say. That's 8 stacks onto Lu. Onto Low, sorry. Gotta keep saying it right.
Lao.
Lao.
Come on.
What? Was it? Oh yeah, right.
No, it was Low.
It was Low. Now you're
Low.
confusing me.
No, I'm confusing you. Yeah. We got it.
They're being kept really low.
They are.
Rezo.
They're playing on the edge.
Blood grenade doesn't clip Rezo.
Oh, he's trying to stand his ground. They're going to get him.
Alrighty.
They bring down Low as Rezo survives.
The blood grenade actually missed Rezo there. I think if the blood grenade hits him, maybe that there could potentially be a kill, but
it would have been
still close.
It might have at least caused kind of Rezo to panic and then maybe caused him to die.
Okay, I mean, I guess the trading does actually work for him there. Now he's low. They do have. Now he's low.
No,
now
he's
not
low.
low. Yeah. Oh, God. No, Rezo is low. No,
Rezo's low. Come on.
Low HP, does have to be careful how he steps up now at this point versus the Slark. Just for a couple moments here, level 2 has been hit from the silencer too. But good kill. Up top's Nightfall is getting slowed down at just a little bit up here though versus the Doom. Has missed a couple of these last hits.
Looks like the mid's pretty even so far. I mean,
yeah.
UPK's getting a bit low.
I feel like that's the one that Somnus should just come out of just a little bit ahead of. I think bottom just has so much kill that I can't really look away from it. I feel like there could just be kills on either side if either of them just step up a little bit too far.
I'm trying to go for Rezo again. But
my God.
It's always going to be hard for Low to push for the kill.
Yep.
I mean, now that Rezo's got the point and press the attack, it's going to limit what Tianming can kind of throw down upon him.
Yeah, I'm glad that he didn't go. I feel like sometimes you just see them take passive. I think you need press the attack 100% in this lane versus Silencer.
Yeah, if Rezo plays it careful, I don't think you can get aggressive onto the Legion. Like, Legion will just turn and kill you. It's too scary to trade with this hero.
Too much spam. I think the Blinding Light also makes quite a bit of difference to miss trade and stuff. So,
trying to get the hits in, but it's super risky against Rezo and Save.
Yeah, Blood Grenade, he dispels it off of himself. He actually gets aggressive. It might have the kill here.
They're going to have him.
Very fire!
Not going to save him. It's a difficult lane. It really is now. And now that these kills have started to come in for Rezo and Save, it's not easy for Azure to play the safe lane duo top lane. Kill here's Nightfall's able to chase him down with the Blade Fury.
This was the plan from BetBoom, right? That's why they went for these heroes. They are all about just dumping on these lanes, just getting as much of an advantage as possible. Nightfall even getting these boots super early on too. Really trying to get aggressive. Good kills. Dome Miner. I'm pretty happy with the way that these first 3 minutes have gone. They did claim, I think, did they get both Healing Lotuses? No, they only got the one. So top, Azure was able to claim one of them. So a little bit harder for them to now commit for Chalice on the next go. So,
trying to make the jump upon him, but always able to easily disengage between the two of them.
Yeah, they always, of course, if there is any type of commitment to, there is going to be that Healing Lotus that can get pumped onto Rezo too.
Yeah, Low and Tianming, they can't afford to give up any more kills in this safe lane. It's been a bit rough, but another death will make this bottom lane very difficult to play for Radiant.
Yeah. How much more? I think they have to bring maybe perhaps a little bit more regen too. See Raindrop coming in, yeah, Tango's coming out for Tianming, so trying to make sure that he can keep that Slark healthy. He's still even last hits, but yeah, you can see that it is a little bit harder for him to put the pressure onto Rezo as these levels do build up. This does feel like there's like limited rotations that are going to come around the mid lane, right? So it's going to be strictly like side lane play for the side of BetBoom for some time here. But yeah, last game the lanes got broken really early on from FY's movements. 4-0. They get the silence onto Rezo. They're tempted to go aggressive here.
I mean, Rezo should be able to stand his ground. Yeah, Low can't continue to trade with this. He's got to run.
He's got Wand.
He's going to be able to live. Thinks about turning back in. But yeah, always can be quite deceptive when you try and go for this Legion. There's just so much kind of turnaround, heal, and stand your ground potential.
I still can't look at the other lanes. I actually just have to keep on bottom because just, yeah, at any moment someone could just get brought down. Like, whoa, right there. If that Illuminate hits, there's a chance for them to just kill him too. Very important lane, but overall, BetBoom, they've drafted themselves for lane success. Right now, 2K lead out of these lanes at the moment.
And Tianming, he's gone safe. Gets another down hit.
I mean, we saw what saves Coddle, as they said on the panel. I think he's the only one with a win on the Coddle at this tournament, and it was with a Basher versus Enigma. Got 3 kills already set up for him, an early Vessel potentially on the horizon for him. He actually almost has the urn with boots and an upgraded wand. Very good start for him. And they are actually going to be able to check the power rooms.
Mid,
GPK dropping low. He's likely to die. It looks like they should be able to at least take away that power rune away from Somnus, so good rotation from Save. Good hit there.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, how would get themselves a kill on the board as 0-8?
Yeah, Somnus getting that 6 just a little bit before. That's those denies. Those little bit of denies, they do add up. Oh, he's actually able to walk into the enemy. Okay, he finds himself a bounty. He might actually make the move, perhaps to a tops. He was thinking about it, but versus Jug.
And bottom lane, Low.
Low.
He's not having a fun time. Save was coming in with some really nice body blocks. Low will still manage to get underneath the tower, but only just.
He's got Salve. Getting pressured quite a bit there in comparison to the Jug. He's 1,900 net worth. Jug now 3K. Rezo 600 ahead versus this Slark too. Like that he's just gone for no Calling Blade, no nothing like that, no Raindrop, nothing. Just Bracer straight into these phase boots so that he can keep going as the Pounce Won't quite connect onto Rezo. Wisdom Rune, FY. Will he be able to get his?
He will.
He will. And they might even get a kill also.
They do. Somnus gets over and make sure to put a stop to the T at Toronto, Tokyo.
The two brothers in arms, Somnus and FY, always sticking together. He's having an excellent game, and like we said last time, Somnus, he was actually a bit behind in the mid, in the mid lane. This time with an advantage, we'll see what he's going to be able to do. He's actually going for a very early Yule set. Cool. Extra little catch versus the Storm Spirit. I think we saw with Dark Mago. I think it was Dark Mago, right? The blink and the Yules and stuff. He actually did so much work as this Lush earlier. Feels cool. And yeah, look at FY. He's going to fill up the bottle immediately of his buddy, of his compadre, and they're going to keep enabling this Lash. Even though the bottom lane is going quite difficult for low, they're setting up Somnus for success. And low is going to be going for a Midas. He is going to be going for that recovery.
Okay. Yeah, considering the start hasn't been a free one for him down here.
I don't blame him. Power Rune. He's going to spawn top. Just an Illusion Rune. Illusion. Going to be able to take that one away. Chalice at this point now, Vanguard is finished. He actually gets the Doom on Nightfall. Kills the healing ward.
So going to be any TPs coming in to try and help. Nightfall is there. Here they come.
Okay.
And it's enough to force Chalice to back off. In fact, they'll hold back on finishing the TPs. Just enough to scare him. As
Rezo
is going to do it. Bottom lane, Rezo will get caught out there. Somnus joins forces with Lu and Tian Ming to take him down.
And Lo does get the stack, I believe. He does get that Agi stack, if I saw correctly. That's Somnus' job. He's like, all right, my Slark is having some trouble, but not the absolute worst case scenario for this Slark. I mean, Rezo's actually only 300 above him, and that kill kind of just puts Lo right back in position, Bristol. And yeah, still about 1,000 behind his counterpart of the Jug, but BetBoom drafted themselves to kind of dominate lanes completely here, and not entirely the case here. Jure definitely getting quite a bit out of the map in these first 9 minutes. And some stacks coming out. I see FY is playing inside the mid lane, farming, and he's actually double stacking around the Ancients and the hard camp to set up Somnus for even more success. All about boosting up this Lasher rack. Have that good early game so they can play around him.
Coin for me.
Bottom lane, Lo's going to feel pretty safe now.
Now he's fine.
He's hit the 6.
Yep, and now he's actually just ahead of that Legion. So Rezo actually having to be a bit careful every time he shows down here now at this point, since he's not quite the level 6 and Lo is.
Yeah, he's been left on his own now with the movements of Save, looking to join forces with the team elsewhere.
Yeah, and now it's like, the lane's still like pretty okay for BetBoom now. It's like, I'm really wondering how the Legion's going to do in this mid game, just because of how difficult it feels like setting up a duel will be versus eventual Depth Shrouds, the Pugna Decreps and everything like that, versus Global too. Like most of the times with Legion, you want to have like, he gets the duel off, you have some type of big explosive damage, but if he just gets a duel off, there's a Global that comes out. There's not really that damage, and they don't even really have like a Skywrath ult or anything with the Legion. It's a little bit different.
On in mid, GPK. And he's
have enough
onto Somnus, and with
the Chain Frost
they do.
Okay. That's kind of cool. Besides just having it for the lane, I think I've seen them do this before in BetBoom, that they like this versus the Pugna. Because you do stay kind of close. With the life chain, you can just get these bounces to go between the two of them. Kind of cool. Yeah, cast range on life drain is 700. Bounces are 600, but yeah, if you're not perfectly at the max distance until you have any cast range, bounces definitely can be a problem. Why? Looking to get aggro on Save. He might have him here with the drain. It's going to be close. Curse.
The one charge is safe. We'll keep him fine. Of course, as this occurs, both carries. Moment 4,700 on Nightfall and on Low 3,800. So still the lead here for the Jug. Nightfall should be on track for a good Battle Fury timing.
The other thing about the Slark, not just besides the Legion, it's also versus the Jug, right? Omni Slash, pretty difficult for him to get off in a lot of situations. Very similar to that, the duel. Depth Shroud, Shadow Dance, definitely going to be causing some problems. Okay. We have some top rotations versus Chalice. There's the Omni.
Now got the
Not gonna
Decrepify.
finish him.
Yeah, Chalice is going to be fine, and now he's looking to turn. They're going to try starting to run towards Nightfall. Nightfall will opt for the Blade Fury TP out. That'll get him back to safety.
GPK get away. Looks like he should be able to. Tom just can't close the gap.
I mean, they don't get the kill, but of course, Azure, they use Global, they use Doom, and they in turn don't get any kills themselves. GPK going to try for the catch on to Somnus, trying to burst through this list. The life drain's there, healing Somnus up, but
big damage.
It's not going to keep him alive. Toronto Tokyo finishes the kill.
Okay, and he's really pushing the limits here with the Chakra.
And Chalice wants to try and take Toronto Tokyo down, but Chain Frost is just going to get thrown straight back
Huge
at it.
magic damage.
So if they have enough mana to play for more, they do. They've got FY. GPK topped up by Say.
They keep pumping up the mana,
They
too.
can go for Tianming as well. They're closing in on the silence, so they'll get a 4th kill out of this Bet Boom.
I mean, save. Look at this. 504. Just continuing to just earn mana onto GPK. And look at it. A regen rune also spawns top. GPK. Swift moves. They danced perfectly around the global and everything. That was beautiful. And Jesus, the magic damage. I think it was, what, Solar Bind, and then they triple nuked the Doom? A Doom with a Vanguard who explodes in seconds. Oh, that's actually cool. Keeping themselves at a bit of an advantage here after these lanes.
And sort of outside of the jug, if Bet Boom speed it up with the rest of the 4 of them, it could be quite punishing. You know, Azure, of course, with the Doom, that they are running a double Midas lineup.
They're playing it's a very greedy lineup for sure from Azure, right? I think Save and GPK can do a lot of damage here in these next few moments, just sticking together. And just since Save is having such a good game, there's almost a Vessel. Level 8, he's just going to keep GPK full mana. Up top, Chalice again.
They're just going to go straight in. GPK is going to make the jump over towards FY. FY decrepifies himself in an attempt to live, but the Blade Fury comes out. FY is gone.
Plume playing too fast for Azure to react to at this moment, and then the healing ward's actually still up, so they're going to get tower damage. GPK restored back up to full mana instantly. That is...
He's ready to go.
He's going for more.
Next one, GPK. He sees Tianming, he goes straight for him. The silencer is gone.
And they might get another one. Chalice, too, getting set up. Do they have another mana? Save's going to use it on himself. It's enough.
They've got the jump here as Knight falls in with the Omni Slash. The kills just keep coming in here for Bet Boom.
This top lane feels like a disaster for Azure. Stop going over there. Bet Boom. I think, that's like 7 consecutive kills or something it feels like they've gotten up there around this Coddle, around the Storm. Omnis, be careful. You're still very fragile. They have more than enough burst damage for you. Yeah, these supports got so much. Level 9 now on both of them.
And whilst this happening, Rezo's just been kind of on his own island, farming away and catching up. He's got good timing on the Blade Mail and 900 gold in onto the Blink Dagger, so should hit a solid sort of build up with those first 2 core items.
Yep, they won't get the Wisdom Runes there, unfortunately for Bet Boom. Azure is able to claim the 2 of them there, but big damage done in these last 4 minutes or so. Yeah, let me see how many kills it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 kills, yeah, consecutively. All around that top play, all around Save, just buffing up GPK. Who now, Witchblade's about to be finished, even more kill threat, and Save, I think that is the Vessel done in 30 gold. It's going to be able to prevent a lot of healing versus this Leshrac.
I mean, for Azure now, is it just a case of trying their best to avoid these moves?
I think you still have to just play, at least set up around Somnus with like 2 or 3 heroes, but you kind of have to play to just farm since you have, I mean, double Midas cores.
Midas.
If you go to look for fights, you're going to get overwhelmed. You're going to lose those battles, so it does feel like they have to kind of play a little bit of recovery outlet here. It means they might just start losing some towers here. Rezo set up on bottom already. He's got backup of Tokyo. Dallas looks like he's potentially making the move down here, but this can't be an easy defense with these Midases. Ridiculous timings for Save. 12 of the 13 kills been enabled by this Keeper of the Light. Hot few moments. And Somnus, it's not the usual kind of build, as we were saying. He's not like this super Bloodstone kind of guy that's going to be very, very tanky in front line. He did go for Yule.
Rezo, he's just going to walk up and get the straight-up duel!
Okay, then.
He gets the catch, they get the kill, they'll probably get more as well. I mean, FY will protect himself with a Decrepify.
Chalice.
He has got Doom available. So if he finds a target to drop it down on, he'll drop it now onto GPK, but GPK is going to be able to back away. Rezo will get taken down, but he'll have damage of the Magical.
He ticks out.
See them try and run down Toronto, Tokyo. Somnus, he's going to be able to land the stun. Doom's about to come to an end on GPK. He might be able to get back in on this as Somnus and FY are low. GPK, he's in. They're going to turn with the Yules. Somnus lines up the stun.
There's a healing ward down.
And indeed, Nightfall buffing up. Because if GPK can push on for more, they'll get the 2 of them, take down 4.
GPK and Save are actually just owning this early game so damn hard. Disengaging, re-engaging, getting the stacks. This Vessel purchase, love it from Save. And yeah, GPK, it just continues to
start this as well low. He was not prepared for this. Rezo just comes around the tree line, instant duel. Sure, the global comes out, but it's too late at that point. There's always going to be difficulty for Azure to continue a fight.
He's got another one in the game, up top. He's low, and he's just got.
I mean, and in the mid at the same time, the jump's made onto Chalice. BetBoom.
BetBoom, they're snowballing.
They are snowballing super hard. 17 minutes coming up on the clock is 20-5.
Huge moves. Yeah, really punishing these Midases and just keep the ball rolling versus them. You have a Battle Fury Jug who's getting no pressure on you. You're not giving space to this Doom, this Slark. And the Lesha at this point, he's been answered. That early Vessel that they're able to pick up on the Coddle, it's really causing so many problems. Another jump,
And they just keep going. No need for them to slow down right now as they'll look towards FY. FY's gone, GPK perfectly fine. In fact, yeah, if Tianming was any further away from that tower, he would have gone for him as well. But GPK will give him a little bit of mercy.
I mean, they're going to keep healing him up, keep him going.
He might zip into the trees anyway. I mean, it's Tianming, Somnus in a bit of a risky spot. GPK, yeah, he's just going to go straight in. They get the jump, they take down Tianming, they've got the control as well onto Somnus. Somnus is gone as well.
Holy.
3 more kills. Oh God. It just keeps speeding up here from BetBoom.
I mean, these two. I mean, we'll give Tokyo some of the credit as well, too, on this glitch, but my God. 8-0-20 on save. 6-1 and 9 on GPK. They're 2v5.
Are they looking for low?
2.5 v5, and like I said, give Tokyo some credit, but there's no space. Azure, they weren't even showing. That was just a scan, and they just got dove past their towers. BetBoom angry after that last game. Another power rune too. Rezo camping it for his buddy, and they just continue to pump up the mana onto GPK. Careful for mid lane. Who's going to show? Rezo's at the ready with the duel. Those answers for duel and those answers for Omni not quite online yet after this. Yeah, after this consecutive 9-10 minutes of just the BetBoom beatdown. Azure struggling to. It feels like struggling to find what they want to do here in these next few moments. They're gonna have Blink on Doom. Maybe that's a call to potentially try to look for something, but at this point they're so far behind. Do they have enough damage? I think
they're gonna want to smoke, surely.
Yeah, I mean none of the duels have been, or none of the Dooms have been kind of successful at all. It's all been Dooms into BetBoom running away and disengaging, then re-engaging and dominating the fights. They need a way to keep them inside of this Doom and get the focus fire on them for Azure.
Get the D ward.
Supports are just so rich. There's 4 staff on Lich and a Glimmer Cape on Save. So even if they get doomed in a lot of these situations, they might just get pushed out.
I mean, they're just going to show us 5 and try and push this tier 1 by the looks of it, Azure. So not trying to go for any sort of surprise catch.
They catch Nightfall kind of like off guard. It's too risky. BetBoom might just swing around and look for the fight. They're smoking down here.
And Chalice is waiting for the jump.
There's a full BKB already. Holy moly.
I mean, they get a bit of damage done to the tower, but that's it. Now they have to back away.
They have to full disengage. They might even lose somebody here. Ward. Scout out Rezo, but GPK's just in looking.
Yeah, he's going to go get in and get the catch on to Chalice.
Global.
Global's there, but the BKB comes out. Doom will get dropped onto GPK, but
he's fine.
He doesn't care. He continues to push onwards. TP out.
Oh, Roche!
Catch on Chalice. They caught Chalice. The duel's there onto Somnus. They're going to get both of these cores.
Oh, and Somnus is trying to go through the portal, and Roche is like, nah, you're staying here with BetBoom.
And they
can do it.
They do the Roche.
Oh, yeah. They are, I mean, they're so big at this point on kind of everybody. All the cores, the support's massive.
All right. Yeah, this Roshan looks to be theirs.
All right, Storm with a godly early game into giving an Aegis at this point in the game. Yeah, BetBoom, they're already throwing those taunts. They're confident.
Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, I feel like we've seen other teams try and do the Storm plus Cottle, and it's just not been anywhere near as fluid and smooth as this, right? BetBoom with the Cottle Storm, they do it better than anyone else, it seems like.
And it's cool that they're confident to still do it, because if I'm not mistaken, they did lose the 2 games versus Bleed the other day, where they picked the Cottle in the Storm. And now I'm looking at, yeah, they did end up losing those versus like a Puck and a Pugna.
I mean, you're seeing in this game why they like it.
I mean, Save is just...
For reasons like this outcome we've had so far.
Yeah, Save is honestly just doing so much work. Just the way that he's making GPK look like a god here. From the lane all the way to this kind of just movements all throughout this early game. Level 14, Keeper of the Light.
I'll take that as tribute.
Rezo's 13. Everybody, almost everybody on the side of Azure, 11, 11, 12, 11. Low is the only one who's 15. The support Coddle is outleveling everybody.
Smoke up on the mid. BetBoom's ready to jump again. They're going to look for Somnus.
We have the burst.
Somnus is able to live through this. He's not. Toronto Tokyo is able to slide in and finish him off with a blast.
And look at GPK. Look how confident he's playing because there's like no stuns to catch him. Low.
Low's trying.
wants to get something here.
He's going to get chain frosted. He actually has to... Okay, he's going to get buffed up by the Glimmer Cape, so won't have to put the Shadow Dance for now. He'll be okay.
He sees Rezo at the moment, so he knows he can play a little bit reckless on the Slark. And no fear, another power rune. GPK continuing to get healed up. Save, tops him off. Looking for another play. Super early gem perked up too. Bet Boom just feeling so confident around the map. Toronto Tokyo picking that one up. Very limited moves for Azure. Just farm till they're able to try to catch up with these Midases, but they're just getting stalked. Rezo sees the Slark. They've replaced the same ward that caught him earlier. Gets the shard off, or the Shadow Dance at least.
I mean, GPK.
A little awkward.
Just gonna back away as well. Then looks like neither team wants to continue that fight right now.
Okay. Instant Shadow Dance from low.
And they're gonna go straight for bottom. See if they can catch Chalice.
Nightfall in the meantime has also just been free farming because of all this pressure that they're able to apply. He's getting close to a butterfly. It's gonna be really hard for this Slark, who's already so far behind to itemize for her. Rezo on the prowl.
Should be able to get this tier 2. Don't think there's going to be much in the shape that Azure can bring down here for defense. Against this push of Bet Boom.
They're still on full recovery mode after that devastating sequence of deaths. And an even more greedy item. Yes, they have the blink on Chalice. He goes for the Octarine, also greed rather than goes. They have the blink on Chalice. He goes for the Octarine, also greed rather than go for something like a BKB or anything to kind of be protected. A very greedy route. Batboom still with 2 minutes of their Aegis, looking to completely control the map still. FY being a little sneaky up top, getting a bit of tower damage on tier 2 here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Where do Azure's strengths lie when they're in this position?
They still just
avoiding the fights.
Yeah,
just trying to get this game going longer.
But when is it gonna feel really good for them to be able to fight? Because I mean, these chain kills just really added up so much from Bet Boom. Like everyone, it's not just the core, it's not just GPK. Everyone's just so massive at this point. Rezo a little bit behind, I guess you could say, but he is still gonna be annoying. Thought there would be some answers perhaps for his Legion, but so far they have not been able to actually answer his duels. Everyone has to be careful with their show. I mean, Rezo's just kind of like walking at these heroes. Look at this. They know. It seems like they know exactly where Chalice is.
Ooh! That's a close one.
They saw him for a split second there and just chased him all the way out. Rezo now with the BKB's hunting.
See what they can catch up top.
Will Low continue to show?
He sticks around.
He continues to show.
I guess he really wanted that tier 2 tower, and either way, he wanted it, and he did not want to come in with some sort of preemptive Shadow Dance. That is just an easy duel for Rezo. I mean, he was showing himself standing there for many seconds.
He didn't click either. No Depth Shroud, no Shadow Dance for his buddy either.
Yeah, you're right. He had both.
He had both, if I'm not mistaken.
He just wanted this tower low. He's like, I came in for this tower. I'm going to get it. Oh, no, there's a Legion. Oh, no, I'm dead. Didn't go the way that Low planned that.
Don't think anything's going the way that Azure kind of planned anything to happen here. But for Bet Boom, it's going perfectly. Godlike Keeper of the Light.
Got to be more careful. Can't be hitting towers like that when Rezo's off the map. I mean, already, yeah, getting multiple duels onto this Slark. It's,
that's 3, right? If I'm not mistaken, at least.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously, you know, if you're getting jumped from the fog, it's, you know, what can you do? He clicks duel on you, he clicks duel on you, but, yeah, like, got to be a little bit more prepared there, like, can't allow that.
Those deaths compound also, since he's playing versus this Jug who's just under literally no threat. I mean, Nightfall is literally having... He's not even having to play the game. He's just playing PvE completely on this Jug.
Yeah, he's going to be ready to carry when it's needed.
He's about to have 20, so he's going to have that Blade Dance talent as well, too, if he wants to go for it. He can go for his Tormentor as well, too, for free with that Healing Ward. That real devastating stuff from the 3 Bet Boom heroes in particular. And we can give Rezo some credit, too. But yeah, the 2 supports in GPK. For the last 16 minutes or so, it just feels like anywhere they go, they just get kill after kill after kill. Low.
Eyes on the creep wave. Yeah, they're going to see if Low heads back for this.
I think he might. I think Rezo
No,
might
I don't think he
catch
will.
him.
I mean,
playing
he's
pretty
seen the wave
risky.
be blasted. He knows that Save's going to be playing the cause with him.
Oh, and he showed.
It's a rough one.
for
Low is struggling.
He actually showed.
I mean, they're
Very
going to
shocked
take
he
some
did.
pressure on the base here.
Saw this.
GPK, he's happy to zip in recklessly with the backup that he has. Chalice,
Okay.
get him with the Doom.
Omni.
Global's out, but not indeed before the Omni Slash is there.
Okay.
Will manage to split. It's going to allow the chance for GPK
I
to
mean,
back off as
Healing
well.
Ward is still alive, so they're going to get healed up to full.
I mean, that's Slark dead, Doom gone, Global gone.
Everything gone. They're just going to jump.
And they go again. I get the jump here onto FY. They've got the vision, they've got the pullback. FY's out. This bottom rack's 27 minutes in potential trouble. Got the backdoor protection. Creeps are going to be coming in, though.
How do you stop it? Nightfall is so far. He literally has just had the creeps all game. Butterfly near nullifier.
Omnis.
Another jump.
Zilo try and get in with the pounce.
Another
on the
duel.
GPK, but he got dueled again.
Rezo is just destroying this poor man.
This Slark has been completely broken by this Legion. Resolution. I mean, every single time getting the jump, just never a chance for a Shadow Dancer or Death Shroud in anticipation at the fact that he's about to be dueled. He's getting caught every time.
I don't think there's ever been a situation when there's like, oh, he needs to duel the Pugnat. Nope, he just duels the Slark. Doesn't have to worry about a decrep or anything.
Getting a fair bit of damage, plus 132 now for Rezo.
Wow. Level 18 GPK. And, I mean, he's going to have a Lincoln stun, but I don't think a single Doom has been successful, right? All the Dooms, they've just walked out of and reset, and then it's actually been Azure who lost the fight immediately after those Dooms go off. Yeah, Azure, they're never finding anything this game. Chalice has the BKB, GPK. Unable to force it. But Jug hitting crazy timings. 20k net worth.
Nullify, yeah, it's going to be the no Decrepify save is going to do anything for Azure right now.
No Yules, no Decrepify.
Chalice.
Alright.
Again, just throwing out these Dooms that do a whole lot.
I mean, he's done a good amount of damage with the Dooms.
I was going to say, a lot of Dooms have come out from him.
Zero kills.
Is it actually, he's not been actually able to set up for any kills with Doom?
I can't remember, but I remember the top Doom.
Or Rezo's
two
on the
bottom
hunt.
Dooms, and a couple others.
He's just going to sell for FY here. Death Trap, this time it's going to be there.
There it is.
Stop the duel, so FY will live.
For once. But 30 minutes of devastation. First and only time they've been able to protect versus that. Batboom just cruising now. They can kind of, I think they can just, I mean, they can just do pretty much anything they want on the map, but
Yeah, get
the
the next
ideal
Roche.
next thing is just wait for the next Roche, yeah.
Get the next Roche, get Nullifier on Rezo, and then they can just look to push, jump high ground, and then regardless of who they catch, they'll kill them. Not a lot that Azure is going to be able to do to save these heroes getting jumped when there'll be a couple of Nullifiers in the game.
They're just farming and farming and farming until it's Batboom's choice to go for this kind of end, it seems like. Storm? Oh yeah, we said it's going to be able to block the Doom, but that Doom has not been successful for the side of Azure Ray.
That's been a tough game for Azure Ray.
It has been.
32-5 here for Batboom.
Save just really understanding how to make this Kato look almost broken when he does have this Stone Spirit, does seem, at least this game.
Oh, they're going for Lou.
Oh, Low.
Low's got to be careful.
Oh, Rezo's,
He's
just got his number.
It's a hard match, especially
It is
when
a
the
hard
Legion's
match.
this far ahead
Sure.
and kills you this quickly. You're going to get dueled.
When it's ahead,
it's just been a lot of times, unfortunately, for like Rezo, indeed, catching him every single time.
And now Fear, the panel, they know this is why Rezo wants to play it. It's confident on it. And yeah, versus the Slark. To get all these duels. Now he also has a Nullifier.
Yep, and it's going to be coming out.
So now he can freely choose who he wants to go for. Now he always can duel the Slark. Now he doesn't ever have to worry about a decrypt anyways. Doesn't seem like he had to anyway. Age of Cheese.
Reza will take the cheese.
Smooth game from Betboom. Okay, set up around top. They're recalling a hero in. Rezo again.
He's ready to go.
Gonna be.
Jump forward. GPK's going to start the fight. Rezo's in. They've got another fire and the duel down onto Somnus. Somnus is gone FY as well.
They might call this one pretty soon. I mean, it's been over for quite some time, it does feel like, but they might just call it after these type of deaths. Almost 200 duel damage on Rezo.
And this tier 2's done for. They can look to go high ground here, Betboom. A super strong duels back up to 25 for Rezo. Here comes the high ground push.
GPK, he wants kills. He's gonna taunt them. He's gonna drag the mid wave even. What's the defense? No Pugna for 40. Lesh still dead. Let's watch a Rex die. Talk about what's going on for the next game. GPK, he'll taunt them a little more. Under no fear. He really wants that high five.
Lowe's trying to get a jump. He's not going to get it. GPK indeed turns towards Somnus there with the Omni Slash. Somnus is gone. Rezo's in looking for the duel. This time Lowe will manage to get the Shadow Dance off. Go back in with the AoE Doom, but Rezo's going to be forced back to safety.
Nightfall's just hitting them.
He's just standing his ground. And he is going to get caught by the AoE Doom once again, but now the Doom's gone. Chalice is dead. The duel's back up. They catch Somnus. Somnus is out of the game. It's a guy back on him. GG is called as Betboom will take this game 2 and push the series to the 3rd game.
This one was a beatdown, really. Never stopped moving. Save GPK, I mean Tokyo as well. Just doing absolute devastation. I feel like it all rallied around that top. What, 7 or 8 consecutive kills they were able to get? It was
go from them. And those moves as well, it gave time for Rezo to get that space right, get his farm on, get the Blade Mail and the Blink Dagger. And from that point on, Rezo pretty much said, don't worry about the Slark. Low, he's completely under my control. Every time getting that dual catch on him, they just completely broke this Slark.
They broke, I think they broke everything from Azure. I think Azure had some concepts and ideas, and I don't think any of it came together. I don't think a single duel or a single Doom got them a kill. I think every single one of them actually led them to getting killed themselves over chasing Betboom. Save and GPK in particular just wiped the floor with them in consecutive 20-something minutes after the top.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive showing from them there. I mean, what do you think was sort of the big difference between this Game 2 performance and Game 1? Was it just a different sort of strategy overall that Betboom go for that's just kind of more in their nature? You know, why did this go so much better?
I mean, Save went absolutely bonkers on this Keeper of Light, but I think overall GPK may be a little bit more comfortable on something like the Storm when he has the backup of this Coddle. On the Lina, he gave his positioning away a couple too many times in that last game, died. This one, his positioning didn't matter. He had Save at the back, and overall, I think their lanes went really well, and they just snowballed massively after that whole top sequence.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, much more Dota 2 to come. We're going to be getting that Game 3 round the corner as this series now stands 1-1 between Betboom and Azure.
Looks like saving the last pick is actually the good idea for Resolution, because he gets his Legion Commander and then he just straight up dominates the lane. Obviously, having a Keeper of the Light in the lane also helps out quite a bit, but this is a marked shift, Fear. We're clowning on his Underlord. This guy's uncomfortable, but you said it, 1 game warm-up and he's good to go. Case in point.
That's all you need. But that lane was great overall. Like, there's a lot of trading back and forth, but like the one thing that did happen was Save on his Coddle. He got so many kills there. Like, it was, I looked at all the other lanes and everyone was high net worth, but the Slark and the Legion, they were pretty low net worth. But then there was the Coddle, who got like a killing spree just from the laning stage. So he managed to really get ahead in that laning stage. And I was kind of clowning a bit on the Lich pick too, but the Lich Jug lane completely demolished that top lane up there. Like, this poor Doom just didn't really get much out of the laning stage whatsoever. The only lane that went pretty well on the side of Azure away was Somnus on his Leshrac. He did end up winning the mid lane just by a little bit, but it doesn't really matter when your 2 side lanes do lose, and it just started a whole snowball effect in this game where the Lich, the Storm, and you're going to see him through these fights here, Lich, Storm, and the Coddle, they're just walking all around the map and killing everyone. I think they got like 5 kills or something in this engagement on the top lane because heroes just kept coming up, and they didn't lose a single hero on Betboom. And Rezo, he played a good game and all, but he was kind of farming a lot of this mid game here, while the supports and the GPK on his mid just completely took over this game. the kill score was absolutely nuts. They just managed to get kill after kill after kill, and Azure just could not keep up with the tempo.
Yeah, I really like how they have the Jug and LC on the side lanes. So they have both very good side lanes, both very favorable lanes, and they just sat in the lanes, and that allowed the Storm to just rotate around and control the map and just keep playing with the pickoffs and just taking the runes repeatedly. It just made it very, very difficult for the Doom to actually do anything in the game.
Yeah, I mean, what makes LC such a good last pick here is that this whole dynamic you guys are talking about in the side lanes, where you run around with 3 heroes and the 2 side lane cores just kind of chill. Slark pretty much is able to independently occupy any side lane. I'd say against, when I say pretty much, like against almost every single hero in all of Dota, but Legion is one of the few that can solo kill you with the Blade Mill duel. So basically, Slark is forced to surrender that territory to Rezo, and then like everything that's happening with the Storm just gets amplified, right? All the good things are happening with the 3-man ball, and then Legion that's not even forced to gank. That's like the absolute dream. That's like very, very few games do you
Yeah, we talked about Coddle having no wins, or he was like 1-9 or something.
Yeah, he is 1-9 before this.
2-9 now, and Save sitting at 11-0-23 this game on a keeper. Like, dude, absolutely insane scoreline. Like, Rezo, like I said in the laning stage, Rezo, like, he was trading, he didn't really die, he didn't get much farm, but Save was getting all the last hits, he was snowballing, and the end score for this game was just absolutely insane. It was like 5-40 was the end. And it was all on the back of these supports, just running around the map and just killing everyone. They didn't actually stand a chance this game. It was, you can't let Save apparently get Coddle and get out of control.
They had no backline jumper either on the side of Azure Ray. Like, yeah, Slark eventually becomes that hero, but Coddle's actually pretty good against Slark in regards to peeling him off. You have the Blinding Light. Usually you buy items like Force Staff. You have cast range. So they didn't have like the Storm Spirit that used to always deal with Coddle. So not only did he own the laning phase, but once he gets items, there's just absolutely nothing they can do.
I mean, their support duo is also very, like in my words, like heavy. You know, they don't really do much if they're behind like a Pugner and Silencer. You can't really do much with those supports. You need your cores to have a good game for you to be able to get shit done in the map.
Well, while we stay on this camera, no, go back. I want to see Brian again, because Brian, what's that shirt you're wearing?
Oh, let me look at the tag real quick. Oh, that says H&M back there.
H&M?
Yeah.
H&M's the official fashion partner for the Bali Major. Be sure to check out their summer collection if you want to look as fly as Brian. But if you want game number 3 of this match, stick around and we'll be back after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 3 of BetBoom team versus Azure, where, truth be told, Azure, they don't have that much to play for. Even if they won this whole tournament, still couldn't get enough points for TI. And a lot of these players on this team, they're well accomplished, and I believe they're probably looking forward to the Chinese qualifiers anyway. BetBoom team, on the other hand, they've been going through quite the roller coaster over the past 48 hours between qualifying to TI and then unqualifying to TI, and now being one game away from not being able to qualify to TI, at least through points. That also will depend on how Aster will do in the rest of the tournament, because currently, as it stands, BetBoom do have enough points to, if everything else freezes right now, but that's very much not a guarantee, especially with Quest also still being in the tournament as well. So things are tense for them, but at least Rezo's on his feet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Rezo, he's just a happy-go-lucky guy, so I'm sure he's just enjoying it. He's definitely trying his hardest, but he's just kind of living in the moment, I'm sure. But for the rest of BetBoom, especially after what happened to GPK last year, where the rounding of the points or whatever lost them 1 point off of qualifying for TI.
Not only that, but then they were on three occasions, one series away from qualifying to TI, because there was Eastern European quals, they made it to finals, and then LCQ first slot, they lost to Secret. LCQ second slot, they lost to Liquid.
And let's just, if you guys didn't see that in the LCQ second slot to Liquid, GPK crumbled.
Yeah.
Like, that was probably the most tilted player I have ever seen in all of competitive Dota history in terms of his gameplay. Like, he was straight up feeding down lanes. Not like, you wouldn't call it intentional, but it looked real bad. So what I'm saying here is, I'm happy to see BetBoom keep their composure in game 2. I'm sure this situation's incredibly stressful, but you know, I'm here for some good dotes. So there's a lot of drama behind this game. All I care about is both these teams bringing their best in the situation they're given. Both of them are obviously invested in this game, so let's just, leave it out on the field, you know?
Enjoy the game for what it is. First phase bans and picks come through. Undying Storm Spirit taken out by Azure Ray. BetBoom eliminate the Dusa and the Naga Siren. First pick, Pugna, responded by Techie's Morphling, and an 8th pick, Enigma.
10 seconds
What?
remaining.
Yeah, that's an Azure special. They've been picking this a lot. BetBoom banned it. I know in the first game they banned it second round. I'm going to check and see if they banned it second round in the second game as well.
I mean, that's the Morphling answer, I guess, for Azure.
Okay.
And we had a good run while it lasted. A game that did not have Morph, Medusa, or Naga, but we're back. We're back on track here. And yeah, Enigma's pretty good against the Morphling overall. There's a couple theories. One is the laning, having the Eidolons to just... Morph isn't good at killing them.
No.
He's not great at it. And later on in the game, the percentage-based damage, sure, you shift up in strength, but you gain more each HP, right? So having percentage-based damage against higher HP targets does more damage. So that's good in that regard as well. So not so bad. I think in this particular game, though, having this Morphling early pick, is it good, though? Because I feel like they were just in a situation, I guess they don't control their own fate here. Like, they tried to ban the Naga and the Medusa. It seemed like they outpaced them super hard when they weren't playing, these type of carries that are a bit slower. The Jug for Nightfall, he was all over the place. He's making stuff happen. Not as easy to make it happen with Morphling as we did see in game number 1.
I do think the key detail will be Rezo's lane. They have to figure out how they can ensure that he gets a good lane. I think what they did the last game was great. They kept his pick to last and made sure that he gets a good matchup. So the game is as simple as it gets for him. He gets a good lane. You pressure, you keep farming, you have presence on the map, and that's what made the game easy for them.
Yeah, unrelated to this game, I just realized every single game in the playoffs has gone to 3 games now.
Oh my god.
No. Yesterday we had 2 games for
the morning game
BetBoom versus
Tundra,
but the second game was 2 hours.
That series does not exist anymore.
That does not exist anymore. That is scratched from the record.
No. It was 2-0 for Tundra. It says on the record 2-0 for Tundra.
No, it says loss and win.
Yeah, actually it says L and W instead of a number.
If I remember the Twitter post, it said it was changed.
You are just wrong. Every game has gone to 3 games here.
Okay.
Honestly, that game 2 was 120 minutes anyway. It basically counted as 3 games.
It was 2 hours, okay?
Yeah, and he had a 30-minute pause.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
true. We got done at 1 a.m.
Honestly,
I think that's what Fear's trying to get at
That
right
was a 4-game series, if you ask me. But yeah, that's actually crazy. That's a very competitive upper and lower bracket that we have so far. So we'll see if 9 Pandas Aster follows the same trend, but interesting anecdote.
So we always know who's going to win game 2. That's like an easy prediction. But game 3 now, the stat I would be curious about is out of the teams that won game 2 in all of those series, who won game 3? How many of them won game 3?
There's no consistent trend. Sometimes the team that it's win-loss-win, sometimes it's loss-win-win. It seems about 50-50 between the two.
It's 50-50. Either happens or it doesn't. I would actually be curious if BetBoom ever considers rotating the Morphling to mid, because Azure has played this Enigma 4 times this tournament. They're 3-1. One of their wins was actually against Game and Gladiators, and they tried Enigma again, and Game had actually swapped it up and moved their and put a Bristleback safe lane. So I'm wondering if that's something.
Do you really want to see that
consider.
though?
I would absolutely be down to see that because Bristleback shits on Enigma. So
I mean, let me ask you guys, since you both are carries, is it too far-fetched to actually just skill the wave to deal with the Eidolons right now, or the mana?
Like level 1 or
just max it, you know, because normally you don't max it early. You get 2 points in adaptive, but would it be good in this particular
griefing
match?
if you do that, because you don't have like
so
stats
that's a no.
anymore. Yeah, like Morph always wants to play around with having the high base damage and stats, and I don't even think maxing wave is gonna kill the Eidolons right out. So. Maybe with the old Morph, when the stats were on the attribute shift, it could have worked. But back to the point of the Morphling, you said GPK. He has played one of the most tilted series in the Last Chance qualifier. I do remember seeing a Morph mid with the Midas and a lot of chat willing.
Was that during the qualifier?
Yeah, that's the game he was.
Because I remember him playing Batrider as the
No, I think I remember that game. He got a Midas after losing his lane.
He lost mid really hard on Morph, went Midas, kind of hit jungle creeps, and looked very sad. But it's a new day. It's a new year.
That sounds familiar too, yeah.
I remember it very vividly.
I just remember the Batrider. That's what I remember vividly. I don't remember which game was last. Like, was that the last game?
Yeah.
One of them
maybe the
may have been
Batrider was the second to last game.
One of them may have been against Secret. One of them may have been against Liquid. So.
Mine was against Liquid, I think.
Maybe.
I'm gonna check up on that. I'm gonna fact check myself after this.
Yeah.
We got a tiny...
There's a history with the GPK mid morph. That's all I'm saying.
I gotcha. So if he's going mid, we expect him Midas.
Probably not gonna happen, but in case he does.
I mean, Tiny is also a better hero against Morphling. Like, you always get some random kills on the Morphling when you have Tiny on your game. I like it.
Yeah, I played, there's some scrim I was playing, and it was against Beastcoast. I picked Morphling. And they put, like, they had Tiny and Zeus in the game.
Oh,
and I was just, like, feeding everywhere. You know, like, Tiny would just find me solo, stun me, combo Zeus. It was just... You know, I was probably 0-20 that game. One of the worst experiences. But Tiny is good at picking off Morph randomly. It's not as prevalent as much anymore. But now we're going to see...
Just isn't that prevalent?
Yeah, he's not. And Morphs generally have a lot more HP now. They don't like to sit on 200 HP. They've learned their lesson.
What I like about this Broodmother pick is that... So, if you're going to leave Morphling in the safe lane, he's likely going to get bullied out eventually. He's not going to be able to occupy this lane, which means there's momentum for Azure in the top lane. And as a carry, I feel really pressured if I'm losing my tower for free, and the other carries just kind of chilling and free farming back and forth through the jungle and lane. So, the Brood kind of like reciprocates that pressure and says, okay, Morphling, like, it's totally fine if you just accept what happens to you top. I'll do the same thing to Bloodseeker bottom.
Okay, you seem confident that this is an offlane Broodmother. Of all the offlane heroes...
It could be safe lane Brood.
Yeah, because we talked about GPK mid-morph.
It could be.
I feel like giving Rezo Broodmother may be pretty intense.
Yeah, Moose said Broodmother's micro right now is pretty brain dead.
But I feel like the new map and like knowing where your webs...
Yeah, I'm actually...
You're actually onto something here.
I actually think you might be right, you know? Like, you have no practice and you want to play Brood? No way, man. It just feels like it's going to be really hard.
You're right. They're going to last pick.
I believe in Rezo. He's going to play the Brood offlane.
I mean, that's definitely the most traditional role, but like, you know, we've seen a lot of safe lane Brood be very successful. The only thing we haven't seen is mid lane Morph.
Well, I doubt they're doing mid lane Morph just purely based on those two bans. Yeah, like I think you'd be happy to give them those two heroes.
That's true. Azure pick up the puck, which definitely is going to make life even harder for a Broodmother. But Rezo's chilling. Look at him. He's lounging.
Yeah, he's going to play some chill Broodmother.
I don't think it's chill.
Maybe he's just watching a replay real quick, you know? I'm sure it's fine.
What's the hero against Puck? The bans are pretty good.
Tiny
Tiny's already taken.
I mean, he plays TA a lot, but do you want to play TA in this?
I'd be down for TA. I'd actually be super down for that.
Yeah, I think TA. I don't think they can punish it this game.
I mean, wouldn't it be
Yeah.
Okay.
I dig it.
I'm with you, Winter. This seems hella greedy.
So greedy, TA, Brute, Mob.
It's only greedy if like the TA needs to do something in this game.
Doesn't she?
Nope. I don't think so.
Who's standing in the front of fights?
I think it has to be the morph. You're gonna
clockwork.
It's clockwork morph. I think this is a game where you can definitely play more sacrificial on your cores and be like, GPK is going to carry me this game. He is the carry. You can morph is morph. You know.
Wait, what does a sacrificial morph look like?
You just go in
on the
and
net worth.
you just get up there. It's normally you don't want to get initiated on in your shift. You just get into the fights, the clockwork, start shifting early.
Okay.
Be a punching bag. GPK will come in later with all the net worth, and
He'll be
networking a little bit
in case they don't make it to TI after this game.
Winter, your skepticism. 3 greedy core. Well, you call these expensive heroes typically.
Yeah, very, very expensive heroes. I feel like it can work if the clock does like overtime job, you know. If he can go to 2 lanes, secure both lanes, sure, you know, they get a very good start. The clock gets a couple of kills on the partner. He's very high level. He steals the wisdom rune, sure, you know.
But that is only going to work early game, because I feel like late game his responsibility is I need to cancel black hole, because no one else on his team does it.
Yeah, but like what they said, you know, the morphing can actually do a lot of things in the game. He's not as greedy as you might think he is. He's going to be able to defend the towers, you know, come to the early fights, make something happen, and the T is going to be able to farm.
The one counter to like black hole and dooms is like just have 3 cores. You can't doom them all or black hole them all.
TA also secures an early roach. Think about that. So tempo of the game with the Aegis. You also have techies who can buy a basher, similar to Coddle. But no, the one thing I like about TA here is that like the way Game and Gladiators approached Morph when it got countered like this, like the whole point of the Enigma is to make the Morphling have a tough time solo carrying and also make it so his laning stage he's just automatically getting free denies. They just picked like Huskar Pudge on Game and like they just said,
No, you can't
you're not
get
the
away
carry
with
on
that.
Morph.
These guys, they're playing for their TI life right now, Brian.
He's gonna have a Midas on TA.
No, please don't do Midas on TA. But if he wins, then maybe it's worth it. Let's get into game number 3 with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, the deciding game now here, game 3 between Azure and BetBoom. Fogged, what do you make of this? Do you like this selection of the 3 cores that BetBoom's ended up going with, this Morph TA Brood combo, or do you kind of prefer the action that Azure is going to be able to bring across the board with their lineup?
It's a bit greedy, but it is a similar strategy of what BetBoom does like to do about lane dominance, right? They have the TA versus the Puck, as we've seen so many times. Yes, Puck does decent for the first couple levels and stuff like that, but TA can't just go to jungle, farm. Also, you hit level 5 and you can actually do so much to make the Puck move around from the lane. So, yeah, I think BetBoom does have these good lanes, but I do think that, as you're right, they have really good ways to team fight early. And I'm happy to see that, because that last game kind of left a sour taste in my mouth for Azure, where they were just farming for 30 minutes, and it must have felt pretty bad to play for themselves. I think they wanted something that's a little more active, and let's see if we do get that. But yeah, I think lanes, BetBoom, they definitely have really, really strong ones.
We're going to try and run down FY with the battery assault.
It's pretty tanky.
Yeah, they don't want to start tanking the tier 1 tower, so they'll look back from that.
And Dominus actually just swoops in and grabs the bounty under them.
Yeah, they'll get the 3 of the 4 bounties, Azure, right?
Alrighty, cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how these lanes are going to go down. Bottom lane, I think that's going to be, honestly, bottom lane is probably the one to watch for BetBoom to get potential kills, because it's a very aggressive lane with the Broodmother techies, but then top lane also on the side of Azure, once those levels start coming out, the tossbacks, there's a lane that we used to see, honestly, like every single game. I literally think that we saw this for so much throughout like the last year. And cool to see that they're still going to try it. Nightbolt, he's dead.
Oh.
Not giving respect to the tree.
Not at all there. He was pretty high on the Agi, and of course, early levels, you're not going to be able to shift that fast at all.
He just got auto-attacked.
Just died.
Oh, and he literally got hit 3 times from a tree, and then a tree got thrown at him and he died. It wasn't even a blood grenade or anything.
Well, he won't be doing that again, I'd imagine. I imagine he's going to be very much on full alert of the damage that FY could do with a tree.
See how GPK does in mid. I think he's going to be looking to bully Somnus as much as possible.
Bottom. They're chasing down Rezo. They've got it.
A kill.
They get him low. They're able to run him down.
All right, there's going to be lots of kills in this laning phase for sure. Nightfall definitely, the first few levels for a Morphling, got to be very careful. As we've seen, they said it on the panel, this is Azure's answer to the Morphling. Nightfall, jeez.
He's got to be careful.
He just keeps shifting
down. He's got
down.
to be careful up here.
You know what's actually scary about this? As a Morph versus these two, they can keep putting harassment onto you, and you're 2 hits and you're going to be low HP for Thirst. So Lu is actually going to thrive off of them putting any pressure onto this Morphling. So maybe bottom lane actually can't put as much pressure as I would have expected, because their techies usually with save is able to do that, but if he's constantly playing on Thirst, it's going to be problematic for him.
Top lane.
I didn't even get Tokyo. Another blood grenade.
Nothing. Oh, stick charges. He's going down. He's going down. Another one here for Azure.
That's going to be the big one to look at for them to get these kills. Honestly, actually, maybe disregard. Maybe I didn't expect like how strong these two would have been. Top I expect to be strong for them, but my God, how much pressure they're putting onto Nightfall already. It's gonna cause issues in that other lane. Of course, too, for bottom for low, where he's just constantly full HP, and Rezo's got to be careful trading versus this Bloodseeker. The Thirst stacks, they will be there at all times in this laning phase. GPK though, 14-7 already to the 11-1, even earlier than I would have expected for his dominance. I've seen these pucks come out even in the first 3 levels, but GPK is saying no.
I guess the challenge for BetBoom will be that with their kind of core heroes that they're playing with, you're not really going to see the cores interact with one another very early on, right?
No,
if one of the side lanes needs help, it's only going to be the movements of the... are going to be joining up early.
No, their team fight is pretty reliant on the support game too for BetBoom, so if supporters do start to struggle a bit here in the early game. In the mid game, Azure a bit here. 2-7 already. Yeah, it's their approach. I mean, they love to pick this Enigma versus the Morphling. We're absolutely seeing why. No, he's not even just the Morphling, it's FY's Tiny. He's gonna be able to get himself a Lotus, the dream for a Tiny, really. That healing Lotus, you're always pretty low mana inside laning phase.
And bottom Somnus was moving up and down, getting the water ins, but he's just missing out so much CS here.
This is insane.
A 22-10 against the 14-1. And GPK is going to be strong.
He'll be the difference maker, it does seem like. Bottom is starting to recover a little bit too for Rezo. The Nightfall's game is going to be very, very slowed down.
All right, bottom, save. He's in trouble. They'll chase him down.
He might get a kill return.
To try and turn and jump in, and indeed will manage to set up for a kill in return. So not before Low is able to pick up another with the help of Tianming.
Not a bad trade there this time around for BetBoom. Nightfall catching up as well, a little bit up top. But yeah, every time he shifts down low, you see this Bloodseeker goes up to like 500 movement speed, and he just keeps having to play around that low HP to get the tango to be efficient. As yeah, Chalice is going to be very, very farmed this game, and they do at the least when I'm looking at like later realms, they will have at least a cancel for the BKB Black Hole. They will always have that hook shot in particular, but Chalice having a really, really good game could cause some big issues. It could just become that aura monster actually this game, and it does look pretty good. Their team fight's going to be stronger overall on Azure, right? Okay, in mid. Trying to set up onto a kill him. He's going to tip for the blood grenade.
Yeah, he's going to be okay. Refraction's back up.
Another blood grenade. I mean, he really wants him. GPK.
He's turning back in.
Is he going to get killed here?
He's got the one charges. He's going to get it. I mean, if he hadn't already used a tip, he'd be using one now.
Damn right. That's 2 blood. It's not even just it's 2 blood grenades too. That costs a bit. GPK confident. Level 6 now on this TA. Low is zooming though. 500 movement speed with these heroes low. Rezo able to trade back. Nice play from GPK. Both teams, actually mostly just BetBoom, they're setting around mid right now. Power Rune. He'll be prepared for it. Somnus, he already has the preemptive sentry to protect himself versus the traps. But he's more than a full level behind GPK already.
Let's see if the power in is going to be top or bottom. It is going to be bottom. So GPK, easy bottle for him.
It's a good one too. Even potential to kill something like the puck with something like a haste rune here. If Somnus isn't careful. Much better start though for Azure, right? Than that last game. And it's gonna be a Vessel Rush. Okay, Chalice. Just wants to go for that Morphling answer in particular, just for himself completely rather than going for any type of auras. It's gonna be early.
Save. Been wandering between that mid lane and bottom lane, seeing if there's any chance for him to jump in and set anything up. Bottom lane's kind of tough with how good of a start Lowe's had.
Yeah, always tough because people are just low, so it's just like he's zooming around. Just that movement speed versus a techies when there's no setup can sometimes be a little difficult to get it.
See here.
Walker's tiny.
FY's going to have backup at Tianming. They've got the Avalanche. FY's able to secure the Wisdom Root.
My Chalice is here too.
Puts a stop to the TP with the Malefice.
He'll claim that earn charge. Picks up the Vitality booster. He gets a last hit. Gonna get himself set up for that Vessel very, very early on. A 2K lead already for Azure. Mid, he's only about 300 behind GPK, all things considered too. But a full level advantage for this Templar Assassin who... Actually, they don't have any stacks. I thought Save had been getting some stacks set up for him. They're actually try-ganking him in the mid lane.
I mean, they just dropped the Dream Coil moving. FY's got the toss back.
Nice
GPK
play.
caught under the tower. The silence to follow up. There's nothing to be done. GPK's gone.
Beautiful. FY tiny. 2-0-2 in this early game. Great movements.
And every time Dream Coil's up, they can always set up for that. So that mid lane is no longer really a safe place to be for a core on their own.
Might be time to just get those stacks going for the TA just in case of anything. Can still show up to mid, but wants to get enabled from these stacks. Gonna get scouted. Tianming does see that there's a triple stack in the hard camp. Somnus is gonna be able to claim an Invis rune.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Rezo trying to take advantage of the movement. I think Bloodseeker actually left bottom. He's got spiders up. Getting a little bit of damage on bottom. I mean, he's gonna get set up on himself though, going on the high ground, but they see him.
Somnus, he's gonna be around to offer that extra bit of damage. Save. He's watching from the side. He will jump in.
Phase shift.
The phase shift is there. Rezo trying to heal up with the lifesteal. In fact,
he's still alive.
It's fine him some extra time. Finally, he'll fall though.
Okay.
As Azure get the kill.
Took him a bit of time, but they do eventually get it. He actually survived. He actually made even. He still had the healing Lotus. I don't know if it would have saved him, but probably not. Azure making some very, very nice rotations here. Coil's back up. Somnus can look to go for another play. He's going to pick up the bounty rune and keep himself topped off. And Chalice, he's got Vessel. He's taking top tower.
Yes, Enigma's super farmed. I mean, nobody really wants to come up here. They're just, high chance of getting Black Hole.
He's going to be a problem. And as we said from the early game too in particular, the movements early on, it's all up to the supports of BetBoom. These three cores, they don't want to leave their lane. They all want to just farm until they feel like they're going to be able to join versus the team fight. So it's a bit difficult recovery period for BetBoom in the mid game. Unless these supports start getting some kills, getting some levels going for themselves. Save is still at the least level 5. Toronto Tokyo only 4 at this moment. Supports on the side of Azure, almost level 6 Tiny, almost level 6 Pugna. A much better game across the board.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Top tower drops. It's an early one. Broodmother hasn't taken bottom tower yet.
I mean, where does Chalice move to next?
Radiant's bottom
I think he can just continue occupying top and then just swing toward mid when he sees an opportunity. He has Vessel, so he can even kill Nightfall. If Nightfall is not careful, FY is going to be stalking him. But he could just swing, play around top into that mid lane constantly. They're even just still keeping that bottom tower up. I mean, this is very good signs for Azure. Coming out of the lanes ahead with a big team fight advantage as their lineup. BetBoom's going to need some time to be able to recover things. Time to back up and get that farm going. I don't know how much. Well, Azure, their lineup definitely is strong, is scaling. Be interesting how this is all going to go play down once the fights actually come together. I mean, the 3 cores in BetBoom just don't provide any real fighting. Tower. Here comes the Eidolons. Catapult's still alive.
Difficult for BetBoom to bring a defense around this. They might have to let this go.
Still no 6 on clock. I mean, he's level 5 on clock.
Bringing Save in.
Okay.
See how much they can slow down this push, BetBoom.
They just want to clear these Eidolons.
Dream Coil's going to get dropped. Chalice stepping up. Step back for now. Toronto Tokyo's trying to get around and get in on top of Chalice. Indeed, Chalice actually getting pulled down really low. Toronto Tokyo's in on top of him with the battery assault. They've killed the Enigma.
Nice flank from Rezo. They will be able to hold off that tower push a little bit.
They're
here,
quite the defense. I mean, yeah, both Toronto, Tokyo, and, as you say, Resolution getting around to the back lines and making sure that this incredibly farmed early game Enigma's not able to do anything at all there. Chalice gets caught.
That was important. I mean, holding on to this tower, Save's now hit 6, so he's got the mines to be able to hold on to this tower a bit here. But sure, looks like they want to continue going for this. They really want to just claim the tower. Could die in 1 or 2 more hits. Got it. They might lose FY for it.
So if they can get any kills out, there's the Avalanche holds them back. Somnus jumps in with the Waning Rift. Still a bit of time with the DD on GPK.
Lowe's
Now
here.
comes to an end low.
He's on GPK.
He's going to try and go for him. The TP out is from GPK, and there's nothing to stop it. GPK will live, Toronto Tokyo will die. Limit the casualties, but they still lose that tower.
5 heroes move toward the mid lane, though, for Azure Ray. So
And
Nightfall gets
Revolution.
some space, so does Rezo.
Yeah, he's able to take the tier 1 bottom, get his way towards that pipe.
Hey, decent recovery there for Betboom. They only lose the support, lose the tower, but they get a lot out of those side lanes. Their lineup is it's going to be about a lot of greed for sure. I wonder who's gonna be the first one to, I guess, take the back foot on the greed. I guess it's probably gonna have to be Rezo. Yeah, he's gonna go down the pipe route, so he's gonna try to be that little bit of, yeah, you know, 3.5 position kind of to make sure that the TA and the Morphling go for the super scaling. Because yeah, Nightfall's been slowed down a lot. He's bottom of the cores. That effect from top lane taking into the 12 minutes here. And Chalice, I like it. I mean, honestly, I thought he might go down like the Aura route, but I like if he's just going to go full out aggression, too. He's got the blink queued up. Definitely situations where it could be problematic. It's like there's not a lot of cancels for this black hole. Even pre-BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Doing a good job of avoiding these moves, Betboom. They're not
recovering.
Not getting caught. They're getting to hit the creeps from only 1k gold behind right now. That's not a huge amount.
No, nothing to write home about by any means. GPK should have his Blink Dagger level 12. Still very high level. Yeah, level 12 is, I mean, there's some squishy heroes. Even, I mean, Tiny at this point is, and not as squishy, of course, but the Puck and the Pugna can just get deleted from this TA if he gets an angle. Okay, cool. I'm actually glad he went this Blink too. Now they actually, you know, now it's going to be time to make space. We're going to look to get active a little bit, perhaps too, with GPK and get that space for the more. Wonder if GPK even queues up something like Shard. It's a very, very good Shard game when you're playing versus like the Puck, the Pugna, even versus that Enigma. We'll see if GPK thinks about it.
That black hole cancel.
Yeah, it's really nice actually. Black hole cancel, life drain, catching the Puck off guard. We'll see if he wants to though. It does feel pretty good. Taking that bottom rune. Making the jump forward very aggressively.
I mean, yes, super aggressive Dream Coil. GPK is able to jump out. Toronto Tokyo is going to come in for the side with a hook shot on top of low. See Chalice stepping up. In a range to set anything up here. Toronto Tokyo still alive. Somnus has been able to get into the tower, but
got Somnus.
Died for that one. And Toronto Tokyo will finally fall to the tree.
Oh.
2 for 1.
He's getting surrounded on.
Jump forward with the waveform from Nightfall. Tianming and Loki.
Blood breaks down.
It's a black hole, but it's only onto Nightfall, and Nightfall's going to be able to live through it.
He's alive.
Now Chalice is in trouble. Resolution's on top of the Enigma. Chalice gets blown up by an adapted strike. They've got to run.
They did not have the damage.
An awkward fight, really, that Azure tried to force. Betboom, they'll come out all right from that.
Pipe coming into play. Rezo, he joins the fray. Betboom taking some better engagements. A very heavy commitment forward there. I guess they thought the Tiny was closer. FY had Blink Dagger when the coil came out initially, but he was nowhere near Somnus to go for the initial jump. Over-aggressive move by Somnus. Does get a couple heroes killed here as Betboom completely have caught up.
Yeah, and with this pipe on Rezo, I mean, things are coming together to make sure that when Azure go for those sort of plays, it's going to be less and less likely that they actually get away with them.
Yeah, let's see if Chalice just goes straight Blink BKB, because he does have it finished. They do have triple Blink Daggers now in Azure, so can continue to play aggressive, but have to be together when they make the move.
F1.
Toss back.
It's just going to be a toss-up for now, so save, he's fine.
And they might lose heroes.
In fact, they can turn. Jump forward as well. They've got him caught in the cogs. He's caught Tianming at Toronto Tokyo.
They're chasing for more, maybe. Around this pipe rallied. Again, they just jumping when everybody's not really kind of there. Even though they have Blink Daggers, they're going too soon. Ebon will punish that.
He should be fine. Oh, he's going to get caught by the silent.
Trap silence.
GPK with a shard.
I'm glad he bought this. It's such a good game for it. Oh, this is going to cause some spiraling issues.
This hurts big time for Azure. They had a little bit of a lead, but definitely was one of those situations this game where I don't know if it was enough of a lead. They're slipping away from them now. 16 minutes. Betboom take the advantage.
I think that they're just getting caught off guard. I do not think that they thought the TA was going to go for it. Now, GPK level 14, he's even going to steal away a stack. Yeah, This shard is going to cause issues for them.
Yeah, this could get very painful very quickly for Azure.
They need to just be really careful of how they go for these jump plays, though. It's now 2 back-to-back situations where they're not all together and they jump and it's all just split out of unison. Boom, they're like, okay, we're all together perfectly. You're going to go for these jump engagements without everyone at the same time. We'll be able to turn that one onto you.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Eyes on these traps.
They're going to try and smoke up. They've got to try and find some sort of jump, some sort of fight in their favor, Azure. The last few have not gone their way.
They have triple blinks, so this Morphling definitely at the risk of just instantly
There's no
dying.
black hole, though. Still on cooldown for 50 seconds for Chalice. They
Gets a shift off.
See if they can burst through him. They can. See if they can get out, as that might be a bit of a tougher ordeal. They get the setup here onto low.
Nice catch.
But the trade's been found. They can maybe even find more Bet Boomers. Azure, they've got to be careful how they stick around in this situation. Down the self-decrepify. FY will manage to get back in and burst through save. See if they can retreat here as the trap slow does catch on to FY. GPK watching things from the side. He's going to be careful how he jumps back in on this Chalice. 20 seconds until Black Hole returns.
FY wants to go for more, thinking about jumping.
They get an okay trade out of that one, Azure. They get 2 of them. And they lose the one themselves, but it is still low going down.
This time they do connect with their, all the blinks in unison. Toronto Tokyo's thinking about going back in. FY even also thinking about jumping back in.
I mean, they've got Black Hole up. If Chalice wants to drop it, doesn't want to use it for Toronto Tokyo. Wants to try and take him down without it, as they will. FY getting healed up by Tianming.
GPK.
He's in with the jump with the meld hit.
Miss.
Smoke's there and he's up to the high ground. He can chase forward, FY.
He's on him.
Got the Avalanche, they've got the rope to back up. FY will die, but GPK is in trouble. He's gone. Keep this going here this time round, Azure. They found the momentum in the team fight to push for more. Takedown save as well.
Good jump forward. Persistent with their blink daggers. Nightfall, he'll take the space out of it. I think they saw this Morphling also set up on bottom, but yeah, good consistent chase forwards here. And they still now they have Coil and they still have Black Hole, so they could look to still get some catches. FY gives his life, but more than worth it. Back and forth, 15-10. 3 cores on the side of Betboom, farming very nicely, but Azure still showing that they're able to strike back here. I think the smoke got dispel. It looked like it got dispel and then it just missed, but...
Yeah, it might have just been enough.
Yeah, it might have just been enough.
And it just an attempt with the smoke to dodge it. Oh, Tianming!
They'll find a freebie.
He's going to get a nasty surprise up there on the high ground. Toronto Tokyo Nightfall, they say good night to him.
Pugna's a very good answer to the Pugna. 1, 5, and 6. Tokyo having a little bit of a rough one, but getting the connections that he needs to. They do have that gold lead for Betboom with their 3 greedy cores. I'm feeling pretty happy. Almost a Deso now done for the TA as well, and Nightfall is recovering. Manta's done. He's got level 3 onto his attribute shift, so even if he gets caught, perhaps actually does survive this next jump.
It does feel like Azure that they've got to just go again.
Yeah, I feel like they just
now that
need
they've
to
got
keep...
their ults, that they were able to get a decent hit there without them. No reason to hold back. They just have to strike once more before Betboom kind of get the next big items out on their cores. So this game, it's not going to get any easier for Azure.
No, they have to just keep consecutively going for the coast, because every time the pace of the game slows down too, there's the chances that Betboom can just go into a Roshan and stuff like that too. They have the Deso, they have the Orbit Destruction. They will bring down Rosh incredibly fast with this Templar Assassin. Yeah, feels good, sure. Might have to just continue smoking, looking for them.
Grouping up who's got the smoke at the moment. There it is.
They do, they have it on Pugna.
This is what they need to be doing, Azure. Look for the fights.
They've got the BKB on low. Who are they going to find? The ward's already set up.
Smoke themselves. Look at the jump on Toronto Tokyo.
Not the ideal jump.
It's a bit of an awkward one. This gives a lot of information for Betboom. Betboom, they can decide to fight back here if they want to. Chalice will make the jump. He's going to
dodges it.
GPK's already out. The Black Hole put to waste. Dreamcore's onto the 3 of them because they've got nothing to follow it up here. As ults are coming out from Azure, but they're not doing a whole lot.
Oh, and this one connects.
With the blast off, they're onto low. He'll get the BKB off in time, but Azure, they're having a run now.
He's dead.
And they might even get more. Their Nightfall turns into the Tiny, uses the Avalanche against FY. They'll get the 2 of them.
I mean, GPK.
He was quick with a blink there. They felt that they had him with the catch, but I think Refraction was out. He's able to blink. No damage was done. They couldn't catch him in the Black Hole.
I mean, look at it. He's just waiting. It's instant. It's absolutely instant from him. And then it's just awkward, right? They pop the Rupture on Rezo.
Coil's there as well, but they just can't get in on this fight anymore. Somnus is up on the cliff trying to give them information, get them vision, but the big ults are expended. There's no more fight to be had, and now Betboom, as expected, they take a team fight there into the pit. Nothing to be done about this one. They're building the lead. Another fight like that for Azure, and it could could almost be the beginning of the end for them. They cannot afford for things to go that badly anymore.
No, they cannot just rely on Chalice landing these black holes. He went for Lens now. He's going to go back for the BKB, but a big window that BetBoom's found. And what's always a great answer for an Enigma black hole is if you're able to continuously select these Roshans, get this Aegis onto your cores. That was huge momentum, Swift. GPK, I mean, so quick on the fingers.
Aegis and close to having the BKB on top of it as well.
I mean, GPK really coming in clutch. The purchases that he went for, right? I'd like that he went for, it's kind of standardized, but the order that he did buy them, right? The blink into the shard, he knew that he was going to be the one to make that space to get Nightfall catching up, and it's absolutely worked. He's caught Somnus off guard multiple times now.
Yeah, I mean, doing his job right. I mean, the side lanes were going to be difficult for his team, or had the potential to be difficult. He was put in the mid in this matchup where he's against a puck. It was his time to shine, and he's absolutely living up to it here.
Yeah.
Top net worth by quite a lot of gold.
Top experience, right? Yeah, level 16 as well. Azure Ray completely shaken up now after that. They're probably feeling, okay, I guess we have to wait for a next timing. But it just feels like that's going to give BetBoom more and more time to be able to get their actual better itemization. The Aghanim's soon to be done on the Morphling. Very nice fights. A Hex now pretty much done for resolution as well. This is problematic for Somnus. He bought a Ghost Scepter to try to protect himself, at least versus the physical damage, versus like the traps and stuff like that. If he gets caught in a Hex, he might just die. Very early for Rezo. Like his itemization also. Yeah, it looks like the call probably for Azure Ray might just be them just saying, all right, maybe we just have to wait for Chalice's BKB, wait out that Aegis, and then look for a fight. But it's so much space given to these 3 greedy cores of BetBoom. Just farming the map.
BetBoom, they're ready to hit them with the smoke. Ag's done. On Nightfall.
So big. Swing. Ag's done Nightfall, Hex done Rezo. Easy ways to get kills on almost anyone. They have so much damage on their draft too. At this point when they've been able to get these items on these cores. Low. He shows himself and might just get set up on. There's a Pugna behind him, but they have answers for it.
They can kill both of these very easily if Azure don't have the awareness to back away. It looks like Low might get the chance unless they
got a
get
hook
the
shot
angle for the hook shot, and they do. Toronto Tokyo's in, gets the catch, follow-up Hex from Resolution. They'll kill off the Bloodseeker.
The game is crumbling for Azure Ray. Toronto Tokyo deserves that tip. Great hook shot. Its game started a little slow for the first 10 minutes, but ever since then, feels like he's landed all of them. Him and Save getting every single connection. At bottom, GPK trying to hunt for Somnus, but Somnus, Ghost Scepter. Actually built full E-Blade. E-Blade always going to be valuable versus a Morphling. Definitely difficult for Somnus to play. Difficult for him to reuse that aggressively.
Rezo's coming across with that Hex at the ready.
Somnus.
Chalice is going to be in with the jump. He holds back on the black hole. Now he'll drop it. He's caught the 2 of them.
Do they have damage
Follow-up
for them?
avalanche. They've got enough to take GPK down once.
They do not.
But not to do it the second time. As Chalice will die for that. A black hole for an Aegis. That's all.
Well worth it. I mean, what, down to, I think it was down to like 1.5 minutes or so. Something like that. Maybe 2 minutes. Good usage there for GPK. Level 18 now on this TA. The rock for his team. Commencing. Azure, they can't go here. That's why I think he has to be careful of showing it.
They just get in. Get in with the Hex. I mean, Decrepify is going to be offered up. And now they're just turning their attention over towards Xiaoming instead. No way to protect himself as they're able to bail FY out of that. But Tianming falls, another kill for BetBoom.
I'm surprised that Azure is actually even showing around that tier 2 bottom. It's like they were considering a toss-back play, but definitely setting themselves up for suicide. Nightfall. Nearly, I believe, I think he has his BKB done now almost on this Morphling too, so he's going to have the protection versus this puck versus these silences as well too. He's only died twice this game.
Yeah, they're building quite the lead now. 8k gold. It's looking more worrying here for Azure.
Their team fight lineup just consecutively has lost team fights.
All 3 cores of BetBoom paying off. Exactly in the spot they would hope to be the top 3 net worth right now.
And greed is definitely paying off for them. Not the Midas greed this time, but the core greed Rezo looks like he might give up his life.
Look at the toss back. He's pretty tanky with the pipe. He's healing up a bit. He's gonna walk away.
Oh my god, no way.
The 4 heroes could not bring down the spider.
They do not have the damage without Bloodseeker.
Toronto Tokyo on the other hand, at least, will he go down? He's getting pretty low with the blast. They do get him.
Okay. And they get the gem.
So BetBoom can get back in on this one. Nightfall.
Hex
has been ruptured. So in with the Hex. They get the jump forward with the blast off with phase shifts there in time. Somnus will protect himself. Loud tries to come in with the BKB. They'll get the supports. Can they get the cores?
Buyback from FY.
Low's trying to chase. Rezo, he's falling low as Low will get him.
Low's chasing.
See if they can get GPK at Nightfall. GPK is hiding. He's able to blink away.
Reminds. FY's looking for more.
He's in with the Avalanche. Get the toss back. GPK, he goes down also.
And Somnus lives 100 HP. Somnus even claiming the gem in the midst of it there. They swing things back around.
They do. Good buyback there from FY.
Looked awkward at the start with the black hole, no real damage. They take out the A just the once, but then persistent chase forwards. Low, how much? What was his movement speed for a second? I felt like it was 800 move speed, sticking on the targets, and he got the rupture on top of the Morphling.
We'll see it again here. So the beginning of the turnaround, they try and focus. Somnus getting him with the blast off, but he lives, able to phase shift. And at this point, the fight gets awkwardly split up for BetBoom. Low, surviving, and he's strong. This Beyonder and them falling as low as they were. They had to run BetBoom. GPK tries his best with the jump out. As we saw, gets caught by the chase of FY, coming in hot with the buyback.
Beautiful buyback and just beautiful little defensive plays, decreps and whatnot to be able to save Somnus so he can keep jumping in and out of the fights. Massive turnaround. This Bloodseeker out Mjolnir, halfway to Aghanims. Quickly has caught up to that Morphling. One quick sequence, Azure. Have Black Hole back up to with the BKB.
Dire's bottom tower.
And actually I thought Nightfall actually did have full BKB. I was totally he actually just had the Mithril Hammer coming out during that fight. I don't know why I thought he was so farmed. I saw him just buying Mithril Hammer, so I was like, oh.
Radiant are scanning.
Awesome an FY buyback, but so worth it. Getting now probably a full tier 2.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Getting the gem too is pretty big versus this Templar Assassin. Somnus now can play a little bit more aggressively if he's able to see these TA traps on the floor. Gotta go for the aggressive coil.
So they get the jump onto Toronto Tokyo.
Another one.
And they'll get the toss back. He's out.
Alrighty.
Trying to pick apart BetBoom.
Showing that they're not out of it just yet. Things have kind of totally caught back up to the middle here. And now BK Blade Black Hole, it's a threat if the Clockwork's not up in particular. In all these situations, if he's able to get the angle on Chalice.
And with the boosted farm that Lowe's received in those last few outcomes of team fights, he will clean up the stretched out fights if they don't deal with this Bloodseeker at the start.
Could this be another situation where Save might have to queue up a Basher on something like a Techies in order to stop a BKB Black Hole? I mean, they have the hook shot, of course, but it's just
the
that.
hook shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could get to some weird territories now that swing around has happened from Azure down bottom. Things kind of back to that complete even point. We'll see. That'd be pretty funny. Can you imagine?
I mean, there's no way. I mean, it happened before. It's
happened.
Bottle, so who knows?
Kottle's a different monster because you build the Abyssal with your ult,
sure,
right? So if they're building Basher on Techies, that's
that's
pretty reckless.
Yeah, probably not going to happen.
I guess they can go for like the meld hit bash at 25. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Grass minute straws for that one there. BetBoom looking to maybe make a move here. Level 18 on Nightfall. BKB's done. GPK also now has a nullifier. That can be a really good answer. We saw that last team fight. Somnus would have definitely gone down if he had that. So now they will have that Dispel versus Decrep and versus E-Blade. Well, team smoked up. Gets the better angle. And is Chalice going to get that big black hole? Roche has spawned. BetBoom perhaps considering if they want to just go for it there, because that can always be, a little bit of an answer for Black Hole. I'm going to push forward here for maybe a kill first. They're starting to ping the Roche. I think Toronto Tokyo's maybe telling his team to start setting up for it.
I don't know if they can they just start hitting Roche? That seems pretty risky.
It does seem risky.
When Azure is as close as they are.
be something they kind of. I mean, they probably just want to though, because you're playing into this black hole and stuff like that. Bloodseeker now pretty much even net worth. Actually, has the TA as well too.
They're setting up the area nicely with traps and mines, so with that starting to build up, maybe they do feel that they can start looking for it.
There's ways to clear though. They do at least have Eidolons on Chalice, so he can send those out to clear these mines.
They're thinking of starting it.
They're thinking about it. It's dangerous call.
As Azure do start to approach.
Save. He's playing all the way on the bottom side. Somnus, it seems like he almost knows for a second here. The gem spots him out.
They get the jump in. Save. He's going to get caught by the silence. Still alive for now.
Okay, whoop, that was weird. Forced after. Canceled his blast off. Eidolon scout the Roche.
Oh, Hex. He's going to catch onto Low. Low. Keeps his distance. Save. He's going to tick down super low here. He's still alive.
He's under Thirst Vision though. This is making the Bloodseeker 430 movement speed.
Yeah, low strength's increasing.
Yeah, he's always just keeping tabs of where the techies is too. Is there Healing Lotus or something to pass off to this man? There isn't. He's gonna just stay low.
I know. Azure have this high ground.
They've claimed it.
Why? He's ready for the jump in. He tries trip, but he gets caught immediately by the Hex from Resolution.
1-1-2.
Decrepify's there to protect FY for now. Low, he's just going to go straight round towards Rezo. Pots the BKB, gets in, takes down the Spider.
Cole.
So they can get more. It just gets stopped completely. Chalice with the remainder of this BKB.
Low.
Trying to stand his ground, but Low's gone.
Roche bashed him.
Oh my goodness, he has the buyback. He's going to use it here to try and help turn the fight around. Buybacks to come out as well from BetBoom, as both Rezo and Save buy back for this.
I mean, this fight is everything. There's no black hole in Azure, right? They're chasing.
So if he can get Toronto Tokyo, he's caught in his own cogs. Low steps in, they'll get the clock.
Chalice.
They've got the Hex onto Chalice. He's going to get forced back to safety, though. They keep Chalice alive for now. Somnus jumps in with their silence on a Nightfall, but he's able to put the man to Nightfall, glimmered up.
I mean, what an E-Blade there from Somnus. He completely saves Chalice's life. Chalice now is actually bugged out. Look at him. He's the gliding Enigma after that.
Oh my goodness, yeah, he is dancing around. Well, not dancing around, yeah.
No, that's
completely idle.
That's the Bernie, right? It's when you're like, you're dead. Dead. It's like, what, Dead Yang, I believe it was, from one of the TIs.
A lot of buybacks for that one. Triple buyback coming out from BetBoom. Double buyback coming out
There's
from
no
Azure.
black hole. They're flanking.
They're trying to get in again. So with the Hex, caught by the silence, holds back. FY's holding the high ground, looking for toss opportunities.
Tense moments. Coil, it's back up. BKB on Bloodseeker, 15 seconds. Morph, low HP. Nightfall has to back away. Tense moments.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Jure, not really a draft that wants to start hitting the Roche themselves compared to BetBoom.
Yeah, they want to get back in BetBoom, but as you say, Nightfall not in the best of shape.
No, they don't have
low mana.
They don't have great ways to kind of like heal each other up too. Yeah, they're gonna go for the smoke. He's healed a little bit here.
Dreamcore's back up, but yeah, no black hole for a minute to worry about.
Tense moments.
I know they're up there.
Oh my goodness, this is so
It's out.
tense.
FY in. He's going to get caught straight over the Hex. They turn upon him with the Nullifier. FY trying to run, but the Nullifier keeping him held in position.
Low in trouble.
He's gone. He'll get the BKB off in time, Low, but the last hit coming through from the TA takes him out. Low falls. As they get the 2 kills, Chalice, he'll jump back in to help bring down Save.
There's no Bloodseeker for 100 seconds. All 3 cores up for BetBoom.
It's a 3 versus 3 now. Both teams, they're going to want to keep this going and staying around this area of the map.
The damage at the moment for Azure, it's very lackluster without the Bloodseeker. These 3 heroes...
Chalice will have Black Hole back up in 10 seconds, though.
Okay. And you find an angle to get the 3 of them.
And GPK is going to head up to the top lane.
Okay.
He's going to get away from this area, so it looks like they'll back off.
They don't have to play around bottom. We've been down there for, what, 4 minutes? Roche, he's out. Roche has already left. He's to top, so now we're going to have to switch around of where everybody's going to set up. They're actually making the move quick to top to set up, perhaps onto the TA.
And BetBoom can be relatively relaxed whilst those 2 heroes are dead on Azure, because they know with the 3 that are alive, there's no chance that these 3 are going to take Roche.
No. They can perhaps get some kills if they isolate someone with
Yeah, they can fight, but they're not going to be
yeah,
able to force Roche.
Not a Roche. I think their lineup overall, it's pretty bad at taking the Roche.
That's true, yeah, even if they do have the full 5.
Yeah, it's not the greatest by any means.
They just want to fight.
Somnus swings up with that. I mean, this gem that he took is actually doing so much work. He's been able to clear so many of these traps. UPK, they want Somnus.
Rezo can get the Hex.
Burst.
Get the vision with the trap.
They have the burst.
They're in, but Chalice, push up for BKB in the black hole, straight away onto GPK. GPK getting controlled. Malefice as well. GPK still alive, is able to put the BKB. They turn, they take out Chalice.
He's alive.
Chalice, and put the buyback.
That's the black hole used. 15 seconds on the Bloodseeker.
Somnus hiding in the trees for now.
Pretty low. Coil not up
Rezo
either.
might find him. Checking the tree line.
Ooh. Right, Chalice has to do that to save Somnus, right? But it doesn't feel great because now Black Hole on cooldown around this next Roche potential fight.
Yeah, they didn't nearly have enough damage
No.
between them to punish GPK during the black hole. He's getting South sent out to him so he can stay efficient, stay on the map.
Yep, keeping himself topped off. Level 23 on this TA. Honestly, GPK, he's doing heavy lifting this game.
Continue to focus around the Roshan. Both teams playing right beside one another.
37 minutes of hit. New neutral items coming out.
Lowe's going to be able to get the pickup for himself. Tier 4, we'll see what he grabs. It's a Trickster Cloak. Very, very nice.
That could have saved him last fight
I think
when he was like, kind of sliding away if he just goes invis or if he dodges a hit or two.
That much harder to kill,
Yep.
much harder to focus for sort of the physical output of GPK. I mean, Roche, they're going to look towards it now, look.
Both teams are scouting it out. Poke it. Not the easiest thing to force though versus spiders and rockets. BKB 10
Almost
seconds.
impossible. They have to take a fight before they can think about Roche Azure.
So hard without Black Hole though. These spiders, these just keep scouting everything. It's full Satanic now on Nightfall as well too. He is starting to become scarier and scarier.
These 3 cores are definitely a threat.
The angle, they're getting the wraparound.
I don't know if they'll expect this Azure.
Gets the ward down.
You get the opening, he's in with a hook shot, gets over to the backlines. As Toronto Tokyo's closed in onto Tianming.
Both 4 positions.
They've taken FY out.
Kind of.
Toronto Tokyo dies in return. FY has buyback, Toronto Tokyo does not.
Both jump at the same time. Coil on 2.
Somnus. He's going to come in on this, but he gets caught by the Nullifier.
Nice trouble.
Swings in, he's able to take out Chalice and able to take out also Somnus. It's a triple kill for Nightfall. Somnus will buy back. But the
Chalice is
Wolf
gone.
just turns up, cleans him up, and now Betbin may be able to just look towards Roshan. There's no Chalice for 70 seconds.
Oh, they absolutely can go in. If they kill it super fast. Somnus, this time, I mean, it's difficult. I cannot believe that he's survived all these last fights, but he just gets nullified in full focus.
Yep, tries to make the jump in, caught by the Silence Nullifier, and then Nightfall appears with the BKB. Chalice BKB comes out, but it's too late.
I think he
as
got...
Nightfall cleans up.
He was, he still had the Bloodseeker stats, and I think he Blood Raged himself and turned into Morphing Form. You see that
There's a
attack
lot
speed?
of damage.
He ripped them to
attack
shreds.
speed, yeah.
12k lead now.
And he's going to build into that right clicks as well, getting the crit and looking to build up the Daedalus Knight.
Sure.
So just punch through these heroes. That's one way to deal with the BKB Enigma. Just
kill him.
Just hit him.
Yeah, I mean, if you just wave 4 through him, you get a crit, you could potentially just kill him during it.
Yeah, we saw how quickly Chalice went down there already.
They're going to get this rush.
And they're grouping up again, Azure, but without Chalice, just as the 4 of them, that they're not even going to try and take the chance of pushing the fight anymore around with the Roshan. It's a long, hard-fought fight to get this Roshan, one that BetBoom will succeed in. The Aegis on Nightfall, Cheese on Resolution.
Azure did make magic happen about, what, 15 minutes ago against that first Aegis. Let's see if they can do it again. This one feels quite a bit harder to do so now that they've got this much gold. A DD on the TA, almost 25, so they're going to have to break through those 13 different refraction charges when he's got it finished up too. And Nightfall now, he's actually kind of scarier, it almost feels. GPK's done his job until this point. Now this Morphling is going to just rip everyone apart. I feel like most of this game, it's going to come down to Chalice if he's able to find that big black hole or not.
Yeah, they're just getting a few too many answers to it, though. If his positioning isn't perfect, he will die.
You see if the TA actually takes the Melt Dash, too. Just kidding. No one does. Just versus that BKB black hole kind of thing. Just kidding. Okay, takes Refraction. Per norm. Soon Swift Blink also on GPK. Oh, cool, Rezo. Rezo actually takes the Timeless Relic. Just for his Hex, it feels like. That duration that it can last a little longer could be everything. As we see, Somnus, I feel like, yeah, he needs Lincolns. I was about to say it. He is queuing it up. Needs a form to protect himself, but there is a lot of ways to break it, as we've seen.
Chalice, working himself the ninja gear, so...
Okay, that's pretty nice.
Good setup. Catch them by surprise with the blink black holes, but he's going to have to catch a lot of heroes in him.
He's going to have to catch the Morph, the TA, and the Clockwork at the least. Kind of needs to get all three.
Even if he does, this Aegis and Cheez-Its there for the push from BetBoom. The supports are heading back to maybe try and catch Tianming. Toronto Tokyo is able to get in on him. Blinks in with the battery assault, closes the gap once more with the hook shot. Tianming,
cool
he's gone.
I like that. I actually love that he goes for Blink too. This is really cool. Then you always can get the angle to stop Black Hole. Something that we haven't seen for a long time. Some of the old school players used to do actually to deal with it. Really cool approach. Mid.
They get the jump on low.
Should be okay.
Look at the toss back here, FY. Keeping them fine. I mean, we'll scare them into the buyback of Tianming.
Pretty big. And look, Rezo even buying now a lens. So, playing literally around Hex completely. All about getting that long range catch. Azure now trapped in the base versus this Aegis Cheese.
BetBoom very much ready to go for more down bottom.
Should be able to poke and prod, just have to watch out for the tossback plays. It's like, who wants to hit? GPK, you hit. No, Nightfall, you hit. I don't get tossed.
It's the full daedalus on Nightfall.
Yeah, they'll wait till the Midnight Pulse starts to finish out before they go actually hit these towers. Aggressively jumps in. Ooh. Survivable though. They throw the taser on him just in case. He's already gone into that Bloodseeker form, so low stats are stolen. This Bloodseeker hits for 120 damage right now.
Tier 3's gone low, he's going to get caught with the Hex. They'll force him back.
Should be fine.
And that's the glyph gone here for Azure. So BetBoom, they'll push on forward. Azure, glyph back up there. A second round of glyph here, buying them some time here with the barracks, but it'll soon come to an end. And indeed, the melee racks cannot be saved.
They just whittle it down.
Why?
He's going to try.
Get the Dream Core tossback combo onto GPK. See if they can burst through him. They can.
Nice connection.
Great catch here from the Tiny.
Can he get more? Blink up in 4. Nightfall, no funny business. Just BKB TPs. Chalice not in range. Get any other one. Rezo's also just going to BKB and get out.
Something there off the back of the catch from FY.
Yeah, he finds the one without the Aegis. 50 seconds now. Till Aegis does get recaptured in 70 seconds. But see if Azure can catch something here.
If they can run it down mid and maybe catch someone off guard around a tier 2 defense, if BetBoom try and come out for this, they might get something more, but BetBoom likely to just leave this tier 2 tower to go.
Yeah, I don't think that they want to show here. They get some tower damage though. Tier 2 to drop. Don't know if they can go to the high ground, but perhaps can get some control of the map here a little bit. Let me see. Looking around. Do they have any? Okay, they do have a gem on the Pugna. I actually kind of want him to. Does Somnus not have space for it? He doesn't. Okay. Because it's very difficult for Somnus to play versus these traps. It still is a very annoying thing, even though he has some type of answers. Of course, not with E-Blade and Lincoln's versus some of the disables, but nice if they're grouped up. He has that vision from it. We'll be able to get a tier 2 top also. BetBoom just being patient until that TA does respawn.
And when GPK's back up, I'm sure we'll see BetBoom just go straight back out into the map with a smoke.
Straight to look for a fight.
Azure do have the ultimates, but if they get caught as well outside of their base, it might be hard for everything to fall into place as perfectly as it needs to be able to take a fight against BetBoom right now.
I'm wondering if Chalice just goes for the big play. He's had Kex queued